that all happened around this time frame, which is when the pyramids went offline. Something happened where these structures were no longer operational. 2,000 years later,
5,000 BC.
Yeah, around 5,000 BC. Then you see the population moving back around the Nile River. And then we have the beginning of the dynastic Egyptian timeline sometime around 3,500 BC.
Right.
So my theory focuses on this time period, and it's a bit closer to the dynastic Egyptian pyramid, but it does address the terraforming system that was happening in the Upper Eastern Sahara as being directly correlated to the operation of the Egyptian pyramids. Okay. So this is just showing the lower separation chamber of the bent pyramid.
Right. This is huge.
Has anybody replicated the would you say the red pyramid and how it can create this ammonia?
Correct. Yeah, so I have a friend and follower of the channel. Shout out John. I don't know if he wants his last name out in public, but he's a huge supporter of the channel. And he has access to all of these materials where he can build replicas. So we have a work in progress scale model of the red pyramid that's being developed to test all of these sort of things. This one is going to be made of, I forget the name of the plastic that he's building this thing out of, but it's basically a plastic model of the internal chambers that will allow us to test the fluid dynamic process, right? So basically the movement of water, the structure, using this pump mechanism that I propose in the hypothesis.
Right.
So building it out of plastic, the chemical reactions, in these things out of stone, a monumental undertaking, even just doing it on a small. So this is an indicate the complexity of the construction process that went into designing and building these things. Because even to do it on a small scale, out of the correct materials with the execution in such a way that you can facilitate these chemical reactions, maintain all the pressure, make sure that the whole thing doesn't explode, right? So do it on a small scale with limestone and black basalt and red granite and all of these construction materials. That would be a task in and of itself, just to carve them on a small scale and rebuild this thing.
Right.
So to do it on this sort of monumental scale is just, it's completely mind-blowing, the execution of the construction process.
Yeah, it really is, man. It is amazing that no one's tried to actually like replicate any of this stuff, like even on a small scale using the same materials.
So I will say that, and you'll see this here in a second, so we have a modern reaction process that literally emulates the ancient process for manufacturing the same chemical. We have modern biogas digesters that have the exact same configuration as the step pyramid. You'll see here with our modern day contact process for the production of sulfuric acid, it literally mimics the configuration of the Great Pyramid chambers. So I believe, individuals like Fritz Haber and these early industrial scale chemists were extrapolating ancient knowledge. All of these dudes were into esoteric stuff.
Yeah.
The Royal Society of Chemistry comes from the lineage of ancient alchemists in the medieval period. The Royal Society of Chemistry was literally the development of modern chemistry. All of these guys come from the lineage of alchemists, and the lineage of alchemists all trace their knowledge back to ancient Egypt. So I do believe that the impetus for our modern industrial revolution was due to reverse engineering of the Egyptian pyramids, discovering the chemicals that they were manufacturing back then to transform the civilization, which was directly applicable to the transformation of our modern civilization, specifically with ammonia and sulfuric acid. Ammonia and sulfuric acid are the two most important chemicals that we manufacture today on an industrial scale. Literally, the measurement of an industrial civilization is the volume and consumption of sulfuric acid. The more sulfuric acid you produce and consume, the more industrialized your civilization is. So because of these two chemicals, our modern world has completely transformed. And I truly believe that it's because of reverse engineering of the Egyptian pyramids that we were able to develop these processes.
Now, have you seen Chris Dunn's video that he did where he did an experiment on the shafts and the chambers inside the Great Pyramid using, I think it was hydrochloric acid and hydrated zinc?
Yes.
where he claims that they were introduced into those chambers that go into into those shafts that go into the Queen's chamber, and there was some sort of a reaction that happened inside the Queen's chamber, and he did it, and it like worked. It created this little like electric spark or whatever on the end of this little like I don't know what you call it, like a little metal fitting he had.
Right. So I haven't seen the video, but I'm vaguely familiar with Christopher Dunn's theory, and
You've read his books, right?
I've never read the books.
Okay.
I was kind of introduced into his theory like back in 2000, maybe 12, 15 time frame, and I've never really delved too deeply into it, so I understand it only at a surface level, where there was hydrochloric acid being introduced into the Queen's chamber, reacting with hydrated zinc to liberate hydrogen. So that he proposes that the Queen's chamber was designed to produce hydrogen. And I give all the credit in the world to Christopher Dunn, and I have huge respect and just admiration for everything that he's done. He is a pioneer in the ancient interpretation of the function of the Egyptian pyramids, industry or whatever it is that we're doing, and try to learn what the Egyptian pyramids are. He's the godfather of all of it. So I have immense respect for Christopher Dunn. I happen to disagree with his conclusions for a number of reasons, but again, he's the godfather and the pioneer, and if he hadn't done the work, I probably would never be doing this today. So he's a huge inspiration. I never really dove completely into his work because at the end of the day, I disagreed with the conclusions that he had reached, so I didn't fully immerse myself in trying to understand his work because mine pointed me in a completely different direction. And there's a number of reasons that point to sulfuric acid inside of the Great Pyramid as opposed to hydrochloric acid. I also do propose a hypothesis of where hydrochloric acid could be manufactured in the Central Pyramid using the sulfuric acid from the Great Pyramid. So our theories are connected and they're certainly adjacent, but mine is a completely different operational structure than what Dunn is proposing.
His theory, if you haven't read the recent book, it's essentially that the Great Pyramid is a solid state electron harvester.
Yes.
And that the reason that the pyramid takes up 13 to 14 acres in the base of it. I lost you. I lost it. Anyway. Was that the reason the base is so big, 13 acres, is because that area of land on the Giza Plateau had lots of seismic activity.
Okay.
And there was some sort of a device inside the subterranean chamber that would operate and sort of create mini earthquakes in the ground that would vibrate the earth underneath the pyramid. And basically it used the earth as a battery, and these little mini earthquakes that would happen would vibrate up through all the stones and all the granite and all the limestone in the pyramid. That combined with the chemicals that were introduced into the shafts in the Queen's chamber to create hydrogen in the Queen's chamber would go up the Grand Gallery and then supercharge the hydrogen in the King's chamber.
Okay.
And one of the shafts in the King's chamber was like a maser or a laser that would somehow, I don't know how to explain what it did, but and then the other one would shoot out the other shaft in the King's chamber.
Okay.
And somehow there was some sort of a dome structure that could have been placed around the pyramid, and that's what it used to use this supercharged hydrogen to emit wireless electricity.
Right.
But the biggest argument against it is there's no toasters we found. There's no ancient toasters that we dug up in ancient. So what were they? What were they powering?
Right.
But the idea that he has is that there's definitely chemicals, and he claims that there was a number of. You depicted it on your diagram of one of the other pyramids, where outside of the Great Pyramid there was like these big pits.
Correct.
Where they could have introduced or pumped chemicals into those pits.
Correct.
And he thinks that those pits are connected to the shafts in the Queen's chamber. And that's how they introduced the chemicals into the Queen's chamber. And then there's also the exploration they did up the Queen's chamber, where they sent the robot up there to find gate and bring.
Correct. Yeah.
And there's 2 electrodes.
Yes. Yeah.
On the block that kind of like ends that Queen's chamber. And he thinks that basically when the queen chamber was full to the right amount, whenever like the liquid would touch those electrodes, it wouldn't fill anymore.
Correct. Okay.
To keep a certain amount of pressure or whatever it was.
Yeah. So I'm familiar with all those details, and there's some similarities between what I think was happening inside the Great Pyramid with Duncan's work. But there's also a lot of differences. So one thing that's important to note in terms of the archaeological record and evidence inside of the Queen's Chamber, that the shafts leading into the Queen's Chamber were sealed on the inside. Right, with 5 inches of stone. So those shafts leading into the Queen's Chamber were never originally open into that chamber.
And he claimed that the chemicals that it was designed that way so the chemicals could seep through slowly. Kind of the way you explained it in those other chambers that in the other pyramid, how you said like it's kind of slowly oozing out the chemicals.
Right. So there's a big difference to explain here. What was happening inside the Red Pyramid, those are metal oxides that are normally occurring inside of the limestone. The fluctuations of heat and temperature inside the reaction chambers of the Red Pyramid are causing these extrusions. If you have hydrochloric acid flowing into limestone, it is not going to seep through. It will completely dissolve the limestone. Hydrochloric acid is a very, very potent acidic solution, very, very strong chemical, and it will completely dissolve limestone.
Really?
Correct.
So if those shafts going into the Queen's Chamber were filled with hydrochloric acid,
it would dissolve it away
the stone
completely.
at the bottom.
Correct. So there's one important thing to point out is that is sealed from the inside, 5 inches of stone that they had to break through.
Yeah, a guy found like a little hole and he stuck like a rod up there.
Yeah, basically, and they chiseled away the rock, and we've been inside of the Queen's Chamber, and you can see where they broke through the stone to access those shafts. Now, the second thing is, and Christopher Dunn even has this in his first book, where he wrote that they discovered a calcium sulfate coating inside of the Queen's Chamber and inside of the Grand Gallery. So the inside of the Queen's Chamber and the Grand Gallery were completely coated with calcium sulfate salt, which is a direct result of the reaction between sulfuric acid and calcium carbonate. And it just so happens that calcium sulfate is insoluble in dilute sulfuric acid.
Say that again?
So what happens, right? During the first production process inside the Great Pyramid, you manufacture your sulfuric acid solution that fills the Grand Gallery and the Queen's Chamber. Okay. That sulfuric acid is going to react with the limestone, and it creates a solid calcium sulfate. Calcium sulfate salt is unreactive with sulfuric acid. So once you create this layer of salt, you've literally created a chemically resistant coating compound that protects the inside of the chambers from further corrosion. So when you have acids and stone, this is not a good combination. You have to have a chemically resistant coating compound to prevent corrosion damage inside. Yep, exactly.
When limestone, this is Google. We found this on Google. When limestone reacts with hydrochloric acid, it will form calcium chloride, water, and carbon dioxide as the final product.
Correct. And there was no calcium chloride discovered in this salt. There was calcium carbonate, sodium chloride, which is naturally occurring in limestone, and calcium sulfate. And I got an email, we were talking about this last night, how in the appendix of Christopher Dunn's new book, he has a chemical engineer that writes an appendix to his book where he was saying that if any chemicals were being produced inside of is Dr. Brett Cohen, and he says if any chemicals were being produced inside of the Great Pyramid, it's most likely sulfuric acid and not hydrochloric acid due to this calcium sulfate coating. And he proposes it could have been through a method of dry distillation of ferrous sulfate, which is also a chemical that I've proposed was being produced in these ancient structures. So Dr. Cohen and I have had a conversation.
What does it say? When sulfuric and nitric acids in polluted air and rain react with calcite in marble and limestone, the calcite dissolves.
Correct. Yeah. So the stone basically breaks down the hydrochloric acid, and this will happen with sulfuric acid too. But the thing about the sulfuric acid reaction with limestone is the calcium sulfate coating. And it's super important detail in understanding the archaeological evidence that was found inside of these structures. There was no calcium chloride; it was calcium sulfate. So that is literal. It's not proof of anything. I don't like to say proof, but it's certainly evidence that there was sulfuric acid inside of the chamber as opposed to hydrochloric acid. And we also have these
in the Queen's Chamber in the Grand Gallery.
The Queen's Chamber in the Grand Gallery, correct. And only inside of those two chambers. And it was literally coded. And there's an article by Dr. Hawass where they talk about the mechanical rule of all of this calcium sulfate. They call it gypsum, it's calcium sulfate, which gypsum is essentially a plaster. So it could have been applied mechanically or by hand, where they plaster coated the inside of these chambers to prevent any reactions. Yep, gypsum, calcium sulfate. So the Great Pyramid had a very sophisticated mechanism of operation where it created a self-protective coating compound that protected the inside of the chamber.
Okay.
So I propose that the King's Chamber is actually a sulfur furnace reaction chamber where sulfur dioxide was introduced into the chamber and it was reacted with air. So you do have these air shafts leading into the King's Chamber. And my hypothesis is that they were literally just air intakes. You don't have, he said, the maser and the hydron emission and all this stuff. It's literally just an air intake to bring air into your furnace chamber. Because you need air to facilitate the reaction of sulfur dioxide and oxygen into sulfur trioxide.
Okay, but if it was one of those air intakes in the King's Chamber has like a crazy bends to it, where it goes around that new void they found that's like the size of a jumbo jet or something like that.
Yeah.
So like was the Scan Pyramids or something, the Scan Pyramid project, they scanned it and they figured out there's this big undiscovered void that's next to the Grand Gallery, and one of those shafts that goes out of the King Chamber does all these crazy like right turn and angle to avoid that thing, to wrap around it.
Yes.
So like that's another crazy question to this thing. If they built this like amazing machine out of these massive blocks and they had a plan to do this, why wouldn't they build it in a better way where it could just be like a straight shaft out and then be like, instead of trying to like avoid some other part of it that they built? It seems like they just either they just figured it out as they went and they were like, oh, we gotta work our way around this big void, or all those angles that they took with that shaft were by design.
Yeah. So I think that there was meticulous engineering in these things, and everything that they did was very intentional. And I love the fact that you brought up this big void, because it's located above the quote unquote Grand Gallery chamber.
Right.
And I have a perfect explanation for what this thing was doing and how it was implemented into this chemical reaction process. Because the reaction of dissolving sulfur trioxide into water is an extremely exothermic reaction, generates a ton of heat. So if you have an ancillary chamber above your contact process chamber where that reaction was occurring, you can absorb that heat energy and remove it from the structure. This directly ties into the function of the black basalt floor that is adjacent to the Great Pyramid, because that hot water from inside of the void above the Grand Gallery was flowing out of that chamber and running through the channels that are underneath this black basalt floor inside of the Great Pyramid, heating up that material.
Can you show? Do you have like an image of this I can see so I can better understand it?
So let's say here, not in this particular, but we can just run through this part real quick.
Okay.
So again, air was coming through those air intakes
in the King's Chamber.
In the King's Chamber.
Okay.
That mixture of gases was being pulled through the antechamber. And the antechamber of the Great Pyramid is made from red granite, along with this furnace chamber. And I've already mentioned that.
You're saying the antechamber was the furnace chamber, or no? Or that was the chamber?
The antechamber is actually your catalyst chamber. It is a sound catalyst chamber, something called sonochemistry, acoustic chemistry, where you can use sound waves to catalyze chemical reactions. This goes back to the inverse piezoelectric property of quartz, where electric fields were flowing into the red granite and activating the inverse piezoelectric property of quartz, creating vibrations that elicit ultrasound. And ultrasound is basically sonochemistry. They use ultrasound vibrations to create chemical reactions.
Okay.
And that's what was occurring inside of the antechamber. Is that I have a whole slide deck on the sonochemical reactions inside of the Great Pyramid.
So
And
which one of these chambers is what?
Yep. Okay, so let's go back here.
Okay, the burner is a king's chamber.
Correct. Yeah, the converter where you see SO2 going into a catalyst chamber,
Yes.
that's your antechamber.
Okay.
Then you have your absorption tower, which is your grand gallery, and your dilution and extraction tank is your queen's chamber. So keep this configuration in mind, where you have king's chamber, antechamber, contact process chamber,
Grand
and
gallery.
extraction chamber.
Okay.
So again, another depiction here showing the process.
Okay.
And this is, again, just kind of an explanation of how sulfuric acid is utilized as for the manufacture of fertilizers, metallurgical processes, et cetera, et cetera. And we'll get to the configuration of the Great Pyramid here in just a second. But if you take the sulfuric acid that was being produced in the Great Pyramid, and then you introduce it into the Central Pyramid, which is the middle pyramid on the Giza Plateau, you can fill that chamber with a concentrated solution of sodium chloride. Introduce your sulfuric acid solution into that chamber, and it will create hydrogen chloride gas, which can then be dissolved into water to create hydrochloric acid.
Mm-hmm.
So there's a connection between my work and Christopher Dunn's work, in that I do believe hydrochloric acid was being manufactured on the Giza Plateau. And I don't think he goes into an explanation of where the hydrochloric acid comes from.
No.
But in the Central Pyramid, it has the exact same configuration, and they found a sodium chloride coating inside the chambers of the Central Pyramid. So you need sodium chloride, salt, to create the chemical reaction between sulfuric acid and the sodium chloride to create hydrochloric acid. And they found that salt coating inside of the primary chamber of the Central Pyramid.
Okay, so can you explain to me one more time?
Yes.
The Great Pyramid.
Yeah.
All of the chambers. Where does this process start?
All right. So the process actually starts in the subterranean chamber.
Okay.
And there's a guy named John Cadman
Uh-huh.
that proposed that the subterranean chamber is a pump chamber. He believes that it was to pump water out of the structure through that southern shaft outside of the subterranean chamber. So there's a shaft going down into the subterranean chamber from the north. There's a pit leading out of the bottom, and then there's a shaft going out of the southern end.
That goes nowhere, right?
That goes nowhere, correct. So John Cadman's theory is that it was a pump to pump water out of that southern shaft. The big issue with that is it's a completely dead-end shaft.
Right.
And I was just in there for a special permission inside the Great Pyramid, and we got great documentation where all of us climbed through that southern shaft because I wanted to get it on camera so that was a dead-end shaft and nothing could be pumped out in that direction. But I do believe that the configuration of the subterranean chamber is indicative of a pump chamber that pumped water from the subterranean chamber up through the well shaft into the Grand Gallery and Queen's Chamber.
Okay.
So they
and where did water come from? Just like the ground?
So there's subterranean water below the Great Pyramid for sure. But all of these pyramids had external reservoirs. They had enclosures surrounding the structures that were filled with water to facilitate these chemical reactions. And even in the ancient descriptions, they talk about the pyramids being floating islands. So they were surrounded by these reservoir enclosures that were utilized, for example, in the operation of the Red Pyramid. The water from the reservoir was introduced into that inlet shaft and utilized to facilitate the chemical reactions inside the Red Pyramid.
Okay.
Same thing happened in the Great Pyramid, where that water was introduced into the subterranean chamber. The northern pump shaft was filled, right? So you have an external reservoir.
Do you have a diagram?
Let's see here.
Okay, right there. That's perfect.
Yeah.
So number 5, the subterranean chamber is, bless you.
Yep. So the external reservoir surrounding the Great Pyramid basically came up to where you see the number 1, where that inlet shaft is.
Mm-hmm.
So the water would have poured down into the subterranean chamber. And if you put a pump block into that northern chamber and compressed it down into the shaft, it will push water up through that well shaft.
The vertical one.
Correct. And I believe that there's even important information encoded in the conventional archaeological nomenclature, right? It's a well shaft. They call it a well shaft. Okay. So what's the function of a well? To deliver water. So that is the exact function of this well shaft, is by activating your subterranean pump chamber, you're pumping water up through the well shaft, delivering it into your Queen's Chamber and Grand Gallery Chamber.
Now, number 6 was that
So
was
we got
was that originally there? Or was that dug through?
Yeah. So when you see number 2 here, that is the excavated cavity that was carved into the Great Pyramid to gain access into the structure in the modern day.
Right.
And number 6 is a vertical, like a diagonally inclined shaft that has these granite plug blocks. And even the conventional archaeology states, and that's why I have this little red circle, because these red granite blocks were originally at the top of that shaft. And it was an emergency shut-off mechanism that if the pressure inside of the chamber ever got too high, it would release those plug blocks, push them down into the bottom of that shaft to relieve the pressure inside of the system. So there was something catastrophic that happened to these Egyptian pyramids that caused them to go offline. And they all have emergency shut-off mechanisms built in. Same thing as you would have with a modern chemical reactor, where if something goes catastrophically wrong, you have to have an immediate shut-off valve to prevent the situation from just blowing the whole structure to pieces.
Right.
So that was my idea on the function of these red granite plug blocks.
Okay.
And of shaft number 6.
Okay.
All right, so we're going to skip ahead a little bit, but let's imagine that the Great Pyramid gets struck by lightning. There's an accumulation of positive charges from these telluric currents in the earth. So you have these flowing electrical currents that move through the crust of the earth. And this is where these dielectric materials are incredibly important. So Chris Dunn talks about seismic waves. I'm talking about naturally occurring electric currents in these telluric currents that are flowing below these structures. And the limestone is a dielectric material that is going to store these electric charges and cause a phenomenon called dielectric polarization of the material. And this is how batteries work today, where you get a slight negative charge at the bottom, slight positive charge at the top. You have a separation of your charges that allow the storage of electricity. So this is why modern batteries, you have a conductor, you have a dielectric material, and another conductor. Mm-hmm. And it's the magic of these dielectric materials that allow us to store energy in batteries. This is exactly what was happening inside of all of these structures, including the ancient structures of England and Ireland, where they were storing electric currents from these telluric earth currents on the surface of the earth. And they either have obelisks, pillars, or standing stones, or at the Great Pyramid, being the tallest structure. Well, technically the central pyramid is the tallest one. But I truly believe that the Great Pyramid was designed without a capstone. It was meant to be flat at the top,
I hate this fucker's laugh.
which increases the surface area at the top of the pyramid to allow the accumulation of positive charges. And I have there's another episode that I've done on the channel where they've introduced electromagnetic charges into a simulation of the Great Pyramid. And it was designed to accumulate charges directly where the capstone is missing. So in this experiment, they introduced an electromagnetic field into a simulated design of the Great Pyramid. And there's literally a flat part at the top of the structure where all of these charges accumulate, where there is no capstone. It's in the exact same location. And I believe that was the intentional design of the Great Pyramid, was to leave it without a capstone to allow the accumulation of positive charges on the surface of the structure to attract these lightning strikes.
Okay. And they needed the lightning strikes because it would charge the stones and blocks inside the pyramid?
Correct. Yeah. So the limestone, again, is a dielectric material, and it is going to store the electric fields from these lightning strikes. And this is also how these ancient stone circles like Avebury, they were used to attract lightning strikes by harnessing these electric fields on the surface of the earth. You have a standing stone or a pillar, which provides the lightning strike a location to hit, and they distribute the electric fields throughout the rest of the temple complex. So Avebury is known as the Serpent Temple Complex. And I believe that the serpent is an ancient symbol for, well, there's also the plume serpent, the deity Kukulkan, which descends onto the pyramid of Teotihuacan, symbol encoded in that structure that indicates lightning. We'll get to that here in just a second. I've got some slides on Teotihuacan and the symbolism of the feathered serpent,
Right.
lightning, right? The plumed serpent. That is an ancient symbol for lightning strikes.
I always thought the serpents were like comets. I thought there were depictions of comets coming down with like fiery tails.
It could possibly be.
Could be both.
It certainly could be. Again, multiple interpretations of these symbols. But
Right.
I do believe that the serpent imagery is indicative of knowledge of electricity.
Okay.
So here it is. Perfect. I'm glad I have this slide in here. So this is the Great Pyramid's ability to concentrate electric fields. And they introduced electric fields into the Great Pyramid in a software COMSOL multiphysics, which allows for simulations of a variety of different physics and chemistry. It's a great piece of software. I contacted these people when I began research this thing. I was like, I had this crazy idea about the function of the Egyptian pyramids. Can we rebuild the pyramids inside your software? And this guy was like, whoa, 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 whoa. He's like, our software is not designed to do that in terms of building it stone from stone materials. What we can do is put in the geometry of the Great Pyramid, which is what you see here.
Mm-hmm.
You see here on the right. So this rectangle,
Yes.
this is where the king's chamber is located inside of the Great Pyramid.
It's so interesting that it's not centered.
Right. So you can see here on the left that the red, the highest accumulation of the electric field, is located in the exact location of the king's chamber. The king's chamber is also directly adjacent to the antechamber, which here on the right, you could see that the antechamber within this configuration would also experience this highest concentration of electric field.
So the king's chamber is a little bit off to the side.
Correct.
So the antechamber, is that more in the center? Like the
Yeah.
center?
So
it's not even matter.
It does because, again, the electric fields from these lightning strikes would be distributed through the entire structure, but they are going to be focused in the area surrounding the king's chamber and the antechamber. And this was done intentionally. Let me see if I have the other one in here. So I didn't put it in this particular one. But you can see here, when they change the frequency of the electromagnet introduced into the structure, you see on the blue, and there's almost no accumulation. When they lower the wavelength of the electromagnetic radiation being introduced, the entire top of the structure turns red.
When they lower the wavelength.
Correct.
The tip of it gets red?
The tip of the pyramid. So again, this diagram, it's showing the concentration of electric field. So the blue is the lowest concentration, and the red is the highest concentration of electric fields inside of the structure.
Right.
When they change the wavelength, here at the top, one of them's 230 and the other one's 200. They're testing different wavelengths of electromagnetic radiation.
Okay.
And when they change the wavelength, all of a sudden the top of and I wish I had this diagram because it comes from the same paper. The entire top of the pyramid turns red, but it leaves the blue area. So it's literally an indication that the Great Pyramid was intentionally designed without a capstone. Because everything in green that you see there below the blue, that turns dark red, which is an indication that at this specific wavelength, the Great Pyramid is accumulating electric fields at the top of the structure, which is ideal for harnessing and attracting lightning because you want that separation of charges. If you have a bunch of positive charges, and I have it in the next slide deck.
Okay.
Yeah, awesome. I'm glad I chose this series of presentations because it really helps to kind of walk through the process. This is extremely complicated undertaking to understand all of the mechanisms of operation that go into these structures. And this is why people will spend their entire lives focusing exclusively on the Great Pyramid, which even Christopher Dunn admits that, I forget the term that you used, but
like Great Pyramid isolationist.
Right. And everybody focuses on the Great Pyramid.
Right. They don't talk about the other ones.
As if it was the only functional structure that was ever built in Egypt, basically completely ignoring all of these other pyramids. So if you have a theory about the function of the Egyptian pyramids, I truly believe that it has to be a comprehensive structure or a comprehensive overview that can address each individual structure, the configuration of the chambers, the unique differences between the configuration of all of these chambers under the same umbrella. So if you look at it from the perspective of chemical manufacturing, it certainly makes sense that each pyramid has a specific design intended to create the chemical reactions that were for each specific chemical.
Right. Yeah, look, you have the most widespread theory that involves all of these pyramids, that I've absolutely ever seen. And there's lots of theories on the Great Pyramid, and I think that's good to have theories on the Great Pyramid. I mean, I don't fault people for not incorporating all the other pyramids, but I think it's super interesting that that you have an idea that basically ties all these things together.
I appreciate that, and I've dedicated my life to this, literally giving up everything that I've had to go all in on this. And I truly believe that, not to toot my own horn, but I believe I'm on to something in terms of the operations of these structures. Because if you take these same mechanisms of operation and the same physics regarding dielectric materials, and you apply this to all of the ancient structures across the world, everything just fits perfectly into place. And you can see it. We'll get to the White Horse Hills and Avebury, and it's using these exact same mechanisms of operation: telluric currents, dielectric materials, storing charges on the surface of the earth, and then distributing them for various applications.
Have you heard of there's a NASA physicist named, his name is Friedman Freund. He did a TED Talk where he he did a study on earthquake lights.
Okay.
So if you're familiar with the earthquake light phenomenon, there's basically a phenomenon that happens where lights, they look like UFOs, basically.
Right.
They come out of the earth in like seismically active areas, and they shoot up into the sky days and hours before an earthquake occurs.
Yeah.
And the reason that this happens is because of the rocks underneath the earth moving and going together. It charges the rocks, or the granite, and all the different whatever the rocks are down below the earth, and it charges them to emit these electrons, and these lights get shot up into the air. And his theory is, if you can detect these earthquake lights and monitor them in these areas of the earth, you can save people's lives by evacuating that part of the world, or wherever it is, because there's probably going to be an earthquake there in the next couple days.
Right.
And they've done that, where they've watched where and determined where these earthquake lights have come, and recorded earthquakes happening immediately after that.
Correct. Yeah.
And he did another study in a laboratory where they got this stick, or this long square rod of granite, and he squeezed it at one end, and he was able to put an electrode measuring device on the other end.
Right.
And they recorded electricity coming out of the granite by squeezing it at one end.
Correct. Yeah. So that's the piezoelectric effect,
right?
Where you have mechanical compression of quartz crystal containing material, for example, red granite. And that's probably what causes those earthquake lights, is piezoelectric effect, where you have mechanical grinding of granite that releases electric charges. So a lot of people think that is involved in the operation of the Great Pyramid. But in the Great Pyramid, you don't have any mechanical dynamic pressure, right? So the piezoelectric effect is dynamic mechanical compression, not static weight. So a lot of
if
people,
the ground was vibrating under the pyramid, that could happen.
So
it would charge the blocks, like the stones and those big granite blocks that are in the king's chamber. If 14 acres of earth is vibrating beneath that structure, wouldn't it charge those stones?
So the vibration, you have to remember that the body of the Great Pyramid is limestone. So the limestone does not have the piezoelectric property.
So you're saying it would diffuse?
So nothing would happen. So to get to the internal core of the Great Pyramid, you have to get through a huge body of limestone, which is why the dielectric properties of limestone are critical to understanding the function of the Great Pyramid. Because electric fields can permeate and be stored in limestone and also in granite. So that allows the electric fields to move into the core of the structure, is because of the limestone. And I believe it's something called the inverse piezoelectric property. So there's no moving components inside of the Great Pyramid. There's nothing causing that mechanical compression of the granite. Right. However, if you were introducing electric fields into the structure, those electric fields would move into the red granite and activate the phenomenon known as the inverse piezoelectric property, which creates sound vibrations, ultrasound vibrations. So everyone has talked about the acoustic properties inside a Great Pyramid, and the acoustic properties and the activation of these sound properties of the pyramids has been one of the most speculated on aspects of the function of these structures. So the electric field introduced into the red granite, activating the inverse piezoelectric effect, gives the activation of the acoustic properties and the application of the acoustic properties related to ultrasound chemistry and catalyzing chemical reactions. Okay. I know we're going super deep into the weeds, into some really technical stuff.
No, it makes sense. It makes sense.
But so, again, we're kind of talking about the same thing in regard to tectonic movements and telluric currents, because those things go hand in hand, right? Earthquakes and telluric currents are closely associated. These movements of electric currents through the Earth's crust are closely associated with earthquakes as well. So there is a connection in those two things, but I don't think it's necessarily the tectonic application, but more related to the electric currents flowing through the Earth that are causing the activation of the structure.
Got it. Okay.
And I'll kind of...
And what is the main difference between the tectonic and the telluric?
So tectonic is related to the movement of stone in the Earth's crust, like the plates of the Earth, right? Tectonic movements.
And what is telluric?
Telluric currents are electric currents that are moving through the crust of the Earth.
And how are they moving through the crust of the Earth?
It's naturally occurring in the electromagnetic field of the Earth. So the Earth is, again, what I was talking about at the beginning of the discussion, how our solar system is an interconnected electromagnetic system. The Earth is receiving electromagnetic currents from the sun. This is what causes the aurora borealis, is the electromagnetic energy flowing through the atmosphere into the Earth. So the Earth is a huge electromagnetic energy circuit, and it has electrical currents moving through the Earth's crust.
How are
That's
you?
what these telluric currents are. And this was a huge fascination of Tesla, was investigating the properties of these telluric currents. And I'll get to some research in just a sec.
How you living, Cyber G?
So to kind of rush through this, here's
What's good in
another
your neck of the woods, son?
slide.
I'm kicking ass, taking names. Every day's a holiday, every meal's a feast. What's good in the hood? What is good with you? How are you? How'd you find out about me, Cyber G?
Just popped in this received it.
All right, well, did you find out about me from Discord?
Yeah.
All right, cool. We're watching a podcast. Feel free to enjoy, my friend.
From this same experiment, testing the electromagnetic concentration abilities of the Great Pyramid. And you can see here, top rectangle is the King's Chamber, the middle rectangle is Queen's Chamber, and the lowest chamber at this particular frequency, there's actually concentration of electric fields inside of the subterranean chamber. which is a very, very interesting property at this particular wavelength.
Mhm.
So this whole study is proving that the Great Pyramid was designed to concentrate electric fields inside of the structure. The geometry of the system is literally built to focus electric fields inside of these areas.
Okay.
So if you have the concentration of these electric fields around the king's chamber, that's ideal if you're trying to produce ultrasound using
Right.
the electric fields.
Right.
So you have that electric field concentration directly in this stone that has this inverse piezoelectric property to produce ultrasound vibrations. So the ultrasound vibrations are coming out of the red granite areas of the king's chamber and the antechamber. Those acoustic vibrations permeate down into the grand gallery. So as the sulfur dioxide gas, there's these 4 grooves
In the antechamber?
in the antechamber, correct. And this allows the movement of sulfur dioxide gas from the king's chamber through the antechamber into the grand gallery. And the antechamber was filled with 3 blocks of red granite. These are your acoustic catalyst generators.
And these were removed?
Correct.
How long ago were they removed?
They were removed in far, far antiquity.
Really?
Most likely during the original excavation into the Great Pyramid by Caliph al-Mamun. The guy who carved the tunnel in the entrance,
right.
they broke through these pieces of red granite in the antechamber. There's actually a couple of fragments down inside of the subterranean chamber of this original red granite.
Wow.
But they know that there were 3 huge blocks of red granite that were inserted into this antechamber. So these are your acoustic catalysts. Okay, so the electric field is concentrated into the antechamber. That electric field is captured by the dielectric red granite. That electric field activates the inverse piezoelectric property of the quartz, producing these ultrasound vibrations.
Which somehow has a reaction with the chemicals.
Yes, so by introducing ultrasound into a chemical reaction vessel, you are essentially activating those molecules, right? The more vibrations you have between these molecules, the more interaction and the more reaction. This is a modern field in chemistry called sonochemistry, sound chemistry, where you introduce these electric fields into your reaction vessels to create chemical reactions. And that's exactly what was happening within the antechamber to facilitate the reaction between sulfur dioxide and oxygen to produce sulfur trioxide. And it was after I released this episode on sonochemistry that I got the email from Dr. Brett Cohen congratulating me on the guy was named Christopher Dunn's appendix.
Wow.
He sent me the email congratulating me on my work on the acoustic activation of chemical reactions inside the Great Pyramid. And we started a conversation. He was like, I presented this paper in the appendix of Chris Dunn's book talking about dry distillation of ferrous sulfate. If you dry distill ferrous sulfate, you can release sulfur dioxide, which is a direct connection between his work and my work on the Great Pyramid. And then I sent him a list of emails because I've been working on ferrous sulfate since 2017 as another chemical that was being produced by this ancient civilization, specifically inside the reaction chambers of Newgrange.
Okay.
Yeah.
Newgrange in Ireland?
Newgrange in Ireland. And Newgrange has a curbstone out in front of the structure. It's a big piece of stone that has all of these glyphs carved on the front of the structure. And I've interpreted those glyphs to be an alchemical series of symbols that depict a chemical reaction. It's literally an instruction manual sitting out in front of the structure that depicts the chemical reaction sequence inside of Newgrange.
You got images of this?
I believe so.
And how did you discover
So
Newgrange?
I definitely have. So I have 125.
Right.
It's a huge body of work that I've put out in the last 4 years on my YouTube channel. I have 125 research-based episodes, and now I think I'm up to 57 site visits where I go out to all of these structures, including Newgrange, and discuss on-site this hypothesis with on-site and supporting my conclusions. And I know somewhere in here I do have.
So after all of this stuff is done in the Great Pyramid, what is the final chemical that it makes, or what is the final product?
So inside of the Great Pyramid,
Yes.
we have sulfuric acid. Inside of the Central Pyramid, you have hydrochloric acid. And I didn't know that Chris Dunn had proposed a theory about these pits, because I think it works in the opposite direction, where the chemical that was being produced inside of the Great and Central Pyramids actually flow into these pits
On the outside.
because these are pits that are filled with these iron oxide deposits that are rich with a variety of different metals.
Those pits are.
Correct. They're literally metallic ore leach mining pits. So today we currently use acidic solutions for something called leach mining, where you pour acids into your deposit of metal. The acids dissolve out the metals, and then you extract the solution containing all of the dissolved metals. It's a way to mine metals without physically having to remove the material.
Okay.
So that's what I believe these pits adjacent to the pyramids on the Giza Plateau. There's also prolific evidence of much larger leach mining operations. For example, adjacent to the Lost Pyramid in Dashur, there's an immense mining pit directly adjacent to this Lost Pyramid structure, which is it's a completely other structure. But fortunately, I do have some videos on my channel about the Lost Pyramid. All right, so let me do
these chemicals come out of the pyramid, and the chemicals come out of those pits on the outside.
Yes. So the acidic solutes from inside of the reaction chambers are pumped through these pits.
And do we know a fact where those pits connect to? Or did they really connect to the Queen's Chamber, like Chris Dunn theorizes?
I believe they do. So I agree with his theory that the Queen's Chamber in the Great Pyramid is connected into these pits.
Okay.
So we also have a connection between the Tomb of the Birds that I mentioned at the beginning of the conversation, where this is a huge metallic ore mining tunnel. And they were introducing these acidic solutions. The solutions flowed down the Giza Plateau, and everything was being collected in the Sphinx enclosure. So the Sphinx enclosure has tunnels on the backside of the Sphinx enclosure that nobody ever talks about. These tunnel openings on the back of the Sphinx enclosure, and these openings lead back to the Central Pyramid. And then also we have the corroboration of this idea by the lead inspector of the Giza Plateau that mentioned the tunnels that lead from the Great Pyramid down to the Sphinx enclosure.
Okay, but how does the chemicals get to those pits on the outside?
Yep. So
from the inside of the Great Pyramid.
So for example, there was an extraction shaft to the Queen's Chamber that was used to remove the aqueous solution, the dilute solution of sulfuric acid, from the Queen's Chamber, and then it's distributed across the Giza Plateau.
So there's a shaft in the bottom of the Queen's Chamber?
Correct. Yeah,
I didn't know that.
Directly below the niche. And this has been mentioned in all of the archaeological reports. So they excavated down below the niche. It's this area called the niche inside the Queen's Chamber. And they excavated down in there. And there's several archaeological reports that there's not only shafts, but chambers underneath there. Now, I also have another episode where they did a 3D Doppler radar scan of the Great Pyramid. And if you pull that up, 3D Doppler radar scan of the Great Pyramid, it reveals that there's a ton of hidden structures inside of the Great. I just don't have that episode. I have it in my body of work, but I just didn't pull it up for this particular conversation. But if you Google that, there you go. Yep, just pull up any of those images, and it actually revealed this extraction shaft below the Queen's Chamber. Yeah, synthetic aperture Doppler radar tomography of the Great Pyramid. And there's a whole bunch of very cool diagrams in this that show all of the...
I don't think you're going to find it here.
Yeah, no, keep scrolling down.
Math.
Yep.
We can go faster.
Yeah, so it talks... Yep, there we go. There, up, right there, yeah.
Okay, blow that up.
Yeah. So you see there's a whole bunch of hidden components still inside of the Great Pyramid. And if you look at number 13 and 15, that is the area right below the Queen's Chamber. You see that red square? So 13 is the Queen's Chamber right there in the center. Yep, 13. Okay. And you see that shaft leading out of the Queen's Chamber?
Yeah,
yep.
15.
Yep. So this is the extraction shaft.
And that we don't see that on modern diagrams of the pyramid?
No. So this was basically an illegal scan of the Great Pyramid. They use this Doppler radar technology to scan the Great Pyramid, and this is a diagram showing their interpretation of this Doppler radar scan results. But I found it very interesting that it does corroborate the existence of a shaft.
So that 15 could go to the shaft that go to outside.
Yeah, so those are basically intermediary collection chambers. And those intermediary collection chambers would have been connected to the outside of the structure through a shaft system that allowed the solution to flow out of the reaction chambers onto the Giza Plateau.
Okay.
And I believe, for example, the trial passages adjacent to the Great Pyramid are actually part of a pumping system that was used to pump the solution across the Giza Plateau.
So this was all to just create sulfuric acid.
Yes. Sulfuric acid has a ton of applications, not only for mining, which I don't believe this was just for the Giza Plateau. We're talking about all across Africa.
Okay.
There's prolific evidence of significant mining activities all over Africa. So they were collecting some of the solution. They were using some of it for in situ leach mining, which means on site. And we do the same thing today, where we have a production facility for sulfuric acid, producing the chemical on site for in situ leach mining.
Okay.
But that Doppler radar scan does corroborate the existence of the extraction shaft below the Queen's Chamber.
And and then obviously with the sulfuric acid, since sulfuric acid is known today as one of the chemicals we use in metallurgy.
Yes.
We assume that we use the sulfuric acid. They use the sulfuric acid to create metals and saws and tools and stuff.
Correct. Yeah. So you can use it for mining applications, but then you can also use it for purification and isolation of certain metals. So you can also use it to dissolve gold. When you have hydrochloric acid and nitric acid, you can create something called aqua regia, which is used to dissolve gold. Yeah, there's some very intricate structures.
And what's that 19, that green?
19 is the void.
The big void. Okay.
Yeah. So that so this paper is discussing the technical application of 3D Doppler radar scanning to examine ancient structures. That's why there's so much math in this thing, is they're really assessing the technological capabilities of the radar scanning and not necessarily the results. But they do present the results of the scanning, and then they extrapolate from those results a new diagram of hidden internal components inside the Great Pyramid. But they do substantiate, like you said, number 19, this large void above the Grand Gallery, which again, it's in a perfect location to capture the thermal energy being released during the exothermic reaction that creates sulfuric acid. And that thermal energy was being removed from the structure, flowing below the black basalt floor adjacent to the Great Pyramid that was directly involved in producing these thunderstorm clouds, producing more lightning. It was literally a thunderstorm and lightning generating system, which connects to Randall Carlson's work, where they discovered that the slope angle of the Great Pyramid is the ideal vector for creating the mixture of these two air fronts, hot air coming off of one side, cold air coming off of another side, and mixing in the atmosphere to create these cumulonimbus thunderstorm and lightning clouds. So we talk about the black basalt being a heat storage material. You're removing the heat energy from inside of the chemical reaction system. You're moving it under the black basalt floor. The air rushing over the black basalt floor is heated and swept into the atmosphere at the ideal angle for generating these cumulonimbus thunderstorm clouds and thus more lightning.
Got it. Which would strike the pyramid.
Correct.
And then charge all it.
Correct. So it's a self-repeating system where they're harnessing really current caloric currents to attract lightning. The chemical reaction sequence is used for chemical applications, but then it's also used to generate more lightning.
Right.
And
Oh man,
this is just the tip of the iceberg. We haven't even gotten to the White Horse Hills of Wiltshire. But just to talk about Newgrange real quick.
yeah. How did you discover this place?
This is Newgrange. I had an intuitive sense that there was a connection between the structures in Ireland and ancient Egypt. So I went to Ireland in 2018 on a research expedition, and I started to try to interpret these symbols on the Newgrange curbstone. And I gradually stumbled across this research about the preparation of ferrous sulfate or green vitriol. That shirt I was wearing last night with the green line, that's an alchemical symbol for ferrous sulfate, otherwise known as green vitriol or the green lion. So you take iron disulfide and you have flowing, moist airflow inside of your reaction chamber that gradually oxidizes your iron disulfide, transforming it into ferrous sulfate. So this is the reaction process where you have the reactants stacked in heaps inside of the chamber. You have moist airflow flowing through the chamber, and then you have this crystalline ferrous sulfate removed from the chamber. Well, these are the glyphs on the Newgrange curbstone that depict this exact same chemical reaction sequence. Like I said, it's an instruction manual.
Right.
This is an ancient chemical reaction sequence that was left for future generations to be able to interpret the function of this structure. So on the left, you have the reactants, the iron disulfide that's stacked inside the chambers inside of the structure. At the bottom, you have water flowing into the structure. You see those undulating lines that move from the right side of the stone toward the center of the stone?
Yep.
That represents water
Okay.
flowing into the chamber. The three spirals represent airflow circulating inside of the triple chamber system. So there's three reaction chambers inside of Newgrange, and you have three air spirals representing the circulation of this moist airflow. Here on the right, you see those crystals, those diamond shapes.
Yep.
Those are crystalline ferrous sulfate product being removed from the structure. And then in the top right, you have the sun. And it just so happens, so here's a kind of a diagram depicting what these symbols represent. You have the iron disulfide, you have circulating air, you have airflow moving through the chamber, and then you have your green crystalline ferrous sulfate being removed from that solution.
Boy, they sure were vague when they wrote this instruction manual.
I think it's actually pretty clear when you evaluate those symbols from that perspective. They really did a good job. You can see, again, this was an ancient language that to them this was very, very clear. But to us, we've lost the ability to interpret this language. But if you look at it from the perspective of alchemical symbols, you know, the symbols in alchemy, you might look at these things and like, how am I supposed to understand, like this symbol right here, you know, the circle with the cross, this is an alchemical symbol for hydrochloric acid. Wow. Which is inside the central pyramid, which is my logo. And speaking of, well, like I said, I come there and go. So I brought you a couple things. So I thought you only had one son, and I wanted to bring something from halfway across the world from Egypt for you to give to your son. If I had known you had two kids, I would have brought two. Sorry, we'll let them fight over it. So this is, of course, Land of Chem merch.
Oh, hell yeah.
Same shirt I'm wearing right now. Thick. The alchemical symbol for hydrochloric acid. And I took this picture of the Central Pyramid back in 2017. And it became my logo. And now I have it tattooed on my hand, the same symbol. So this is for you.
That's badass, man. Thank you.
I brought a copy of my book, The Land of Chem, An Initiation into Ancient Chemistry Through the Degrees of the Egyptian Pyramids. And this is the original Purple Orchid paper print. So when I went to reprint these things, I self-published my book. I built my website by myself. I had no idea how to do any of this when I got started. I had no idea how to make a YouTube video. No idea how to make a website. No idea how to write or publish a book. But I self-published this little book. And the original print with the purple metallic foil on the cover, and the purple orchid. When I sold out, that was no longer available. So now it's reprinted with a thank you. I went through a lot of, again, this represents my entire life work, and I'm so proud of how, and see on the inner cover, it's That's me
On a camel?
standing on a camel.
Surfing the camel?
Surfing the camel, yeah, during my first research trip to Egypt. And
Love it, man.
so I'm very proud of that. But when I went to reprint these things, that purple metallic foil and the purple paper
Yeah.
doesn't exist anymore. So now it's reprinted in metallic blue and Egyptian blue
Okay.
internal paper.
Okay.
But that's the original print that's no longer available. So you got a really exclusive copy of that.
Thank you, man.
And I also brought you this from Egypt. And
What is
I've
this?
never seen one of these with this particular configuration. So scarabs. So those are, symbols of good luck in Egypt. And I've never seen one with that particular configuration. That one's carved out of a blue soapstone.
Really?
But yeah, that came from halfway across the world. Again, I can't tell you how
Is this
much.
like a reproduction or something? Or is this...
Yeah, so they have ancient scarabs. Like they find hundreds of thousands of these things in all these ancient burials.
Right.
And they make these nowadays as modern replicas of these ancient artifacts. So it's made to look old.
That's so cool, man.
Yeah, but that's not an ancient artifact. But
That's badass, dude. Thank you so much.
so I can't tell you how much I appreciate this opportunity. This is huge. I am unbelievably grateful for even the mere fact that you found my research somehow. We were talking, I've been working for years in relative obscurity, and nobody knows about my channel. I have like 30,000 subscribers
A
right
lot
now.
of people know about you, man.
Well,
A lot of
thank you.
people hit me up,
Thank
tell
you.
me about you.
Well, that's good. It's because I have a very, very loyal following of people that have supported my channel since the very beginning. And it's such a huge opportunity for me. And then often on these podcasts, I don't see guests express the overwhelming appreciation that I have for this opportunity. So I just wanted to tell you, thank you so much. And this is the least that I could do. And I wanted to bring you some, because I literally flew halfway across the world for this. We had another good reason for coming back to the United States to visit my family, and we're going to do our official wedding and all this kind of stuff,
Yeah,
and get officially married.
Cool.
But the other reason was to come here and do this with you. I was originally planning, because I've been living in Egypt for about a year and 6 months.
Right.
The original plan was to come back in November for Thanksgiving, but after you and I started talking on Instagram, I couldn't wait until November to come out here and do this. So I was like, all right, well, I guess we're going back to the U.S.
Yeah.
So we started booking flights and getting this whole thing together.
I'm psyched we made this happen, brother.
Absolutely. So again,
We got more to talk about, though.
yeah, so that basically covers the operation of New Grain. Long story short, they were producing ferrous sulfate.
Yep.
And it just so happens that the guy that was featured in Christopher Dunn's work was also interested in ferrous sulfate for the production of sulfuric acid. So there's been these very interesting synchronicities between other people's work and mine, where it's significantly different, but there's some interesting parallels in all of this work that indicate that there's a vein of truth in all of this. When you have independent researchers that have absolutely no connection stumbling across similar conclusions, that's a very good indication that there's something there to be further pursued. And that's what I've dedicated my life to in moving to Egypt, is trying to better understand the operation of these structures.
Yeah.
So now let's jump into, in my opinion, probably one of the most important episodes that I've ever produced, discussing how I came across the conclusion that all of these structures were designed to harness lightning. And this is by what I learned at the White Horse Hills of Wiltshire, England. I intuitively had the idea that the pyramids were powered by lightning, but I didn't understand the mechanisms of operation until I started looking at dielectric materials. Dielectrics, again, it's the secret in the stone, right? All of these stones are functional materials,
Right.
Black basalt storing heat for ultrasound, limestone for dielectric capacity of storing electric fields. There's a very specific reason that they chose all of these construction materials. And once you understand these properties, everything just starts to reveal itself. So here we have the Giza Plateau Chemical Manufacturing Plant. Sulfuric acid in the Great Pyramid. Hydrochloric acid in the Central Pyramid. And I haven't revealed my function of the third and final Menkaure Ra Pyramid, but it was operational and it was producing a chemical.
Now,
Yes.
go back to that photo. These things are enormous.
Oh, yeah.
And when I think about Chris Dunn's theory of the pyramid, right? His theory essentially is that Great Pyramid, whether the other two are involved or not. I mean, he does assume they're involved. He just doesn't explain. He doesn't have an explanation exactly for how it works. He'll reverse engineer the other two.
Right.
But when I look at those, I think that's got to have an extremely important role in whatever civilization lived around there
100%.
and built them.
Yes.
And when you think about something that provides energy to the entire civilization, that feels right.
Yes.
Because it's so monumental and so precise and so enormous.
Yep.
Now, when you look at there's nothing like those in the history of the Earth. There's nothing like these things. Now, when you say that they're chemical processing plants for sulfuric acid and hydrochloric acid for mining and metallurgy,
Yes.
it's not as wild of a theory, right? It makes a lot of sense how that could work.
Yep.
I completely understand it, especially when you involve how the other pyramids are involved. But I just don't understand why it seems like such a benign, sort of like simple explanation for such an enormous, monumental, incredible feat of humans.
Okay. So, but that's only the chemical manufacturing application. So today, if we could harness the power from a lightning strike, you could power a city for a year off of one lightning bolt. It is a massive amount of electrical energy. It is the most powerful electrical phenomenon on this planet is lightning. So by harnessing lightning, they could produce or harness rather vast amounts of electric energy throughout the civilization. I don't get into that application because again, I don't have any evidence of devices that were connected into this electricity. I believe it has other applications. For example, with the serpent complex in Avebury, that electric field energy being distributed into something called the sanctuary, which was designed to accumulate negative ions and ozone, which are used for therapeutic applications and healing. So there's a completely different aspect that we haven't even, it's part of my work. Dude, for us to do this properly, I would need like 8 hours
Right.
to go through all of this material. So I have a slide deck ready for the Avebury Serpent Temple complex.
Where is this complex?
It's basically near the White Horse Hills in Wiltshire, England.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So all of these are a huge interconnected system. So remember, okay, so it's for chemical manufacturing. The most important process that we do in our modern world is manufacture chemicals. They are the basis of our entire modern civilization is chemistry. So it's incredibly important to our modern civilization, the production of chemicals. But we also have harnessing of electric field energy from lightning and terraforming. So they're literally turning a desert into a lush area of agricultural farmland. So it has all of the applications of electrical production, but then so much more.
Right. To seed the civilization that was there.
Everything. So we're not just producing mining chemicals. Remember, it's fertilizer, it's methane gas for heating and lighting and cooking and all of these sort of domestic applications. So you literally have a variety of chemicals that could sustain your entire civilization. Just the chemical manufacturing. Then you have a source of electric energy, not only for powering these chemical reactions, but also for therapeutic processes in these temples that we'll get to here in just a second, hopefully. And then you have terraforming, bringing these cumulonimbus thunderstorm clouds that rain. They also bear rain. So that's what I'm proposing, is that the Egyptian pyramids were involved in the terraforming of the Upper Eastern Sahara during the Saharan wet period. That by building these structures, they were creating more rain clouds that completely transformed the Sahara from a barren wasteland of sand into an area of lush agricultural development.
Wow. Okay.
So it has immense application. And it's, again, to look at all of these three structures just on the Giza Plateau and only focus on the one, you're missing a huge part of the story. What were the other two doing? Why build the rest of this complex? Right? It's a huge complex that is connected underground. Again, the Tomb of the Birds, these underground mining tunnels that run below the Giza Plateau. What we can see above ground is only 50% of the story. There's so much more below the earth, underneath this temple complex, that will probably never be revealed. But we can only speculate on what's actually below there. But I've physically been down into the Tomb of the Birds, so I know that this does exist. And this tunnel is filled with all of this metallic ore, mineral deposits, and it looks like it's been leached out, just eroded out using acidic chemicals. Wow. And that's what these pits are on the Giza Plateau. So this is an image of these silicate microspherules that were discovered in the chemical analysis that was taken from around the Trial Passages, which are adjacent to the Great Pyramid, from fulgurites. So this is literally the closest evidence that we have that lightning was striking the area around the Great Pyramid. I believe it was striking the top of the structure directly. Those electric fields get distributed down into the bedrock, which is causing the creation of these fulgurites and these silicate microspherules. Okay. This sample was taken from around the Trial Passages, which you can see a diagram of here, which I believe was an intermediary pump station designed to pump these solutions across the Giza Plateau. Here's an area showing the opening of the Trial Passages, some of the iron ore where this sample was taken. So you see that red iron ore, right? This stuff is all over the Giza Plateau, and it is eroded in such a way that is very indicative of acidic erosion. So I found it interesting that you mentioned that Dunn says it was coming from the pits into the Queen's Chamber, but I think it was the opposite direction. It was coming from the Queen's Chamber, flowing into these pits, and then down the plateau, converging in the Sphinx enclosure. Okay. Again, a close-up image of one of those silicate microspherules from the lightning strikes. All right, so now this is a paper. Again, I don't know why it's doing this, where the stuff that I highlighted is actually blocked out.
Can't see it, yeah.
Yeah, but this paper, Telluric and Earth Currents, Lightning Strike Locations and Natural Resource Exploitation, is a whole research paper talking about how telluric currents have a controlling impact on lightning strike locations. And there's a significant relationship between solar and lunar phenomenon and the occurrence of lightning, which gets into the function of Stonehenge. Was also designed as a solar and lunar observatory for tracking these phenomenon so that they could predict when these lightning strikes were going to occur.
Okay. Let's dig in.
It's again, the more I work on this, the more. So this is me investigating this huge iron oxide pit that's adjacent to the central pyramid. Okay. And this is just talking about, okay, so again, I was talking about Stonehenge. This is an image of Stonehenge, solar and lunar observatory.
What is the conventional theory for Stonehenge?
Basically, the same thing. That's a widely accepted explanation for Stonehenge. Is that it's a astronomical observatory.
Right.
But I believe it was also designed to harness these lightning strikes.
Okay.
But it was absolutely used as a tracking device so that they could plan the conjunction of the solar and their phenomenon and accurately predict when these lightning strikes were going to occur.
Near Stonehenge.
Correct. I believe in the center of the structure.
In the center. So is Stonehenge up on like a big hill?
Yeah.
Okay.
And there was a central, it's now knocked over, and they call the center of Stonehenge a cell. And it's called the altar stone. It's now been toppled over, but it was originally the tallest of the stones inside of this structure, which I believe would have been your obelisk or your pillar stone, your standing stone, that harnessed these lightning strikes and distributed it into the bedrock. Okay, so this is the first White Horse Hill. You can see on the face of it, you can't really see it in this picture, but there's a white horse inscribed in the side of the hill right there in that little depression.
When was that put there?
So that's a relatively modern addition.
Right.
And these were added to all of these hills where lightning phenomenon occurs naturally. As soon as I put out this episode, I was contacted by a ton of people that live in this area, recounting that they used to watch thunderstorms move down these white chalk hills. And all of these hills are white chalk, with same chemical composition limestone, but just a different geosis in the formation. So it's all calcium carbonate chalk, a dielectric material.
Similar to what you were saying accumulated on the insides of those shafts in the Great Pyramid? You said there was like a salt chalky
So that's calcium sulfate.
Okay.
Yeah, which is a reaction between sulfuric acid and limestone.
Okay.
So this is calcium carbonate chalk. The bedrock of all of these structures across England is all on a foundation of chalk bedrock. So Avebury is built on chalk. These White Horse Hills are built on chalk. Silbury Hill is made of chalk on chalk bedrock. And they selected these materials very intentionally because of these dielectric electric field storage properties. So you can see that the face of this hill has a scoop and an angle. I haven't tested it, but I would almost bet that this is the same angle as the slope of the face of the Great Pyramid.
51 point something.
51.5 degrees,
Right.
correct. Which is the ideal vector for sweeping a hot air front and a cold air front into the atmosphere that generates cumulonimbus clouds. So this is how the White Horse Hills of Wiltshire, England work. There was an obelisk or a standing stone at the top of the structure. You have the telluric currents flowing through the crust of the earth, causing dielectric polarization of the chalk material. So you have an accumulation of positive charges at the top and negative charges toward the bottom. This is going to attract your lightning strike. Chemically transforms the calcium carbonate into calcium oxide, releasing carbon dioxide. There's also a reservoir at the top of this hill, and there's a source of water running below this structure. There's modern water pumps at the bottom of this hill today. I think the water pumps here.
Oh, wow.
So there's a water source where they could have pumped this water to the top of the hill to fill the reservoir. So the water pours down the face of the hill, and there's a chemical reaction that occurs between the calcium oxide and water to create calcium hydroxide, which releases an immense amount of heat. This is an incredibly windy area where there's wind currents sweeping off the surface of this hill. Very similar to what I kind of touched on with the Great Pyramid, where the black basalt floor adjacent to the Great Pyramid was heated. The air moving across that black basalt floor was swept into the atmosphere at the ideal angle to create this circulation of a hot air front and a cold air front that generates cumulonimbus clouds. This is exactly what's depicted here in this diagram, is that there is an interface between hot air front and cold air front that creates cumulonimbus clouds, lightning clouds. So again, it is a system for the generation. So first step is capturing naturally occurring lightning. That naturally occurring lightning is then distributed through the system to create a chemical reaction that creates more thunderstorm clouds and more lightning. The power source of all of these systems is a regenerative process where I said this at the beginning, that these structures were designed to operate in conjunction with the forces of the earth.
Right.
So they're using these naturally occurring electric currents and telluric currents. They're harnessing the electric energy from lightning, and the whole thing works in a cycle, producing more and more lightning, more and more thunderclouds. And so again, in a thunderstorm, when you have a lightning strike, you have accumulation of negative charges in the cloud itself, and you have accumulation of positive charges. Here you can see the White Horse.
Yep.
And then in the right corner, you can see the obelisk. And in the top, you can see the reservoir at the top of the hill. And you can see that it looks like water was flowing down from that reservoir down the surface of the hill. You see that fluid erosion?
Yep.
It's literally pouring from that reservoir down into this valley, causing that chemical reaction that generates calcium oxide and generates an immense amount of heat sweeping off of that hill front.
So you think that this site was essentially doing the same thing that the Great Pyramid was doing?
Correct.
It's just a rudimentary version of it.
Correct. Yeah. So I believe that
But it was intentionally created that way.
Yes.
It was man-made.
Absolutely.
Okay.
So when hiking up this hill, both Alexa and I noticed that it appeared that the surface of this hill was terraformed.
Oh my fucking!
The whole hill could have possibly been man-made. And that's what we see in Silbury Hill, The proto-pyramid is the largest mound in Europe. It's a proto-pyramid that's made of chalk. And I'm pretty sure I have this in the slide deck, but this is just talking about this white horse symbol that permeates all of these ancient religions and mythology, symbolizing thunderstorm clouds and lightning. So on the surface of these ancient hills, they literally emblazoned it with the symbol, depicting exactly what the function of these things were. The white horse, the cumulonimbus cloud, and lightning storm. So talk about, you hear this mythology of secrets in plain sight. And there's a whole bunch of these white horse hills all over Wiltshire, England, that have the exact same configuration. You can see another one here on the right, where there's a scoop on the front of the hill, there's a scoop on the back of the hill, a reservoir at the top, and it featured a standing stone. So the exact same chemical reaction, lightning struck the standing stone, it was distributed into the chalk, creating calcium hydroxide, releasing heat. The water was pouring down the far side that you can see in this picture. You can see there's no outlet of the reservoir near the horse, and there's also no erosion. But if you look at the other side, all of this has water erosion moving down the surface of the far hill. The exact same function where the hot air system was sweeping off of the far side, the cold air front was coming off of the horse side, mixing in the atmosphere and creating cumulonimbus thunderstorm cloud. This is exactly what Randall Carlson was talking about. The slope angle of the Great Pyramid being the ideal vector for creating thunderstorm clouds. So they inevitably
tied all that mathematics and sacred geometry into that thunderstorm generator that Malcolm Bendall is working on. They have a great way of explaining it very fast with complex math. Basically, you get lost when you're trying to make sense of it. And
I haven't delved into the mechanics of the thunderstorm generator, but I was watching your podcast with Randall, and he was talking about the slope angle, and then I knew that there was a connection between these two things. He's working on this modern machine, and it just so happens that it points to this exact same slope angle as being the ideal configuration for the generation of thunderstorm clouds. So again, there's interesting connections between my work and Dunn's work, my work and Randall Carlson's work, where it all works synergistically. The whole picture comes together. And I took this information from understanding the White Horse Hills of Wiltshire, England, and then I went back and I applied it to the Great Pyramid, and everything just clicked. The whole thing started to make sense. So again, the White Horse. This is Silbury Hill, a huge pyramid structure in very, very close proximity to these White Horse Hills. You can see that it also has a reservoir that was intended to be flooded. This is a huge hill that's made of chalk. And so you'll see here that the surface of this is flat. That was intentional to allow the accumulation of positive charges at the top of the monument. So Yusuf and I did a test. So he has a machine, this machine that you can see down here called the life force generator. And this is one of these machines, I don't understand the mechanisms of operation that make the machine work, but it's supposed to generate an electromagnetic energy field. So we tested the properties of stone in electromagnetic field experiment number 1, and it shows that the charges that are stored inside of the limestone can be released if you give it a conductor, that piece of copper. If you put that piece of copper up against the red granite, nothing happens because the electric field is being used to create ultrasound. The electric field is dissipated inside of the red granite, which is the exact function of the red granite, is to use that electric field for the production of ultrasound. So there's no discharge when you put the piece of copper next to the red granite, but there is a discharge when you put it next to the limestone. In electromagnetic field experiment number 1, we tested amorphous shapes of limestone, red granite, black basalt, and calcite crystal. In experiment number 2, I had Yusuf carve a pyramid shape of limestone, and that's what we're testing here. And as you move to the top of the pyramid, the discharge completely disappears because there's no surface area on the apex of a pyramid. That is why the Great Pyramid was intentionally left without a capstone, to provide more surface area for the accumulation of electric fields. Exactly what you're seeing here is the accumulation of these electric fields at the top of the Great Pyramid. Boom, I do have it in here, I think.
You hit escape on the keyboard, you're going to see them all.
I might not have that. I think I put it in a separate episode because it was so deserving of a separate episode. But with using one of the wavelengths of electromagnetic energy, the top of the pyramid completely turns red, indicating the highest accumulation of electric field,
Right.
and stops literally at the top of the pyramid, exactly like you see here. And the capstone is blue, indicating that there would be zero accumulation of electric field in the capstone, quote unquote capstone. So I believe it was intentional, exactly like Silbury Hill was left flat, to allow the accumulation of these electric fields at the top of the structure. And this is again the paper that we were talking about before. Study reveals the Great Pyramid of Giza can focus electromagnetic energy, not only inside of the chambers, but also at the top of the structure. So you have lightning strike on top of the Great Pyramid. Okay, same accumulation of positive charge attracting these negatively charged lightning strikes. When you look at Silbury Hill, this massive amount of chalk, it's doing the exact thing.
Right.
The telluric current flowing through the earth, positive charges are accumulating at the top of the structure, attracting lightning. Same chemical reaction recurs, leaving calcium oxide. The reservoir is flooded, creating heat to your thunderstorm clouds. And it just so happens that Silbury Hill, at number 1 on this diagram, is located next to a structure called Windmill Hill. It's a wind hill. So the hot air coming off of Silbury Hill was sweeping off of one side of Windmill Hill. So you have all of this energy coming off of Silbury Hill, sweeping up one side of Windmill Hill, and the cold air front is coming in off the other side, creating these cumulonimbus clouds.
Now, how do we know it was warm on one side, cold on the other?
Well, so again, that chemical reaction, when the lightning strikes Silbury,
Right.
it's going to create. So you have calcium carbonate, limestone, right? You strike with lightning. Naturally occurring lightning is going to be attracted to the structure. It's going to create a chemical reaction that produces calcium oxide and releases carbon dioxide. You then have your calcium oxide. You flood the reservoir.
Yep.
And that releases heat. The chemical reaction between the water and the calcium oxide creates calcium hydroxide, which is an incredibly exothermic chemical reaction. The exact same exothermic reaction that I'm talking about inside of the Great Pyramid.
Right, and you said there was the black stone on the base of one side
Correct.
of the pyramid
Correct.
that heat up the wind.
Correct. That allows for the storage of that thermal energy that they took from the void above the Grand Gallery. They moved that hot water. There's channels running underneath this black basalt floor. So that hot water would have moved through these channels, heated up the black basalt, and this exact same process happens where hot air is sweeping off of one side of the Great Pyramid at the ideal angle. The cold air is sweeping off the other side, creating these cumulonimbus clouds. So this is Avebury, the Serpent Temple complex that you can see here. That circle that has a head and a tail. So the tail end is at number 2. 6 and 8 is the main structure at Avebury, and then it goes over to a structure called the Sanctuary at number 10. Again, they call this a Serpent Temple complex because it not only looks like a snake, but it's also indicative of the function of the structure to attract and harness lightning strikes. The snake, the ancient symbol for lightning. So this is an entire ancient structures that include Avebury Serpent Temple complex, Silbury Hill, the West Kennet Long Barrows, which have a very similar configuration to Newgrange. Of these structures working in conjunction to produce and harness lightning, distribute those electric fields into the Long Barrows, which again are very similar to Newgrange, for electric field chemistry and also for sonocrystallization. It turns out that ultrasound can also be used to produce very pure crystals of ferrous sulfate. So these structures were all connected using this electric field energy.
Dude, this is wild shit, man. I mean, it makes so much sense. There's so much to it. But I really do think you're onto something here. I would love to listen to you and Chris Dunn sit down and go through this stuff for hours. That would be fascinating. To have different people with different opinions sort of stress test each other's ideas. So would be fascinating.
So the ultimate goal of this is, of course, the melding of the minds, right? To get a group of people to come to Egypt, all with interdisciplinary expertise.
Mm-hmm.
Let's get a physicist. Let's get a geologist. Let's get a construction engineer. Let's get a chemist. Let's get all of these people together to analyze these structures and propose something that could actually be a solid foundation, right? So my book is a fictional book. It's about a young man's initiation into an ancient secret society that was responsible for the construction and operation of the Egyptian pyramids. And I wrote it as a fictional narrative, as a vehicle for the transmission of the idea. There's a great quote by Rudyard Kipling that says, if history were told in the form of stories, then it would never be forgotten. So I didn't have any sort of academic backing. I don't have the type of details to write a rigid academic publication. My original goal was to publish a research paper. But I was talking to my dad, and again, when he passed away, that was one of the big inspirations for me to move to Egypt, was that I realized when my dad died, we only get one shot this life. And you have to capitalize on it and do it now. And my dream was always to wait until I retired, and I was going to move to Egypt after I retired. I work away my whole life in a career job, slave for the man, corporate America type deal. And maybe one day when I retire, I'll be able to move to Egypt. And then my dad passed away, and I had a very profound realization that the clock is ticking for all of us. And if there's a dream that you have, the time is now. And the exploration of the Egyptian pyramids is a young man's game. It's a pain in the ass to get down inside these things.
Mm-hmm.
And, if I wait until I'm 65, there's no guarantee that you make it to that. And when I'm older, I may not have the physical capabilities to be able to do this.
Mm-hmm.
So it was a very profound, life-altering experience for me when my dad passed away, was the realization that if I was going to do this, I had to do it now. And it's made all of the difference in my entire life. The exponential growth of my channel. If my dad had passed away, I would probably never be here. Because I never would have moved to Egypt. I never would have put in 100% into what I was doing. I was working 90% of my life in a career job that I didn't care one bit about. I was making money, and I had a house, and I had a car, and I had all these beautiful things, and I could afford to travel back and forth to Egypt on these annual expeditions. But once a year wasn't enough. So I went all in. I sold everything, and I left it all. And I could get into the function of the Avebury Serpent Temple complex. I know we've been on forever, dude, and there's so much more to this story. And my only recommendation is that if you're interested in this material, come subscribe to the Land of Chem, CHEM, as in the land of chemistry. I have 125 research episodes talking in depth about every single aspect of this chemical manufacturing process. I also talk about Avebury, Stonehenge, Silbury Hill, all of these passage chamber structures of England and Ireland. And we have another research expedition coming up later this year that I'm not going to spoil. It's going to take us completely across the other side of the world to investigate some of these other ancient structures.
Well, I think everything that you've showed us today is overwhelming and incredibly fascinating.
Thank you.
First time I've ever heard any kind of explanation like this in regards to these pyramids and chemical processing and all this stuff.
Yeah.
So thank you again for doing this.
Dude, it's again, I cannot express in words my gratitude for you, for having me on this show, for even being aware of my work and giving me the invitation and opportunity to do this. It means so much to me. There's so much more to cover. Again, we could go through easily 3 more hours, me discussing Avebury and the application of all this stuff, electric field chemistry, sonocrystallization, the function of Newgrange, West Kennett Long Barrow, and all this stuff. And the more I study these ancient structures, the more my research expands. It was originally just looking at Step Pyramid, Red Pyramid, Bent Pyramid, and 2 pyramids on the Giza Plateau. But the more that I travel and the more that I learn about these ancient structures, the picture that I have painted of the integration of physics and chemistry into the function of these sites literally the whole picture becomes very, very clear. And that's what I was talking about, where it has to be a comprehensive explanation that can be applied to all of the structures and give a reasonable explanation for all of the differences that we find in them.
Yeah, I totally agree, man. We should talk about a couple more things and the Serapeum boxes.
Yeah.
So let's let the podcast, and we can do that on Patreon. So people that want to like go to my Patreon, or whatever, they can go watch the rest of it. But we got to keep this thing to a certain length.
Yeah.
Again, thank you. I'll link all your shit.
My pleasure, man. Thank you so much. It means the world to me.
And everyone needs to go support you. Subscribe to Jeffrey's channel. Sign up for the tours. Get the merch.
The land of chem.
Land of chem, baby.
Yeah. And this is just the tip of the iceberg of things that are coming. And the more sites that we go visit, I don't want to spoil the surprise, but I have a huge research expedition coming up later this year that's going to blow this thing wide open.
That's awesome.
And again, the parallels between all of the independent research, the connections between what Christopher Dunn is proposing, again, a pioneer of this field, what Randall Carlson is working on with the thunderstorm generator, them realizing that the slope angle of the Great Pyramid is ideal for this vector of hot and cold air. And then my research with the chemistry and physics, there's a connection between all of this. And again, it's indicative of a vein of truth that runs through all of this. So get us all in touch, and then we can all come sit down and have a big round table discussion.
I will. Yeah, we got to get you guys all in here together. That would be awesome. Yeah, we'll do a marathon.
Yeah.
All right, let's keep going on Patreon. If you guys want to keep watching, you can jump down there. And good night, everybody.
Slams this dude night and day. Just all the way off of him. Dude, this couple confuses me so much. This mac and cheese always looks good. Oh, I kind of want to watch them. You can. I bet I can. I bet they will. See if they have an OnlyFans. They have an OnlyFans. We're going to it right now. Can I tell you what I love about Black?
I don't even know where to begin with this episode. The following guest, Dr. Hellman, has a master's degree in bacteriology, a master's degree in classics, as well as a PhD in classics, until he was eventually investigated by the Catholic Church for demon possession, which led to him being ejected by his university. Now, although I did read his book, The Chemical News, before we recorded this podcast, it quickly became clear that I was not prepared for what was coming. And I'm still trying to process this conversation weeks after we recorded it. Due to the provocative and unsettling nature of this episode, it has been heavily censored with parts redacted. However, we posted the full uncensored version in its entirety on Patreon if you want. You better buckle up, folks. Please hammer that subscribe button below and enjoy the show. All right, Mr. Amon Hellman, you are a quite the controversial figure when it comes to religion, classics, ancient texts. You're a linguist. You're a classicist. What is your official title?
Hail Satan, Danny. It's nice to be here. By the way, thank you so much.
Are you a Satanist?
Am I a Satanist? Oh, God. Those people bother me so much. I can't be a Satanist. I'm sorry.
They bother you.
Uh-huh.
What bothers you? What bothers you about them?
The whole religious side of things. Yeah, no. What am I?
Well, you are a religious scholar, right?
No, I'm a classicist. Religious scholars, no, we eat those for breakfast.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, no, I'm a classicist.
Okay.
What I do is,
What is a classicist?
it's somebody who is a specialist in the translation of ancient Greek. Some people do Latin too, but Latin was for hut-dwelling Romans. You know what I mean? It's just not to the level that Greek is. The unique word count alone is off the chart for Greek. It is a superior language that devoured languages in antiquity. It just ate them up. Boom, boom. And this is normal in any language over time. Any language over time. Right? Some become strong, they become dominant, others die out. The Greek was the behemoth. It was the dragon of antiquity. Modern Greek is nothing like it.
How long have you been studying and reading and translating Greek?
For 30 years now. For 30 years now. And every classicist knows it's our honor and duty to guard the muse and to keep those ancient documents within the flow, within time itself. So we're dragons, man. That's what classicists are. Unfortunately, most classicists today, they're focused on things that are more to build careers and garbage, essentially. So a lot of texts, a lot of these ancient texts that we've got, they aren't translated even. I've got it that I brought to show to you that is from the 1800s. It's Galen. And these things are untranslated. It's all in Greek. I have the physical copy sitting in my bag.
Wow. So what pushed you in the direction to be interested in this stuff? Did you have a religious childhood or a religious upbringing, or what got you into this?
Jesus got me into this.
When you were how old?
Oh, God, when I was like 13.
When you were 13?
Yeah,
so you were religious when you were a child?
Oh, yes, I was born again. Love Jesus Christ. Oh, Jesus. Yeah. I used to teach in mission. Are you kidding me? I used to convert people. I used to have mostly drunks. And I don't know, we were like a place for them to go and to sober up. But they had to listen to my crap. Or, excuse me, they had to listen to my sermon in order to get that meal. Because that's how we spread, brother. Do you understand? I converted souls into mission.
You converted souls to Christianity when you were 13?
No, I started doing that when I was like 17.
When you were 17?
Yeah. I was teaching Sunday school class too, because their Sunday school teachers sucked.
Really?
Yeah.
How does a 17-year-old get to start teaching Sunday school? Did your parents get you into this stuff?
Oh, of course, through the family and through some very intelligent teachers like Dr. J. Vernon McGee. Oh, God, beloved Dallas theologian. You know what I mean? Dallas Theological Seminary. I went there for 3 months, and their Greek program was so bad. I went to the president of the university. I said, hey, it's not up to stuff. His name was Walford, John Walford. And I said, your program isn't up to snuff. Your Greek program is terrible, right? So I went on to university to get a PhD.
So going back to the early childhood stuff.
Yeah.
When you were in your teens, you said you were teaching Sunday school.
Yeah.
What particularly were you teaching, and was there some point in your life that led you to question the teachings of the Bible and the teachings of the church and everything you knew when you were young?
I got there through Aristotle. So here's what happened. I saw how bad the standards were on the Christian side for ancient Greek. And I said, I've got to follow a track to be able to get there. And it went through the sciences. And I think what happened was when I was 21, I just cracked. I was reading Aristotle. And the pure, unadulterated glory of his reason.
And you're talking about Greek? You're reading Greek?
Yeah.
What?
Yeah.
So how did you learn Greek at 21?
Because I went to a special high school, first of all.
Okay.
Shout out to the people from Special Projects.
Special Projects?
That was his first name. Everybody, you had to test to get into it, right? Everybody that I was around is somehow involved in, military, government, stuff like that. We won the chess championship 2 years in a row. National chess championship, right? Bunch of nerds, right? Total nerds. So I knew I would be going to learn about Jesus at a seminary someday because that was my bent. I saved people, you know.
And you said when you were saving people, you were saving alcoholics, drunks, rather.
They were the easy pickings.
So what did they do? They just came to you. They said, "My life is terrible."
No, it's a mission. So they check in for the evening. They're going to sit and listen to us preach. Then they give them dinner. They're mostly there to get fed, you know.
Right.
You know, charity, so to speak.
Right.
I was the one who was saving souls.
Hmm.
That was my thing. It's delicious. Have you never saved a soul?
Probably not. No.
No?
Mhm.
Oh, you should try it. Yeah.
I'll have to learn.
It's yummy.
Okay, so you're doing this in your early teens, saving souls in a mission. At a mission, it's called a mission. And then you decide in your early 20s you're going to learn Greek at the high school you're at.
No, I started. That was my high school. Right after that, I went to the University of Arizona.
Okay.
And started their classics program there. And I went through in 3 years and ate it up and went to Tel Megiddo at the time and did a dig at Tel Megiddo in Israel.
So you said you did a classics program at the University of Arizona. When you first went into that program in college, what was your goal? What were you looking for? Anything? What did you want to learn?
Jesus.
You wanted to learn about Jesus.
Yes.
Okay.
Is that okay?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, all right.
I think so. I'm just trying to get to the bottom of this, man.
You're
I'm
here
trying
for
to
Jesus.
understand your curiosity here. I'm just trying to I'm trying to dig deep into the psyche of Amon Hillman.
Okay, I love it.
Okay, so that's when you learned Greek.
Yes.
Was it hard to learn Greek?
Yeah, and you never stop. You never stop. I'm not kidding you. I can take a text right now, throw it in front of any classicist in the world, and have it and say translate it, and they'll be like, no, Nonus. I can do that with Nonus right now in front of 98% of the classes out there. They'll stand by all ones who have done Nonus, they'll be able to do it.
Why is Nonus so hard to translate?
Because he's using an archaic style. He's trying to do something that they were doing 1,000 years previous to him.
Okay.
And he's putting together the long epic about Dionysus and a bunch of poison using women.
Wow.
Yeah.
Arrow poison.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Hot stuff. Yeah. It also causes satirisis. It's dry. Yeah.
Okay.
Do you know what satirisis is?
No,
It's the
what's
word
a
for
satirisis?
satyr.
Satyr.
Yeah.
What is satyr?
A satyr is the guy who walks around with an constantly. Constant,
How does he have an erection constantly?
unremitting. Yeah, the old Spanish fly in there. Oh, God. Keeps it hard all the time. You can kill a person after 7 days. You gotta stop.
Oh, really? Wow.
That's what they said in antiquity, 7 days. I don't know. How'd they find out?
Okay, so going back to your college, you're studying Greek, and then you said, at what point did you go to Israel, and why did you go to Israel?
Yeah, right after my bachelor's, went to Israel and stayed there for a year and worked on the Megiddo, Tel Megiddo excavation.
What is that? For people who don't know, people
it's-
who don't know anything about this stuff.
No, that's okay. Why would they? It's the place of Armageddon. So it's a site in Israel, and it has a temple. Our team discovered the temple floor that was there. It's a Canaanite temple floor under everything. And that dates back, the last time I saw, they thought that dated back to about 4,000 BC. So, and I don't use the about 4,000 BC. So it was a momentous, wondrous excavation. And I'm proud to have been part of it.
What kind of stuff did you find?
I found a chicken.
Chicken?
Yeah, I found a chicken because I was digging the old French dump heap. What they found that was so important was the floor of the Canaanite temple where these Canaanite priestesses in 4000 BC, where all the power, where all the authority is there. Yeah, Tel Megiddo. There it is. I'm sorry. I'm distracted.
That's it.
Yeah, Tel Megiddo. And it's a wonderful sight. And I tell you, I slept. The most interesting part of the story is I slept in the vineyard of Jezebel.
So what did you learn from the stuff you found at Tel Megiddo?
The earliest occupation was probably by these Canaanite populations.
Which was 4,000 BC.
Yeah, they've got a circular for they'd be worshiping whatever divinities it is that they worship. And these are like the Phoenicians and it's all up and down the coast. Jezebel was a Phoenician princess baby. You know what I mean?
So they had a circular dance floor.
Yeah, right. Is that unimpressive?
That's very impressive. For 4,000 years, very impressive.
Well, move on, because when I was in the vineyard with Jezebel, these guys that went nuts, they got up at night and they sat there and they talked and they told me what was going to happen to me.
What did they say was going to happen to you?
On successive nights. They said a troop of demons will assist you to bring the Antichrist. Yeah.
Who said that?
Two guys on two successive nights.
Who were these guys?
Nuts. There were people with us on the excavation. Right, we're working during the day, and in the evenings we're sleeping, and people are waking up in their sleep and talking to me, and then going nuts.
Is that thunder? This is amazing. Doing this podcast in the middle of a thunderstorm.
Yeah, we got a storm.
So these guys told you what about the Antichrist?
They said I would be protected by a troop of demons.
A troop of demons.
Yeah, and they said it on successive nights. So, like, the first guy, Moshe, he went totally nuts, right? He sat up in bed, 2 a.m., started talking to me like a puppet. The next morning, runs off. Oh, the head of the kibbutz where we're staying comes to me. She said, "What's going on?" He said, off he goes. I don't know. Right? The next night, I didn't think it was on. I love Jesus at this point. I didn't think it was on. But on the next night, the dude that they replaced him with, he did the same thing. He sat up in bed. He gave me the same message.
You'll be protected by
a troop of demons.
A troop of demons.
Yeah.
For what purpose?
To bring the Antichrist.
What did you make of that?
I thought he was nuts the first time he said it. And the second time he said it, I thought, wow, this place is like, what happened? Is there some kind of material on the ground or something out here?
Making these people crazy?
You know what I mean? Making people nuts. The head of the kibbutz came to me and she said, "What's going on?" And I said, "What do you mean?" She said, "What's going on? 2 of your roommates have gone totally nuts." I said, "Hell if I know." Yeah. What would you expect me to say? When they claimed that I was able to levitate through doors at the university, and they had a inquiry as to my state of demon possession.
When was this?
When I worked for St. Mary's University.
So this is much later.
Yeah.
Okay. Let's try to stay on track. Let's try to stay like.
Wow. You see what happens?
Are you sure you're not the Antichrist?
There's just a rain cloud that follows them around everywhere.
Yeah. What is the Christ?
What is the Antichrist?
What is the Christ? If you have to know the Antichrist, you have to know the Christ.
Right.
It's a Greek word.
For
applying a drug to your eyes so that they may be open.
That's what the Christ means in Greek.
Yes, it's from the verb chrio, to be stung by the gadfly.
Huh.
Who's the gadfly?
Who is the gadfly?
Yeah, I don't know. Socrates said he was. It's a thing they had going on. Remember, they had orgies and stuff like that, so you better buckle up.
But what does that have to do with the gadfly? I mean, you think?
No, oestrus, to be stung.
Oh.
It's a state of mania. They call it in Greek, oestromania. to be an altered state.
Right. Okay. Anyways, let's go back to you're in Israel, right? And you're doing this excavation. You're finding all this stuff. These crazy people come up to you, telling you that you're protected by a troop of demons.
Yeah.
How long did you stay there? And then what did you do after that?
A year and a month.
Okay.
And then I decided, okay, I've maxed out what's my interest in. And
Okay.
came back and enrolled in another program, which ended up, a master's program, ended up sending me to a lab where I cut brains.
Cut brains.
Yeah.
Okay. What were you cutting brains for?
To identify neuropeptides.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. On the science. I wanted
This is your study in bacteriology?
No, it hadn't gone to the back T, but it's what led to the back T. I wanted to bolster my science education. So I did a lot of
neuropeptides. What's a neuropeptide?
Yeah, it's a peptide that is active in the brain as part of a signaling system. So we talk about communication between the hypothalamus and the pituitary and how puberty is regulated. That was a big one. We were looking for the peptide that brings on premature puberty.
Do you hear that?
That's those are souls swirling around outside.
Dude, that's loud.
Yeah.
Is that rain?
Yeah. Rain or wind blowing the rain.
God. So the neuropeptides that were responsible for puberty?
Yeah, the onset of puberty.
What made you so interested in that?
They had a grant for it. It wasn't mine. They had a grant.
You just got thrown into it?
It's for premature. Yeah, it's for people who have early onset puberty.
Okay. Is there a problem with that?
There's a problem with that. Now, all that stuff is timed with growth. So if you're
What causes it?
peptides go astray in the brain.
But what makes the peptides go astray? Is there some sort of external influences?
We didn't know at the time what it was. That's what I was doing. This is where I am in the experiment. It's not an experiment. It's just investigation. But you're tagging. You take an antibody conjugated substance, and it's either something that fluoresces or it's a dye of some sort, and you localize where these peptides are in the brains of these things that you sacrificed. Yeah,
Animals?
Yeah, we used to drill holes in animals' heads, and then put in a little catheter into it, and then you can insert a substance, anything you want. Anything you can insert orange juice if you want. But we would insert substances and then take another collector and see what the hypothalamus did. And it was beautiful, beautiful finding. Because they were mapping. At the time, people were mapping how the brain works. And this is how they were figuring out what the hypothalamus does.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
That's interesting stuff.
Yeah, I was proud to be a part of it. It was a good education.
How long did you do that stuff? How long did you do those studies?
A couple of years. I taught endocrinology too.
Oh, did you really?
Well, everybody in the grad program had to.
You taught endocrinology?
Yeah, yeah, I did the brain part of it. So, and you had to, graduate students had to.
Like the hypothalamus, the pituitary, and
the third ventricle, man. You know what that is?
What's the third ventricle?
It's an open space in the middle of your head.
Really?
And it's filled with a fluid. It's the water of life.
The water of life.
Yeah, and this fluid has all
people in ancient times try to drink that water of life from people's heads.
You know they did. Do you want to see the text?
I'm sure the text can verify this.
Baby brains, man.
Baby brains.
Yeah. Yeah, no, they used to bleed them too.
Yeah. So, what is this, Steve? What are we looking at?
This is the third ventricle.
Beautiful.
Okay. The third ventricle. Does it say it's just liquid in there?
Yeah, it's a pristine pool. It's beyond.
What is the purpose of it? What is it? What is the function?
To carry the messengers.
That's the scientific description of what it does.
Yeah, actually it is. Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah. Because it's communicating with all tissue that it's overlapping. It's communicating.
okay.
And that little special area of the brain,
Yeah.
there's the three ventricles,
Right.
is like pristine. That has to be the purest, totally beyond the barrier for any sort of infection. Right? If you've got an infection there, you're dead.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's interesting.
Yeah, lots of brains. I count up lots of brains.
So, what point in your life did you start writing this infamous dissertation that got suppressed by the heads of the department in classics when you started writing about the use of drugs in antiquity?
That's perfect. From that exact point,
Okay.
I picked up Professor Romer came to me.
Professor Romer.
Yeah. Frank
University of
Romer.
Wisconsin?
Yeah, at the time, he was at University of Wisconsin. I think he went out somewhere in California. But Frank Romer, and he said, hey, he said, I know you, when I was on the science side, he said, I already had him in classics, right? So he knew what my interests were. He said, here, we have a whole bunch of documents that nobody's ever translated from Greek. Have at it. It was like the greatest.
Where do you find those documents?
Everywhere they've been for the last 2,000 years.
Where?
Just sitting there.
Where, on his desk?
In libraries.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Nobody reads them. Classicists don't do it. You know why?
Why?
Because they're hard.
They're hard.
Because these Greeks are smart. They're smart. And how many classes do you think of pharmacology? Yeah.
I have no idea.
Zero. Yeah. They don't do the medical stuff. It's a shame. So
that's just like any field, right? A lot of people who are experts in certain fields or certain disciplines, they don't have a wide variety of skills or disciplines as well. They're typically just in one lane. You got to talk to a lot of people.
Yeah.
Or you got to be a jack of all trades.
Interdisciplinary.
Yeah. That's a good word.
Love that. You keep one foot on the side of the fence. You know what I mean? Yeah. So I went to the University of Wisconsin-Madison to work with the country's best medical historian.
And was his name again?
John Scarborough.
John Scarborough.
Yeah, and he had a knowledge of the medical side as well. Okay. But he was also a great Byzantine. He did a ton of the Byzantine sources. He was one of the translators of the Greek magical papyri. So it's a big deal. It's a big deal.
Can you explain what the magical papyri is?
Yeah,
this episode of the podcast.
Yeah, it's a collection of Greek works. It's all about some of the dirtiest cult magic stuff you've ever seen. People who say they know Gnosticism haven't read this thing in Greek. They don't know what they're talking about. This is the one where we get all the body fluids that are being used for the sake of medicine.
Okay.
And
it's in this papyri.
Yeah.
And who knows? And
one source.
All right, we'll get into this more later. But let's go back to.
So studying with him.
Yeah, studying and developing your. He gives you these papers, these texts to translate.
Yes.
And this is when you first discovered the use of drugs, or the idea of drugs being ubiquitous in antiquity.
Yeah, I was studying ancient pharmacology. That was what my area was. That's what I was forging.
Okay. And you already knew about Galen, right? You'd already been studying Galen.
Yeah, I know. And I had been to a conference in England, and the London Times said, wow, this guy's work is the last wild frontier classics, you know? And they're right, because nobody does this stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Nobody does.
People also, to give some more context to people who are listening, who is Galen? Can you explain who Galen was?
Yeah, Galen is a 2nd century physician who works for Marcus Aurelius, the emperor. and he's probably one of the greatest intellects of Western civilization. He wrote thousands and thousands and thousands of pages, and probably 10% of it has been translated, if 10%.
Wow.
And nobody goes near the pharmaceutical stuff. Now, in 2013, I saw for the first time a dissertation was written in which the person translated Galen's theriac to Paiso.
What's a theriac?
A theriac is a multi-drug component that's used to balance a poison or death bringer, they call them.
To balance a poison or death bringer. So like an antidote?
Yeah, exactly an antidote, but they called it a galenic reaction, unrelated to the reason of Galen.
Oh, okay.
A galenic reaction, that's to bring the balance of the one that can kill you with the one that can keep you alive. Bring those together. That's theriac, baby.
Wow, interesting. What's the point of that?
To die and to be born again.
Die. Wow. Okay.
Yeah.
How much Galen have you read?
Considerable. Yeah, considerable.
How many? Give me an idea. Like how many pages?
Oh God, thousands.
Thousands.
Yeah.
And he's written how much?
22 volumes at 1,000 each, so somewhere around 22,000 pages.
And where does all this literature exist? Like, where is it being held?
It's held currently in the books. It's out in my.
You have all of it.
Yeah, I got it from Johns Hopkins.
Wow.
Yeah, because Professor Scarborough was in with all the book traders, right? And they were like, "Oh shit, Galen has become available."
Okay.
Can I run out and get Galen?
Yeah, go grab it.
Show you.
Go grab it. He's got an original Galen book. Here it comes with the original.
1840.
This is from 1840.
Yeah, what's the date say on it?
1827.
There you go. Look, I was not
Galen
even
Opera,
close.
Omnia, Kuhn, 1827.
Yeah, I was off.
So
open it up and you'll see that it's basically Danny. It's a medical text for physicians in the early 1800s. Right? What are they studying? They're studying Galen. You ask me who Galen was? Guess what? He's the dude who dominated medicine from the 2nd century when he lived until that book that you're holding. Right? This is the last set.
you're talking the 2nd century BC, right?
Yeah. No, Anno Domini.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, Marcus Aurelius. Yeah. This is his physician. By the way, he says in here that Marcus Aurelius is a total dopehead.
What language is this?
Greek on the top, Latin on the bottom. And the Latin translation is garbage. All right?
Wow, man, this is wild.
Yeah. Now, what you're holding there is volume 14 of a 22-volume set from Johns Hopkins. As you can see, those back, it's put their mark all over it. By the way, isn't that beautiful paper?
Look at this, everybody.
That's centuries old. Centuries. Think about it. Look at that. Right? Oh, it's gorgeous. It's a work of art. It's a work of art. But
How many pages is this? 700, 800?
800 pages. Now think about it's volume 14, which is
That's one of 14 books.
Yeah, it's one of 22, but it is 14, and 14 is all about the pharmacology of the antidotes. And nobody looks into that stuff. And Galen says Marcus Aurelius is a dumb dopehead. He's on way too much.
What was he on specifically?
The theriac. It's a combination of plants and animal products that is meant to balance a cult ritual drug called the Black Death.
The cult ritual drug that was called the Black Death.
Yeah. It's from Nero's library. Right?
Okay.
Nero has his arch physician get this formula from the East for the theriac. The theriac is meant to balance the cup of Lady Babylon.
Okay. Let's go back to. I feel like we're starting to go down a rabbit hole. We're going to spend be hard for us to get out of.
Yes.
So I want to make sure we explain this story in a linear fashion so we can follow it and don't get lost. You're studying Galen, right? And you're working on your dissertation. And what happens next?
Oh, so for my dissertation, I did it on Roman pharmacy.
Okay, right.
And
Roman pharmacy.
Roman pharmacy. Nobody's written a work on Roman pharmacy, and I had already done a translation and commentary for a master's thesis. That's usually what they give to doctoral students. I had done one for a master's thesis, and I was like, oh, let's do that again. So I'm going to write a text. This is general Roman pharmacy text so that people can learn about drugs in the ancient world. And the committee told me, take out the chapter on recreational drugs, or we're not going to give you the degree. And
so you only had one chapter that was about recreational drugs.
Yeah, the rest were all medicinal. Yeah.
But didn't you say that they didn't distinguish between recreational and medicinal? Is that right?
No, that's exactly right. We were distinguishing.
We do it now, but they didn't
back then. No, back then. Things that you and I would call recreational, they didn't consider recreational. They considered medicinal. Right? So, curing depression is medicinal.
So, how long did you spend on this dissertation?
Oh, a couple of years. Yeah.
And then, so there was one specific moment, a date where you had to go in to, I guess, receive your judging on it, or get graded on it, or get feedback on it. I have no idea how this process works. You have to walk me through it.
Yeah, so you write your dissertation and you take it before your defense.
Before your defense. Okay.
Yeah, and your committee there is a group of professors, and usually there's one from outside the department, just so the university stays kind of impartial. Mm-hmm. You know what I mean? And so it's a committee of professors. Anyway, you present your dissertation to them, and then they either tell you you're terrible.
You don't tell you you're terrible.
Or they pass you, and you get to walk out and say, I have a doctoral degree. So they told me at the end, they're supposed to give a thumbs up or thumbs down. They didn't give me anything, and I was just saying, what? Right? And they, I met with the head of the department and was told, you have to take out the section, the chapter on recreational drugs, and you have to references to recreational drugs in the rest of the world. And fine, yeah.
What was your response?
She said the Romans just wouldn't do such a thing. This is the head of the department. And by that time, I had seen so much stuff that the Romans were doing. I was like, oh my God, I understand what's going on. They're building a ceiling that we can't get beyond, that doesn't exist. We should be able to go right through that thing. With these texts, we can do that. Anyhow, so I took the material and I sent it to Macmillan. I just scrubbed it, and then I sent it to Macmillan. And they accepted it. Thomas Dunn accepted it. And it was fantastic.
Macmillan is what?
It was St. Martin's Press.
Publishing.
Yeah, it used to be publishing company, St. Martin's Press.
Okay.
Yeah.
And that's what became the book, the famous book that you created, The Chemical Muse.
Correct.
And once you decided to scrub the chapter from your dissertation and any sort of reference to drugs whatsoever, and then they accepted it and gave you your PhD.
Any references to recreational drugs?
Recreation.
Because there are a whole bunch of drugs all over it, right? For healing. Right? I mean, drugs that you use in anesthesia.
Right.
You know, what did they use? Yeah, fantastic.
What was the response after your book, The Chemical Muse, was published?
The Bryn Mawr Classical Review came out, which is the big reviewer. A European professor, French, came out and said, this book is dangerous. He said it shouldn't be read at any university, anytime, ever. And he was like,
What year are we talking?
oh, this was 2008. 2008.
Okay.
And it was roundly ignored. You know, the guy said this guy obviously has a drug agenda. No, let's just talk about the drugs because they don't read these texts. Now that same journalist has gone and talked to the aforementioned Bryn Mawr classical reviewist, and now they're writing a book about shamanism, all the same stuff, all the same material. It's because they didn't know it. And it
You were
was
the first ones to sort of uncover this stuff and make it pop, make it known.
I was not the first. I would say I was the one who took it and took the big picture of it. I was the first one to bring the science side.
Who was the first one?
Over Carl Rock.
Carl Rock.
Yeah, no, because he said they're using something in the Eleusinian mysteries. He was already looking at. He didn't have any problem with the concept that he coined, entheogens. Right, these are substances that are in chaos that bring that divine being into you.
Mm.
It's the drugs they were using. Excuse me, they were using.
Have you ever had any conversations about Carl Rock with the stuff that you discovered and this, the stuff you talk about in the Chemical Muse?
Yeah, I've had the pleasure. Once the Chemical Muse was published, they sent it to Dr. Ruck for
review
consideration. Because he's the only one who had been on the list of people who had talked about drugs, and he got shamed. He got completely shamed.
Well, look, it seems like this idea, the idea of drugs being used back then, is becoming more and more accepted. I mean, you got people like Brian Mararescu and Graham Hancock. I think Brian's new book's called, or his latest book is The Immortality Key, where he talks about the mystery cults of Eleusis and the ergot.
Yeah. I know Brian.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Well, how did you guys meet?
Professor Ruck sent him to me to get the medical stuff.
So you guys spoke about when he was working on this book?
Yeah, we had a couple of interviews before when he came up with the idea. Okay, gave him a couple of interviews about what the sources are and what the extent of stuff is. He said, "Do you mind if I mention Joe Rogan?" And I said, yes, go ahead and do that. But if you do, you have to mention that Jesus Christ was arrested in a public park with a boy at 4 a.m. screaming, "I'm not a trafficker."
You made sure you told him he needed to
He
say
had
that.
to say that exact phrase. And
So he did.
So he chose. Yeah.
Right. Look, I mean, it was really interesting to me reading your book, and I was really gripped by what you sort of uncovered, which it makes a lot of sense when you really think about it. That life back then, like in antiquity, was terrible. And people didn't die from heart disease and from diabetes and from old age like they do today. They died from hand-to-hand combat and plagues and famine.
Yeah.
And to live back then was a miserable existence for the most part. Infant mortality was like 50%. And they needed these drugs just to get through the day. And the warriors fighting these wars, they needed to take these drugs to suffer these insurmountable wounds they would have to suffer in battle. Can you talk a little bit to that and to like some of the details that you uncover in your book about what life was like and how hard it was and the amount of death and plague and famine and how these drugs were used to curb these sort of ailments?
Yeah. The best way is to resurrect the soul of Hippocrates and to look at the works that he wrote called The Epidemics, in which he describes all the diseases that people are getting what they're suffering from, all the ailments. Oh my God, you know what herpes does when it goes untreated?
No.
Oh, Hippocrates has descriptions of it. They call it herpes because their word hepaton is their word for snake or something that slithers or something that crawls. Because that's what herpes does when it goes untreated. It crawls all over you. It rots you.
Thank God I don't know. I don't know about that.
You get descriptions of this kind of stuff, and you see life on a different, at a different level. 1/3 of women were having death as a side effect of birth.
1/3 of women dying from childbirth.
The problems are bleeding.
Right.
They're constantly trying to control bleeding. With drugs. Oh, miserable. Then, about 1/3 of the population of the youth from the late teens, that's getting eaten off. They become soldiers, and a certain number of those get sacrificed. Right? It's not a cheapness. They don't have there's a sense of futility. It's looked at as a sacrifice.
And what point in history are we talking about?
Oh God, as far back as the Bronze Age, all the way down to about Byzantine.
The Bronze Age is what, older than the 5th century?
Yeah. Oh, I'm sorry. In the best time of the Bronze Age, it was late Bronze Age, around 1200 to 1100.
1200 to 1100.
Yeah,
that's where some of these oldest texts that you've read come from.
Yeah, the Mycenaean lineage, these stuff comes from like 1600 BC, which is that's spectacular. They've got Dionysus and all that stuff. I worked with Andy Bennett, who was a Navy cryptographer who studied cracked linear B. And in it we have the name Dionysos. He's the son of Zeus, the thunder. And it was a gorgeous, gorgeous world to be able to follow that. But that's where the Greek can take you. Sign up for courses now.
Well, let me ask you this: how? And this is sort of like broad strokes questions. How did your development of your understanding of these ancient texts and reading this ancient Greek and even the Hebrew, everything that you've read, how did that change your perspective on religion and Christianity and Catholicism? You were raised, what, Christian or Catholic?
I love Jesus, man. I don't know.
What was your family?
Baptist.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So once you start to understand the history and the texts, how did this change your worldview of religion? And what sort of like misconceptions did you have that were shattered by this understanding?
I had a long-term relationship with the Muse. So the whole time that I'm developing this education. Oh, look, I was just going to bring the Antichrist.
Oh, this happening, guys.
The Antichrist is coming, everybody. Tornado warning. Don't bring him yet. Hold him off.
Okay.
Hold off, Zeus. These texts that you're reading and that you're translating, are these the original sources of religion, of Christianity and Catholicism and baptism and all that stuff? Is this like the originals?
Yeah, this is the language that held that all of those texts. So the New Testament's all written in ancient Greek, right? What you call the Old Testament, I'm going to shock people with this one. What you call the Old Testament, which people say is written in Hebrew, right? Which is not a language that I work with. I had to take a little bit of modern Hebrew when I was there, just because it was part of the education. And but the text that you think is written in Hebrew is not. It's a Greek text that's written in the 3rd century. It's a Hellenistic text called that you call the Torah or the Old Testament. That is not an original Hebrew text. Now, Well, how can I say that? What we have is the Septuagint that I'm talking about. It's the Greek Old Testament. Do you understand Greek Old Testament?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. It's the oldest form that we've got.
Okay.
Okay. The whole big deal about the Dead Sea Scrolls was they said, we finally have some Hebrew, because none of it survives, right? Hebrew is only an 8,000 word, ancient Hebrew, 8,000 word, unique word count language.
Okay.
Which puts it in the realm of something you could expend by the end of your breakfast. 8,000 words.
Right.
That's not a lot.
Okay. And the Dead Sea Scrolls were all in Hebrew?
The Dead Sea Scrolls were fragments in Hebrew and fragments in Greek, and everybody assumed, this is the original in Hebrew, right? Because now we're following church history. You and I live in a time in the time stream. We live at a time where we think that there was an original Hebrew text of the Old Testament, but there wasn't. It doesn't exist. Right? And to show people the Greek, what's the proof? What's the proof? The proof is when you read the Septuagint, that is the Greek Old Testament. It does not read as a translation. It reads as an original. It uses Greek idiom. It's like a fingerprint on the language, and it's got Greek.
How can you tell it reads
Greek fingerprints?
How do you discern the difference, whether it be an original or a translation?
Oh, you can tell. It's easy to tell because colloquialisms don't translate, right? And so it's like tagging it. So how do you're testing this language to see what its age is? Okay. So you tag it with certain things, and one of them is colloquialisms, right? The other one is technical vocabulary. You cannot higher technical degree to you can't translate from a medium technical degree to a high technical degree. Okay. You can go down the slope. You can take something that's not technical, right, and make it more technical. Right. You can force that. You can't drift upstream. Right. So if the original is going to have the highest degree of technicality.
Yes. So the Dead
because of the time, the Dead Sea Scrolls, they're Hebrew back translations. So they took the Greek.
Of what specifically?
They took and they said, how do we translate this into Greek?
Okay.
That's why you lose all the technical terms, because they didn't have them in their language.
And what I'm asking is, what was... God, that's crazy. This is the first podcast I can remember where lightning has been this crazy, this loud. So the Dead Sea Scrolls came from where? What were the sources of the Dead Sea Scrolls?
So those caves in Qumran, right? They've dated these things to probably, I've heard as early as 1st BC, but all the way up to 2nd Domini. So somewhere in that range, somebody is taking the Greek text that we know is already established because people are quoting it. Right, we know, for example, they had the Book of Enoch in Greek because people are quoting it in Greek. So that's how you can like track your library. Where's your library done? Right, that's how you track it. By the way,
have you read the Book of Enoch?
Yeah, I read the Giza fragments. I like to see them.
What do you think about all these people talking about Anunnaki aliens flying around? Done with people who claim that they're actually...
It seems to be a big area, but they were drug users, bro. What can you expect? That's what they taught in the Giza text. It says they taught the women the art of drugs.
So these weren't aliens; they were just drug users.
They were
drug addicts.
They were giants, bro.
They were giants?
Yeah.
Like real giants?
Gigantos. That's
Steve, are you crunching? Oh, you can hear that. Oh my God!
No, I like it.
It's this is the ASMR podcast. There's stimulus everywhere.
They taught them the drug craft. That's what the text says. And you don't understand, man. They've got Medusae at the time, you see.
Wait. Go back to giants.
Yeah.
What are you talking about, giants?
That's the Greek word, gigantos.
Giants meaning physically they were huge people?
No.
Okay.
Right? No. They had a superior knowledge of the drugs, and they had a group of women who were called the Medusae. And the Medusae could hit you with a drug on an arrow and paralyze you. And they would take Medusae to you. And that's how a group of these women functioned. That's how they hunted. They hunted men. You can imagine the society.
Women that hunted men.
Yeah, you have to kill 3 men in order to get married. Yeah, and they don't really marry you. They just farm men.
And when is this? What time period was this?
This is Bronze Age, late Bronze Age.
Bronze Age.
It's like 1200, peak at 1200, say BC.
1200.
This is when the great queen Medea is around. Yeah, and
So okay. Well, this is great. I'm loving this. But back to my original question: how fundamentally, how did your understanding and learning all of this ancient Greek change your understanding of how religion is preached today and the story of the Bible?
it's a fairy tale. It's a fairy tale. What they teach now and do now is not even a hair's breadth of semblance to what they did originally. Yeah, you don't understand. A mystery is not a word that means a question or something you don't know. Right? The mystery is the performance that brings you through death back into life. And once you've been initiated into that environment, you're given keys, things to open up, a way to decode what's being said so that you understand what's at the higher level. Now, if you're like Jesus, you do that with 12 children. People don't realize that the apostles are just children.
Talk to the bricks. We'll get there.
Oh, okay.
We're gonna get there. Don't worry.
Okay.
This it's so loud.
This is the best day of my life.
Is it really?
Thank you for allowing me to
I was
come
gonna
in.
say you had a terrible life. This is the best day. In Greece, in Athens, we're talking the Iron Age or the Bronze Age when they started to develop these mystery cults of Eleusis. What time was this?
Yeah, this is late Bronze Age. Late Bronze Age. Uh-huh.
And
A couple nations before the Trojan War.
a couple of generations before the Trojan War. And this is when they were experimenting with these drugs that would these psychotropic drugs like ergot and other things. What were some of the other drugs they were using back then?
They were using the ones that make you crazy. So there's several classes. One of them, the death bringers. That's what I'm talking about.
This
Another is the ones that make you crazy. And
permanently?
no, temporarily. And they would have people cured, quote unquote cured, because they've got antidotes. You have stories about people going out and he's like, "Oh, my daughters, they went off on their cult thing and they're still not coming down. What do we do?" And he has to go whip them up an antidote
Right.
for them to stop being in this state of mania. And it's things like hyoscyamine, scopolamine, and atropine, containing huoscuamos is the Greek word, and it's these plants that contain these substances that they found them in hair, painted on hair because they're offerings.
And what was the what did they gain by taking these drugs, and what sort of what did they learn? What sort of enlightenment did they achieve? What was the ends to the use of these drugs for them?
Yeah. We have instead of me making something up, you could read the Mithras Liturgy in the Greek magical papyri, where it talks about what you'll see and how you should interact and what you have to do.
Oh, they had like a protocol.
Yeah, it's like a manual.
Wow.
Yeah, and you gotta have the right thing things to bring with you because you make the drugs. Right? You get there, and first of all, you're fasting for a certain number of days, and they put you through these repetitious songs. Right? And we have these in the PGM where you're setting the images in your head. Remember, this is idolatry. Eidolon is the word for image. Right? Image. And there's, so when we're on our snake venom, and you've got a concoction and they're using tons of snake stuff. I got an entire author for you. Watch it. Philuminous is his name. Philuminous, with a PH on the front. Yeah. He is a physician somewhere before the 4th century, because they start quoting him in the 4th. And he's a physician who talks about the venoms. I've got a couple of slides of him. He talks about the venoms that are used. Some great stuff.
Snake venoms were used as mind-altering drugs, or they were used as antidotes?
They were used as medicines. Right. The Medusa really exists. Right? They're women. They're a group of women. These are Syrian tribes, by the way. And what I mean by that, tribes that are, they were a horse culture, mobile, and they ravaged people. That's how they, got what they needed.
And the Medusa were the ones that you said they had to kill a certain amount of men before they could get married?
It's the same tribes that are producing that specific group of women. They have this cult thing where they apply the medicine to their hair. They wear it in their hair, and they use arrows. And that poison can petrify you. And they'll drag you off, and they'll do things to you.
Like what? Eat your brain?
No, sexy stuff. They'll mate or kill you. Yeah, it's a shame to have to end up a relationship.
That's weird that back then you would have to poison a man to have with them, right? Like, wouldn't the guy just want to have?
No, these are people being raided. Imagine being raided.
I mean, it's hard to a man if you're a woman, right?
So you gotta give him drugs to make him hard when you get him, because you're probably gonna kill him too.
What effects did drug use have on the philosophy of Western society and the democratic forms of governance?
Yeah, so it's a part of the fabric of pushing society toward inspiration, looking for sources of inspiration. All the earliest Greek temples are temples of the muses. So that written word connection is very, very important. And bring magic. People want to know, what is magic, right? Classically. And classically, it's that control of logos. It's a control. People hate logos, so that's a Greek word, right? Oh, the seminarians get all excited, and they don't really know it because seminarians don't read classical texts. The logos is that reason, that reckoning. Okay. So that's what, to me, that's what I studied so carefully. That's why classicists study ancient Greek. Yeah, they do.
Who is Solon?
Solon, he's a reformer. He's a rich reformer who basically turns and gives power back to the people. He was advised by this guy on crack. He carried it around in the hoof of something, and it was a plant they said he ground up and snorted all the time. He advised Solon, and Solon's reforms ultimately become what you and I know as democracy.
What is the proper definition of democracy in antiquity compared to our democracy today?
Yeah, it's the rule of the people if you want. It's the rule of the people. The demos is just the neighborhood. Athens is divided up into beams.
Right.
The hood. You get a neighborhood speak. That's what democracy is. It's a neighborhood speak. And it's direct representation, too. And they've got all sorts of reforms like, look, you cannot take any money while you are You know, part of the boule, part of the council. You can't take any money, and you have to have terms.
And
Once
I
you
inspired
destroy the
Jefferson.
discoverable
Part of your
piece
book
right
says that there was 300,000 people in Athens, right? And then 10% of them were part of these councils. There was like 30,000 of them were part of these councils that made the rules and made the laws, and
They have a couple of assemblies, the boule and the ecclesia. Yeah, which becomes our word for church.
Well, I love the way that your book described the differences between the democratic republic that we have in America compared to their version of democracy. And you had all these people that would have to debate all these ideas and rules and laws and punishment for crimes. And I think you said that people only were able to do this for 1 year at a time. They had like 1 year terms or whatever.
It's different at different times, but
right. And what we have now is so far away from that. Very, very far away from that.
Well, we don't have juries with 300 people either. Can you imagine that just big crowd of people from the polis doing the city thing, right? They're exercising their politeia. That's where we get our word politics, right? It's the functioning of the city.
And they were vehemently against people who could gain any sort of benefit in system or make any sort of money or any sort of economic gain from this system to corrupt it. Like it was like their version of democracy was essentially to protect humanity from itself.
Yeah, exactly. It put the brakes. It was the ultimate check and balance. Definitely. And it's what inspired our democracy, the thing we call democracy. Yeah.
But our democracy is so much different. I mean, if you look at all the people that are in the government, that have been in the government making decisions and making millions of dollars for so long, it is run by tyrants.
Yes. That's how you know, the Greeks said. They said whoever is profiting, watch who's profiting, and you cannot have the running of the state with somebody profiting from it, because when you do, it becomes corrupt. They knew that. You have to keep that government sacred. You have to keep it sacred, right?
And Solon was one of the originals and responsible for the creation of democracy.
Well, yeah, things that led to ultimately what you and I would say for democracy.
And how long did this last?
You could argue that this is a process that doesn't start and end. It's a process that cycles throughout time. And the deity, this is where it gets cool. The deity that we put on the hill is that warrior girl. Yeah, we put a warrior girl on the hill, and you know what she does? She nourishes the Serpent King. Isn't that funny? She gives him a Haima.
What does this mean?
Her blood. Drink my blood. Yeah, they're using blood as a medicinal. Yeah, the Virgin Queen. She's the one who raises that Serpent King. Yeah, no, they've got him. You can go to Athens today. Go to the top of it. Look for the Erectium on the top of the place and be like, where is he? Where's the Serpent King? He's there.
Who is the Serpent King? Stephen. Can you find this guy?
Look for Eric Thonius. He's from the ground, baby. Chthon. When Jesus is on the cross, he's like, I am thirsty. Sabachthon.
Eric, that's what Jesus said across?
Yeah.
Is this in the Bible?
Yeah.
Oh, really?
Why would I make this up?
Well, I'm not saying you're making it up. I'm just trying to distinguish between what's in the Bible and what's in the text, and I assume that they're drastically different, right?
No, I will give you the hardcore evidence.
What is the
It's
difference?
just the text. I'm just going to bring you a Greek text, and this is from the biblical Greek text.
My question is, what is how big of a gap is there between the original text and the Bible people read today?
Okay, so these are the texts that are ultimately assembled into what you call the Bible.
Right.
Those are the same thing, right? This is
so there's only some pieces, like there's a huge load of ancient Greek texts, and only certain pieces are cherry picked for the Bible.
Oh yeah, I see what you mean. What's the common thread that's
Yes.
uniting all of these things
Yes.
together? It's the cults, man, the operation of the cults. They're driving the literature at the time. Yeah, they've got a hostage and they're bringing it in. And you can get that from the read. All you got to do is bring up those cults and their activities. The stuff the early Christians were doing, they're collecting blood. And this is from their own insiders who are telling us this. Eustathius tells us this. And he says, oh my God, he says, look what they're doing in these ceremonies. And he goes on to describe it, and I described it in detail. But they collect the blood.
Who is this guy?
Fetal blood.
Who's Erichthonius?
Oh, this king is this serpent king.
Can you pull up a description of him,
So
Steve?
here's
I need Wikipedia's description to give me the truth, so I know how to keep on in check.
Erichthonius in Greek mythology. King Erichthonius was a legendary early ruler of ancient Athens. According to some myths, he was one of the cells.
autochthonous.
Autochthonous.
Exactly. And what happens is Hephaestus comes along and is like, wow, look at the beauty of what we've made
He was adopted and raised by Athena.
with this virgin Athena. Her name is Athana
Okay.
in Dorian.
So how did we get? Okay. So explain to people listening how we got to Erichthonius from Solon creating democracy.
It's the drug using mystery that drives everything. Cicero says his life was begun. He was reborn. What happened? He went to the great resurrection.
So these guys were taking drugs and having some great transcendental experience, right? And they were similar to people when they take crazy psychedelic trips today, right? They call it the ego death, and they do ayahuasca ceremonies. This is what's happening to people back then. Is that what you're kind of describing?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, and it's a death to life. I think it's a death to life experience. It's a rebirth, or what they describe anyway as a rebirth.
Mm-hmm.
And
Yeah, that makes sense.
yeah, dude, the drug concoction is incredible. We have it in Negro's library. We have it. We have the exact concoction that they use.
Has anybody ever tried to recreate it?
I've tried to get people to do so.
Have you asked Hamilton to try to recreate
He
it?
said, "Give me the formula," so I did.
Mm-hmm.
And he's got it. Could he? It's got a lot of stuff in it that I don't know if he could actually produce.
Right.
It's got like 7 snake venoms.
7 different snake venoms.
Yeah, you can put it up your butt. Oh my.
Is that how they typically do it back in the day? Like a suppository?
Yeah, we've got a description of a guy who's his priestess. She's spanking him with some stinging needles, right, on his chin. And she's inserting that into his ass. It's a rectal drug administration. And we have a text that describes it. It's called a satiricon. Satyrian was the word they used in Latin. It's from Greek, borrowed from Greek. That is the drug that causes you to have. Right?
What is
Pism is constant.
Okay. And this is what the Medusa use on their victims?
Too late? Is it too late for that? Is it too early? Can we talk about that now?
It's still too early. Yeah, we've still got more stuff to cover.
Okay, stay tuned.
Yeah, we're going to go really deep into all of the really crazy stuff here. In a little bit, we're going to cut off and go to Patreon. But I want to lay a solid foundation for your work and your research before we go there. So, back to ancient Greece. Democracy is formed by Solon, and Aristotle and Plato. Where did they come into the picture?
There are a couple of smarties.
Yeah, and who else was there? Pythagoras?
Yeah, he's a little bit earlier, and he's founding. He's the one who said, by the way, that they came to him and asked him they were going to send out a colony, and the oracle had given a go-ahead. You have to understand, this is coming from late Bronze Age governmental tech, where you have oracles that rule, that tell you who can go to war with who, which tyrant needs to be executed. Right? If you send an embassy out and they ask the oracle, and she says, execute him. Right? What about this leader we got? And she's executed. That's it. He's dead.
What is so special about this oracle?
They start with these drugs. They use the drugs that those Scythian tribes are using up on the Black Sea. And they're causing this transformation that they describe as adamantine freedom. So freedom that is not corruptible. Mm-hmm. Right? It's a form of government. That's why they call it the Medusai. The Medua. It's an old Mycenaean concept. Anyway.
We were talking briefly earlier about the Dead Sea Scrolls, and you said the Dead Sea Scrolls part of them were written in Hebrew, and they were back translated from Greek, right?
Yeah, no, none of them were originally written in Hebrew. They're all originally written in Greek. That's why I complete Greek text with them.
Greek was the first.
There was no Hebrew spoken at the time. Hebrew had become a liturgical language, right? By the 2nd century BC.
Why Greek?
I stood in a synagogue in Israel, 2nd century, and you know what was written? There was nothing in Hebrew. It was all Greek. And people, you can check me on it. Right? They all are. They all have zodiacs. Right?
Wow.
Yeah, isn't that something?
Yeah.
That's all reflected in the language. It's like a fingerprint, man. You can track this stuff. The Old Testament, I say anything today, the Old Testament is a work of the 3rd century. And it's originally in Greek. Yeah, the name Eve, is the shout that a Bacchant makes.
Eve is the shout that a Bacchant?
Bacchant.
What's a Bacchant?
It's a woman under the influence of some pretty powerful drugs. So,
everything is about drugs. There's nothing that's not about drugs. Is there anything in history that has nothing to do with drugs, or is it all drugs?
Yeah, but it was boring.
You just refuse to acknowledge it if it's not about drugs. That's what I'm taking from this. Is that right?
No, it's just so many drugs. Yeah, no, the Bacchanalia, right? The ecstasy, the place we get the concept ecstasy is from the state that one of these women would be in, and they could murder you, and it was totally friggin' legal. And that was one of the things that they like to do. You know why? You get a bloodthirst. Does that bother you?
You get a bloodthirst.
Yeah, because you carry around these baskets. We have these represented full of snakes and gypsies.
Do you ever just find when you're looking through these texts, you were like maybe I'm not looking at this from a neutral perspective. Maybe I got somehow corrupted at some point, and I'm only looking for the stuff that's going to fly in the face of academia because they fucked me over when I was doing my dissertation.
No. What drags me in is the Christ. I'm still looking for Jesus.
That's the one thing.
That term, Christ, is a pharmaceutical term.
Is it possible that the texts that you've read that tell you some of these things can be translated in different ways or seen from different perspectives? Or is what you're saying that these texts say, is that objective fact?
Yeah, I'm all about sources, and you have to be genuine to your source. So when I say something, I know it sounds outrageous, but there's a source that does exactly what I just said. That's all I'm supposed to do as a journalist, is report to you the sources. And let me give you an example. There's a guy named Nonus. And Nonus, he writes a paraphrase of John, the Gospel of John. Okay? And in it, Nonus talks about like Mary's alabaster and that whole section of that. What
Mary's what?
Alabaster.
What does that mean?
Oh, it's an oil-containing device. It's
Okay.
there's older forms of them that are bigger. Aristophanes makes fun of it on the stage.
Okay.
And the list is
Aristophanes was an ancient. He was a playwright, comedian, like an ancient comedian.
The father.
But he did plays. They were like plays.
Father, come on, man.
Wow.
This is Aristophanes. He's the one. They march out on stage,
Yeah, the last chapter of your book was all about him.
Yeah.
It was fascinating hearing that, back then they were able to make fun of, the top elite part of the society and the people in government, and he made fun of Socrates, ripped Socrates, right?
Yeah, it's the stage is a religious place. The stage in antiquity was not for entertainment. Nobody's getting rich off of it. What we're doing is we're purifying the people. Yeah, and so they needed that. The Romans carried the same thing to their credit. It was hot-dwelling Roman. To their credit, they did bring this protection as well. And you see it on the imperial side when you've got a whole bunch of people surrounded. Julius Caesar yelling at them things like, "Are you sleeping with the king?" Stuff like that. Because he was visiting somebody, trying to ward off the maleficio, the magic that's bad making.
What do you ever, like, when you're reading these texts, how do you know what you're reading isn't sort of like an ancient? Because I'm sure people in ancient times, when they're writing, everybody, whether you're a journalist or whatever it is, everybody has a grind, right? And how do you know, like, what sort of like a tabloid or a hit piece for black is the optics of what was?
Yeah, I too. What you're talking about is getting through a dark cave, essentially.
Yeah.
There's a line on the wall, and it's got a rope on it, and you can follow from one of the cave to the other. That's how we get through back and forward through the cave. Yeah, and in this case, it's the pharmacology, the science. It's not just the pharmacology; it's the science. That's really what. If you follow the scientific development of people and watch that over time, you can notice trends. Like what's popular when they're reaching a pinnacle, and the Greeks can now express calculus with words. That's quite an advancement. Can you express calculus?
No, I can't even do it.
Yeah, no, forget that. Physics too.
Right.
But yeah, I don't want to rattle on. What did you want? Do you want to ask another question?
Yeah. Yeah. I have an endless amount of questions. Are you familiar with the guy John Marco Allegro, who spent all of his life deciphering the Dead Sea Scrolls, and he wrote The Sacred Mushroom and the Cross?
One of the reasons Carl Rupp has anything to do with me is because I have no interest I have no interest in any of that. And you think that isn't that insulting to Carl Ruck?
It seems right in line with what you're doing, though.
No, well, it does, but I have no interest in it because it attracts. I'm sorry. Can I, Danny? I'm going to be completely honest with you. There's a lot of hokum. There's a lot of hokum. We only have the sources.
That's what I'm saying. It's just so hard to navigate what's good, what's bullshit, and what's real.
Go to the primary sources.
Yeah, that's easy for you to say.
Yes, enroll in my class today. Right? Yeah, that's exactly the point of why you need classicists. That's why Thomas Jefferson was trying to recreate democracy. Right? No establishment of any laws for religion. Right? Purify. He purified the stream. He made another democracy. And he's the one who said, I'm sorry. It's your show. I didn't mean to say you.
No, it's not you. Go ahead.
He said every 150 years you're going to get somebody who tries to insurrect and overthrow the government. And
Every 150 years.
Yeah, 100. He said 100 to 150. And he said when they do, you have to take the tyrants and you have to shed their blood. Anybody who tries to overthrow the government, you have to shed their blood and the blood of their lieutenants underneath the tree of liberty. Isn't that interesting?
What's the tree of liberty?
Oh, God.
That's just a symbolic term.
It's the state. Yeah, it's the res publica. It's the republic, baby. You gotta save the republic by sacrificing the tyrant. That's an ancient Greek idea. Back when they had tyrants too who were women who could take you captive, they could drug you and they could cut your tails off, and they would sell you. Yeah, trafficking women, isn't that something?
Yeah.
How do you make eunuchs? How do you make eunuchs for the kingdom of heaven? So that's what kind of pulled me out of Christianity, was seeing all the stuff that's actually there.
Seeing some of the depictions of the darker side with the human trafficking and stuff like that.
I would say the reality, right? It's history. You want to know the truth. History means inquiry. People don't, you think it meant like a set of events. If you were a historian, right? I can't stand a historian unless they can do the original languages, and most of them can't. Classical historians don't do the side that is the philology.
So why don't you take John Marco Allegro seriously?
Because I want nothing to do with the controversy. It's Hugo.
You don't want any to do with controversy?
I'm a purist, right? I just want the sources.
Why do you think he's controversial?
The sources keep getting fired, and I just want the sources out there.
And he didn't read the sources?
No, it's just it has to do with...
He spent it because he was reading the Dead Sea Scrolls, right? And he based everything that he was talking about the Dead Sea Scrolls.
Yeah.
So to you, it's irrelevant.
It is totally irrelevant.
Was there any evidence of using psychedelic mushrooms in antiquity?
Yeah, I used to send Carl Ruck references every time I came across. I was going through these formulae, these ancient formulae, and every time I would come across the mushrooms, I sent it to him. And I did that because I just wanted to pound him and say, look, you were right, because people shunned him. They blacklisted him.
Right.
You know? Yeah. And it's not right. He was there bringing the knowledge of the use of drugs in antiquity.
Right.
Yeah.
What is so superior about Greek compared to Hebrew or any of the other Aramaic? When did Aramaic?
Oh God, who cares?
Who cares?
I cannot think of it less relevant. Look, in the libraries.
Why though? Why?
In the libraries that we have from the ancient world. Okay, if you just look at the libraries, remember, it's look at peaks.
What libraries are you talking about?
It's always
Alexandria.
Big libraries. Alexandria, right? Look at what's in those. Now we don't have anything. We do have one that's just opened up in Herculaneum. They just scanned it. And the first word they scanned was purple.
Yeah.
Porfura.
Football was the first word.
Yes. It's one of my words that I brought to you in my little presentation.
So again, so to you, what makes Greek so superior to any of these other languages or linguistics?
It's able to convey and stretch. It's able to build, essentially. It's flexible. So imagine a system like half of English is based on Greek words. Right? Imagine you've got words that are using
Greek and Latin, right?
some of it is Latin, but that's only, oh God. I'm going to step in here, but look, there's two types of classes. It's those who are Hellenists and those who study Latin. And everybody knows what happens to the Hellenists. They know it attracts the most intelligent people. And over time, it turns their brains into expanding.
Right.
This is how you asked me what's so beautiful about Greek. Greek is able to build. Let me give you an example. The word to kiss is phileo. Right? We get a lot of phil words from that. Philosophy is the love of wisdom. Phileo means to kiss. So if I were a nice Roman, skirt-wearing Roman, I may walk up to you when I met you and kiss you. You know, do you mind if I kiss you? That's phileo. Then there's kata phileo. Kata is an intensifier. So it takes it to the level of you and I French. I meet you.
Like an album.
Give you a nice big kiss.
Now, what about does it discern from one person just kissing versus them kissing together? Like both kissing each other?
It changes. No, it's the degree of amorousness that's involved. Like the degree that Jesus had with Judas.
Right.
When he kissed Jesus.
We'll get there. I want to expand a little bit more. Okay. I want you to talk a little bit more about Greek, the language, and how far it expands compared to other languages, and how it expands just the human mind.
So you have a set of prepositions that are used as prefixes, and with those you can build concepts. And if you just look at the concepts alone, those are basically, when you're talking unique words, that's like the capacity of your language. Greek has it's been estimated 250,000 to upward, I've sort of 500,000 unique words. Just to give you a way to compare it, ancient Hebrew has about 8,000. Right, so it's unique word. It can build its own vocabulary so that you can create or coin terms. Do you walk around coining terms?
No.
Okay, there's the problem, right? If you start and engage in this process of letting the Greek pump your brain, you'll start coining words. You'll open up a capacity to engineer around you. It's a superiority of the language. It's power. It's overwhelming. And it overwhelmed antiquity. Marcus Aurelius, the emperor, who's on a ton of drugs, including opium. So much opium that Galen says, I can't stand this guy. He keeps bothering me about his opium. He just wants me to more and more. He's adjusting his medication up, giving him a stronger dose.
Who developed the language?
You mean what people?
Like when did it first come about, and how long did it take to expand to 250 to 500,000?
Yeah. Let's take what modern scholars would say and just throw that out the window. Okay.
What would modern scholars say?
All sorts. They're hitting this all over the place. They guess all sorts of. You could probably have a range of 3,000 years. They wouldn't know.
Okay.
Where does Greek actually come from? It's that old Indo-European bunkum, right? That stuff's not accurate. The Greeks, forget modern linguistics. The Greeks, what do the Greeks themselves say in their own text? They said, we are the descendants of the Pelasgoi. These are a group of marauding Chalcolithic, so this is 5000 BC. 5000 BC, called the Pelasgoi, the carriers of the purple. Yeah.
This is where Greek came from.
These are the antecedents of the Phoenicians, those who carry the purple.
Okay. What is the purple?
Way back, oh God, it's Murex squeezing. I take a little snail out of the water and he's in a shell. And I squeeze out this stuff and process it. There's a whole bunch of processing. And they've turned it into a substance that we use in our religion, right? In order to induce oystermania. Right? You can tell the girls who develop it because their fingers are stained with purple. You can tell because their lips are stained with the purple. Yeah, it's who knows what's in it. I mean, I've heard people say, "Oh, is it DMT?" Blah blah blah. Whatever. Who knows? Who knows? And who cares at this point? When do these people stop using drugs?
What is this? The Herculaneum Scrolls, a 20-year-old journey to read the unreadable.
Yeah, this is what Hillman was talking about. This is Herculaneum is that city that was destroyed. It's a sister city to Pompeii, and it has a lot of preserved scrolls in it. And so you can unwrap these crusted little scrolls. You can read them. And there's one kid that did with AI, used AI to help him out. But yeah, like what Hillman said, this is one of them did.
It was the first word that they could visibly. This library, they suspect, is, I don't know, they waffle. So I don't know, that's for the archaeologists. They're going to figure that out. But they say it's probably the Julian library from the Gens Julia. So the Gens of Caesar himself, right? It's destroyed in 79. So it's going to have, I can promise you, inside of this thing, I've already talked to the professor who did the scans.
Oh, really?
Yeah. He's at Kentucky,
Okay.
SEALs, and he's a nice guy. And he said, no, this is all going to be made public. Public access. So I've already got a team of people, shout out to the followers of Lady Babylon, who are ready to transcribe and translate. I guarantee you, I promise you.
How close do you think AI is to translating Greek? How accurate you could possibly get?
I just had a conversation with Dr. Ruck about that, just a short one. And it's gonna happen. Even if they feed it the lexicon, it depends on what they feed her. Right, like Mary nourished in the temple. Did you know Mary was being fed by angels?
No.
Yeah, she's got purple fingers. And they have apocryphal tongues. She's got purple fingers. She's feeding.
So Mary was doing drugs.
From the angels. Yeah. That's when they auctioned her off at 12. A lot of this. Can we go here yet or no?
How far into the podcast are we?
We're at I would say 145.
We can start to delve in. There's got to be a point where we're going to cut it for Patreon, but let's keep going and
yeah. I'll mute some stuff if we have to, and then if it's getting too deep, then we'll just jump to the Patreon.
So I'm going to sound like a complete idiot when I'm trying to ask you this question, but I'm to the best of my knowledge, at some point, the Romans tried to get rid of all these texts and get rid of all of the links to drugs, right? And they tried to rewrite history.
The Romans, I wouldn't call those people Romans. I would say the Christians.
The Christians.
Yeah.
Who were the first Christians?
Who the first one was? It's the guy on the cross with the head of the ass.
Jesus was the first Christian.
That's the first depiction of Jesus.
The first depiction of Jesus.
Yeah, isn't that neat? If you knew the ancient cult, you'd have the ears to hear, and you'd know what that means. And metamorphoses will teach you everything, the transformations.
Can you expand on that? What was the first depiction of Jesus?
Him on a dude on a cross, very crude, dude on a cross with the head of an ass.
The head of a donkey.
Yeah. Yeah. You didn't know Nicander.
No.
No, Nicander was a priest. 1st century BC. Late 2nd. 1st. And at the time, they were all super well educated.
Mm-hmm.
And this guy Nicander, he's quoted by later authorities all over the place. They're going to find Nicander in Ecumenium.
So at what point, or was there a point that the drug use started to taper off?
Yeah, in the 3rd and 4th, you start getting movements of Christianity that is bursting in. Libanius talks about these. They're raids. And that Christians burst in if anybody is using incense. Because one of the main ways that they're using drugs is through fumigation.
Right.
Right?
Mm-hmm.
It's an active practice. The first Baccha Medea, she does this. There's an account of it by Diodorus, the Sicilian. And Diodorus says that she filled a pot full of all the best, choicest drugs and carried it through the town burning.
Mm-hmm.
Carried it through the town and fumigated everyone.
Wow.
And everybody joined into this giant thing that we now call an orgy. Right? And we say the rites, the cult rites, those are the orgy. Right? And you have the associations. But no, I'm not going there.
Well, there was,
Unless you'd like to.
were a thing. They were just a thing that was always going on right back then. And
No.
no,
What do you think? These people are lunatics? This is just like a whole bunch of.
yeah, that's what I thought.
No. This
I
isn't.
thought that there was. I thought that there was like in Athens.
Yeah, like in Greece.
In Greece, there was always a, but the problem was that there was like family members participating in the same, like mother and son.
Yeah.
And then that was looked down upon by the people in Rome.
That's what the Christians were doing. They started persecuting the Christians before the Roman government.
Oh, so the Christians were the ones that were in the not the Greeks.
No, it was Roman political control. Yeah, that exerted that influence. They're the ones who would save the children from second rounding. You know what I mean?
Okay.
They were rounding up, especially in Alexandria, because that was the thing. They would get involved in practices. The Christians, they would fillet the dude who was their equivalent of a priest. It was like a father. Yeah, he was the leader of the Christian coven. Yeah, it was this. The Romans were like, no, we stop at the end. Were they having orgies all the time? No, but you have seasonal orgies, right? Seasonal religious actions that you and I would classify as both orgies, just a religious ritual and all right. Right? There's a reason those two words are from the same emotion.
Right.
Same gut. Because it was religion to them as well. Right? If you don't understand that, it's because you're not.
No, I understand. I can understand it. I can.
You did Buddhism stuff, didn't you? You probably. I don't have any of that, but isn't that an Eastern thing as well?
I didn't do any Buddhism stuff.
It isn't? No.
I'll give you that idea.
Previous misconception. No, it was somebody you were interviewing was talking about. Now you did it. It was the guy that I hate. Okay, but I don't hate this guy, but I hated his interview. I thought he was being condescending.
Why? You just thought he was being condescending. You didn't disagree with anything he was saying. You didn't think what he was saying was wrong, right?
No, I felt awful. He's saying he's wrong. Yeah, but he's not a tax guy. He doesn't work with those classical tax. So whenever you have to be careful, whenever somebody steps out there, some classical concept, hey, if you can't go back and you can't read the originals, don't bother saying anything about it. Like my mentor, Dr. John Scarborough at the University of Wisconsin-Madison, told me on the first day, he said, "It's great to have you as a student, and drop all your secondary sources, because we're not about that. We don't care what other people think. We don't want you to tell me what your theories are. Religious studies, and I'm telling you this just as one person to another. Religious studies, this is why classical philologists laugh at religious studies.
Why?
Because they don't master the basics. Don't tell me what Cicero said. Don't tell me what Homer said unless you can read what Homer said. I used to tell my seminarians that, because I taught at seminary.
Who was Homer?
Who was Homer? He was a poet. He was a bard, baby.
From when?
He sang the song
8th century.
Yeah, 8th century. Yeah.
There's three famous poets who you talk about, who you take the sources from, which is Homer, Ovid, and who else?
Yeah, Ovid not so much.
Not so much Ovid.
Yeah, no. If I only had my three choices, I was gonna make a soup of the best stuff. Yeah, I would say Homer, and I would say Pindar. Yeah, Pindar gives you that classical flavor. And then I would say Aeschylus, as did Euripides. He had to give in Aristophanes' play, The Frog. Dionysus goes to the underworld. Remember, the stage at the time is a place of ritual purification. A place of ritual purification. So, Aristophanes pulls out Euripides and Aeschylus fighting about who's the better poet in hell, if you will.
In hell?
Yeah, it's not really hell. They didn't really have a concept of hell. It was the other side of the dark star.
The other side of the dark star?
Yeah, which is apparently, it's apparently the place from which they would pull all of this oracular information. They said it was the real, and we were the image of it. Go figure.
Okay, I don't know what that means.
I don't know. Maybe you gotta be on the juice.
Maybe.
Gotta stick that stuff up there.
Yeah. We gotta put some purple in our butts to really understand what's going on.
Yeah.
Okay. So, the first depiction of Christ was a man being crucified with a donkey head.
Correct.
And so who was Jesus Christ?
Yeah, Christ is a title.
Christ is a title.
Yeah, Christ is a title. Yeah, and it's a pharmaceutical term.
Christ is a pharmaceutical term.
Where you
in
put,
Greek.
Yeah, yes, and it means that I have several examples of this shit, but it means you can perform an incrustation, they called it, where I give you a drug. What you see me do is I'll spit on the ground. Yeah, I'll spit on the ground and I'll use a combination of earth and spittle, my own spittle. Why am I spitting? Did you know Jesus walked out and spit in people's faces?
I thought you said Christ was just he was an actual person?
In the text. Who is he in the text?
Who is he? Yeah.
Yeah, that's what's most important.
Okay.
And that text is going to show us history, right? You can say what you want about the text as long as we're translating it accurately. So what is the text? Because the text is our evidence. This is science, man. I refuse to give over the discipline of classics to the humanities people. It needs to be taken by the scientists. Linguistics is a science. I'm not a linguist. I'm a classical philologist.
What's the difference?
Linguists do general stuff, right? Like how language acts under certain circumstances, or it's the basic mechanics.
Allegro is a linguist.
Yeah, classicists do just Greek and the notion of divine.
Okay. All right, so tell me more about Christ.
Yeah, so it's a drug term, and it means to be putting that thing in your eye. Can I show you some?
So to Christ or to christen means to put drugs in your eyes.
Originally, yeah.
Originally. Okay. So how did this get turned into the person everybody knows as Jesus Christ?
Fairy tale.
Yeah.
For example, you talk about the age of the apostles, right?
Mhm.
And everybody gets in their mind images of bearded adult men,
Mhm.
right? People don't realize those are teenagers.
The apostles. We're talking about the picture of like Jesus with the apostles at the Last Supper.
Yeah, notice they're all bearded men.
They're all bearded men. Yeah.
Yeah, what happened? Because the original description is constantly calling them children, and they aren't. Yeah, and
In the original description, who's constantly calling them?
okay, so like James and John are two of Jesus' boys.
Yes.
He picks them up one day on a boat.
What do you mean, boys? Like they're his homies, or like they're his children?
Yeah, what do? That's the question. They end up together a lot with boys in tombs.
With boys in tombs.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Multiple documents show that.
Okay.
We have Saint Cyril coming out of one of these graveyards with a bunch of venom that says bleeding out his, and a couple of prophets with him. Right? Yeah, yeah. Every Heracles has his Hymus.
What was how common was religion in these cultures back then, in the society? How was viewed, and how ubiquitous was prostitution? And what was it looked down upon? Was it just an accepted part of society, kind of like drugs were?
Oh God, we gotta go to Cyprus. We gotta go to Cyprus and worship Aphrodite. Where once a year, your wife has two choices. Either she can shave her head and stay with you, or she can go to the public forum and pick up one of the local sailors and with them all night, not thinking about you, and come back the next day and be completely healed. Yeah, that's the devotion. That's the devotion to the Aphrodite. Remember, the Romans are children of Venus. So this is embedded. This woman-centric, gorgeous goddess. This is part of their medical system. It's part of their healing. And so those you asked me about. Later, those the Christians would call prophets, and that's where you and I get our term prophet from.
Okay.
And the negative, you would never. These are priestesses of Aphrodite. You have made sacred the institution of.
Why would the wives have to go with sailors? And who were the sailors?
I don't know. Sometimes you get the need.
Who were the sailors?
Look, they come in and they go, and it's a religious festival. If you have a problem with that, that's between you and your wife. Now, what kind of instruction does that give to people, to the men on Cyprus?
What kind of instruction?
What do you learn from that kind of religious festival? For once a year, your wife gets to go have it with whomever she wants.
Are the wives wanting to do this?
Yeah. Well, you have to ask them when they're doing it. But since they all come back with smiles.
It says that they come back with smiles?
No, I made up there. You come back with smiles. But they do it every year. And you only have one choice. Shave your head. And enter. And why do they say shave your head? Because that shows that you're in a sign of mourning. That you're mourning the loss of Adonis. That you're mourning that. So you stay with your husband. You see the loyalty? She's loyal to him even in death. The women who keep their hair, that's resurrection, baby. Right? They're out there. It's Easter. Yeah. Yeah. Does that kid look exactly like you? Yeah. Half sisters and brothers.
Huh.
Yeah. Children of Aphrodite. Right? Sons of God. These are Romans. That's what the Romans called themselves. Right? Offspring of Aphrodite herself. It's gorgeous. Once you have access to these texts, you'll be surprised. It'll open up a whole new world that is the actual history. History means inquiry. It's not a linear chain of events. It means inquiry. And specifically, Historia were the questions that you ask oracles. And who are oracles? Some 14-year-old girl totally bombed on drugs. Singing. Wow. Singing. Her words, they're divine. If we follow them, we're going to end up with democracy.
I think it was in your book, I think it was Plato who you said that he was attempting to, or maybe he wasn't attempting to, but he thought of drugs and delusion and creativity and mania all as the same thing. Right, and I think you used an analogy to the human soul being driven by two horses. The human soul was a chariot being pulled by two horses that were fed drugs, basically.
What you know whose horses those are? Those are the horses of the gods, baby, right? And what are the gods fed? Ambrosia. You know who has the best ambrosia? Ganymede. You know who Ganymede is?
I don't.
I'm sorry. If I may, kill this if you have to. Please, Steve.
So for people who are listening to this podcast now, if it's on YouTube, it's going to be heavily censored because there's some words and there's some descriptions that Ammon is giving here that can't be shown on YouTube. So if you want to watch this thing fully uncensored, it's on our Patreon. It's linked below. Sorry to interrupt. Continue, please.
I will be as literal and direct as possible, the most scientific as possible. I don't want to.
I just want to make sure that this thing gets out to as many people as possible.
Okay.
And unfortunately, the high priests and priestesses at YouTube and Google will not let that happen if there are crazy words being used. So
yes, no, totally. So Ganymede is the lover boy of Zeus. And what he does is he pours Zeus the nectar. And in Priapean cult, Priapus is the god of the in antiquity.
There's a god of erection.
Yeah, in the Met Museum. You can see they've got a thing up now of all the Priapaic stuff and all the, when you're in a city and you see a statue of Priapus, you rub the, if you're a young girl, you rub the for the sake of, good luck. It's a positive thing. So you see people doing this. Every garden has a statue of Priapus in Rome.
Can you find a statue? Oh, there we go.
Statue.
Oh my God. Blow up one of these photos. Blow up that one in the middle.
That's a beautiful
Priapus
one.
was just okay. This is according to Wikipedia. Okay, Priapus was described in various sources as the son of Aphrodite by Dionysus, and the son of Dionysus and Chion as perhaps the father or son of Hermes, or as the son of Zeus or Pan. Okay.
So that thing.
Oh wow! Hang on. Go back real quick. Wait. According to legend, Hera cursed him with inconvenient impotence. He could not sustain an erection when the time came for intercourse.
Inconvenient impotence.
I've read.
So he had a huge, but he couldn't get it hard.
I've read descriptions in different ancient authors about the different drugs that are made in order to induce and to reduce it. So yeah, it's a drug thing that they're using. Look at that little guy there. You know, the first thing Bacchus did when he came back from hell is he sat over the grave of the guy who pointed in the direction of the cave We had to go find the other one.
Hmm.
Yeah. Why are they doing that stuff with their?
Yeah, why are these people such sickos?
You asked me. You were like, "Are you sure you're not just focusing too much? Look at this."
Yeah, no,
Look at
it's
this
I guess it's hard to escape, right?
Yeah. The first depictions of Aphrodite are she has a beautiful woman with a giant coming right at you.
Can you find this, Steve?
Yeah, find the early Aphrodite sculptures, please.
Early Aphrodite sculptures.
Yeah. Love it. It's good stuff. And they put stuff on those. You can find this in the Satyricon, right? And that's how they're administering drugs. That's how they're administering it. Yes, and orally and ocular. They have an ocular administration. And my push.
Ocular.
Yeah, no, that's spreading a seed, brother. Right? Don't you want to have an incrustation? You know, somebody's seed, the ophites, they called them in antiquity.
There it is.
They're a sect.
This is Aphrodite.
Look, she's lifting up her skirt. What's she got under her skirt?
Oh my lord.
What is that?
Now why? Why?
It's a statue of Aphroditos.
Why not? Yeah, why not? Yeah.
Why not?
Is that disturbing?
It's not disturbing. It's just interesting. I'm wondering, like, were they hyper obsessed with gender, and why were they so obsessed with?
They don't even have a word for homosexual.
Right.
Yeah, right. So it's all a part of the. They don't seem to have a problem.
So there was no moral or ideological boundaries when it came to course. Obviously, or scientific. I mean, scientific, other than the fact you can create offspring, right?
One thing you have to say, and I always use this. Whenever you hear a historian or classicist or anybody using generalities, right? That's you can tell that they're full of different cultures. We're talking about span of 2,000 years. You know, say 1,000 BC to 1,000 Anno Domini. You know, about 2,000 years. So in that time, you've got a lot of different things going on. Right? Spartans do something totally different than what Greeks do. Right? Dorians do different things than Ionians do. Right? Where do we find this? We find this lady. What about the?
Where do we find her?
Yeah, I don't remember where this one's from. Okay. But where is she originally? Her form? You gotta thank the Great Mother, baby. You gotta thank the Great Mother. There's a lot of castration going on. And she's a great mother. You know, I've seen a 10-year-old boy. That's what motion says. A 10-year-old boy cut off his own. And this was during a religious festival. No, don't worry. Parents are there.
Lucian wrote this?
Yeah.
Who was Lucian?
He's 2nd century. He's a guy who's writing Anno Domini, and he's talking about the rights of civility.
Okay.
And at these festivals, you know, you could go there too. It's like spring break, but
except you're cutting soft.
Yeah, and we have an account. No, Catullus 63 is an account of one of these boys who did this. Cut his off the next morning. He was like, "Oh no."
Regret.
But she says, "Look, they show you throw them into somebody's house, and whoever gets the has to provide you with a woman's kit."
What's a woman's kit?
Oh, all the clothes that a woman needs to be.
Why would they do that?
Because you cut it.
Why would you want to be cut your off to dress like a woman though?
Because you're honoring the Great Mother.
You're honoring the Great Mother.
Yeah.
Okay.
Right, everybody loves mom except for Nazi, right?
Yeah, I guess.
The Romans imported her coat when they were having a problem with Hannibal. They were like, "We're screwed. What do we do?" And they sent somebody out to the oracle And the oracle at Delphi told them, she said, you got to import the worship of the Great Mother.
Okay.
And so they did.
Okay.
And they blew them, that's when they blew up into an empire. This is like 205 BC.
Okay.
And after that, they just blew up. Their controllers blew up. It's that ecstatic worship of the mother. That's what requires the Imagine how devoted you have to be to the Great Mother. Cut off your own. Now, he said sometimes tourists do get wrapped up in the whole festival and will be like, they'll join in. But that's what right? Remember, you're on drugs and you're being whipped and stuff too, baby. I mean, this is intricate. This is crazy stuff. There's a sadistic level to this. Oh, it's gorgeous. They open their own villas, like the Villa of the Mysteries, Herculaneum and Pompeii and stuff. They open things up and they go all these frescoes of gorgeous people with whips and people. You're like, what are they doing? What are these people doing? It's crazy. No, it's no health. Don't worry. It purges the society. They have a conspiracy in the 180s. It gets out of hand. They end up killing like 1,000 women. The way that they cost their drugs. Yeah, a bunch of wives of prominent senators who were trying to restructure the government.
That's a coup.
Yeah,
a coup.
that's why they took it down. Yeah, they made it illegal. Those Romans.
These are the fresco whips of Pompeii.
Yeah, look at these.
I don't know. Is this them? I'm trying to find it. This is just what popped up.
Yeah, there you go. What's going on down there? Whew, a fashion show. No, the one of them's getting beaten, baby. There's somebody right next to her with a whip.
If you had a time machine, you could go to any place in history. What's the first place you would go?
Yeah, I would go back to the Garden of Gethsemane.
The Garden of Gethsemane.
It's the public park where Jesus was arrested.
You are obsessed with this.
Yeah, I think
you constantly talk about this moment when Jesus was arrested.
Yeah. It's wise.
Is this in the Bible?
Yes, it is.
Also, dumb question. How many versions of the modern Bible are there?
I don't know how many, but I can think of at least 12.
And what's the difference between them all? Why is there so many versions?
Depends on the time that they're translated. And if you'll notice, a lot of them will follow the earlier authors. Bible scholars don't read anything outside of the Bible. So how good do you think their vocab is? How good do you think their translation skills are? Right, that's the problem. So those translations are generally pretty bad, and that's what I brought some examples of.
Okay.
And this is in the garden, actually, that I brought these slides for.
Okay.
And this is the Garden of Gethsemane, and where are we? We're with Jesus in the first. And he's being arrested.
Okay, so let's give some context. Let's give some context. So who was Jesus, and why, and what is so good? What is so great about him?
Yeah, Jesus is a guy who walked around with 12 children, and
all the time,
and a group of. No, I'm just telling you.
He was just a guy who walked around with
prophets and children.
So what was so great about
all his disciples, and he calls them his children constantly. Right? Remember, God.
So he's a pimp.
God blesses those who take care of the children. Right?
Okay.
Yeah.
He takes care of these children.
He takes care of these children.
Okay.
There's a female, underage, called Paidiska. When Jesus Christ is in his trial, his followers won't admit they're his followers. Right? It's the whole, you're going to deny me. Right? Jesus is all like, I'm going to get friggin' scandalized. Right? And you're going to deny me. When he's in the garden and he gets caught. And those three, Peter, James, and John, they're keeping watch, the text says. They're guarding at a distance. While Jesus takes the boy that's been assigned to him, that's what the text says, like a slave.
So the depiction of this event is only in one version of the Bible. Is that right? Is it Matthew?
No, it's in multiple, but the kid is only in Mark.
Only in Mark.
Yeah.
Okay, and it's only like
Yeah.
2 sentences,
And-
right? Stevie, can you pull up the passage?
I've got it here.
Oh, you've got it there. Okay.
1451. Is that first line?
I can pull up the passages and show the different versions.
Yeah,
and
let's
how
do
it
that.
translates as well. What passage is it?
Mark 1451.
Alright, cool.
Okay, a young man. What is it? Can you blow it up?
Yeah.
A young man wearing nothing but a linen garment was following Jesus when they seized him. That's all it says.
Yeah. Now look at the Greek.
Oh yeah.
And it says, a young boy was assigned to him, having wrapped his with a medicated bandage, and they arrested him.
A medicated bandage. Is what it says.
Seemed on, yeah. I've got it.
Okay, so I'm comparing yours to what this one says. So visibility, I can turn on Greek as well.
Okay.
I'd love to see how this online Bible matches yours.
Check out the.
Is okay. So right here, is that exactly what you're reading?
Yeah, that's what I'm reading.
Okay. Which one of those Greek words is wrapped in a medicated linen?
Epigumno. This is on the. Okay, let's just start with the first line.
Maybe should we go to his computer, Steve?
Yeah.
That's it.
Okay.
The first. Let's go to the first one. The second word in is neoniskos, and that is what we call a diminutive. So it's a little of something else. And what is a neonias? Neonias is a boy.
Okay.
Yeah. So this is a little boy,
Okay.
and they call paidiska female kids who are underage.
Okay.
And when I say underage, I don't mean
Did they define
under
underage
18.
back then?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's not under 18. It's before.
So okay. So that was their word for before.
Age was. They didn't set a year.
Right. Okay. Got it.
Right.
The translation here says young.
And was there any sort of moral boundaries when it came to based on the pre?
Not from what I see.
Okay.
Yeah. Now, generally,
Nothing.
in different civilizations, you can still, like in Athens, you can still prosecute for somebody coercing what you and I would say is underage than before. Yeah, that's still, you can get in trouble for that.
Okay.
But it's not like it's not like there's compensation involved because, it's not like a crime you and I consider a crime. It's not like a civil crime. Yeah.
I like being punched.
Yeah, you've damaged somebody so you can give them reparations for damaging them.
Okay.
That's what you do. But the pedagogy in antiquity, pedagogue, that person who raises, educates the children, right? That person, that's the centauron, they call them. The centaur. It's their word for.
Which means what?
It's with children. Yeah. And Chiron, remember Chiron, he's a centaur. So he's the master of Heracles. And now you know why Heracles has his boy Hylas. Do you understand? The sacred mystery is passed from generation to generation. Yeah.
So, again, what was so special about Jesus? He was a guy who walked around with kids.
Yeah, apostles.
Apostles.
Yeah. So, what was so special about him?
Was he the only one doing that?
What was so special about, like, and that's perfect. No, he's not. It's called being a laestace.
What is a laestace?
He was crucified between two of these. A laestace is defined, and I've got it on the next. Let's see. Oh, here, look. This follows my presentation. So this is what the boy that was with Jesus. Boy, this is what he was with him. doing. And he's following him. Notice they use this term sunakuletho.
And where do you get this from? This image?
This is thank you to the Victorians from Oxford who have given us this wonderful, fantastic lexicon of ancient Greek.
Okay.
1850s.
Okay.
After that book that you just had was written.
Okay.
And here it is. And notice that it's using soldiers. It's using terms for soldiers and slaves. Right? So this kid is not just hanging out with Jesus, right? People have tried to explain this for a while. What was the kid doing with Jesus, right? Okay, anyway, let's go on to the next one.
Double click. There you go. Now hit green.
Look, this is what the kid is wrapped on his gumnos. Let me see, what's gumnos? Gumnos
fine cloth, usually linen.
Yeah, fine cloth. Look where look at the second line. It says "Busines telemones," right? So they're wrapping things in this
used
fine
for mummies,
cloth, right?
And surgeons' bandages.
And bandages, and that's where I get it. On my end, when I'm reading the medical authors, they're all saying that you impregnate women with drugs that you're going to treat the wound with, right? That's kind of makes sense.
You impregnate women.
No, linen, I'm sorry.
You impregnate linen
Don't impregnate them
with drugs.
Yeah.
To treat wounds.
Yeah.
Okay.
So
makes sense.
this is the original text, and this right here is the translation that we have right now, which is a bunch of different people. Nothing but a linen garment.
Yeah, notice how they took it from the bandage and turned it into
Who did this? Who's responsible for this?
crappy translators. People who do not work with the Greek. If you bring up the
Is this an accident or is this intentional?
No,
These
it's
translations.
intentional stupidity.
Are they intentionally leaving this bit out of the Bible?
No, it's bad training.
Oh,
It's just bad training.
okay.
Yeah. Now watch this one. Okay, so that last one had businos on it. Well, what is the businos? It's fine linen bandage, right? They give you at the top. But then look at the reference on the second line. That's Euripides Bacchae. Okay, so this is something that they're using within some kind of religious ritual. And look at number 2 at the bottom. Roman numeral number 2, porphyrus. That's Hesychius. And who's Hesychius? Hesychius is a lexicographer from the 4th and 5th who comes in. He has access to these ancient Greek lexicography texts, right? So before anybody was having any kind of substantial literature, the Greeks were already at the level, and these are ancient Greeks, they're already at the level of creating a language that is so highly specialized, we're still trying to translate it. Look at porphyrios here, all right? And then you see the different dialects that you get from the top. You got it in Attic, and you got it in Aeolian, and you got some Sappho there. Well, look at number 1, right? It has something to do with the sea. Number 2,
Blood gushing.
Purple. Number 2, the purple.
Of stuff, cloths, etc.
Yeah,
Okay.
etc. It's a dye, right? Look at number 3, purple clad. These are the purple people, right? Walking around with their purple. And then number 4, purple spots. But then number 5 is a specific. And then number 6, there it is. It's that thing that sets, right? The purple. It's the chemical that we're going to be using within the rite to make what's called burning purple, and that comes from the Virgin. And
They come from the Virgin.
yeah, Mary's fingers were covered with purple, and when her midwife came in to check her, because that's what midwives do, all the stuff by the way is coming from medicine. It's coming from women's medicine. Yeah, that's where all the science is.
And then the midwife came in to check her.
To check Mary, she palpated her. How she do that? So she stuck her 2 fingers in. And
That's what they do when someone's pregnant to check how dilated their cervix is or whatever.
Do the same thing with cows, right?
Never the cow.
No, well, here her, and then she. Oh God! Now you're gonna have to pull that out. Don't say that. Don't.
Sorry.
Okay. What happened?
Yeah, we're just creating more work for the editor.
She had purple fingers, and those purple fingers burned. Right? It says the apocryphal text say it burned her finger, the midwife's finger. Okay. Where are we getting Baptists from? And you say, wait a minute, this thing's jumping all over. No, we're still talking about the purple. Look at this. This is the word buffet.
Dipping of red hot iron in water, hence temper or edge of a blade or tool produced thereby.
Yeah. Now look at number 2.
Dye.
And the source there is Theophrastus.
Dye of blood.
Yeah, that's the source there is Theophrastus, and it's the Historia Pontarum. He was a student of Aristotle, and he's the first botanist. He wasn't the first botanist, but he was considered to be the father of botany. And if you look at the word that follows Theophrastus, it's porphyra, which is just the word we got out of Herculaneum. And it says porphyra baphe. The baptism is a baptism into the purple. Okay? We didn't leave the cult. We're still in the cult. Right, Baptists, you know what Baptists carry? They carry drugs. Yeah, they carry drugs. Everybody carries drugs. And by the way, the Roman market is an open market.
The Roman market is an open market.
Yeah, you can buy anything. You can buy venom from North Africa in the Roman market, make a concoction, it'll knock you down. And we know this because they have recipes and doctors writing about what do you do when you come across somebody and he's had too much hemlock. The first time I read that, I was like, wait a minute. Too much hemlock. That's what Socrates was killed with, right? Yeah, but this is a dude who
just use small amounts to trip balls.
he said he'll be walking on all fours and bleeding like sheep. God. Yeah, and what do? You got to give him an antidote, and that's where I was talking before about the rope that's in the cave that's guiding us to the cave is the science. They have come through. The Romans have come through a world that was a Bronze Age renaissance of drugs, dotes and antidotes. They call it Christ and Antichrist. Yeah. They are pharmacological terms. And they're using them that way. And when you get baptized, this is what you're being baptized into. It's the only way to bring eternal life. And you say, wait a minute, why? I thought, because you're thinking the wrong eternal life. There's no phrase in the New Testament that says eternal life. They all say ionic life.
Ionic life. What is that?
It's outside the time stream. That's how they describe it. Pythagoras said it has 360 degrees. Yeah.
So they're talking about some sort of DMT realm, maybe.
Quantum physics, I don't understand. Because they're also talking about the dark star. This stuff is all accessible across the dark star. So I don't know what that means, but I know that you have to join a lot of drugs and a lot of behavior. Where does Bacchus always lead? Bacchus always leads us to Aphrodite. Why is that? Because she is life. There's a sacred name of Rome. There's a secret. I give everybody on my channel a hard time to derive the sacred name. They can't derive this name. If you know this is what they said in antiquity, don't blame me. They said if you knew the sacred name of Rome, you could control power.
If you knew the sacred name of Rome, you could control her power.
Yeah. And that name is the operation of the mystery. It's the operation. It is that resurrection of the core. That's why, which they did in Lucis every year, right? Which is why you have the very same kind of worship that's spreading through the oracles. The oracles are spreading power of that Eleusinian, they call it purification. When you can put your population through an act that brings them healing, they're better citizens. Wow. Yeah. Wow. Yeah. Now you understand what I call the temple.
This is wild, man. Priest is cross.
Well, that's what the later Christians call it. Well, you know why they did now? Because this is the activity they're doing. They're bringing that heat in. Right? There's 20,000, there's 20,000, I think it's 20 or 22,000 that celebrate during Bona Dea, they call it.
I mean, it's all. This is all making a lot more sense to me now. I mean, it's when you're talking about the creation of democracy and saving humanity from itself and trying to eliminate all the negative influences of ancient oligarchs or tyrants and trying to create a just and fair society. That's essentially what they did. And the use of drugs to have an understanding of this and to create this sort of world, that is the best way. I mean, even in modern times, when you hear people talking about psychedelic experiences or experimenting with things like DMT or whatever it is, there are many modern descriptions of this same thing you're sort of talking about. I mean, even like if you talk like if you wanted the best, most just and fair, uncorrupted version of government today, you would want the president of the United States to be tripping on mushrooms, right? So, but the problem with it is the way that we look at it today is if you have all the people, like when it's going back to democracy, if you have all of these people, 10% of your population making the decisions and debating the decisions, you're never going to become the number one empire. You're not going to be able to control other empires because you're only worrying about yourself. You're not creating wars and trying to influence the rest of the world and trying to have the stranglehold on everyone else. You're just worrying about your society and being good. And the downside of that is you become vulnerable to the outside world.
Or to an insurrection, which is what happened to the Romans, and they're screaming. The Emperor Julian is like, "Oh my God, do not let the Christians teach." And today that's like, what? Oh, that's so terrible. And no, he says they will pull down your government right around your ears, and they'll set up something that's horrific in its place. Sure enough, they did. They killed him though. Within a few years, he was dead by a Christian soldier who speared him in the back. Yeah, it's the attempt to extinguish. That's why I'm so grateful for the Herculaneum scrolls, because every time, this is the largest, the only intact library we have from the ancient world, and it is the largest collection. It will have completely new authors. It will have authors that we know exist, but we didn't have that copy of that play. It'll have those too. And every time in history there is, I bring great news, because every time in history that we have a enlightenment, it's based upon a resurgence of that classical muse. It's based upon her. And to call that forward, I predict that this thing is potentially able to create another renaissance. And I hope people are aware that it's out there. And it has silver, it has the purple written on it, right? There?
Yeah.
Exactly.
So these translations that you just pulled up, what does this have to do with, or what does this tell you about the scene of Jesus in the park?
That's exactly what this verse says right here. It says, can
you zoom in on that a little bit?
Yeah, can we?
There you go.
Yeah, and so he's, what happened? So Jesus is there and it says the kid dropped the bandage and ran off. That's exactly what that says. The
Okay.
kid dropped the bandage and ran off.
Okay.
Yeah. So, and it says specifically in 51 that it was epigumnos. And epigumnos is on his private parts.
An epigumno, which is the bandage that's soaked in
The
drugs.
seam done that's on them, right? And why? Why is Jesus with the kid? Remember when he first walks in the garden, he falls over, he stumbles over, and he's in pain. He's going through the exact same symptoms the doctors will describe
Jesus
of the drug users. Yeah, it's in this chapter. It's in Mark 14. Yeah.
So he's tripping.
It says that he's exceptionally fearful, right? So it looks like he's in some kind of psychotic fear,
Mm-hmm.
and he's screaming about, "Take it! Don't let me do it!" And he's with his kid. He's with this kid at the time, right? And he ends up with stuff on his face, stuff that is like big drops of food on it.
Talking about bodily fluids.
Blood is how it's typically, no, it's how it's transmitted. It's not the blood that he's got, it's purple. And he's got an antidote from the kids. That's the galene, is the kid's seat. Heracles has to have Hylas. He has to have his boy. Zeus has to have Ganymede. On the Priapeic side, they call it Ganymede. And the question is, do you drink from Ganymede?
I don't.
Well, that's why you're not in charge.
Yeah, probably. All right, bring me back down to earth here. What's going on in the park again? So Jesus has the purple on his face.
Yeah, he's got the purple on his
So
face.
Jesus is having some sort of a psychotic fit, right?
He's having
got
some kind of overwhelming emotional state. It's hitting him so hard. He's falling on the ground. So he's got something on board that's causing him to stumble.
And it's 4 a.m. in the morning.
It's 4 a.m. Yeah.
And he's got and
who he just came from.
Who wrote this, by the way?
Party with the kids. He just came from.
Did one of the cops write this? One of the cops that arrested him?
No, this is Mark. Yeah.
Mark was there.
Well, no, Mark is telling you the secret things that you're not supposed to know.
So how does Mark know if he wasn't there?
Yeah, well, I don't care if he does or doesn't know. The fact is he's saying them.
Okay.
And that's what's scary.
Well, how do we know Mark
You
didn't have
have
an
a
axe to grind
religious-
against Jesus? You
Yeah.
want to make Jesus look like a bad guy and make him look like a weirdo
Well,
or
he
a crazy
could.
person.
He could, maybe. I don't know. No, I know.
Right.
That's why I say we have to stick with exactly what the source
The
is.
point is that this is what. Take it for what it's worth. This is what Mark said,
Yeah, and,
and Mark was not there.
no, Peter, James, and John, and the kid.
Okay.
Yeah. Now, Mark, where did Jesus come from before this?
Mm-hmm.
In the scene, he came from the place where he was with all kids in the upper room. That's where they came from. Right?
In what room?
In the upper room. It's just the way to refer to the place. Look, it was shady. Now, this is part of the cops. This is part of what the cops have on it. Right? He sent out a couple of his boys to go scout out a place. And when he did, he told them, hey, you're going to come to this guy. And he's standing there. And he's doing this. And you got to approach him and say, Jesus' boys, where do we need a place for Jesus to celebrate? And he says, take him in here. And he finds a guy. And they take him up. They get a shady backroom business. Remember, what does Jesus do with his boys? We all know this. That's why we're a crowd. And we're angry and we want Jesus crucified. Now you understand why there was a friggin' crowd there. Yeah. A little bit brutal with them, weren't they? Well, yeah, they had good reason to be. He was with those 12 underage kids in that room, washing feet. And you gotta get when you wash feet. Have you ever washed somebody's feet?
Not that I can recall.
How about a 12-year-old boy?
Absolutely not.
Now, why wouldn't you? Do you have some kind of problem with Jesus?
Apparently, I do.
Okay, all right. That's too bad because he ends up in a garden after this with the three older ones, and he says, "Keep guard," while he takes the young kid off to the middle of the garden. In the meantime, they're falling asleep while Jesus is rolling out in agony and doing what he's got to do to get for the Kulene from the boy. And that's the mastery here. The boy has some kind of antidote. Galen describes it's not milky.
Galen describes this.
Yeah, as long as the girls exudate from their breast. You can milk.
I did not know that.
We can't. Probably has antibodies in it to wherever the venom's there. Because these same girls, you cut them.
And this stuff,
You cut them and you wrap them with the snake venom. And that's why we all hold up the serpent. Right? We all know it. You see my tattoo. Right? It doesn't say it was on a pole.
Show me the tattoo you're talking about.
It says it was on a tattoo. I'm waxing.
Okay, so Galen talks about this fluids that boys and girls create, and he talks about this being used as an antidote to snake venom specifically.
It's the Galene. It's a Greek term that means calm after the storm. Galene. And
What is the calm after the storm supposed to mean?
Because, okay, remember how Jesus was screaming on the cross?
I mean, yeah, I guess, yeah.
You don't have to scream while you're on the cross, man. You don't have to.
All right.
But he not only was a screamer, he was a dyer early. He didn't die of the crucifixion. Jesus Christ did not die of a crucifixion. He screams out, and then boom, he's gone. And so it says the soldiers are surprised. They reported the pilot. Like, he died early, bro. Now this tells us that vinegar that they offered to Jesus on the cross and the sponge, that was an antidote to the deep sauce. The deep sauce is the horned viper of North Africa, and its venom makes you really thirsty. They were trying to give him an antidote. His followers all, as they were around the cross, they were trying to give him an antidote. He didn't get it, and he overdosed. He's dead. That's it.
How did they administer the snake venom?
Oh, that's the brother.
While he was on the cross?
No. Oh no, he had it already by the time. When he shows up in the garden, he's got it on his face.
Oh, so he had already been given this. He gave himself the snake venom?
That's why he's going through the gyrations and feeling bad. He's already going through it. It was the boys.
That was the antidote to
It
it.
was the antidote, and he says, let this cup pass. What is that cup? In Apocalypse, the Revelation,
Yes.
it says that cup is borne up by that theory, by that Galene. They're using the same. It's one light. They're using the same drugs in the Apocalypse. And the great enemy of God is that lady's cup, which is full of maya. You have to drink the boys'
To survive.
in order to survive.
But why did he get this? Why did he take the snake venom in the first place?
Because he was a Christ.
So he was just, he overdosed. So he
How are you going to
overdosed.
prophesy? How are you going to prophesy?
He accidentally took too much, is what you're saying.
No, I don't think he took too much. I don't think he got an antidote. The texts are not saying. Yeah, I think that's why Nona says they were attempting that sponge, which, by the way, notice is corroborated by the Geoponica. The Geoponica is a Byzantine farmer's manual, for lack of a great term. And in it, it says the vinegar, the oxus, that is the remedy. It's a common term for the remedy of the dipsass snake. Right? So it's the chemical knowledge is all there. They were just using it, and it's, Heracles likes it in the eyes.
But how much later did he die from that moment in the park? How much time passed before he was crucified?
Yeah, it's at midday, isn't it? Midday. When's he shot? I think it's during an eclipse.
Because there was like the Last Supper, right?
Yeah, during the eclipse. Yeah, no, it's later. Right? Last Supper was the party all night, naked. Right? It says specifically that Jesus was naked with his paidia, with his boys. And he's always calling them boys. He calls them my little ones. I've got some verses where he calls them my little ones. Right? So what is he doing? He's perpetuating a cult that is a practical business, is a, if it's illegitimate because it's prosecuted by the government. And Julius Caesar was one of the people who started cracking the back of it because they kidnapped him. They were going to sell him off. And he got a ransom and came back and killed them all.
Wow.
Crucified him.
So I'm surprised it took the snake venom so long to kill him.
Yeah.
That was. So it was more than 24 hours from when he was crucified, from when he was found in the park?
No, he would have gotten it. So he went to the party with the boys at night. So that's when they would have done the administration of the flesh and the blood.
Okay.
Yeah.
And it was the next day he was
Remember
crucified.
the Ophites still filleted for the sacred communion. Roman soldiers do too. Yeah.
So the sacred communion
That's right. Yes.
was it?
Your seed makes me high.
So not only was this stuff being used as an antidote, they were also mixing it with other stuff to get high.
It's polypharmacy. It's a ton of plants and animal substances. Some of my laugh at, I'm like, oh, gee, how did you figure that out? I have no idea.
But didn't you mention that somehow the boy or either animals or humans were used to endogenously create drugs?
They tested roosters. They tested drugs on roosters, and they would give them poison, and then feed them the antidote, cause them to swallow the antidote, and to see if that, Galen writes about that. He says you can do it on people too, and they do.
So were they giving the poisons to these people and then assuming that these people their immune system would react in a certain way and they could pull out, like, for lack of a better term, like the antibodies that we're using to fight the poison and use that to put into other people?
I think that's what's happening when they talk about breast milk. These priestesses will give off of breast milk, they cut their arms,
And they would give themselves drugs, and then they would
give themselves the venom all the time and wrap. And then
and their body would start fighting against it, and then they would pull out the breast milk and use that as an antivenom.
As an antivenom, yeah, essentially.
Or an antichrist.
It's not really an anti-venom either. It is a balancing drug.
Right.
So you're not stopping the venom. You're basically, the physicians say you're stopping the negative symptoms. Wow. Yeah, polypharmacy.
Wow.
Yeah, good stuff. Let's get some hemlock and some henbane, some aconite, some really poisonous stuff.
Do you think that their pharmaceutical knowledge and their drug knowledge, if we understood all of that today, do you think it would advance our knowledge currently in science and pharmaceuticals and treatments of illnesses and disease?
Yeah, undoubtedly. And I tell people just that. They're thinking of making the human body the producer of the drug. Your body becomes, they're thinking, okay, this person is depressed, therefore I'm going to hit them with this drug. Right? This one drug, I'm going to see what happens to them and watch it. They want to kill themselves? No, that's not going to work. Right? That's not what they're doing. They're looking at using multiple drugs to basically create the potential that the human body has to make its own communion, to be a source of health. Sacred name of Rome. Right. It is that health. It is that power. It is that extended capacity. That's why we insist that the vessels are virgin. Yeah. They direct us.
It's why we insist that the vessels are virgins?
Yeah.
What do you mean by that?
Yeah. It's why they have to be in a certain physical state, because the person becomes the vehicle of the drug. The cup is full of her. Yeah, that's her. We are talking about communion, and is the of a virgin,
Right.
an oracular virgin.
Right.
Yeah. And when I say virgin, I mean the kind that they put up on the statues. I remember Athena, Athena. That's the exact image, the eidolon that they're creating. It's Athena. Virgin, Holy Virgin. You don't worship the Holy Virgin?
Do I?
What is your religion?
I'm not really religious.
Yeah, I didn't think so. It's a bunch of crap, isn't it?
I don't know. Not according to you. According to you, it's way more than I thought it was. So why in the Bible do they explain that the guys who were being crucified next to Jesus were just thieves?
Yeah, that's how they translate. That's how they translate.
And again, this is not on purpose. They just accidentally did this.
How are you going to translate?
But isn't it convenient that they isn't it convenient for them that they left all this out?
Oh, you are right on top of it, detective. No, seriously, write your dissertation now. Why would you choose between a kid having a linen garment and a bandage on his heart? And why would you choose to present Jesus in a way that's not accurate to the sources? I'm not saying to anybody's interpretation. There's no room for interpretation. It's just what the sources say. He's a lace-face,
Which is a pimp.
which is basically a trafficker. Yeah,
Which was looked down upon, which was frowned upon back then.
because it's an active, organized crime.
But a civil crime.
You've got boys of Galilee, and those boys of Galilee, they're entrenched in the.
But didn't you say that when the people approached Jesus in the park, we call them cops. They were like ancient
Roman cops.
Did they have chest cams?
No, but they had big weapons. He notes it, and I have.
And he said, and according to Matthew, the first thing he said is, "I am not a lace-face or a."
Right. He said, "I'm not a lace-face, man." He says, "Why did you come out here? Why did you come out here with all your heavy weapons like I'm a lace-face?"
Right.
Right. Right. So.
Well, maybe he wasn't. Maybe he was just trying to get the antidote.
Well, it could be, but he's making a big deal about it, right? For some reason. And he's standing there contextually right next to a kid. So, maybe he's trying to give an answer for why there's a kid with him in a public park or for him.
If I'm his lawyer, that's what I'm going to say.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Yes. No, more importantly, what's that kid actually doing? And I think that's the question.
What do you think?
The evidence only shows that he could be one of these boys who's providing the people who are in the cult with the galene, with the thing that's going to balance whatever it is that Jesus has taken that's put him into a state. And it doesn't work, and he ends up dying on the cross. And if you notice in the resurrection, we just had Easter. Did you notice it's another?
We just had Easter, and we just had an eclipse.
Yeah, another boy with Jesus in the tomb. Don't you remember?
No.
Yes.
I never read the Bible.
Yeah. Oh, you didn't? That's right. Oh, we gotta start reading the Bible.
Should I read it?
Yeah, I think you should.
Which version should I read?
The Greek version. Yeah. Yeah. Come to my class. I'll have you 20 weeks. 20 weeks. I'll have you just enough to be dangerous.
20 weeks.
Yeah. Well, no. Most of my students are.
How do I go to your class?
40.
Is it online?
40 weeks.
Do I have to show up to a university?
I'm working for a tutoring company. Because once you've been ejected, it turns out, from the university, pretty much you're roaming from that point on. And I had people that I applied for jobs. They're like, "Why would you want to have this job? Do you just want to be around young people? And then like, skip you. Show me the sources." My students love it. My last semester, I had 90 some students petition the administration to take my class that was capped at 30. Right? They had to formulate a petition. They wanted it. For a small liberal arts university, that's not bad. 100 people is a big audience. I had 270, 350 at University of Wisconsin when I taught history of medicine. But as a grad student, I can very proudly say I'm the only grad student to ever teach at the level of a professor at the University of Wisconsin. I taught a whole course on medical history and medical terminology. Yeah, it was a lot of fun. They want to know the dirty stuff, though. This is dirty stuff you got to bring out.
Why do you have to bring it out?
Yeah, you do. You gotta have women having it. How do you get a chemical? They got all sorts of the midwives. They have all sorts of. You can regulate. Wouldn't it be cool if you were a woman and you could regulate your own?
Yeah, we do that now, right?
Yeah, it's called.
We have like IUDs, or we have these like little metal prongs.
No, I mean, but chemically. So that
those things have chemicals on them.
You could turn up your flow and turn down your flow. Like dial it. Yeah. Why would you want to be doing that? Because there's a point of ecstasy. People don't realize in antiquity, in a woman's, there's a point where she's close to the gods. There's an eclipse. Yeah. There's an eclipse, and when you have an eclipse, you have the power of that moon blocking that sun.
Is that why women, when right before they get soaked?
Is it because of Aphrodite? They would say. And my answer would be yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's the eclipse.
And you have to. No, that's the pre-eclipse. And you have to, right? And you have to channel that within a woman's being in order to be a proper mate.
You have to channel that within a woman's being.
Yeah, you gotta
be a proper mate.
You gotta make her ovulate. It's all about that production, right? Even the Scythian women and men. The only reason they give this material is to cause them to be able to, because they're already paralyzed. Can you imagine being paralyzed?
No.
After someone has given you a drug that induces psychosis, they called it the PAN, fear. So they've put you in a state of psychotic fear, and they've given you a drug that gives you and they manually bring you to for what?
Yeah, for what?
That's got to be a state to be. I mean, if you could take somebody there. Is that what caused the Enlightenment? Was it people sitting around? You know what I mean? Was it people sitting around who followed? You got the Templars. Templars are licking and Edwards. And Ted. Yeah.
They're looking at them?
Licking them. Yeah. Initiates lick. There's a purple cross on the bottom of where they give the medicine, drizzles out, and those initiates. That's where they start to get exposed to it. And you can do it, they said, in the papers, the court papers, so to speak. The investigation papers. The Templars were. It's one of the reasons they were persecuted so heavily. It's because they were having them look at, or they could also look at the cell and get that purple stain.
What sort of pushback or backlash have you gotten from the mainstream academic institutions for talking about all this stuff? None. No. It's better to ignore. It takes him, a professor from Brown told me it'll take him 10 years to catch up with your research. And they're just behind. They're behind. Didn't the church or something come and make a statement about you specifically?
I was investigated by the Catholic Church.
You were investigated by the Catholic Church when?
When I worked for the St. Mary's University.
Really? And how did you find out about this?
I had a Monsignor come to me and say, "Hey, I've been to." He was one of my students, right? Keeping tabs on everything and learning Greek. You got to learn Greek in process. So I hope he kept it up to this day. He told me, he said, I've been to 5 meetings about you. I couldn't help but laugh, you know what I mean? At this time, I had professors coming to me going, you can't get fired. You can't get fired. And, oh, by the way, we support what you're doing, but we're not going to put our asses out there.
Right.
I thought, well, cowards, but whatever. I had to stay true to the sources. So I did. So the Catholic Church, look, a student on campus claimed that she woke up at 4:35 in the morning. And that I was floating. I floated through the door of her dorm and hovered over her roommate and had to her roommate as I hovered over her bed. And then she woke up and made a noise, and I extended my hand and paralyzed her. Now, this student was released from school due to the mania. It was a mental discharge.
This was one of your students?
No, she wasn't one of my students. She was one of the students that was working on the play, the Medea, that I was the contracted advisor for. And the student that I allegedly hovered over and made cosmic love to was the lead role as the younger form. We had 2 forms. We had the younger, the one that killed her brother, and then the older form.
And
so they had a hearing.
So who did she tell this to? Who did she tell the story to?
Administration.
And how did the Catholic Church get involved?
The Church had an inquiry, and the bishop had to come and sit. I'm sure it was hilarious. I had a group of people before the inquiry. I had a group of people come to me and say, I was like, who are these people in my office? And they said, we know who you are, and we know what you're doing, and the demons that you're working with. And I was like, excuse me? Right? Excuse me? And then there was the inquiry, the formal inquiry, and it was 2. I'm told it was 2 charges. Number 1 was demon possession, which personally I think that's pretty cool.
That's pretty metal.
No, it is. No. Number 2, it was I was opening portals.
To where?
I don't know, but do you think I would be Catholic?
Can you find this? Is this published anywhere?
Yeah, it is. I gotta finish though, so people can have a little sympathy for me. I was fired after the production of the Medea. It was wildly successful. People said it was the best thing they ever produced, right? But I had furious choruses of Catholic university students pointing.
What?
Yes. They said they wanted it accurate, so we brought in the priapus. We brought in what they call the fascido. It's a Roman implement. It's a and when you point it at somebody, like a priest who's involved in doing naughty things to children, you are throwing off from the stage that corruption, purifying the audience. I mean, it was quite successful. It succeeded to the point that, you know, the Monsignor that I knew, I probably shouldn't put his, he's a big guy. He said, look, you know, he brought up the book. I had just published a book that was about ritual in the early church. And apparently that was what was making all the hullabaloo. The story of me flying through the air and all of that just kind of added an atmosphere of like religious frenzy. And the Monsignor just explained it to me. The charismatic wing was quite active in that area, and he didn't like the direction it was going. And I just happened to be one of their targets, so that's why, you know, they did what they did. And you know, once you've been ejected, you can't go back. There's no way. I'm running now. So what I do is I use the same skills.
What now? What was the word you used?
Ronin.
Ronin.
He's a Japanese samurai who's lost his lord. He's got no protection of the institution, nothing like that. Yeah.
What is this? Okay, this is an article.
All right, so I mean, I'm sure Hillman can put more.
Fired over the phallus. Adjunct at St. Mary's University of Minnesota says his contract wasn't renewed and he was fired from a custodial job on campus due to a play prop.
All right,
Now get this.
During the week, this is it. Hillman was contracted by the Catholic University this fall to translate Seneca's version of Medea, a story largely about a woman's revenge on a husband who's abandoned her for a more politically advantageous marriage. But Hillman, technically a production's playwright, also highlighted Medea's undertones about greed and suggested that the cast members deliver admonishing lines about corporate greed while pointing fascina at the audiences used in the ancient world in certain rites and to ward off evil. Fascina are supposed to embody the divina power of the phallus. In that spirit, the props being prepared for the show looked distinctively like one of the props pictured at the right.
There was one that was 6 feet long that they carried in procession into the performance. Now remember, these are sold out too. All of our performances were totally sold out.
Really?
Yeah, and they said it was the best. It was the best thing the theater department had ever produced. Yeah, so when I was fired after this, people were like, "What? What's going on?" And when I was fired, the American professors, it's like a union, the National Association of University Professors, sent a couple of people out to inquire about my termination. And they ruled that I was improperly terminated. And this was not, this was just because of what I was teaching. It had nothing to do with anything else. So I thought that was nice that the AAUP would come out and do it. They had the International one do the same thing. There's an article on FIRE, which is the freedom for free speech on campus. And the act of the university, St. Mary's University firing me, got them put on the top 10 list of bad places for free speech.
Really?
Yeah. The USA Today was the one that publishes it.
Can you find that?
Yeah, it's got to be on there. And they made the top 10 list because of what they did to me.
Wow,
Yeah.
no way.
So, and there's quite an article. They had me in a place where I had to even work. And I didn't mind because I don't mind doing dirty jobs, but I used to clean toilets. Because the professor's salary they paid me was not enough to feed my children. Yeah, so you can see why the Monsignor was like, okay.
How did that affect you personally after this all happened?
It shut off my. But every time something has happened in my life, it's had to build, to forge my path ahead. When the head of my department told me the Romans wouldn't do such a thing as take drugs,
He said, "Why would they do it back? Why would they do that back then when we don't do it today?" Right? Something to that effect.
she said they just wouldn't do such a thing. They just wouldn't do such a thing. Right? When she said that, I realized, okay, I've got to go investigate everything there is to know about drug use in the ancient world. Right? I've got to find the connection. I've got to dig the hole. And I've got to find that reality that lies there beneath the ideas of scholars. Right? That real history. I want to see it. And so,
One thing I wanted to ask you about that we haven't talked about is Lucian's writing on Alexander the False Prophet.
Yes, good, nice.
Can you talk about that? Who is Alexander? Was Alexander the False Prophet a real person, or was this just a story?
Yeah, no, he's a real person, and Lucian is a real person writing about another real person in Cappadocia, up on the Black Sea again. We're up on the Black Sea. And he started a cult, an oracular cult, and he's called Lucian says, look, I hate to write to you about bad people. History should be all full of good people. Right? Just like this other guy says, wrote about this Lace Days. I'm going to write to you about a Lace Days that is like he's the worst. He's the worst of these guys. And it turns out he's a boy. He's entered into the trade. And he becomes, because he's known for being very good looking. Yeah, he's got a really good look to him.
Alexander the False Prophet.
Yeah, right. And he travels around. He gets the attention of a couple of very wealthy women who set him up, making oracles. And he has imported to himself boys, young boys, who are exceptionally handsome. He has a very specific list of what they should and shouldn't look like. Don't take the short ones, take the tall ones. Don't take the ones that have problems on their skin. Take the ones that are smelly. Right? That kind of thing.
I'm talking about like ancient eugenics.
Yeah, kind of like keep your lover in the best ideal form. Remember, the gods are just the ideal. That's why you see a lot of depictions of the gods. It's this,
Jacked.
Yeah, and young.
Yeah, it's weird about the god, the depictions of the gods and like the sculpture of like David and Zeus. They were all like these big, jacked warriors, but they had small wieners.
Yeah, that's what happens when you spend time with the Queen of the Amazons, man. Hercules did for a year. She made him walk around in a dress. You know why?
Wait, who made who walk around in a dress?
Oh, the Queen of the Amazons. And if you think the Amazons are myth, they're not. We have Athenian graveyards full of people that they killed. So these are, again, those roaring, roaming tribes around the Black Sea that just plunder. They live by plunder. And by the way, the Thracians are big on the eunuch trade. And making eunuchs is a big deal, and that's why Odysseus is so.
What's a eunuch?
When I cut somebody's off, I turn them into a eunuch.
Got it.
Because what am I doing? I'm changing the pharmacy.
Right.
Right? That testosterone is going to change whatever the...
So when you cut off they have no more testosterone?
Yeah. So,
and what's so good about that? What's so great about a eunuch?
Because then you can use this. Right? You can't use it otherwise.
Oh, so it's got to have no sperm in it.
Yeah, it's got to have no testosterone. That's what they need. So they're turning the person into the dispensary.
They're turning the person into this dispensary of drugs.
Right, and
a drug factory, essentially.
Yeah, a communion, a place of communion.
Okay.
Yeah. Wow. Yeah. It's intricate.
Okay, Alexander the False Prophet.
Yeah.
He wanted these perfect-looking people, tall, no skin abrasions.
Yeah. So he runs a business, and it ends up in a bad way. One of the kids he thinks is murdered, or he has it murdered, and it's not good. It looks bad for him, and that's the moral lesson that Lucian is trying to teach. Is what happens when you become profit-driven, and you have nothing to stop you, no brakes. And that's this guy, Alexander the False Prophet. But it's important to note that he's a prophet, because that's what prophets are in antiquity. There are not prophets that are not jacked in. Prophesying is taking drugs. There's no way around it. It's part of doing what they said, going into the anaemon. And what is that anaemon? It's the wilderness. You know what I mean? When you're in that void.
Okay.
Mark talks about the void, where Jesus meets Lucifer and converses with Lucifer. It's in the Bible. He sees Uranus split. And out of Uranus comes that dove with that milk. And he ends up going into Erimon, tempted, tested, tried by Lucifer. Yeah, so he's going through it. Jesus, good for him. He's going through it. He's doing the whole right. He's really practicing. That Baptist is really practicing. What is standard issue of every Baptist, according to Juvenal? The standard issue is a shaped cup. You can put it. It's called the Vitreum Priapeum, or the glass. And every Baptist carries it. That's why they take the kids out. It's the pederasty of the ancient Greek religion seeping in. And that's why Paul is screaming, you can't do this. That dude is sleeping with his stepmother. Right? That's what Paul said. Paul's immune to viper venom, right?
Okay.
Yeah, yes, he is eaten by viper. The locals are like, you are not. And he goes,
Who's got the antidote?
yeah, obviously using. Right? And Mithridates was a great king who couldn't be poisoned to death because he was taking the stereax all the time. He had constant antidote on board.
Right.
And Marcus Aurelius, when we get down to Marcus Aurelius, people are saying about him that he's looking better ever since Galen started him on the stereax.
He's looking better.
Yeah, like it's doing something. Whoa, nice improvement there. And he said, Galen says in his treatise to Pison, this is not made up literature. These are accounts of Roman medicine. And in it he says, yeah, this was used after Marcus Aurelius too, but they acknowledged it more. You know, it's good stuff, man. He says Cleopatra was in the game too. She couldn't.
Who was Lucifer?
He's the dawn bringer. Yeah, they first called him Lucifer, and he was a girl. You ever see a girl with a big...
I mean, I saw a girl earlier. He showed me a statue of one.
That's the morning star.
What was her name again?
Venus.
Tell me more about Lucifer.
Yeah, he's the morning star, and he's the one who guards the gate. They call him. He's way over than Christianity, right? Judaism. He's way over. He's part of the Saturnian religion. And what is that? That's the mystery that revolves around sun, moon, and earth. So it's a very, it's all constellations and stuff like that, and all solar stuff, and yearly festivals and whatnot. That's Saturnian. The worship of Cronus. They call it Golden Age. It's before the Zeus enters and he takes over, right? On Olympus, right? Before he takes over. So Lucifer comes from that older generation. And he's a dawn bringer. What is everybody's job?
What does that mean?
It means you bring dawn. You herald.
Bring the new day?
Yes, you herald the dawn. The dawn is that funny moment when you don't have any sunlight, direct sunlight, and it's kind of they talk about it as a spark in the spin. They call it a spark. A spark in the ether. And that's what you're preserving. When you meet as a Christian, you get up early in the morning. This is how they originally met. You get up at sunrise, right? Now, that's why you have the associations of sunrise with Easter and all that kind of stuff like that. They get there early because they're dawn bringers, right? Jesus is saying in the apocalypse, he says, "I am the morning star."
Jesus says that.
Yes. And he's got a bra on too.
A what?
A bra.
A bra.
Yeah. It's a special device.
So, what do you make of that? Why did he say he was the morning star?
Because he has to be. If he's going to be the Christ, if he's going to be the one in the position to be elevated as Christ, he's got to be the morning star. That's the title. They're all dawn bringers. Right? Christos is a dawn bringer. Right? So, yeah, he's got to. He's following. At least the people who are writing about him in John, John's Apocalypse, at least they're making that association. Yeah, notice they've got field traps here. The angels, when an angel pours out a field trap, right, a filtron, when they pour it out, that's a drug-containing device. So, the angels that pour out the plagues, those are drugs. The beast is called Therion.
So how did Lucifer become a bad guy?
How did Lucifer become a bad guy? Because God's alive.
Zeus?
Yeah.
What did Zeus do to him?
He lied.
How?
Closed the eyes of his Ewa.
That was what?
Of his Ewa, his Eve. In order to make the second Adam. Don't you know we're dealing with sacrifice?
Huh?
Yeah. God killing his only son.
Yeah.
Right? In order to elevate him to what they call the Soteria. That's the Savior. That's the word we get, Savior. Right? That's an old title for Lucifer, the female dawn bringer. That's why he's wearing the robe.
This is hard a lot of this is really hard to digest.
That's what that boy thought, God.
What does the word Satan come from?
Now, people will say, oh,
You always say in your videos or your documentaries that you make on your YouTube channel, you always say Hail Satan.
right. Indeed.
But you also claim that you don't worship Satan.
I don't have a religion. I'm way too lazy.
I don't think you're lazy, man.
No. I don't have, no, I'm not promoting a religion, and that's something I tell everybody. I tell everybody, I don't want you to buy my books. I don't have any reason to condescend. I don't have anything to set up here and hold up and say, you should buy this. No, what is out there is a lot of Greek text, and I'm a classicist, and my job is to protect those texts and to get you the integrity of what's in them. And what you have read from the Bible, that you have read in English, is a mistranslation. It's at best a hack job. At worst, it's a purposeful obfuscation of the actual history. And then you start looking at Jesus, who's screaming, when he's getting arrested, he's not one of these lay states. Yeah, you see the real. All of a sudden, the real becomes obvious, and that's what I think is the job of a classical philosopher to preserve these texts. Give them to you.
So what is Hail Satan mean to you?
It's the gadfly.
What's the gadfly again?
It's the punch in somebody's face. It's the oysters that you need. There's a reason you get beaten with whips. It does something. Yeah, it does something, not in a Desaad kind of way.
It shocks you?
Yeah, it brings you, I don't know, it does something chemically to you. All right? It causes you to release something in your blood. You ever get the thirst for the blood? Do you know what it's like to eat? First of all, you think it's possible that you give them the address where they do this, but they eat. They take that freckled redhead kid, and I won't get a text for this, by the way. It's called De Ortuwadawani. And you take this red-haired freckled kid, you pump him full of drugs, and you roast him, slowly raising his body temperature. And you bleed him as his body temperature rises. And that blood is communion blood. That's what you get the taste for. Now, why he has to be red-haired and freckled? I mean, not freckled, red-haired and pimpled. This guy has pimples, which makes you think, well, you gotta use a teenage kid for this or something. Something about the pimples. You know it has to do with hormones, because it's right at that time that whatever's going on in his body is producing those pimples. But that's what you gotta use.
Where does this come from?
The De Ortuwadawani. It's a recipe for Medea's communion, and it is sandwiched in an Arthurian tale, which is terrible. It's terribly written. It's Latin, 12th century Latin. It's awful. It's awful. It's like torture to read. Right.
But what sort of Greek sources does it come from?
We don't know.
Oh, you don't know?
No, nobody knows.
Is this what comes from these modern day conspiracy theories about Hillary Clinton and the Clinton family trying to traffic young kids to drink their blood and to get adrenochrome to make them young, Bohemian Grove, and all this stuff?
Yeah. I have no idea, to be honest. Do you think maybe that culturally influence? Yeah, I have no idea, honestly. I don't.
Do you pay attention to that stuff?
I see it, and when I do, I laugh, because it's like, look, they're talking about cults. Yeah. I can show you, right? Eustathius talks about a cult that takes that 9-month-old and delivers it forcefully and then bleeds it. Yeah, flesh and blood, man. How do you think Jesus is sitting there? You're going to drink my blood, drink my blood. Right? It's part of the cult. Yeah, I'm glad he wasn't like the Ophite saying, you got to drink my... Well, when you went to Catholic Church today, they would be giving you some rice pudding or something. I don't know.
How often are you reading new stuff and new texts?
Every day.
Every day you read new stuff?
Every day. The Corpus Medicorum Graecorum is huge. And it's got a whole bunch of works that nobody reads. Galen, I can never finish reading Galen. I just, there's no way I'm going to. I'm just specializing on his drug works. I think that's what my future is. He's got lots of good stuff, but I'm looking at Nicander. I'm looking at Nicander, and I'm looking at a lot of Aretius Cappadocia. These are all pharmacologically aligned. Nicander's a priest, though. So he gets into the priest stuff. It's pretty cool.
So what does this all mean? Everything you've learned, everything we've talked about today, all the drug use and all this cult rituals in the ancient world, what are the what would be the implications on the modern world today if we were to be enlightened by this information?
Yeah, it means our religious background is rooted in a guy that we venerate, and that guy was somebody who used children's. He was involved with drugs, and a mystery that was nothing like going to church today. At least I don't think it is. Maybe somebody knows, but I don't think it's like that anymore. And the fact is, we have built a society based on lie, on a complete lie. And it's such a hypocritical lie because the very guy that you venerate, I mean, dude, he was arrested in a public park. Are you kidding? Danny, if you and I got arrested in a public park with 12 kids, what do you think we would be? We sure as hell wouldn't be right.
Are you the only one that's are you the only one that's translating this stuff this way?
No,
there's other people.
No, I'm just the first one to have guts to do it.
Are there other classicists or linguists who have translated these same texts you are and corroborating what you're saying?
Yeah, Dr. Rock, for example, and that's why I always throw him out as my corroborate. Will tell you, because he and I played Apocalypse together, and I showed him my breakdown and outline of it. And so he can tell you, all I'm doing is translating. I'm not. None of this stuff is made up. It's just straight up translation. But it's translations coming from somebody who's actually read the medical side and read the science side and can talk about what the terms are actually doing. Until classes get off their lazy bumps and stop trying to sell books, they're not going to. Classicists infamously hate Bible studies. I mean, they're kind of a joke. Biblical scholars are kind of a joke with classicists, and they know that if they get into that patty, there may be some landmines in there. You know what I mean?
Are you ever going to write another book?
Dr. Ruck asked me to write another book, but I think what I'm doing is with Lady Babylon, I'm trying to write the book through
Different medium.
Yeah, different medium, yeah. Yeah, hopefully.
Lady Babylon is your website and your YouTube channel?
It's my YouTube channel, yeah, and I'm not.
And why do you call it Lady Babylon?
Because Lady Babylon is that first Christ. I told you, I love Jesus, man. And Lady Babylon is that first Bronze Age Christ. That's actually the oldest group that we have to Christ goes to her. She's that Medwa, that Medea. She's the one who has that knowledge. It's such a breakthrough for humans and brings that water of life. And Lady Babylon, she's Queen of Babylon. The Lady Babylon is, she's the one who holds up a cup, and that cup is full of her. And that's what causes us, that the beast is able to cause us to enter into that community. So if that's the history, because that's what the text say, you can say, well, what is all of it mean? It means that we have texts that say that, and welcome to the museum. That's what's really important, is that you see these texts. You see Jesus arrested with a boy. I sent a letter to about 45 heads of seminaries and professors asking them about these very passages, saying, who is this kid? And what is this? Have you ever seen this medicated bandage? And do you know anything about the mystery of history? And the universal answer, except for from one woman, was, that's interesting, is what she said. Everybody else, was negative. They're not going to get into this. Biblical scholars can't handle it, first of all. And second of all, they don't want to because it's dangerous, man. Well, what are people going to do? back when this thing was in the, when Pope Gregory came out in one of his homilies, he said, this is not, we're going to excuse Mary for having the sex drugs, number one. And number two, that kid that was with Jesus was his cousin.
Kissing cousins.
Hi, Mr. Aquarius. How are you?
Yeah, but it was an excuse. It's a way to excuse it because the reality
well, thank
of what
you.
Jesus
Are you
was
ready?
is far harder to bear. Right? But when you go back and read the Gospels now people have told me this. Oh my God, other things suddenly make sense. Like why people were saying, hey, he's touching, stop touching. All right, all that stuff makes sense now. Why is Jesus saying, hey, if you're a real Christian, you're going to lift up these vipers and you're going to drink thanasimon. You're going to drink a death inducer. Jesus says you will drink death inducer. That's a drug. And he's saying it. This is what you're going to do. People don't. They read a fairy tale. I want the real Jesus. I don't want fairy tale Jesus. I want the one that was arrested with a kid. And I want to know that my society has based its morality on that dude.
Wow. Powerful stuff, man. Where can people pirate your books?
Yeah, you know what? I think I'm just going to post my book somewhere in electronic copy because my students found it. Don't buy my book. Just get an electronic copy if you really are interested. And most importantly, what I want to draw people to is I bring these sources out there in Lady Babylon. And it's my final portrait. And I hope that, that people will be able to appreciate the museum again, that people will worship and honor the muse. Because that's what our society and our gorgeous democracy is built on that. And I want to preserve that.
Do you think everyone knowing this stuff and basically, I mean, if people accepted this truth that you claim, do you think that would be a benefit to humanity to know this truth?
Yeah, just like.
And I assume that practicing religions would collapse, right?
Because who would want to? If you knew that Jesus was, would you really go?
Right.
Would you want to be involved? Would you want to give?
How do you think it would benefit our society?
Freedom. I had a maintain freedom. Yeah. Nobody is above. Nobody is above the democracy. Nobody is above reason. Nobody is above the mind that you've been given. And that nature is your mom. And the mystery brings you to a place where you know who you are. That's what it said on the Temple of Apollo. It said, know yourself. Know yourself. Know yourself. Right? So, yeah, I think there would be a renaissance. And I would love it. But you couldn't worship Jesus anymore. You couldn't take the communion. If you knew what he was doing to that kid, you couldn't take that communion anymore. I don't care what the priest say. I don't care if they're following that or not. They're following that spirit.
For sure.
And, it needs to be stopped.
Yeah.
Oh, that
was
was
fascinating stuff, man. Well, Amin, thank you so much for coming here and talking about this stuff. I really appreciate your time.
Danny, it's a huge, huge honor for me to come here. And I want you to know, I really, to your audience,
Get 3 strikes in a row.
You're a really cool guy, man.
Thank you. I appreciate it. You as well, man.
I think what you're doing is exploration, and it's like free. It's like university or salon grade spirit that I get here. And so kudos to you for being able to pull that off in this crap world.
Cheers, brother. I appreciate your time. And good night, folks.
Not what we wanted. Okay. We got to get these 4. Oh, no. Bad one. Nice win, Miss Aquarius.
Thank you. Now you gotta get this now.
Oh, for sure. No doubt. That was a fluke miss. I'm going to get it this time.
Come on, let's go.
All right, Sean. Thank you for coming on the podcast, man.
Hey, it's great to be here. Thank you.
Yeah.
In sunny Seminole, Florida.
Yeah, you came highly recommended from my friend Jack Murphy. He's been on the podcast before, and you guys are working together on a Substack project called The High Side.
That's correct. Jack and I started this about a little more than a year ago now. It's called The High Side. It's on Substack, so the web address is thehighside.substack.com, and it's really an outlet for our investigative reporting. Occasionally, we'll have a sort of a scoop that's very immediate, and we'll put that out. But our general rule of thumb is that it's got to be national security related, which in our case normally means it's either special operations or intelligence related.
I'll take
and
that
it's got to be
because I'm going to get this
information that our readers won't have found elsewhere in the story, because we do ask people to pay for it, and so if we're going to ask people to pay for it, I feel like we need to be giving them something that they can't find elsewhere.
Now, you guys report on national security, special operations, covert ops.
Yes.
And I know at least for Jack, I'm not sure about you, but a lot of his sources are intelligence people or CIA people. And he reports, and you guys both report on stuff the CIA does. But what is your view on? It's kind of counterintuitive, right? Because you guys use the CIA as sources for your stories, but it also seems like the CIA's job is to keep covert ops off the headlines, and it's pretty well known throughout history that the Central Intelligence Agency has kept a tight grip on mainstream media.
I'm not sure that I'd go as far as agreeing with your last statement. I've worked in journalism here in the United States since the late 80s, and I've seen no sign that the CIA is keeping a tight grip on the media. Now, they certainly try to keep a tight grip on as much information about their operations as possible getting into the media. But I don't think once it gets into reporters' hands, there's a very limited number of steps they can take. Now, they've certainly taken them, and Jack has experience of this with stories that he's reported. I haven't had as much sort of pushback from CIA.
Sweet dreams.
We'll see. We're working on a number of stories at the moment that are going to concern the CIA. I don't mean concern in terms of worry, but are going to be about CIA operations. So we'll see what happens. But
you don't think they have a strong influence on mainstream media, like comes to Fox, CNN, New York Times, these big outlets?
If those outlets are about to report a story that the CIA, or frankly any other part of the United States national security apparatus is worried about, typically what will happen is the reporting team that's reporting the story goes to the CIA or to the White House or the National Security Council or the Pentagon, depends what exact organ of national security is involved, and says, hey, we're preparing a story that says A, B, and C. Do you want to comment? And if it particularly worries the government at that point, then somebody senior will get in touch with somebody senior at the news outlet and try to sway them. When I was at Army Times, I spent more than 20 years at Army Times, and we had that happen a couple of times for stories that I've written about special operations. And usually there's a sort of a gentleman's agreement that, at least in my experience, that you can come to, where they lay out 6 or 8 or 10 things that they're worried about in the story, and the news media have all the power in this dynamic, okay? Because you've already got the facts. There's a First Amendment in the United States. There's in other countries they can basically stop the news organization from publishing the story. That can't happen in the United States. And so they can. It's up to the government then to make a strong case that national security will be harmed, or somebody's life or lives will be placed in danger.
Right.
I mean, in the cases that I was involved in, we basically published the whole story, maybe with one or two minor tweaks that were not central to the point of the story in the first place.
Right, and that's what Jack explained what happened to his story with the CIA conducting operations through another agency in Ukraine. I think it was like sabotage, or no, in Russia.
Yeah,
they were conducting sabotage, and you never mentioned the name of the publication. I don't know what the name of it is, but it was a bigger one, from what I understand. And essentially, correct me if I'm getting this wrong, but from what I understand is the editor at the publication basically had an agreement with the deputy director of the CIA that they had to clear the story through them. And once Jack finished the story, he had to get it cleared by the deputy director, and they had like a three-way call. And the deputy director basically said, "No, this is wrong." And they were like, Jack was like, okay, he just assumed that they were going to include his comment. And instead of doing that, it was like an off-the-record agreement to where the editors killed the story.
Yeah, I mean, I know Jack's discussed this episode in detail on the show. Just one thing I want to be clear on, so the viewers and listeners understand. This was not a story that we published in the High Side. This was a story that Jack published on his personal website,
right?
Sort of basically right as we were about to start the High Side up.
Okay.
So, I mean, it's up to Jack to talk about, the iterative details of how that went down. I'm not sure. I wasn't involved in it.
Right.
In terms of which publication. I didn't write the story. Jack, I do know Jack was very frustrated with how he was dealt with at two very well-known national publications.
Mm-hmm.
But beyond that, I'm a little reluctant to sort of get involved in that fight when I don't have first-hand knowledge of any of it.
Yeah, it's just interesting, the dynamic and the relationship between the intelligence agency and huge mainstream publications. They obviously they aren't telling them, no, you can't publish the story, but I'm sure they have ways of massaging their influence into these agencies or into these publications, right? Where with these whatever these off the record agreements are, or like saying things like, if you publish this, you're going to be responsible for innocent people that are going to die. And all these.
Probably the arguments that they'll make are just like when you articulated. This is going to put lives at risk. This is going to put national security at risk. Or the third one, which is also a strong argument if it can be backed up, which is this story isn't true. I mean, frankly, of the three, that's the one that, if you can prove to an editor that the story they're about to publish is in part or in total false, true, incorrect, mistaken, a good editor doesn't want to have, and a good reporter for that matter, no good journalist wants to have any false information out there under their name or in their publication.
Right.
So that's if the argument that they can make, that's the argument that they should make. More often, the argument is, hey, we're not going to say that what you're reporting is or isn't true, which it almost certainly is true, but we think if you publish it, it's going to put the following individuals or the following communities at risk, or it's going to be bad for national security. We won't be able to do this kind of thing again, and our enemies will, that will create a vulnerability or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
That's more typical, and it's up to the reporting team and the editors to sort of be armored against those arguments going into it. I mean, you shouldn't have a closed mind, but you need to sort of at least know, hey, they're going to say that this is dangerous to national security. We need to be prepared to counter that, and we need to understand ourselves why we think that's a weak argument.
Right.
And there are certainly things that could be published that would be damaging to national security and or would put people at risk. I try not to do things like publish the names of CIA officers who are undercover abroad at the moment. I mean, that's a sort of a gratuitous detail that, unless they are being investigated for a serious crime or something like that, or being charged with or convicted of a serious crime or something like that, there's not really an obvious reason to do that. I mean, that's a sort of an obvious example, but believe me, I'm not going to pretend that there aren't a lot of people out there who think that in our reporting in the high side, in my previous reporting for different publications and my books, that I haven't crossed that line repeatedly. Right. So, I mean, where you, what's the cliche? Where you stand depends on where you sit or something. Where you, I probably got that wrong.
Don't shit where you eat.
No, that's a completely different. That's a completely different cliche.
I mean, I'm sure you're familiar with the Twitter files that came out.
Oh,
about
right.
A year and a half ago.
Yes. I mean, not at a level of detail that I could recall, but I mean, I remember the controversy.
Communication with the people that were in charge of moderating Twitter, with FBI and CIA suppressing that Hunter Biden laptop story, all that kind of stuff.
Yeah,
which is kind of like as hard evidence as you can get of the agencies meddling in the media, right?
Well, I mean, meddling in Twitter,
which is probably one of the biggest social media platforms on earth.
Yeah. I mean, my understanding, and I'm on very thin ice here in terms of the facts of that.
Right.
They were not saying to any news organization, you cannot publish this. I think they were trying to say there isn't much truth behind this, but like I said, there's no law in the United States that allows the government to step in and stop the New York Times or the Washington Post or Fox News, for that matter, from publishing a story, reporting a story publicly that the government just doesn't want reported.
Right.
I mean, that's what the First Amendment is all about.
Yes. How do you navigate your sources for your stories? Like when you approach like your recent story, for example, the one on Kenya, and you talk to people, you interview lots of people for these stories. Some of them, I'm sure, are I don't know if they're active or formerly or inactive retired CIA people. But how do you know whether to trust them or not?
Well, that's a good question. First of all, you try to get as many sources as possible. So, if three people say something happened, that's it's stronger than one person saying it happened. It also depends on what the it is. Is it plausible or implausible? If it's plausible, excuse me, I've got a slight scratch in my head here from the headphones. If it's a plausible thing, it's sort of human nature that you probably don't feel the need to line up half a dozen sources that all say it happened just to prove to yourself or convince yourself that it happened. If it's something that's wildly implausible, then just because one guy says it happened doesn't doesn't mean anything really. You've got to try to find as many pieces of evidence that it happened, and that can be documentary evidence, that can be human intelligence, if you like. That can be human sources talking to you. I mean, sometimes it's not even something controversial. I mean, a lot of the challenges in doing the sort of reporting that Jack and I do is just finding out a mundane fact. For instance, I'll give you a glimpse into something that I'm reporting at the moment, which is part of a multi-part series that we're going to have come out in the next. I'm hoping in the next few weeks that will take the reader from the jungles of Vietnam and Laos to the sort of scalding of Khartoum in the mid 80s to the sort of covert ops in the jungles of Zaire and Angola in the late 80s and early 90s. But one of the facts that I was trying to nail down was, when were the first Stinger missiles fielded to Angola's UNITA guerrilla army by the United States as part of a covert action program to help UNITA fight the sort of nominally communist government in Angola? And I talked to people who had very close knowledge of this program, and at least one of them was convinced that it was 88. Another one at first thought it was in the early 90s, and two or three others said it was 86 or maybe early 87. And the printed accounts at the time seemed to support the 86 date. But I mean, you're talking to somebody who I would be talking to, a former CIA officer who there's no controversy here. Nobody's got anything to gain by saying, oh, it was 88 versus 86. Right? It's just pure memory. Right. And some people are convinced that it happened in 88. Some people are convinced it happened in 86. And it's not even that central to the story, but as a reporter, I like to include as much detail as possible for my readers, because like I said, they're paying for it, and I want them to get stuff that they can't get easily in other places. But I also want those facts to be 100% accurate, and so it can be very frustrating when you're a reporter and you've got equally reliable, honest individuals telling you completely different facts, even if the fact isn't that big of a deal. But that happens sort of again and again in reporting. A lot of, especially the stuff that Jack and I write about now, which is often historical in nature. Not everything is. I mean, we've had some very topical stories in the last year or so, driven by the Hamas-Israel war. And action, what's going on in Ukraine at the moment. But when we get further back to history, I mean, another story I'm doing right now that we've sort of got, it won't be out for a while because it's going to take a lot of reporting, but I'm just trying to trace one individual's career. I'm trying to do that in the other story as well that I just mentioned, but this is a slightly different sort of story and a bit more recent. And I've spoken to people who worked with the guy, and ask them simple questions like, when did he retire? When did he move from this organization to that organization? And they were there at the time, and their answers are all over the are all over the page on that. So it's
trying to cover for him.
No, I don't think so. I there's always that possibility, but I think it's more that, when you're looking into something that happened 20, 25, 30 years ago, in this case, people's memories just get soft. I mean, there's countless scientific studies that show that it's just not that reliable.
Right. We did a podcast with a guy like that recently who, it's funny, serendipitously enough, we had the podcast scheduled with this guy named Felix Rodriguez.
Oh, yeah.
And the day before that podcast, we had another guy come in, Danny Sheehan, who's like a historian. He's a lawyer, and he was involved in Iran-Contra. He was involved in the Pentagon Papers case, Watergate, all this stuff. And he came and gave us all this information on Felix Rodriguez and these anti-Castro, anti-communist Cuban exiles who were trained as assassins to assassinate Castro, and how all of this tied back to was it Reagan or Nixon? Can't remember. But you remember?
No, I don't remember.
But anyways, I guess, his claim was that these same Cuban exiles that were originally trained in these triangular hit teams to take out Castro, he says the same guys were used to kill Kennedy. And he tells me this the day before I go to interview Guy, telling me that he was involved in the Kennedy assassination. But that guy, Felix also has been accused of murdering a DEA agent in Mexico, Kiki Camarena. I don't know if you're familiar with that.
I mean, I'm familiar with the murder. I didn't realize that Felix Rodriguez has been accused in some quarter of doing that.
Yeah. There was a really good documentary that came out called The Last Narc, which was all about the DEA guys that were in Mexico, that were somehow the guy Kiki Camarena got caught up in what was going on in Nicaragua and the CIA's involvement in training people in Mexico. And the claim is in the documentary that Kiki learned too much and he had to be taken out, and then he was tortured to death, basically, and murdered. And they claim that Felix was the one there. But that's neither here nor there. When it comes to some of your reporting that you're doing right now on some of the more topical things, the things that are happening, like Ukraine and Russia, and in Israel and Gaza, what are some of the biggest stories that you're most interested in right now?
Well, the one that got a huge amount of attention for us, drove a lot of subscriptions, was Jack did an excellent sort of deep dive, if you like, last fall into how Joint Special Operations Command, which is the command in the U.S. military that handles the most sensitive special operations missions, the so-called National Mission Force, had responded to the war between Israel and Hamas, and basically had flown a massive task force over to Cyprus to stage for possible hostage rescues and to otherwise assist the Israelis with what they were doing. There was a lot more detail in the story, but that's the sort of story that when we have sort of information that hasn't been repeated elsewhere, and we're confident that in a competitive business like we're in, that it's going to stay exclusive until we hit the publish button, that we'll do that. And I still think that that's, in terms of how U.S. Special Operations Forces have responded to the Israel-Hamas war, that's easily the most detailed article that's come out. In the Ukraine case, if you recall, in fact, this was one of our first articles that we published on the high side last year. President Biden made a trip to the Ukraine, and we basically sort of combined two strands of information into a fairly lengthy story. One was we knew that there was going to be some special operations support to a presidential visit like that, and we had some exclusive information on that, so we put that in.
What do you mean by that, special operations support? Meaning like
any time that the president goes to a war zone, there's a whole series of steps that get taken. Any president. and the Secret Service has a close relationship with Delta Force from the Army and other special, and Joint Special Operations Command that Delta Force falls under. And so we wrote about the support that was being provided on that trip. But we also we happen to know a former Secret Service officer who offered to tell us how the Secret Service prepares for wars and trips. So we were able to give a very detailed explanation to our readers of how the Secret Service keeps those trips secret, avoids, because they're usually a secret up to the moment that the president lands in whichever war zone it is, to avoid, for obvious security reasons, to avoid anybody who might wish ill to the United States president the time to set up an operation to target him. And so, there were some very interesting and in some cases amusing stories of how the Secret Service keeps those secrets, sometimes just from the other Secret Service agents who aren't read in on it and aren't part of the mission, and occasionally having to smuggle the president out of the White House in different vehicles and so forth. So, that's the sort of story we'll do that, I feel is value added for our readers. It's, we charge $5 a month to subscribe, which is, I think I'm on safe ground saying less than a lot of Americans spend on their coffee every day. So, we don't publish with extraordinary frequency, but when we do publish something, we're pretty confident that it's something you won't have read elsewhere.
That's right. And it'll be linked below for people that want to go check out the Substack. So go down there and check it out.
Right.
So can you give me some more details on that story with the Secret Service in Ukraine? Like how Ukraine doesn't see it seems like it's kind of chaotic right now. And I know that, or at least I've read that typically when presidents go to visit countries that are in war, they work closely with that country's intelligence services.
Oh, sure.
So how would that work in Ukraine?
Well, I think I'm sure that the folks that the White House and the Secret Service would be liaising with would be the most trusted, Ukrainian security force elements, and there have to be some. I'm not, privy to this. I don't think really anybody is, but there's always been a concern with Ukraine that it's some of its intelligence services, and it's got a, as we do in the United States, it's got a variety of intelligence organizations, and that some of them probably more penetrated than others by the Russians.
Right.
So you've got to be careful who you're sharing information with and how closely held it's going to be. But there'd also be liaising with the U.S. Embassy in Kiev, which is obviously still up and running, and then the U.S. military and the U.S. Secret Service would have people in place well ahead of the visit. And we sort of run through how that has worked in the past in previous visits to war zones in the Middle East and Africa and so forth. So with the understanding that it probably hasn't changed much in time.
And when it comes to Gaza, what is how much special operations forces do we have on the ground there? Like working, I know we have quite a bit, but what have you learned about what's going on there?
Well, when we published our story, which, like I said, was towards the end of last year, so I can't tell you what we haven't reported on what's happening in May of 2024.
Okay.
But JSOC, Joint Special Operations Command, deployed what I understand to be its standard sort of task force headquarters with associated elements from the special mission units like Delta Force, like SEAL Team 6, like with the sort of slices, as they would say in the military, of the 160th Special Operations Aviation Regiment and other units. And they went to Cyprus, to a military airbase in Cyprus, to stage. Now, in terms of on the ground in Gaza, I'd be surprised if there's any U.S. military on the ground. When we were reporting the story, it didn't appear to be that there were any. Of course, the U.S. military has, most of these organizations have liaison officers in Israel, and just as part of the normal course of business. And I think the number of U.S. personnel in Israel was plussed up. But at the time that we reported the story, was plussed up, was increased.
Okay, got it.
But at the time that we reported the story, it didn't appear that there were, entire units being deployed to Israel. That may have changed. I don't know, but when we reported it, it didn't appear to be the case.
Right. But they're special operators, though. Like lots of
Yeah.
This episode of the podcast is brought to you by
Special operators. Yeah.
Right. And so your recent story about the CIA extrajudicial killings in Kenya. When did this come about?
So the killing that we sort of focused on was in 2012, but it was just earlier this year that a court in Kenya found it to be an unlawful killing. And it was conducted by a Kenyan unit called the Rapid Response Team.
Right.
But that was a CIA trained and essentially created organization. So it's an organization that all of our reporting suggested did the bidding of the CIA.
And why was this set up by the CIA?
Because in the years after 9/11, as part of the so-called global war on terror, the CIA had a program. It was called the Counterterrorism Operations Program. I believe it's still going. And it basically allowed the CIA to create surrogate units, proxy forces in a range of different countries. The ones that we were able to identify are listed in the article. There's one in fact, we couldn't even get the source to tell us which country it was, but it was in South America, in the tri-border area of South America. And the other country, I believe, was, I don't have the story in front of me, I think, and Jack wrote it and I sort of edited it and added some quotes from one of my former CIA sources, but it wasn't on this topic. I believe it was Thailand, but I could be wrong about that. Maybe you can fact check that while we're in the air.
What should you search for to find that?
The Kenyan stories that we
just type in Kenya CIA high side, you'll be able to find it.
Yeah, and
I think you had it up a minute ago.
Yeah, and somewhere in there it says that there are, in addition to Kenya, these teams. I mean, we think the teams were stood up in a good number of countries, but the couple that we were able to, if you click on that using.
There you go.
If you've got Danny's login.
You're gonna have to. It's all right. So the CIA set up this rapid response team in Kenya, and the purpose of it was counterterrorism operations.
Yes, and basically the the Horn of Africa, especially Somalia, has been a real focus since 9/11, in the years after 9/11 of both the U.S. military and the intelligence community in terms of their counterterrorism operations. There was a great concern over Al-Shabaab, the Somali terrorist organization, which
and Al Qaeda, right?
yeah, well, they were Al-Qaeda. Al-Shabaab ended up as the Al-Qaeda sort of franchise in Somalia. And, so the United States using Kenya as a sort of a platform, because the relations between the U.S. and Kenyan government are very close, and between the security forces in each country and the intelligence communities are very close. The Kenyans also have very close relationships with the British as well.
Aren't they tight with China too?
I don't think they're as tight with China as they are with the United States and the UK. Yeah. And
I know that they're doing the whole Belt and Road thing, that China's investing a ton of money in those countries.
yeah, I mean, some in Djibouti, certainly, the other side of Somalia. But, they were using Kenya as a sort of a platform, but also they wanted to both strengthen the Kenyan security forces in case this sort of Islamist trend surged south, into which it started to do, and at the same time use Kenyan forces as in Somalia as quote unquote peacekeepers, but to a degree those were forces that were going to get in fights with Al-Shabaab, and all of that meant that the CIA had a sort of, from its perspective, a vested interest in developing units in Kenya that did basically what the CIA told them to do.
So they were training guys in Kenya
and in the United States. Yeah. They brought
U.S. guys over.
In fact, the photograph that you've got on the screen there is, I believe,
a couple white guys.
I believe those guys. I think that photograph might have been taken in the United States.
Yeah. Can't confirm nor deny though. Wow. So we brought guys from Kenya over here to train them.
Yeah.
Wow. Like train them at CIA, like the CIA's training headquarters.
Well, I mean, there's various training facilities that they can use. They can use CIA training facilities, and there's obviously other, military training facilities that are far off the beaten track. So where these guys got trained, I can't immediately recall. But the CIA has, in addition to its well-known farm facility, that's called the farm down in Camp Perry, Virginia, which is a fairly sprawling site. But it's also got a site in the Carolinas as well, and I suspect probably others, in different parts of the state.
So their essential goal was just to capture and take out as many of these terrorist people as possible in Kenya.
Yeah, I mean I suppose that's right. It was to use these guys to go after terrorists that the United States and or the British and or the Kenyans had developed intelligence on. So just, this guy is, an Al Qaeda guy or an Al Shabaab guy or what have you, and in Kenya, unlike say some other Western countries, there was clearly a feeling that there would be fewer questions asked if these guys were just killed. What ended up happening, though, in the case that we wrote about, was that one of the guys that they did this to, one of their targets, turned out to be the wrong guy. A human source, made a mistake, led them basically to the wrong apartment. They kicked in the door of the apartment. The guy and his wife tried to, escape through a bedroom window, and they kill them in their backyard. Well, they didn't kill the wife. I'm sorry. They
shot the husband.
They shot the husband, and he collapsed onto the wife. And she played dead, so they didn't kill her.
So,
like I said,
and were these Kenyan CIA proxies that did this?
yes,
Okay.
yeah. This was the RRT, the Kenyan, the rapid response thing.
And then now, 12 years later, they finally got awarded like $60,000 or something like that, $60,000.
Yes, which doesn't sound like an awful lot. Apparently, 60 grand goes a lot further in Kenya than it does in the United States. But yeah, Kenyan court declared the killing illegal and awarded the widow roughly $60,000.
So is this team, is the CIA still actively working with this RRT group in Kenya right now?
To the best of my understanding, the best of our understanding, yes.
And what, in your view, is the current state of some of these terrorist organizations over there?
In the Horn of Africa?
Yeah.
Al-Shabaab is to be still going strong. I mean, I haven't reported as on it as I've done in the past. I wrote a lot about that fight in my book Relentless Strike about Joint Special Operations Command.
Right, yeah, hold up.
Okay, yeah.
When did you publish that book?
This came out in 2015, in the second half of 2015.
A little bit higher. There you go.
And it's the sort of warts and all story of Joint Special Operations Command from its inception, right the way through to 2014, 2015. So you're talking about the first 13 years of the global war on terror, but also all of the operations, as many of the operations that they conducted in the 80s and 90s that I could find out about. But I mean, I put 2 to 3 years of solid reporting work into that book. So, it was quite controversial when it came out. There was, almost no facts in that book has been challenged.
Really?
But, I know that in different intelligence community and special operations libraries, it was removed from the library because it was thought to contain classified information. There were some of the units, the special ops units, were told, the service members in those units were told, you're not allowed to own this book because it's considered to contain classified information, which of course is, with those guys, is like waving a red flag to a bull. They all went out and bought it, and so
what stuff in the book did they say was highly classified specifically?
I mean, it would take a long time to go through all of that, but I mean, every Joint Special Operations Command is an organization that really, even today, the military doesn't acknowledge as being the organization that conducts all of these operations. So my goal in the book was, so virtually everything in some way is classified, or they might argue that it is classified. The way that I approached the book was to just try to imagine a reader who's interested in current events and is familiar that a certain slew of things happened. They know that Saddam Hussein was captured. They know before that, if they were following the course of the Iraq War in the early days, that Saddam Hussein's sons were killed in a shootout. They obviously know that Osama bin Laden was killed.
Some people would dispute that.
Yeah, they'll know that certain hostage rescue operations were conducted, some successfully, like sort of Captain Phillips in off of Somalia, and some less successfully. And those are the tips of the Joint Special Operations Command iceberg. And so I wanted to show them the iceberg. Here's the history, not just of those operations, not just of the campaigns that led to those operations, and not just of the individual units that conducted those operations, but the overall headquarters that has been running. And I think the book has stood up pretty well, since it was published.
Now, after 9/11, that's when. Is that when the Title 50, right, the assassination law came into place, or because I'm very fuzzy on this, but I know that before 9/11, we had people over there in like Khartoum that were stalking Bin Laden, right? Like particularly we had a guy Billy Waugh and a couple other guys that were like right across the street taking photos that could have taken them out easily, but we didn't. We couldn't legally do it. But after 9/11, something changed where.
I mean, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to.
No, go ahead.
My understanding, and I am not a lawyer, but Title 50 is the part of the U.S. Code that covers the CIA and its intelligence operation. So it's not something that's new that came along after 9/11. If you're going to conduct
executive action,
an operation, if you're going to ask the CIA to go and kill someone, there has to be a presidential finding for that. If you're asking them to do it, particularly in a non-combat zone. So if you want to kill somebody in Sudan, where the United States is not at war, there has to be a presidential finding signed by the president, usually briefed to the so-called Gang of Eight, which is a sort of the top intelligence committee and congressional leaders, the leaders and ranking members of the intelligence committees in the House and the Senate, and the ranking the leader of the House, the leader of the Senate, and their counterparts from the opposition. I'm not an expert on what Billy Waugh went through, but the way you've laid it out to me would suggest that there wasn't a presidential finding sign saying you can go and kill Osama bin Laden if you have him in your sight.
But from what I'm familiar with, is that something changed after 9/11, where they implemented this executive action, or this.
Well, certainly. I mean, there were all kinds of findings, I suspect, in the days and weeks after 9/11, to allow. I mean, obviously, Osama bin Laden was killed in Pakistan by U.S. forces. They were U.S. military forces, but they were operating under Title 50 authorities.
Right. They were CIA, right? They were.
Well, they were SEAL Team 6 and
right.
the 160th Special Operations Aviation Regiment, but they were officially under the authority of Leon Panetta, the director of the CIA.
Right. So it could be legal.
Yes, even though it was really a JSOC mission, it was being conducted. The moment that they sort of crossed the border into Pakistan, they came under the sort of Title 50 authority.
It is super. It's super interesting, like how you classify a war crime, right? Like traditionally, it's been like if you're in combat and you're on a battlefield or you're in a desert and you're running around, you can shoot and kill somebody. But if somebody is sleeping in their tent at night, you can't go into their tent and slit their throat because it's considered a war crime.
I'm not sure if that's right. I think if the person into whose tent you're slipping is a military person,
right?
I think you're allowed to do that. I mean, you might have a bunch of military lawyers call in and tell you that's wrong, but I mean, that's my understanding. If the person whose throat you're slitting is a civilian, And the reason you're slitting their throat is you just want to get a kill for some reason, as has been alleged and has occurred in, maybe not throat slitting, but sort of, a bunch of deaths that have, were initially categorized in Afghanistan and elsewhere as sort of combat deaths, and then it turns out that in fact they probably weren't combat deaths, and that these were US or coalition military personnel for some sort of fairly twisted reason wanting to kill somebody for the sake of killing them. So that's when it becomes a war crime. But generally, my understanding is if you're killing a member of the armed force with whom you're at war, the law is fairly broad about whether you can kill them. I mean, you can't, once you've taken them prisoner, you can't kill them. If they surrender, you can't kill them. But, if they're fighting you or they haven't surrendered, there's not really much difference in the way that, the scenario that you laid out of creeping into somebody's tent and slitting their throat. There's not an awful lot of difference between that and having a drone flying out of sight of them and zapping the building that they're in, or, sending a missile into the car they're driving.
Well, wouldn't the throat slitting be a much better option because you don't have collateral damage? If there's a terrorist in a building and you send a drone strike to hit it, you're going to potentially kill lots of people. And I know they justify it in ways like they rank the terrorist, how high they are up, and this is okay. We can kill this many civilians for this guy. But if you have some knuckle dragger mercenary who's going to just like thirsty for blood, who you can contract the CIA to go out and slip into this guy's room and cut his throat and no one else gets hurt, wouldn't that be a better option?
Well, as a reporter, I'm certainly not about to sit here and say it would be a good idea to get some, quote, knuckle-dragger mercenary thirsty for blood to go out and kill people. I mean, I think most Americans would hope that, the folks that we're paying, that our taxpayers are paying to do this are not just, because the phrase thirsty for blood, it sort of implies.
I don't mean that in a negative way, by the way. I meant that in a good way, because there's a lot of guys that are like that just they want to be in combat zones, right? Or they want to be in war. Billy Waugh is a perfect example of that. It's way better than conscripting people, kids, young kids, or not even you don't have to go as far as conscripting them. Like even just getting young kids who don't know what they want to do with their lives, they have the option of go to college, get a job, go join the military, and it's like, maybe this will be fun, and then they end up going over there and they're psychologically screwed for the rest of their lives. Instead of like the other option, are the guys that are drawn to that, right? That want that, like the guys that really want to be there and doing these things. I feel like I don't know. I feel like that would be a much better option.
Well, I mean, let's assume that you can find those people. I suspect, and of course, there are people who come into the military wanting nothing more than to, be in the most sort of the bits that are most likely to see combat, and they want to be quite aggressive about it. The military is an enormous enterprise, and even for the combat arms elements of the Army, the Marine Corps, the Special Operations community, even it's and their equivalents in the Air Force and the Navy. It's doubtful that you can that there are enough folks coming into the military with that mindset to fill every single billet of those units. I mean, as you're probably aware, I don't know whether you've talked about it on the show before, but I mean, the military spent the last 2 or 3 years in a recruiting crisis, right? And there are lots of factors factors behind that. But one of them is that only roughly 1 in 4 of 18 to 25, I think, year old Americans is actually qualified to join the military from the point of view of physical fitness, health, and not having a particularly criminal background, and so forth. That's before you start dividing that up amongst so-called what the military calls propensity to serve, which is how interested are those individuals going to be in serving in the military. Only a quarter of the sort of the, if you like, the target audience for military recruiting has, or only a quarter of the age group is even qualified. And then you've got to find the ones who want to serve there. So I think as you drill down, the number of folks who, to sort of use a cliche, want to get their gun on, in that group is fairly small.
Yeah, especially, yes, I mean, definitely in the younger generations, right?
But I do want to just go back to the business of we were talking about bloodthirsty mercenaries.
Yeah.
I think the term bloodthirsty to me, and I suspect
might have embellished it.
Sort of implies somebody who is not very discriminating. They want to see blood. They want, taste blood, literally. I think.
Let's just say a special operations guy with a dagger. Let's just put it that way.
Yeah. Well, the special operations community, traditionally, one of its strengths has been this.
Except for Joe Rogan. It's so obvious that the guys on the panel are getting annoyed by Bert's drunken antics, but they know that they can't call him out because he's one of Rogan's protected 250.
It's very arduous selection process, making sure that the right people with the right mindset are being selected into the community. I mean, there's countless examples in, just to use a Delta Force as a for instance, of folks who make it through the physical and psychological challenges of the so-called long walk, where the candidates for Delta Force are taken to a forest basically in West Virginia and told to stop, given a spot on the map that they have to go to, and they've got to navigate themselves through the terrain, get to that spot. There's somebody else there just saying, "Here's your next spot," and there's a time that they're supposed to be meeting to get to the end, but they don't know where the end is, and they don't know what the time is. So it's sort of a psychological thing. How do they handle that pressure? But there's countless examples of folks who have made it through that part of the challenge, that part of the assessment and selection process, and then there are psychological tests, and and there's a panel of senior guys in the unit and graybeards, so-called, former senior guys in the unit who are out now, assessing them, and a lot of them get rejected at those stages. Because they're not considered to be quite the right fit. And sometimes a psychologist will say, they're looking for somebody who's ethical. Now, look, there are flaws in every assessment. There are holes in this. Some folks will slip through the cracks in all of these organizations. So I'm not trying to say that any assessment and selection process has worked perfectly, whether that's Special Forces, whether that's Navy SEALs, whether that's SEAL Team 6, whether that's Delta Force, the Rangers. You can find basically criminals who've snuck in or developed in those communities.
Right.
But where Special Forces has, or Big Bunch Operations Forces has an advantage over the rest of the military and most of the world's other militaries, is that they're so selective about this. And when you see communities that have in the special ops world that have, when you see organizations in the special ops communities that are having an uptick of problems, I would say it's usually worth going back to the selection process and seeing have they allowed the selection process to get warped? Are they still selecting for the characteristics that they should have been selecting for or thought they were selecting for? I can't remember how we got onto this tangent, but I mean, it had to do with bloodthirsty mercenaries slipping into tents. I mean, I think that the moment that a nation starts using mercenaries, particularly foreign mercenaries, for operations.
What do you mean? I was talking about like American mercenaries.
Well, I mean, in history, a lot of mercenaries have been foreign, right? If you go back to the European wars in the Middle Ages and so forth, they didn't all automatically answer to the head of state for whom they were fighting. That's why they had to go out, and that country or that kingdom or principality had to go out and hire them to fight for them. I mean, that was the sort of the definition of a mercenary. And I think that if a country has people fighting only for it, that in other words, not fighting for that. I mean, the argument with folks like the Kenyan RRT that the US government would make, and I'm sure the Kenyan government would make, is that, look, yes, the United States wants Al-Qaeda figure X killed, but so do we. So they're, the fact that we're taking American help in terms of training and in terms of resources to help create this unit, maybe, or certainly train them up, and we're taking their intelligence to target them, but they're killing guys that the Kenyan government wants killed as well.
So it's good for Kenya as well.
Exactly. But if you're taking somebody from a country whose government has absolutely no say in it, maybe that country isn't a democracy, so the people of that country have no say in it. It's at least worth having a conversation about that in the United States, which is why you need to have news organizations that cover it.
Right. Yeah, it's interesting too. When it comes to the Russia story, the Russia-Ukraine story, how really, a lot of people are very critical about, all the military aid going to Ukraine, and like, what is Ukraine's strategic importance to the United States? Like, is there really that much? Like, I was watching an interview this morning where this John Mearsheimer was talking to Piers Morgan. If Russia used a nuke, would the U.S. retaliate? And he was like, absolutely not. He's like, if the U.S. if Russia dropped a tactical nuke on Ukraine, the U.S. would not retaliate, because the U.S. knows as soon as they launch a nuke towards Russia, it's full-on nuclear war. And Ukraine is not worth New York City or Los Angeles for the United States. The United States is not willing to give up one of their cities to being hit by a nuke for Ukraine.
I can't tell you what a U.S. president would or wouldn't do. I suspect that in the sense of retaliate with a nuclear attack on Russia from the United States, that's certainly probably true, because we're not in yet we don't have a mutual defense treaty with Ukraine. We don't have they're not part of NATO.
Right.
There are a lot of ways you can retaliate without sending a nuclear weapon.
Right.
I would be astonished if the Putin regime dropped a tactical nuclear weapon on Ukraine, and the United States and other countries didn't do something even more drastic than what's happened so far. in response to that.
But do you think they might use a nuke?
No, I don't. No. That's what I'm saying. But when you started out by saying he said that they wouldn't retaliate, my point was,
With a nuke.
okay, yeah, there's
Right.
other ways that you can
Right.
retaliate.
Right. Yeah, because he was also making the claim that like the only reason the United States would use a nuke is if our survivor was being threatened, and Ukraine does not dictate our survival.
I think that's probably true, but I also don't think that's any great insight.
Right. Yeah. We didn't cover this, but can you give people just like a brief background into how you got into reporting on wars and war journalism and all this stuff? And I know now, I don't know how much boots on the ground stuff you do now, but
not as much as I used to.
Right.
Yeah. Thumbnail bio for me. I was born in Canada to two British parents. We moved back to England when I was a little boy. Grew up the first half of my childhood in the UK in southern England. The second half of my childhood in Dublin, Ireland. And it was while I was living in Dublin as a teenager, as a high schooler. Basically, I got interested in journalism and specifically in rock journalism. And I got a sort of a columnist / freelance gig with a magazine called Hot Press in Dublin, still going strong. This would have been in the mid 80s, in the early 80s, really technically 83, 84, and Hot Press. Yeah, that's a pun in Ireland. It's difficult to explain. A hot press is the Irish word for what the English would call an airing cupboard. But you hardly ever even hear about airing cupboards in the United States.
Airing cupboard?
Airing, AIRING. And in Ireland, the word press in Ireland, it doesn't just mean a printing press. It also means a cupboard. It's the word for a cupboard. And an airing cupboard sits above the boiler in a house that has a hot water boiler. And it's where you put some of your laundry to finish out drying and fluffing up. So you might put your towels there and things like that. Right. So hot press was a pun on a hot press. Like I said, it's an airing cupboard in Ireland. So hot press was the publication that was started in '77, I believe. I joined in '83, and I was the heavy rock writer. So and for 3 years, I probably a bit longer than that, depending. But I covered heavy rock for them. But some of that was from the States because I got a scholarship to go to Boston University and to study journalism at Boston University's College of Communications. And there were several professors there who got me interested in defense security journalism. So my initial plan had been to make a career in the rock business somehow, but I got bitten by the sort of the national security bug. I'd always been sort of interested in a little bit in military history, and the first time that I really did that was in the summer of 1987, which was the summer between junior and senior years in college. I went out to the border of Afghanistan and Pakistan, so specifically to the city of Peshawar in what was then called the Northwest Frontier Province of Pakistan. It's now called Khyber Pakhtunkhwa Province. And I covered the Afghan Mujahideen's war with the sort of Soviet forces in Afghanistan from there. And that was a terrific summer. I had some real adventures. I spent a part of a day drinking tea in his compound in Miram Shah up near the Afghan border with a guy called Jalaluddin Haqqani, who was basically the head of what later became known as the Haqqani Network, the Haqqani Group. At the time, he was the recipient of a certain amount of CIA largesse funneled to him, as well as to many other Afghan, Mujahideen warlords through the Pakistani ISI intelligence agency. But he later ended up sort of on the U.S. most wanted list, as did another guy I met there called Gulbuddin Hekmatyar. And I actually, together with an American friend of mine who was on a Fulbright scholarship, went into Afghanistan, sort of, as we would now say, embedded in the forces of Gulbuddin Hekmatyar. So we went into a little bit into Afghanistan with those guys.
These guys were working with the CIA or
No,
the military?
they were working with. They were Afghan Mujahideen. So they had their own sort of chain of command, if you like. We didn't see, to my knowledge, any CIA operatives with them. They were very, my understanding of that war is very few CIA officers actually went into Afghanistan.
Okay.
A lot of the business of the covert aid program that was being funneled to the Mujahideen, it was funneled through Pakistan's Inter-Services Intelligence Agency, and that gave Pakistan an enormous amount of leverage with the Mujahideen groups and an enormous amount of say about who in the Mujahideen groups got what and how much they got. And the result was that they gave those groups, they gave the more fundamentalist Pashtun-oriented groups the most of largesse, because the ISI has always favored the Pashtuns and the fundamentalists in Pakistan. So I did that. I graduated in '88. Boston University had a Center for Defense Journalism, which it had created in the meantime. They gave me, after I did 6 months reporting for a local paper in Boston, in the suburbs there, and then I went back and got a master's degree in international relations with a focus on national security stuff, courtesy of Boston University. And then I came down to Washington looking for a job covering the military, national security, and perfect job happened to open up at Army Times, which is an independent publication that covers the U.S. Army. And I fell into it, and I was just in my element there for years. I covered. I had various beats, but they all focused on either war fighting or the leadership of the service. So I would go out to the training centers and embed in units that were going through training. I would go to the real world operations, and embed in units. I was in Somalia in 92, parts of 92, 93, 94. I was in Haiti in the mid-90s, then into the Balkans in the mid to later 90s with the US peacekeeping forces there. And then, of course, 9/11 happened, and I was in, I spent January through May of 2002 back in Afghanistan, and I was fortunate enough to be embedded with U.S. forces during Operation Anaconda, which was the largest battle of that phase of the war in Afghanistan. And then I wrote my book, Not a Good Day to Die, which I can hold that up for us. So that's the book that I wrote about Operation Anaconda. If you
speak Arabic?
I do not speak Arabic. I mean, no more than sort of 2 words.
Okay.
I have friends who are very, very good at it, but I am not. I'm not an Arabic speaker.
So Operation Anaconda. That was when?
That was in March of 2002.
March of 2002.
And it was really an attempt to seal up and destroy either by capturing or killing. The last sort of large pocket of Al Qaeda and associated sort of fighters that was left inside the borders of Afghanistan that hadn't yet sort of made it across the borders into the tribal areas of Pakistan. And it was, you know, I would say it was a failure. Really, it wasn't a complete failure, but a lot of in the sense that the mission was to destroy that pocket of forces. That a lot of those forces got away. And then there's a sort of a story within the story of that operation, which I tell in some detail in the book about the Takugar battle. It's sometimes called Robert's Ridge because the first casualty in the battle was a SEAL called Neil Roberts. But it was an operation that involved JSOC, the folks that I wrote my next book about, and it involved a sort of a JSOC task force, and it was the culmination of a really successful reconnaissance and surveillance mission that had been undertaken by a Delta Force lieutenant colonel who was in charge of a sort of basically of what are called Advanced Force Operations, or AFO, for the JSOC task force, and he was able to push behind enemy lines several teams of Delta Force and SEAL Team 6 operators without the enemy realizing that it had happened, and have them in the high ground over this valley. Operation Anaconda happened in a valley called the Shahikot Valley in eastern Afghanistan, and it was a stupendous feat to get those teams in, overland. They deliberately avoided flying them in on helicopters because that immediately lets the enemy know that something's going on. Right? I tell the sort of the story in the book about how once it became clear how much success that officer, whose name is Pete Blaber, had in the operation, then there was pressure on him to let other teams come in and have a slice of the glory, if you like. And Blaber had spent weeks preparing the teams that had gone in the first time and imbuing them with a certain sort of a tactical approach and philosophy, and without getting into an extraordinarily complicated story, he was sort of forced aside in a way, and other decisions were made that led to a SEAL team trying to insert by helicopter on top of the highest mountain in the valley, key terrain for whoever could hold it. But of course, because it was key terrain, the enemy had already taken possession of it, and they shot the helicopter up that tried to insert the team. Roberts falls out, that helicopter flies off. Wow. Just very badly damaged. Time passes. They try to go back and pick up Roberts. They try to find him, the original team that had dropped him off. They can't find him. They think he's dead. Well, they think they found him and he's dead, but they don't really check the they don't have the time to check the body that they think they found and go and do vital stats and make sure it is who they think it is. They get driven off the mountain. They're seriously wounded in some cases. And then a cascading series of misunderstandings and poor decisions follows that leads to another helicopter being shot down on the top of the mountain, and half a platoon of Rangers in fighting for their lives on the top of the mountain. It ends up with I think 7 U.S. personnel, U.S. special operators killed. An incredibly controversial episode in recent U.S. special operations history, because one of the, something I neglected to mention as I gave you that very thumbnail sketch of the events was that when the team goes back to try and find Roberts for that first, I got that slightly confused. They can't find Roberts, they think. They can't find him. But one of the team, their Air Force attachment, the guy that is supposed to call in airstrikes and so forth, is shot. They think he's dead, and they can't. They're under a hellacious hail of fire. They have to get off the mountain, and they leave him behind. They leave what they think is his corpse behind. But later on, a predator that shows up over the mountain predator drone captures video of a two-person gunfight going on the top of the mountain. One individual maneuvering on another. And this is at a time when no Americans are supposed to be alive on the mountain, because they later find, when they finally collect, when they finally collect everything off the top of the mountain, they find the bodies. They find Neil Roberts' body, and they realize that he was killed very soon after getting out of the helicopter. They realized that almost certainly that was the Air Force operator, John Chapman, fighting for his life on the top of the mountain. And if you accept that as fact, then that figure keeps fighting until seconds before the Ranger Quick Reaction Force arrives on the mountain, not knowing that he's there. But then he's killed very shortly before that Ranger force arrives, and they don't know what they're coming into. Even it was although it was more than 20 years ago now, it's a classic example of how even with all a lot of people had a lot of faith in technologies that didn't work as they were supposed to on that day. There was, because that piece of terrain had been quote unquote swept by different overhead platforms, and nobody had spotted the Al Qaeda position on the top of the mountain. People thought it was safer to land there than obviously it was. Right. So there were 2 medals of honor that came out of that fight, and they're very controversial. I mean, I wrote a very detailed account of the fight in the book. I then wrote another version of it with a terrific reporter called Chris Drew in the New York Times, and I wrote a sort of a 3rd or 4th version of it as a cover story for Newsweek, because eventually what happened was, when the Air Force tried to get John Chapman, who was posthumously awarded a Service Cross, the Air Force Cross, for his actions. When they tried to get his actions upgraded to a Medal of Honor, the SEALs, who were part of his team and who had all signed up for him getting a service cross, an Air Force cross, basically wouldn't sign the statements that were required to be signed to get his cross upgraded. So the Air Force went that way alone, and in the meantime, the SEALs tried to, well, they successfully got a Medal of Honor, the leader of the team that Chapman was part of, that went back to the mountain looking for Neil Roberts. And so you ended up dueling narratives from the two services, really, about who deserves a Medal of Honor and why. Wow. So that's, I'm sorry we got sort of sidetracked in Afghanistan, but basically for the next 10 years after 9/11, I went to Afghanistan, embedding with U.S. forces in Iraq. I was embedded with 3-7 Cav for the invasion of Iraq. And
when you're embedded, what are you doing? Are you filming? Are you taking photos? Are you writing?
I mean, these days, the sort of 20 years younger version of me would probably be filming with his iPhone or something, okay, but that didn't exist back then. Fortunately for me, because it would have just been a lot more work, I suspect. I'm taking notes. I'm interviewing people. I'm observing. I'm in the Iraq invasion. I mean, I was with one of the lead elements in from the 3rd Infantry Division, the sort of screening and reconnaissance force of the 3rd Infantry Division, which was the lead division for the army in the invasion. And so, I mean, I'm just watching the combat going on, and
you're in it.
Yeah. I mean, you're in it. I mean, look. I mean, I don't want to make too much of that. I was in a cavalry squadron that was enormously well equipped, very well trained, extremely well led. And had every advantage other than knowledge of the local terrain over the forces that they were coming up against, be that Iraqi Republican Guard forces, or like armored forces, or be that the sort of Saddam Fedayeen more irregular forces, more likely armed. I mean, it was high adventure. I can't deny that. It was sort of one of the standout memories of my life from certainly professional.
Would you say Afghanistan was the most frightening place you ever were reporting in, or what was?
Maybe this. I don't know. First of all, when you're in the moment, at least for me, I can't talk for other people, it's not that frightening because it's super interesting, and you're just trying to remember what you're seeing, and like I said, take notes and just focus on it. In terms of danger, probably the Iraq invasion there was a bit more stuff, but I mean, look, a bullet can find you anywhere, right? I mean, we were getting the position I was in Operation Anaconda at the north end of the Shahidot Valley was getting kind of mortared, and we had pretty good cover. We were in a sort of a wadi, a dried up stream bed. But you could hear heavy machine gun bullets going overhead, and the occasional RPG would come in. But you never, like I said, if a mortar round pops down in the middle of the wadi beside you, I mean that's But sometimes, especially as those wars went on, you never know when the most dangerous moment is, when your closest shave is. It might not be the bullet that you can hear zipping, 5 feet overhead or whatever, but it might be that on a patrol through Baghdad, your Humvee that you're riding in drove 6 inches to the left of a pressure plate IED or something like that, an improvised explosive device, and you may never know that. It could be that some Saddam Fedayeen guy in a hedge was drawing a bead up with his AK on your thin-skinned Humvee, and then switches to target somebody else's vehicle and maybe misses them. So you never know. I mean, I've had some great adventures. There are other reporters who have been have had much closer shaves than I have, and tragically, some of them, haven't been close shaves, and we've had, reporters and photographers killed and wounded. And so I certainly don't want to suggest that my experience for embedded reporters is anything out of the ordinary. I just always felt extraordinarily fortunate to be, an eyewitness to history. To be able to have that opportunity, to be with one of the first units in the Iraq invasion and see it. I mean, I saw a tank battle. How many reporters have seen before the Ukraine war? I mean, how many reporters have been in a position to observe a tank battle, especially, beg your pardon, one involving U.S. forces?
Where was the tank battle?
It was south of Baghdad, and
where did Iraq get their tanks?
Yeah, they're Soviet.
They're Soviet tanks?
Yeah, they were Soviet designed tanks. Yeah, I mean,
we just had a guy on the podcast a couple weeks ago who was explaining to me. He was explaining how the Soviet tanks in the Russia-Ukraine conflict, there's a big problem with them. They're like the tops are blowing off the tops of them.
Yeah, I mean that's. I mean, I don't think that's unknown. I mean, you could have walked through the battlefields of the Kuwait War, of the U.S. And coalition war to drive the Iraqis out of Kuwait in 1991, and you would have seen T-72s looking just like that. With if there's enough of an explosion, it pops that turret off, and the turret just goes spinning.
Right.
So yeah, I mean they are what they are. I mean the Soviets and the Russians have always preferred quantity over quality, and they've got, as you can see in the way that they've approached the Ukraine war, they're willing to expend an awful lot of human life for what we in the United States, if the West might view as marginal gain.
Yeah, and they're even emptying. I heard they're even emptying a prison for people to fight.
Well, they certainly got prisoners battalions, yeah, created.
So going back to your journalism in Iraq and Afghanistan, I've heard the phenomenon described, and maybe you can attest to this, where when people, especially journalists, I think I heard a filmmaker describe this, is that when you're in the middle of like a firefight or like a highly intense battle, and you're in probably the most danger you've been in a long time, or throughout the period of the day, you're so focused in on capturing the moment and fulfilling your purpose of being there, you kind of like adrenaline kicks in, and the fear of the bullets zipping over your head or mortars going off kind of just disappears, and you kind of like fall into this weird sort of little pocket where you're just so hyper focused on capturing these things, like capturing the moment or filming it or getting a photo or whatever it is, or in your case, remembering it so you can write it down, that the perception of fear just sort of dissipates.
Yeah, I mean, I can't tell. Everybody reacts slightly differently. I mean, you only have to look at service members and soldiers, and even you'll find soldiers who were in, I mean, far more dangerous and lethal combat situations than I was ever an observer of. And they've made it through, you know, and many of those, and they've made it through with apparently little to no lingering after effects psychologically. And then you've got folks who never left the base that they were stationed on, the forward operating base, as they would call it during the global war on terror, and have PTSD somehow. And I mean, I'm not trying to diminish their PTSD or whatever. My point is that everybody reacts to risk and certain situations differently. You know, so I don't know how much adrenaline was coursing through my system at the time. You know, I just, you know, and look, again, it's not like I was in a situation where everybody around me was getting shot. One of the most remarkable things about 3-7 Cav's experience in that war was that cavalry squadron, which is normally it's sort of, I can't remember, but it's probably in the many hundreds a cavalry squadron would have been back then in heavy divisions. Had all kinds of attachments, you know, engineers, field artillery, and so forth. Look, plussed it up probably into the low thousands. Not a single service member was killed in that task force in the entire invasion, despite, you know, being ambushed numerous times on the way up, and things going wrong. And you know, through dint of the factors I was outlining earlier, very well led, very well trained, very well equipped, highly motivated, and lucky. You know, you can't discount the role that fortune played.
I don't know, I just thought about this, but I think this guy might have been in the same part of the world as you during the same time. Have you ever heard of a journalist by the name of Michael Hastings?
Yes.
Rolling Stone reporter?
Yes.
Did you ever meet him?
But he's passed away now.
I know.
Yeah,
that story's pretty wild.
I have a feeling he and we certainly, I don't think, met downrange anywhere that I remember. I might have been at one or two events with him, but I'm trying to think. I don't want to say that we never spoke in case somebody observed us speaking, but I don't have a memory of that.
Right. And maybe you can fill in the blanks for me here. But from what I recall, he wrote a story. I guess he was in Afghanistan, if I'm not mistaken, and he was embedded there with some people, and then there was a volcano or something that made them have to stay there.
He, you know, and look, I'm not an expert on Michael Hastings, but I remember the episode.
Yes.
He embedded with the entourage of General Stan McChrystal, who was the coalition commander in Afghanistan at the time. And
Stan McChrystal.
Yeah, who is who took a big role in this book, but he had been the JSOC commander before, which is how he basically made his name as a general.
Okay.
But as a 4-star general, he was running the war in Afghanistan.
This is him.
Yeah, and Hastings had received permission to embed as a reporting for the Rolling Stone, reporting with McChrystal's entourage while they were on a trip to Europe to do some sort of diplomatic work. I can't remember the exact reasons. I know they went to Paris. And no, I think McChrystal had to give a couple of speeches, and his whole entourage comes along with him, his personal stuff.
Okay.
And it was at the time Icelandic, a volcano in Iceland erupted, and the ash cloud halted commercial flights or all flights above Europe for a period of at least 7 months.
Right.
And so as a result, McChrystal and his entourage with Michael Hastings were stuck together longer than the initial plan had been. There are, accounts vary from this, but, I think I'm on solid ground saying that the entourage grew comfortable around Hastings. There may have been some misunderstandings or differences of opinion as to what the ground rules were. I wasn't there, so I can't tell you what they were. And the story that he wrote for Rolling Stone was basically had a number of politically incorrect quotes attributed to, not by name, but to members of McChrystal's staff or McChrystal. And crucially, McChrystal himself, none of these quotes were attributed to but
just his staff.
Just his staff. But one of the quotes was about making fun of Joe Biden when he was vice president. This was under Obama, and that was that. Obama called McChrystal back to the White House and relieved him.
And they fired McChrystal over this.
Yeah.
Over his staff making fun of Joe Biden.
Well, it wasn't just that. I mean, there were a number of quotes, but I mean, I'm not.
So you can find those, Steve.
I'm not here to take sides on who was right.
Right. No, it's just an interesting story. Because I don't know how long it was after that. Michael Hastings died when his car was going like 120 miles an hour down the street in Los Angeles and hit a tree and exploded, and the engine went flying, and he died.
Well, it's behind the paywall. But there you go. Stanley McChrystal, top general, fired over insults to Biden.
And the conspiracy theorists speculate that this general was behind Michael Hastings' car getting taken over somehow through technology.
I absolutely would not take it.
No. I mean, yeah. What year was that? That was like 2013, 14 maybe? I wonder if they even have the technology.
They're all starting
to do that.
to run together in my mind.
Yeah. But, I mean, that's something they certainly probably would have had the technology to do.
It's so beyond the realms of,
because he was, didn't he? I mean, I think he said publicly that he was like scared for his life, right? He was scared for his own safety after outing McChrystal, because after McChrystal, that was his name, right? McChrystal.
Yes.
After McChrystal got fired, I thought that like he publicly stated that he was like scared for his safety. Did you find anything, Steve?
I mean, I've heard. I know that there's a conspiracy theory out there about it.
Yeah.
I would discount it completely. That's my,
right.
Sometimes, Occam's razor and all of that. Yeah, it's more likely that, that he was just going too fast in a fast car and lost control. I mean, that happens. Unfortunately, hundreds of times, a day in North America, probably. And
it's actually happening to the new Cybertrucks. I don't know if you saw it. There's a problem with the new Cybertrucks where the gas pedal's getting stuck, and these people are like rear-ending people going full speed.
And in no case is it somebody twiddling a device from behind a tree to make somebody's car scream up. So, you know.
Yeah, but a high-ranking general like that gets fired. I mean, my tinfoil hat's starting to come out of the closet when I see that happen. So what other kind of stories are you guys working on right now on the high side?
You know, we've had a lot of, you know, I'm quite proud of the work we've done so far. I mean, we've got a story out there on the Omega teams, which is
that Afghanistan?
Yeah,
Okay.
those are the teams formed by Joint Special Operations Command to support the CIA teams that were running Afghan militias, you know, doing you know, covert action type stuff in Afghanistan. And of course there was you know, those teams have been those militias rather have been accused of war crimes by and human rights abuses by certain organizations, and so that you know, implicitly taints the military teams that are supporting them with you know, with the same brush. So we did a sort of a look at it, at the history of those teams. You know, we've got a story that I normally don't like talking too much about future stories because I'm always worried that something's going to fall through and then it can get published and that makes me look stupid. But I'm fairly confident that you know, touch wood, unless you know, you know, unless we get hit by a meteorite or something in the next few weeks, yeah, that we're going to have a story out about. But you know, and I want to be a little guarded about this so that we sort of keep the scoop for ourselves. But it's about an individual who led an extraordinary life in both the United States Special Operations community and the intelligence community. And
Still alive?
Yes, still alive. And you know, and he made, you know, he's being considered, you know, for a very high award, and so we sat down with this individual, and you know, we were just amazed at the stories he had to tell, and so, you know, we decided rather than just write about the fact that he's being considered for this award, we wanted to sort of basically write about his life and times, because one of the things that we found was not only was what he had done extraordinary in the way that he had charted his career and taken advantage of so many opportunities that came his way, but while staying extremely humble about it. But the places he had been assigned and had, you know, was part of larger missions that were incredibly dramatic as well. So I've got 32,000 words or so written on this, and so we're probably going to turn it into a 6-part series or something like that. So there's still a little work to do on that yet, but the end is in sight, which will, not only is that pleasing to me, but it's very pleasing to Jack. Who Jack and I
like to keep Jack pleased.
Yeah, well, Jack and I like to think we complement each other. Jack is, you know, very much, you know, his instinct is to publish as soon as possible. Mm-hmm. My instinct is always, in, you know, every editor I've ever had has sort of like pulled their hair out over this, but my instinct is always to sort of try to get one more interview, you know, dot one, you know, triple check one more fact, dot every I, dot every T, and so forth. So
gotta do it live, Sean. Do it live.
So that's you know, but you know, that's coming up. I don't think I'm giving anything away too much to say. Jack is.
Can you tell the guy's name?
I don't want to just yet.
Okay.
I don't think I'm giving anything away to say that Jack has been doing a lot of work on Havana syndrome.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Which, I mean, it's just in case some of your listeners or viewers don't know what that is, it's the sort of mysterious ailments that have afflicted sort of a supposedly a large number of intelligence personnel and others, military and State Department among them, that was first at least identified as such when individuals in the U.S. Embassy in Havana, particularly CIA officers assigned to the embassy in Havana, started coming down with strange sort of neurological type symptoms.
Right.
And so we're doing a sort of a deep dive into some of that.
Has any of that been published yet, or is that still in the works?
No, that's still in the works.
Oh God, I want to know more about that.
And
is there new evidence that's coming out in regards to the Havana syndrome's cases, or?
Well, let's see what we produce. I don't want to sort of tease too much about what's in the story, but I mean, there certainly has been from other, I mean, it's not like we're the only publication that's looking at Havana syndrome. And we're getting some exclusive interviews on it, but if you look at 60 Minutes, had a fascinating expose, which I think they did in conjunction with the publication called The Insider, which is a publication focused on Russia, but not produced in Russia. So yeah, I mean, there are.
We've been working on those weapons for a long time too.
Yeah, so we'll see what what transpires. And then we've got slightly further off in the distance, and again, I'd say we've got a couple of stories that if we can nail them, so by nail I don't mean if it turns out that they're true, but more like if we can report them to our level of satisfaction, which is more than one person who we trust telling us something happened. That they make great movies, frankly. So I mean, I'm already trying to, I've been focused so much on this one visual story that I was talking about, the sort of from Vietnam to Africa and beyond, to Afghanistan, and a story that I haven't had the time, frankly, to pursue these other stories, but we're going to pick those up and go after them aggressively. The thing that holds Jack and I back is the fact that there's only two of us, and we, like I said, we are not. You'll see a lot of, and I don't mean to necessarily disparage this kind of journalism. It's just a different sort of journalism, but you'll see a lot of Substacks that are sort of. It's really the author's opinion on the news, right? It's like, hey, the Pentagon announced this. Here's why I think it's a good idea, bad idea, or whatever. Okay, that's not what we're doing. We're going out hearing stories that things that may be in the news, may not be in the news. Like the Havana syndrome has certainly been in the news. Some of the other stuff was written about it is not. And going out and finding that untold story and spending weeks and weeks reporting it, and then giving it to our readers.
That's great. Wholesome journalism. Not enough of that around these days. More so podcasters like me just talking with their ass.
Well, no, I tell you, one of the amazing things about the media landscape now is the podcast landscape. It really has. I can say with some confidence it's exploded in the last 10 years.
Oh, yeah,
because when I was writing this book, which was really from sort of 2012 and 2013 and the first half of 2014, none of these podcasts existed. And now I see people being interviewed on podcasts from the units that I wrote about, and I'm thinking like, wow, I wouldn't even, I've had to go out, doing half the reporting I did if these guys were getting interviewed on podcasts. And now, I know that that JSOC and Delta Force in particular are trying to rein that in a little bit.
Oh, are they really?
Yeah. And so we'll see. But I mean, it's fascinating to me that guys who you used to have to, set up elaborate procedures to meet and talk, not necessarily the same individuals, but the same type of individuals in those units. And now they're retiring and going straight on somebody's podcast and talking about what it's like to be in Delta Force or SEAL Team 6 or whatever.
And my favorite thing about the whole podcasting thing, the whole podcasting revolution, is that it's kind of like melted away the gatekeepers in media. Now you have people like you're talking about, these retired Delta Force members who can self-publish their own book, and they can go on podcasts to promote it. It's a win-win for both people. Like, the podcaster gets a new podcast, and the guy who goes on the podcast can promote his book or whatever he's doing now. And it eliminates like the big media enterprises and all that stuff. So it's definitely pushed toward, very strongly towards like the independent journalism and the independent media. And you're seeing like a huge rise in that now.
Yeah, I mean, look, I'm not going to sit here and be a hypocrite, right? I mean, I am the I guess co-editor of my own stories and the publisher of those stories, albeit via Substack. But I spent most of my career, working for, I don't know what you want to call it, establishment media, big media.
Yes.
I mean, the Army Times, when I joined, was that family of publications was a family-owned company. It later got bought by the Gannett Corporation, which, for a while when I was working, was a $10 billion corporation. And then they sold it, and I think it's now owned by private equity company or something. Long after I left. But I'm not going to sit here and say what some people call gatekeepers, are necessarily bad. I mean, I've had my probably reputation saved on a number of occasions by editors saying, "Are you sure you want to say? Why don't we leave that out for now until we can confirm it," or something like that. There's the First Amendment allows all of these. It allows somebody to have a Substack or just a blog and put out their opinions, but very few of those, I mean, even on Substack, frankly, are reported journalism. Okay, there's a difference between giving your opinion on something, even if it's an opinion based on a deep knowledge that you have, and actually going out and reporting something firsthand.
Yes.
And increasingly,
yes,
you see the balance shifting, in my view, in the United States, towards a lot of people opining, whether that's on Substack or some other blog or from a sofa on Fox News, about what's going on in the world, and fewer people actually going out to find out what's going on in the world and reporting it.
Yes.
And when you're doing that, individual, opinions are going to vary, but the organizations that put the most money towards the reporting staff and an editing staff and have the clearest idea of what their mission statement is to produce as close, as unbiased and objective as possible, a daily or weekly, whatever it is, report on the events that are, on current events. Those are the ones that are most reliable and are doing the most valuable work. There's always I've written the odd opinion article. I mean, I'm not against opinions, but you got to have opinions about something, and the something to be factually reported by reporters.
Yeah, and I've noticed that too. I mean, the world we live in now is like you said, we're saturated with millions and millions of podcasts and opinion journalists, and most of these people, like to your point, are expressing opinions and views of other people that they've listened to or read. And those people most likely got their opinions from other people that they've talked to or listened to or read. There's so few people that actually have this first-hand experience of being in these situations, seeing these things with their own two eyes. And it's just going more and more in that direction. Like so many so-called experts on so many different topics, they're only experts because they read about these things, right? They haven't experienced them firsthand like you have when you've gone overseas.
Yeah, and it's not just going over. I mean, sometimes it's just a question of, a bureaucratic story that's, something that's going on in the government. But you've got to develop sources in that part of the government to find out what's going on. I mean, these are all skills that not everybody has, and it takes time to develop them, and it takes time to know how to edit them, how to guide those reporters and stuff. I mean, it's I know people get very frustrated with, mainstream media, whatever that means now. But you'll notice that media. You'll know that usually Fox News never gets included in that, even though for most of the last few years it's been.
They're absolutely.
Yeah, exactly. They're the they were the dominant cable TV news.
Right.
So.
Well, they're all corrupted by advertisers, and if you have an advertiser that's going to spend X amount of millions of dollars with your work, you're going to not report on negative things involving those advertisers.
That's certainly a concern. I haven't seen that happen in my experience. The most I've seen that play out is, and I think this is probably fairly common, I'm familiar with publications where, let's say, I think, and again, these weren't my decisions to make, so I'm sort of remembering sort of as a disinterested spectator. If we had a story about hypothetically at Army Times, if you were reporting a story on a increasing trend of motorcycle accidents involving soldiers, the Army is concerned because more soldiers are dying in motorbike accidents. You probably wouldn't put your Yamaha motorbike ad opposite that story, right? But the kind of stuff that we're talking about, right, involves the government or governments, right? It doesn't, the CIA doesn't take out, one-page ads, at least that I'm aware in like the Washington Post or the New York Times. I mean, they might take small ones out these days for recruitment, but so
yeah, I don't on social media.
Yeah, I don't feel like I think a smart consumer of media, certainly of news media, should always be aware of potential conflicts of interest in the media that he's. I mean, to give you an obvious one, the Washington Post, my town newspaper up in Washington D.C., is owned by Jeff Bezos. Okay, so you have to, if you're reading a story about Amazon, which is obviously a massive entity in the United States, and there's going to be stories virtually every week about Amazon in a national paper like the Post. You have to have it in the back of your mind that, hey, the guy that owns the paper owns the organization that's being written about. And to their credit, the Post always includes a line in the story saying, Amazon is, owned by Jeff Bezos, who also owns the Washington Post, or words to that effect. I'm not saying it doesn't happen that advertisers, I'm sure it has happened. I'm not aware of it happening at any publication where, at any publication I've worked at full time, or of any story that I've written where an advertiser tried to weigh in. I don't know who that would even be. And of course, it's not really an issue with book publishing either.
Well, I think it really came to light, really surfaced, it reared its ugly head during the COVID pandemic with like the big pharmaceutical companies and all the reporting every day that was going on involving the pandemic and basically like the information war that was happening in the media involving that. That's where I think it's most.
But the only stories I wrote for, I spent almost 3 years at Yahoo News as the national security and sort of investigative reporter, and including the sort of first year or so of the pandemic. And I wrote a couple of stories about how it was affecting the military and the military lab that was, there was a military lab actually quite close to where I lived in suburban DC that was, working to find a solution to it. But other than that, I wasn't covering big pharma, right? So I can't speak to those.
Yahoo News is a very credible public. I mean, there's a lot of really big time reporters that legitimate reporters there. It's funny that you brought up Yahoo News because I had a former CIA officer in here one time, and we were talking about this subject about like how to analyze truth in the media or whatever. And I brought up a story from Yahoo News, the famous story about the CIA plan to assassinate Julian Assange.
I wrote that story with 2 other reporters.
You wrote that story?
Yeah, that was a story that I worked on with Zach Dorfman, who was the initiator of the story, if you like. It was his story that he brought to Yahoo News. I helped him on it for months and months, drafting and redrafting the story and reporting it. And then Mike Isikoff came in towards the end of that process, did some more really great reporting on it, and that was if you call that up, you'll find my byline on it.
Pull up that article. So I brought that up to my friend who's a former CIA guy, and we were arguing about Assange, and then he was like, "Well, here's your first problem. You're taking information from Yahoo News, not a very credible publication."
Not a single sentence of that story has ever been officially disputed.
Can you, for people that might not be aware of that article, can you give like the basic rundown and how that story came about and what happened with it?
Basically, the story was that while Julian Assange was holed up in the Ecuadorian embassy in London, in the United Kingdom, the CIA was interested in, started to explore, partly because of some sort of top-down, hey, what can we do about Assange? Demands. They started spitballing ideas, and they got some ways into studying the plausibility and possibility of assassinating Assange.
There it is, right inside the CIA secret war plans against WikiLeaks, right?
Yeah, there's a big little problem here.
Zach Dorfman and Sean Naylor.
It's not a clickable link; it just goes to nothing.
Well, that's because our computer's fucked up.
No, if there's something wrong with the link, it does this.
Click the next link. See if the next link works. Well, that's weird.
Yeah, I can't tell you why.
CIA's got our computer tapped.
Yeah,
not surprised.
I've no idea what's going on there.
And so, how did this get out? That they had
Zach is a reporter with work of sources. He's a very good, intelligent reporter. I think one of the best in the country. And we hope he's actually going to be doing some work with us on one of those sort of longer lead time stories that I was talking about. That if it turns out to be true, might make a good movie.
And so this the premise of this.
So, but he basically, his sources told him about this, and he, he caught a wind of it, and he started doing that thread and just collecting thread on it for a while, and then he had written for us for Yahoo News before. He wasn't a full-time employee of Yahoo News as I was at the time, but he had a good relationship with our Washington bureau chief, Sharon Weinberger. She's now the Wall Street Journal's sort of national security editor in the Washington bureau, I believe. So he started reporting it for Yahoo News, and I was, as a matter of fact, now I'm thinking back to this. I mentioned before we started recording that I'm always worried I'm going to say something in the heat of the moment that turns out not to be true. I was no longer fully employed by Yahoo News when I worked on that story with Zach.
Okay.
But did it. There's a sort of a freelance project with him for Yahoo News. So we spent month after month after month, he and I, on signal phone calls together, just going through every line, me saying, okay, should we move this section, should we move this paragraph 8 paragraphs up to here? Okay, how about this line? Or, I think we don't need this word in the second sentence of this paragraph. I mean, and all the time calling new sources, calling other sources back to, double check things. So yeah, it was an enormous amount of work that went into it. And Mike Pompeo, who was the director of CIA at the time that the events we described were taking place, was later asked about it, and he sort of joked about it, like he said, well, as a matter of fact, some of that story is even true, right? But he didn't say any of it actually wasn't. Right? At no point did
he said most of it was true.
He said something like some of it's true because he was asked about it, and he said it in a joking way that might lead the person watching to think he doesn't think the rest of it is true. But what he actually did was confirm that some of it's true, and he's never denied any of it. So that, yeah.
The sources involved in that, were they like active people, or were they all retired?
I mean, I'll let the sourcing in the story speak for itself. Generally, when you have what would be called in journalism a background source, so that's a source who's not on the record. It's not, you're not saying Danny Jones said this. It would be, according to a highly popular podcaster based in Florida, or something like that. Some phrase that lets the reader get a sense of the type of person who's giving you quote, but defining the person. And for me, it's always like according to a retired special forces colonel or something like that. And so, but once you've agreed that attribution with the source, you can't then publicly be giving other details about him or her.
Got it.
So, I'll let...
But when it comes to fact checking, like when the editors go to fact check a story, do the editors have to get access to your sources to confirm stuff?
Sometimes, but they're not likely to. When the editors know the reporters well, they might say, who said this? They're probably not going to. If you can't trust your reporter to give you an honest, to honestly report what their own sources are telling you, you probably shouldn't be paying them.
Right.
I mean, no editor has the time to go through every story that he or she is responsible for editing and go through every quote or every source. I mean, that's basically re-reporting the story. But unfortunately, the dynamics of the news business mean that there are fewer editors, and especially copy editors, even at major establishments like the New York Times now, than there used to be. So there's less and less sort of work time, available man hours, if you like, to do that sort of thing. So no, they don't. They'll want to know maybe who said it, or what kind of a person said it. Sometimes they may not want to know the source because they don't want to have, in case there's any significant legal blowback, they plausible deniability as to the identity of the source.
Did you or Zach get any kind of blowback on that story?
No, I mean, there was.
You guys have to get confirmation from any, like similar to Jack's other story, how he had to get the deputy director to sign off on it. Did that nothing? Like that?
No. I mean, it was like a Zach, me, and Mike Isikoff, very well known reporter in Washington. I think our reputations were strong enough, and Isikoff was at the time probably the senior journalist at Yahoo News, or one of the most senior. I don't know how you tabulate that, but and very experienced. So if the three of us are bringing a story like that to the table, I don't think the editors certainly ask hard questions, but they're not of the same type that Jack faced in the story you're referring to.
Yeah, it's just such a heavy story. The idea that the CIA would have thought about or planned to murder a journalist.
Well, I mean, and there's the other half of it, right, which is, and then they decided not to, right? Yeah. So I mean, it's not like it happened, and we're discussing, So I mean, you have to also say that cooler heads prevailed at some point in that process.
Yes. Well, Sean, thank you so much for your time, man. This has been an incredible conversation. Where can people, other than your Substack, which I'll link below, where can they find you, get in touch with you?
I'm on Twitter at Sean D. Naylor, SeanDnaylor. A lot of my work, particularly for Yahoo News, despite our recent experience, and for foreign policy and the New York Times, which I work for on sort of contract and freelance basis, and Newsweek. A lot of that work is available just by Googling, and my books are available on Amazon, BarnesandNoble.com, and still in some books.
Awesome. Well, thanks again.
All right, great. Hey, thank you. It's great to be here.
Good night, everybody.
My trainer was like, I got it. And I was insisting. I haven't told him yet. But is that a text, or are you going to tell him in person? I'm going to tell him in person. While he's stretching you out, I want to see his face. He's like, it's going to help. And I was like, and I gave it. I let him. But it was, well, at least. Yeah, it was, how often do you work out at? Almost every day. For real? So we first came to learn of Tom's special relationship with his trainer in a documentary Tom made about himself last year, which included full action shots and special interviews with the trainer in a documentary about his comedy tour. I started touring with Tom back on the Walmart tour.
So, George Howard, thank you for coming, man. How did you get into this amazing wild world of antiquity and ancient cataclysms and all this stuff?
Goes way back. I was working in the U.S. Senate in the early 90s, And my boss, the U.S. Senator, called, wanted me to get a map for him one day. He said, get me a USGS 1 to 32,000 topo, which I didn't know at the time what it was standard map from the U.S. Geological Service. I said, yeah, I'll get you of my farm. He had a lot of land in North Carolina. And so I called up the congressional liaison, told him this where I wanted a map of, and they actually brought a rolled up map over the next day. We rolled it out on his desk, and he was looking at something. And I looked over his shoulder. There's one after another, dashed line ellipses on this farm. Some of them were big, some of them were small. I said, well, what are those, boss? And he said, meteor holes. And being a geek, I'm thinking to myself, I was like, meteor holes? There must be meteors. And I said, well, Senator, I'm a science geek, and I've been since I was a kid, and I love space stuff, and I'm interested in impacts. But North Carolina's never had an impact. He said, the hell it hadn't. It was the biggest thing in the world when I was a boy. A comet slammed into the Carolinas. And I said, really? He said, yeah, they call them Carolina bays. And I said, oh, I'd actually seen that because wetlands was a part of my portfolio of subjects. You'd always see Carolina bays listed with other wetland types. And it was our state, I was like, what is this special bay? I thought it had something to do with the coast, a bay. But that's actually the bay trees that are in there. Same thing you put in spaghetti sauce, right? Little leaves. Mm-hmm. Those are those succulent plants grow in Carolina bays. In fact, there's a bunch of interesting plants grow in Carolina bays. A bunch of interesting species grow in Carolina bays. So then I was like, wow. And the internet had just come out, and I was actually the first person in the office with the internet. This is 1993. And I went back and Googled, or whatever we did at the time, Alta Vista, Carolina bays. And damn it, there wasn't a whole page on them with a whole bunch of information. And the earliest bay nut, then I subsequently came on, and now I passed the torch off to others, had put up he was a digital librarian for the University of Georgia. And he had early internet access, and he put a bunch of information on the bays there, and it speculated that indeed there was perhaps a cataclysm that affected the entire East Coast and North America and left these scars. And I became absolutely fascinated. And within about a year of that, I started talking to the gentleman. He said, yeah, I think it might be responsible for the Younger Dryas. I said, well, what the hell is that? He said, well, that's the thing that killed off the Clovis people. I said, well, who the hell are they? And just started going down a great rabbit hole. And then I wrote actually a buddy went back to UNC. We had been graduated 6-7 years and finished up and needed to go do a couple of classes. And he was taking geology. And he said, Howard, you keep talking about those Carolina bays, man. That's one optional subject for a paper I need to write. Could you put together some notes for me? And I said, yeah, I'll put together some notes. And I got into it, wrote a 27-page essay, and gave it to him. He got like a B+ or something. And then it was early internet. This was about 97. And I had bought GeorgeHoward.net, as embarrassing as that sounds now. And I needed something to put up on it. So I hoisted the paper up on there just for public use. And that led to the next part when I got into met the scientists. So in 99, I got contacted by Dr. William Toppy. And he's a very strange fellow, probably a little bit touched mentally, but he was an archaeologist. But he was sending me these kind of kooky emails about, I think I found something that may prove what's in your essay. And that was tiny spherules and impacts in certain materials that are found at 13,000-year-old archaeological sites, like one he has in Michigan called King. And they kind of nutty emails. Then I received another one. And it said, I know Dr. Toppy is in touch with you. He's in touch with me as well. He's an odd character, but I think he's on to something. We were searching the internet for catastrophes in the Midwest, explosions, that kind of thing. They came across my paper independently, where I said that there seemed to be a catastrophe that occurred in the Midwest that caused basically a blood spatter pattern of the East Coast of these shallow elliptical depressions in the ground, which are easily seen from above and imperceptible from the ground. So in the 1930s, they had first taken aerial photography and said, good God, something slammed in the Carolinas. And that was what my boss was talking about. I later came across it was on the cover of Harper's Bazaar in, I think, 1932. And it was the comet that hit the Carolinas. So he was a little boy during that time. That's an exciting thing, and that's what he remembered. And so the fellow contacted me, the other scientist, and I looked down at his thing. He didn't seem nutty at all. And his address was 1 Cyclotron Drive, Berkeley, California. And he's a physicist. And Dr. Richard Firestone has now become well noted as the original author of all this stuff. And I started working with him, and they wrote a paper, Todd and Firestone, in 2001 in kind of a journal, proposing that there was a catastrophe 13,000 years ago, and that the bays may have been related. We're still not certain of that by far. But they wrote that paper. They made some mistakes in it. Their assumptions were probably wrong on some fronts, so it didn't get a whole lot of notice. But I was kind of in touch with PhDs, which was really cool. And then in 2005, Dr. Alan West contacted me and he said, me and Dr. James Kennett, who's a member of the National Academy of Sciences, are going to redo another paper on this subject. We believe there's a catastrophe 13,000 years ago. And we think it was global, and it was horrible. And we're interested in the Carolina Bays as possibly being related, and could you collect some samples for us? So at their instruction, damn good instruction. And I worked with some other people. I had soil scientists, fortunately, that actually worked in my company with me. And we went out and dug into bays and spent, days out there and drilling cores and all this stuff and shipping sand out to the University of California, Santa Barbara to be carefully picked through and looked at through transmission light, under microscopes and geochemically tested. And it showed some pretty anomalous stuff. Like what? There were spherules and nanodiamonds, particularly at the very bottom of the bay, which might suggest that it was related, and that fallout from the impacts elsewhere, which is an important point. The bays themselves are not the impact points. And that was suspected in the 30s when they looked at the aerial photographs. Anybody that looked at them, just as they would now, will say, well, something just slammed into the ground there. So several teams of scientists, independent teams back in the 30s, went digging in the bays to find the rocks. And strangely enough, the same thing happened in Russia at the Tunguska site, which is the tremendous 1,000 square mile blowdown of the forest that happened up there from above in 1908. So the first researcher that got out there, Leonard Kulik, he went digging in a number of neat oval bogs looking for the rocks. And there were no rocks. It came from above, it blew up above, and it was just the concussion, if you will, that caused the blowdown.
So, are these bays, what do they look like? Can you find an aerial photo? Is that on the bottom left?
Yeah, the bottom left.
Is that bottom left what Tunguska looks like today?
Part of it.
So there's many of those circular grasslands with no trees, many spots like that, and essentially the idea is that there was some sort of an airburst that created a shotgun blast where all these smaller particles, but maybe the size of this table, basically slammed into the ground.
Well, I'll tell you where it is now. And we're out on the kind of I call it the Carolina Bays.
Is this similar to what the Carolina Bays look like?
We'll call them up. Google Carolina Bays.
Okay.
You tell me.
Carolina Bays.
I don't mean to be suspenseful, but
no, just killing me. Oh my God. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so they look very similar, and they're full of water.
Just some of them are.
Okay.
And those are the ones that the public that lives around them think of those, and they know, yeah, that's a unique geological feature Carolina Bays away. But little do they know that when you go look at them carefully, you can see them everywhere in the landscape. That the roads go around them instead of through them. The churches sit on the rims and they bury people in the sandy rims, all the graveyards on the rim. So it actually has affected human settlement patterns where these wetlands are, because they're all wetlands. Some are actually lakes. But the curious thing, Danny, is that they orient themselves, I guess you could say. They are oriented in a particular direction.
What do you mean by that?
So if you are in New Jersey and you find a Carolina Bay, or you see one, and you see it through LiDAR, which is very fine elevation data, which you get with lasers, they point more westerly in, say, New Jersey. You get down to the Carolinas, and they point northeast. Then you get down to Georgia, and they point north. So they all converge. See that bottom left? If you scroll
Yeah,
up,
click on that bottom left with the yellow.
Yeah.
See that, Steve? Now it's your top left. Yep. Try to blow that up.
Yeah. So this was my dream, and I didn't have the wherewithal to do it, but others came along, and a wonderful guy, Michael Davies, went into full obsession mode for several years, and he went and categorized, calculated, defined every single Carolina Bay.
Okay.
And you often see in, casual mentions of them that they're 500,000, but they're actually only gotten to 55,000. And they're all pointing. So if you see it up there in the north, they're just a little bit more west. And if you look down south, they're pointing north. And that's like a blitz batter kind. That says that these things are somehow drawn from a particular location. Right?
So you're saying
random.
So in that top up by like the Great Lakes where that centerpiece is, that central spot is, are you saying is the idea that a large comet hit there and then debris is like shot out and hit the Carolina Bays?
Precisely, Dr. Jones.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. And so you call them secondary impacts. Mm-hmm. And the idea is that it kicked something into the Carolinas. So what did it kick into the Carolinas? And also in Nebraska and Kansas. And Dr. West and I were the first to note those in LiDAR and said, holy shit, they're all over Kansas and Nebraska, and they point back the other way. They're pointing to the same place.
Pointing towards that center impact area.
Exactly. And so yeah, where were we?
Are there any? Are those the only ones you found? Or you would think there would be more in that. There's a big empty area in like the bottom left.
Excellent question. It's the nature of the soil there. In the Carolinas, this sand, it's a sandy coastal plain all up the East Coast. And that's an important component. And you have that same with a shallow groundwater table. All right. So it's sand with water immediately beneath it. Same thing out there in Nebraska, right? It's a sandy soil. So where you don't see them, where there might have been things that landed, are the red clay country of Arkansas, right? It's not sand. It would have eroded or otherwise not shown itself as clearly, is the idea. So it only shows up in sandy soils. And it's a mystery wrapped in enigma stuck deep in a black box.
So what is the conventional theory on these things? Like if you ask academic geologists what happened, what the explanation is for those Carolina Bays, what do they say?
Yeah, actually, let me stick with the extraordinary explanation, and then I'll shift it out. That it was proposed in the journal Geology by a good friend Antonio Zamora, who's also kind of a citizen scientist like myself, but he managed to get it published in Geology, and he proposed, I think it was 2015, I could be wrong, he wrote a paper that said what happened was, his hypothesis was that a fragment of a comet, or say an asteroid, slammed into the ice sheet above Michigan at that time. So there was up to 2 miles of ice that covered everything 13,000 years ago. And that it excavated immediately, blew out into the lower atmosphere gigantic chunks of ice, as crazy as that sounds. Okay? And those hypersonic ice boulder chunks is what was launched. But immediately prior to that, he calculated that it would have caused a tremendous earthquake that would have shook that sandy soil with a low water table, and that liquefies sand. You can go and see earthquakes in Japan where cars will just have the bumper show and it'll just be sand. Because if you have liquefied sand, water and sand, and then you shake it, it becomes sand, and things dump into it. So it would have shaken the ground, and the boulder would have landed on it, excavated out the bay-like feature, and all of them are perfect ellipses in the Carolinas, mathematical ellipses, which suggest a cone. An ellipse is created by a cone. If you take like the duck's cap and pass it to a flat plane, it leaves an ellipse. That same pressure wave came down and caused those perfect ellipses. So that's the Zamora hypothesis, and that's way out there on the edge and not accepted by the mainstream. What does the mainstream tell you? They say it is the Aeolian-Lelution hypothesis. And red flags go up if you're scientifically minded. Like, well, they had to come up with 3 different processes to get there. Aeolian, McCuskern, and solution. Yeah. Aeolian means wind. McCuskern means lake. And solution means dissolve, I believe. And so what they're saying, what the mainstream tells us, is that there were powerful winds being swept off the glaciers during the ice ages. And in 4 different periods, I think, is the way the mainstream kind of goes with it now. Because they did some dating on them. They said they were created at different times, some up to several thousand years apart, up to 10,000 years apart. It happened again. That these winds came down and blew puddles into perfect ellipses. Right? That wind, water, and sand creates an ellipse. Now, for circular depression.
What is this, Stephen?
So George was talking about how if you shake sand, it'll liquefy. And this is, I mean, it literally says liquefying with liquefaction. So I guess that's the process. But this is an earthquake that has liquefied the ground to the point that the vehicles have sunk into it.
And of course, that ground is hard now. You could walk right out there. It's just the fact that when you shake the hell out of it, and you got sand and water, it turns into just a slush.
Oh, wow.
Right? So you would have had that slush because the earthquake hit, and then the boulders landed into it, and it splashed out the bays. Now, that's an extraordinary hypothesis. Many may reject it, but I reject the fact that if you just take wind and blow it on these features, it would have created 55,000 perfectly elliptical lakes, all pointed the same direction, despite being separated in their creation times by tens of thousands of years. So think of that, the 55,000. They say they formed in 4 different periods. Why in the hell, 10,000 years later, would those winds conspire to put it in the same direction again? Or did it go take all the previous days, reorient them? Right? It seems like if it was done in 4 different periods, you would be able to say, well, here's genetic class 1, here's class 2, here's class 3. You can tell their time when they were created because the winds were slightly different. But those winds, according to the mainstream, conspired each time
to be exactly the
same. And I have a lot of trouble with that. Where I go with the bays personally, well, first of all, I call them the kooky caboose of the Younger Dryas impact hypothesis, because we included them in the first paper because we had some intriguing evidence. But it was not the best evidence, and we quickly found much more evidence, much better evidence. And when you're making a case in a scientific publication, it's a little bit like a courtroom. You try to bring in your best evidence, and that doesn't mean everything you know about the case you're going to say, because some of it might be sketchier numbers. So when we had much better evidence and some new people on the team that weren't comfortable with the bays, all cool, we dropped them off. But they hung to the train of the Younger Dryas impact hypothesis as the kooky caboose that you can't quite let go. It'll always be connected to it. And the public will speculate, which is entirely appropriate, but just as a matter of, scientific efficiency, we leave them out of the subject now.
Okay.
Sure.
Now, can we find a photo in Russia from Tunguska where we can see an aerial photo and that compares the bays in North Carolina to the impact in Russia Is there any similarity?
Well, there are not many of them, and I don't know. No one has ever paid too much attention. They did come up with crater, doesn't it? But there's that one intriguing picture there on the right. They're like
Aerial photo. Just one.
Well, they generally show it same picture. Hey, this is my speculation. You don't even find this in Zamora's papers and stuff. I just always thought it was odd that when Kulik went out there, he immediately dug in what I believe he termed a number of neat oval bogs. Now, maybe the situation was there that they regrew, and some are still evident, whatnot. In other words, the forest regrew. Who knows? But he went out there and did the exact same thing that in the 1930s people were doing in the Carolinas, which is look in neat oval bogs for rocks that weren't there because it just didn't happen the way it seemed. So I find it very, very intriguing. And like I say, I kind of passed the baton, so I was the bay nut from about 2097. Then my name got associated with Google, so for years I would come up with Carolina Bays and people contact me and all that stuff. But in 2005, these other scientists contacted me. We published in 2007, and then that initiated what has been at least 40 or 50 papers from our side, and close to 200 total, back and forth, trying to argue, debate, whatnot.
That top left one is wild, how perfectly circular that is.
Yes, I took that picture actually.
Did you really?
I did, sticking my head out of a Cessna.
Look at that, man.
Yeah.
How did Wynn do that?
That's nice to see somebody else pick up that picture. Yeah, Wynn didn't do that. First of all, there's a wonderful fellow. He was a lawyer in Sumter, South Carolina, who wrote a book called The Mysterious Carolina Bays, Henry Savage. And like I say, it's kind of a legal thing. What's your evidence and whatnot? And he called bullshit on the Wynn Water hypothesis. He said, just no way. And one of the things he said, anybody familiar with a southern wetland of tangled vines and trees, herbaceous shrubs, and all that stuff knows that immediately you're not going to get a whole lot of formation of stuff. If you're wet, you're going to kind of stay where you are. It's kind of hard to blow that around. Now, that said, you did have different conditions 20,000 years ago, but they're certainly not forming now. My bottom line is that the Carolina Bays were all created at once. Whatever in hell made that did not occur again and again over thousands and thousands of years. I think it is plainly obvious, at least to myself, that they all occurred at once. So what the hell happened?
So, and additionally, I know Randall talks about what you just mentioned when the ice sheet was hit. It carried massive pieces of ice all across the continent. And there's evidence of rocks that were frozen inside of those pieces of ice that show up like in the Scablands or like the northwestern part of the United States.
Yeah.
Rocks that are from a completely another part. They're native to a completely separate part, like northern Canada.
That's right.
Where it was in Canada.
And they were rafted down there in the floods.
Right.
That's right. And they're left behind with giant erratic boulders.
Yeah, like how else would those rocks have ended up there? Random rocks.
Yeah, well, even the mainstream will tell you that's
and they're
catastrophic in a sense. They're the size of houses, and they had to be carried by an iceberg the size of aircraft carriers. Right. See the photo there on the left, one off the top left? It's of Michigan. There you go. Blow that up. So that's where they all point back to is Saginaw Bay. Right, which is the thumb of Michigan, or between the thumb and the hand. Right, see how there's a divot over there? See how Michigan's like a hand, right?
Yep.
And then you've got Saginaw Bay up there in the northeast.
Right.
Well, that's what they all point to. Kind of interesting to see that it's a big divot in the landscape. It's like something was estimated, and of course it's not a crater, but you had 2 miles of ice protecting it.
Right.
So could it be that whatever hell occurred that day when it slammed into that location, that's the remnant scar of what happens when you hit a mile thick sheet with a hypersonic bullet from space? That the ice shatters and scatters, and then you are left with what now is kind of the Saginaw Bay. So that's the kind of intriguing stuff that they didn't go to Saginaw Bay and then draw draw lines to the bays. What they did was drew lines off of the long axis of the bays and then look, well, where did it point? Holy shit. It points to a place that actually looks like something kind of strange happened.
Now, do we find similar rocks or nanodiamonds in this part of Michigan that are the same as what you find in the bays?
You've got to get below the ice sheet where it reached. So it cut off somewhere, I don't know, much south of Michigan, but you find it at archaeological sites with undisturbed soil that have been aggrading for thousands of years. In other words, they're not eroding, they're always collecting more material. All right, so you can go back through like a time capsule, like archaeologists do, and they cut down, then you've got a face of soil on the side of your, I don't know what they call it, a couple of different parts, whatever. But you got the face of the dig, and what you do is then test the geochemistry and the compositional analysis of the soil along that face, and you know what, and you can know how things changed over time. So, Steve, if I can take the helm for just a second. There you go. Thank you, sir. So, when you go to such archaeological sites, there you go. That's a very famous site. That's called Murray Spring.
Right.
All right. And that's in Arizona. And there is a black map at that location. That's what archaeologists for years, before anybody came up with this stuff.
What is a black mat?
It is a layer of dark soil that was actually produced by algae. And we agree with that, they agree with that. So what happens, the public with black mats will very justifiably say, that must be the burnt stuff from the very bad day. But that's a bunch of charcoal. And there is charcoal in there. But if you see, there's another black mat, right? They're all over the place. I think 80% of the paleo archaeological sites that have 13,000-year-old soils you can look at, these are, I think I've already gone through a couple of different sites. They all have that black mat or something close to it. And see, what's interesting is, to me, this is not the perfect one, but it does show it. So below that line that you see, the upper dark line, see how it's dark?
Yes.
Think of it in terms of time. Well, that's thousands of years. So at the top of that dark layer to the surface, we know is 13,000 years. So one can presume that, to some degree, without certainty, but one can presume that there were thousands of years below. But look how the soil color changes for thousands of years afterwards. So it was something, whatever the climatic conditions were before that, for thousands of years, and created that kind of soil. Then something happened, and then it changed forever.
So how long, so that stripe of black soil in the middle, that entire thick portion of darker soil, how long of a time period is that?
That, say, the entire younger grass, say 1,200 years.
That's
Because it
1,200
was a
years.
cold, wet, algal mat.
And so below that, it's white again. So that looks like maybe it was around 800 years below it.
Well, it depends on how far below you go. You know,
Well, from that photo.
Yeah, no, it would. Yeah, it would be. There's a good one.
Okay.
Okay, this is a great one. That is not in Arizona or New Mexico or out west. That is in Lommel, Belgium. So that's the other side of the pond. You go back 13,000 years. You look at the soil, and there's a black mat.
And this idea is not contested by conventional
The
archaeologists.
idea that there's a black mat is not contested. The explanation for the black mat is highly contested.
Okay, what is the conventional explanation?
That we're just seeing things, that there just happens to be an algal mat at that time.
Well, how do they say?
They say they're black mats, and there are. You can find black mats in all sorts of soils. And a paper, K or whatnot, came out, I don't know, 10 plus years ago. And they said, you guys are bullshit. You can see these black mats one after another and all sorts. So yeah, we know that. No shit, man. But these are a black mat that show there wasn't one for thousands of years afterwards, and there wasn't one for thousands of years before, and they all show up at the same place at dozens and dozens of sites. So we're finding and then here's the key.
And every single site, you find the black mat at about, if you can judge depth by time, they all correlate to 13,000 years ago.
Exactly. And here's the hack of the Comet Research Group.
What's up, guys?
Since the archaeological sites had were existing sites, long studied, some of the most famous ones, Blackwater Draw, where they actually discovered the Clovis people who made this beautiful spear point. It's a Clovis point. Okay, that's a reproduction.
Okay.
That's plastic. I wish I would. This is actually, I think, one of the most beautiful ones in the world, so they made the reproduction from that. So the Clovis points came from the Clovis people that my buddy had told me about back in '93. And they're the enigmatic hunting culture that existed just prior to the Younger Dryas, and then did not. Some of the understandings and studies of the period that they flourished in America, because they did flourish. You find points from South America to Alaska to Miami. Could be as narrow as 250 years. So these are the people that we've long heard about that came over the Siberian ice.
The land bridge.
The land bridge came down through the gap between the the glaciers at the time. And they tell us also that that hunting tribe with these spear points killed over 2 species of mammals and drove them completely extinct in an orgy of hunting for a couple of years.
They're still sticking to that theory?
Absolutely. And that is the weakest part of the entire mainstream game. And it they call it over chill, over grill, or overkill. And we're over grill and then over ill. So over chill would be that the climate change, the Younger Dryas hit, and all those animals went extinct. Okay? You get someone talked about it there last time. But so you got over chill and you got over ill. Ross McPhee at the New York Museum says that it might have been a pandemic for the animals that swept through these different species of mammals and knocked them out. And this would include the woolly mammoth, the mastodon, the giant ground sloth, damn thing's 20 feet tall.
Right.
Yeah. The glyptodon, an armadillo that weighed a ton the size of a golf cart. Okay. And then all of those died through disease or hunting or just the climate change. And what we say is that, the third explanation is right. It was climate change. But the climate changed over a long weekend. They've included probably, a global fire that would have burned 10% of the Earth's biomass and actually caused a conflagration as bad as the KT boundary, which is where you find the dinosaurs. But real quick, here's the thing. Archaeologists, even long before we came along, knew that when they dug at these sites, that they would go down through the soil and they knew they were going to get to the Clovis points and the mammoth bones and all the cool shit right after they got to the black mat. So they used it as a rule of thumb, right? They knew that was the sweet spot, right? Was under that black mat. But no one had ever gone and tested with microscopy, atomic microscopes, and with chemical tools, the constituents of the black mat, and immediately below it particularly. So that's what Dr. West and Dr. Bunch and our initial group back 17 years ago went to these well-established sites where you know the dating is solid. You don't have to make the case that this is 13,000 years old. Dozens of papers on it. So you go to that. That's a great hack. And then you test the soil above and below. And what do you find? But dramatic differences in the chemistry and the material composition of that soil. So if I get my slide sorter, let's see if we can try this. And basically, that means that above the black mass, you do not find things like nanodiamonds. You don't find the spherules, metallic spherules, and that's a very important point. That these same lines of evidence were used to prove the dinosaurs were wiped out by a comet. And they use spherules there too, because what happens is when you have a tremendous impact or an air burst, which we believe caused the majority of this stuff, many air bursts, like a nuclear war without the radiation, that it lips the surface of the Earth up in a plasma ball of hell, right? And Steve, if you could call up we'll use our buddy Mark Boslow, our #1 critic, did all the work on this. So we'll give him a little credit here. Type Boslow airburst.
Who is this guy?
Oh, he's a jackass. He's been on our case since day one.
What's his background?
He worked at Sandia National Labs. Okay. He's a physicist or something, and he's kind of a failed media figure. Never made it out of like a few TV shows and was trying to build a rap as a science communicator and whatnot.
Okay.
And he's an airburst expert. And he had, pretty soon after we published the first paper, he dug his heels in. He said, this didn't happen. And then he developed a little cabal of people that have continued to publish in opposition, attempting to refute our multiple papers. So if we publish a paper with a new line of evidence, then they come out and publish a much shittier paper refuting. And those things don't get compared in the press. They'll just say it got refuted by these other scientists. They say, well, first of all, if you go around, put those papers beside each other, you'll see ours are data packed, or some of them be 60 pages long, all sorts of stuff.
What is he supposed to be searching for here?
I'm sorry, it's BOSLOUGH. Yeah, sorry, bro.
And then what, specific photos?
Yeah, we'll see it. It'll pop right up. It'll show an air burst with the heat. There you go. See that? Sucker. Well, that's a bad day, man, when that shit happens. And the mainstream agrees that happened. That is a mainstream guy, our principal critic, Mark Bosway.
Click that top left one.
Yeah. Showing the hell.
Sodom. Can you blow that up? Paper.
Sodom. Yeah, that's them coming after our Sodom paper.
It's time to retract the Sodom airburst paper.
That's tall on the mom.
After a year, Bunch et al. 2021 still includes claims without evidence, false assertions, fabrications, citations, and non-existent papers to a non-existent paper and non-peer-reviewed young Earth creation literature.
Well, I'm not a young Earth creationist, and I find that absolutely offensive. I'm part of Boslow. I'm one of the Ed Owls here. I was on that paper. But what happens is when you get a certain class of objects that are far more numerous than the ones that will create a crater. So think of 3 classes. One class is if you go out on the beach, Danny, on a certain night, you ever seen a shooting star? Mm-hmm. Yeah, well, beautiful thing. Well, that's a little speck of dust, right? So those are most common. You're going to have many more small things coming in from. And then there's ice objects. They're like the thing that killed the dinosaurs, or the thing that made the big crater out in Arizona. It's a national park. It's just a perfect bowl called Meteor Crater outside of Behringer, Arizona. And those objects made it all the way through the atmosphere and slammed in the ground and left us a calling card. Right? Okay, well, what's in between those two classes? Because you're not so tiny that you're just a little shooting star, so big that you leave a hole. Well, the middle class is that which creates airbursts. And think of the atmosphere as being water. When you jump off a bridge, say Twin Cities, you jump off a high bridge, you do not create a crater on the bottom of the river or the bay or wherever you are. You blow up in the water. Right? Same thing happens if you think of the vacuum or near vacuum of space, and you're moving 70,000 miles an hour, and you being the object, hit the atmosphere. You're hitting you might as well be hitting concrete.
Wow, look at that photo. What a great.
Yeah.
That middle one right below your cursor. Yeah, that's bizarre.
That looks like a render.
Yeah, it's definitely a render.
Yeah.
But it's still really good.
I've got a
depiction of what happens.
I've got a good one. Here's what it looked like. This is the best we've ever been able to do.
So yeah, I wonder what would be worse? What would be more catastrophic? Just that enormous rock slamming into the earth, or the shotgun blast that it creates when it blows up in the atmosphere?
Hey Steve, switch over to me and I'll show you the shotgun blast. Oh, we switch? Yeah. Okay, see
this is
that's our best shot without, a whole lot of production abilities.
Well, those are a lot of
there
things
were
hitting.
thousands and thousands of them, right? And we believe that's the Torrid meteor stream,
right?
Which you can go out and see those shooting stars every late June.
We pass through it twice a year, right?
Exactly. And that we hit a particularly chunky part of it. Makes complete sense to me, right? These things aren't uniform. They're things between. You have a big old comet. Every meteor shower is the result of a fragmented comet, and all comets eventually fragment. So say the first big comet comes in, say 60 miles wide, if you believe the one that caused the Younger Dry Smoke Code. So
how do you figure it was 60 miles wide?
I don't know how they kind of reverse engineered that. Oh, the total volume of what they calculate what is in the Torrid stream now, right? So if you took, and I'm sure it's a rough calculation, they say, okay, here's how much material we see out there and can project that might be in the stream. Well, let's shove it all into one piece. How big would it be? Okay. Yeah. So they, particularly the British neocatastrophists, a wonderful group of heretical astronomers in Britain.
Heretical astronomers.
Yeah. And these guys were in the 70s and 80s, and they were saying the Taurids were responsible for changes in civilization over time, and pre-civilization in the case of the Younger Dryas. And so they had been saying for years that this was the thing, and that it came in at around 20,000 years ago. And this is speculative. Who knows? Maybe it's 25, whatever. But that a comet entered solar orbit, and it began to disintegrate like they all do. There's some out there now. I think there's one that's almost visible now that you can see the multiple parts. Comet, Schwarzmann-Wachmann. And then it goes to what's called hierarchical disintegration. So you get two pieces, 2 become 4, 4 become 8, 8 becomes 16. And they're not all doing it at the same speed. So you end up with bigger pieces and smaller pieces, but they're constantly disintegrating. So presumably it's getting less and less dangerous, first of all, which is good news, right? Because you're getting smaller and smaller pieces. But as Dr. Napier, one of the British neocatastrophists, told me, he said, George, it's like you're walking across a highway. And you've got a blindfold.
Yeah, Randall gave this analogy.
Yeah. Randall picked it up from me. So
did he really?
Well, I got it for seconds. Somebody probably told Napier. But yeah, you go through with a blindfold on, you'd be fine most of the time. 2 o'clock in the morning, 3 o'clock in the morning, you're absolutely okay. Maybe it could be 2 o'clock in the afternoon. It's just not that busy, just a few cars, and you'd make it across most of the time. But sometimes you cross that thing at the wrong time, man, and there are fucking trucks and vans, and it's tight traffic, but they're moving, 70 miles an hour, and you have a very, very bad day. And that could happen more than once. And we believe that has happened more than once. We believe it has happened at least 5 times since the big one.
Do you think that there were any catastrophic impacts between 13,000 years ago and now? Like closer to us?
We do.
And when was that?
That was for our group. There plenty of people who speculate on this stuff and publish. But our group published a paper in 2021 that came up. That was the one they were knocking there, giving Greece. We investigated, and I went over there as the first person from the Comet Research Group to the site. I got a call from another British catastrophist, Tweedy gentleman, Phil Clapham. And Clapham said, George, I'm in touch with a biblical archaeology group in the Jordan Valley who believe they found Sodom. And I said, is this out of a damn movie?
What is a biblical archaeology group?
That means there are people of faith that are following archaeological practices and operating as archaeologists, but they're believers, right? And there's always been such a threat of that. in fact, they were the first archaeologists in the Middle East, right? But they went over there as faithful people, digging to prove their book. Since then, so I joined them on a dig. It's not particularly.
Write that down, biblical archaeologist. That'll be our title.
It's a tough mix, man. It's a tough mix of cultures, and they carry a big load because they have to both stay true to science while at the same time true to their faith. And I think you can balance those things, or at least you can tell if they're squirreling it. And it doesn't do them any good to go and change data and whatnot, which we were accused of. In support of the Bible, your interpretation may be different. But so I got a call from this fellow, so I'm in touch with people. And they are fine archaeologists and have been digging Tal el-Hammam for, I think at that time, 15 seasons. So you go out once a year and they would take 50 or 60 people over a month and a half, generally in February, to the Middle East. So you dig your ass off and work like a damn mule to dig and excavate at Tal el-Hammam. So they've been doing that for years. And he said, and they have found a burn layer a couple of meters down. So a burn layer, again, it's kind of like that black mud. That they found a layer of destruction that indicates that the city there at Tal el-Hammam was absolutely pounded. Everything broken. Pieces of pottery on one side, some of them are melted at extremely high temperatures, right? But they didn't know all that. They didn't know the forensic part of it because they were Levantine archaeologists. They didn't do the geochemistry and the microscope work. They don't know. So I went over there. In the first year, I was about 50% digging with the rest of the gang, but then I had some real leash, and I was allowed to just walk around Tal el-Hammam and collect samples and see what I could see, blah, blah, blah. So we shipped all this stuff out to the U.S. Then the next year, I was joined for people who were skeptical of a civilian like me doing this stuff. Believe me, they put the science on you. But I did the initial report. And then the next year, I came back with an archaeologist, a rocket scientist, and an MD. And as part of the comic research group, and we got more samples. Then they spent 6 writing the scientific paper, and it came out in 2021. And it was a pretty big deal. It was published in Nature, and it provided evidence in support of the Genesis passages concerning Sodom and Gomorrah. And I have no doubt that, personally, that site is Sodom. And that's separate from just the impact evidence. There's a lot of other biblical evidence to suggest that the lost city of Sodom has now been found by Dr. Stephen Collins in Trinity Southwest University. And that's a Christian school in Albuquerque. So I dug with them, and we published that paper, and it has become arguably the most downloaded, popular, read scientific publication in Nature. Last time I checked, it had over 500,000 downloads. Wow. And I think what that is the generally sometimes woke, but atheist scientific types that are pissed off that something made it into Nature that suggests that there's biblical truth. So they're furtively going on there and reading that paper going, the bastards, they never should have let that one through. And then they're the people of faith who say, oh my gosh, there's something in nature that provides proof of, our stories. And they go read it. And then there are other just science nuts. So you take those groups together, and it's a very popular paper. And they had to have it.
Is this the paper that got 800,000 downloads?
Yeah.
Tunguska-sized airburst destroyed Tal el-Hammam, a Middle Bronze Age city a city in the Jordan Valley near the Dead Sea.
Yeah.
And when did this airburst? When did this happen?
3,700 years ago.
Wow.
So 1,700 BC. And that was during the time, if there was an Old Testament, that is the time period which is being testified to. Okay. And the interesting thing about the site that I thought was fascinating, I've read the book. Dr. Collins wrote a fantastic book people can get on the whole story. It's a little dated now because it discovered a lot else in this paper. But it was like in the side of the book and on the side of the thing, they said, well, it's well established that Tel Alam was the last campsite of the Israelites. So that area around that mound is called Abel Shittim, the Field of Vacations. It's kind of interesting right there. You know, vacations of DMT and all that. All right, it's called the Field of Vacations. And it's always been accepted as if there was an Exodus, that was the last campsite. And that area is kind of promoted as such. And when you dig at it, you look over your shoulder, well, you look straight ahead to the Jordan River, which is about 6-7 miles away. And then another 6 or 7 miles away is Jericho, the oldest city in the world. And that's where the Israelites, that's when they went into Israel and they sent the spies to Jericho. It's all spelled out in the Bible. But the place that they did that from was clearly Tel Aviv, because when you look over behind yourself digging at that site, you're sitting at the foot of Mount Nebo, and there's the monastery up there that is the site where Moses looked out on the promised land. So he finished his 40-year journey. He never entered Israel, but at the foot of the mountain is where they would have entered the promised land and where they would have established the tabernacle, I believe, and all of this stuff. So the ark sat on Tal Halamam, which is a hell of a second act. That was 700 years after the destruction, if it all be true.
Right.
I'm like, that's just a hell of a place to both be Sodom and the last place the ark sat until they moved to Jerusalem.
Who was the guy who led some big research project? The guy who claimed he discovered the ark, and he was like digging up all this ancient wood. Are you familiar with what I'm talking about?
I forget his name, but when I was studying this stuff closely, Ron Wyatt, maybe?
Ron, yes, that's it. Ron Wyatt.
See,
is this where he found it?
No.
Okay.
And thank goodness.
Right.
This has all been done in a academic context. You know, this is serious archaeology out there. Now, yeah, they're people of faith, but I've seen the way they operate. They're not sitting there deliberately trying to see things to prove their book. Yeah, that's from the top of Tal Aviv. Cool. And where people like Wyatt and stuff were, you know, popular communicators to Christian audiences and trying to get their eyeballs. And maybe he's right about some stuff, maybe he's not right about some stuff, but he's no archaeologist.
Mm-hmm.
And actually, the place where if you ask people of faith, and I've actually become a better Christian since this, and I go to a Bible study these days. And somebody told me that 10 years ago, I never believed it. But the other day, we were moving through Sodom right now, and moving through Genesis. And it had in the footnotes of the Bible, when the guys read, they said, well, Sodom is supposed to be, according to our people, you know, Christian historians and whatnot, south of the Dead Sea. So all the faithful argue against this, because not all of them, but Dr. Collins and that team, they get pushback first from the other Christians. Even though it's the best example of science in support of the book that's ever been, that Christians that are into this stuff were raised to believe that it was south of the Dead Sea. Because an old starch-collared biblical archaeologist in the 20s, now I think it's F.W. Albright or something from Kansas, who had gone over there to tell everybody that the Bible was true, he pegged it for whatever series of reasons as being south of the Dead Sea. Okay, that's important, and this is what Dr. Collins has explained very, very well, and I can't even imitate it, but what he gives textual evidence from the Bible that says that where Lot went and moved his sheep and all this kind of stuff is well watered as in Egypt. Well, first of all, south of Dead Sea is the most forbidding dry desert on planet Earth. It's the Sinai and the Negev. I mean, nobody moves their sheep down there. But if you're north of the Dead Sea, where this is, today.
Would it have been the same back then?
Well, just like Egypt was green 5,000 years ago, but probably not 3,000 years ago. Right? And it doesn't meet other geographical clues that they give in the Bible. If you follow all the stuff and reverse engineer it as Collins did and think of it without the presumptions of Albright and the Christians, and without the presumptions of the mainstream that it's all bullshit, Collins looked at it with a new face, and he said, geographically, based on what they're saying here in the Bible, I think well watered as in Egypt, it's referring to the Nile Delta. So you have the river comes up, goes into a delta, into the Mediterranean. The same thing happens with the River Jordan as goes in the Dead Sea. It has a delta, or it used to, now it's destroyed. But that was the well watered as in Egypt. It's just like, except it's upside down. It's just like Egypt there. It's like a miniature Egypt. And it's lush and green, and they still grow tomatoes and bananas and weed. Hell, I was up on the top of the thing and saw these like 3 or 4 fires at the farms down below. And I was like, what are they doing out there?
Growing pot?
And they said, oh, the police came in, those are raids. And they said, that's what your Middle Eastern weed is grown in that view, where you can see Jerusalem, Jericho, and whatnot. But that's the weed area, right? And I said, no. But,
you're saying this was about 3,000 years, about 1,000 BC?
1700. Yep.
Okay. So are there any, do you think that was the only impact during that time, or do you think there's other evidence of other impacts around the world during that same time? Like, assuming that we passed through
that same time or
other stream when that happened, and maybe there's some other archaeological sites that we can look at that date to 3,000 years ago?
Absolutely. And there's only one team in the world doing it, which is ours. I mean, if you went and looked and used a slight fraction of the forensic and archaeological investigative expertise that is available to modern science and looked for these things and took it seriously, hell, you can knock it out in a year. They need to go all around the world. You could, for $10 million National Science Foundation grant, you could go rule this thing in or out by going to shallow grading soils around the world and testing the geochemistry. A key thing about, I didn't talk about the geochemistry,
but like, for example, when you go to some of the spots that you were showing earlier with the black mat in the United States. This is a trash can right here. There's no black mat around a 3,000 year ago depth, right? So that was probably only focused in that part of the world.
That's right, Danny. That's right. We don't think that this was a worldwide swarm. So just like Tunguska,
similar to
you might have gotten
yeah.
Exactly.
Right. Okay.
But there are other indications that we had other bad days. And those are principally defined by a dendrochronologist, a studier of tree rings named Dr. Mike Bailey in Ireland. And he actually did the first set of oak tree rings that reached all the way back 2,000 years, called a long chronology. They go take the timber and match it all up, and they piece it all together, and you can see the whole history of the climate over a period. So Bailey had put together around the world with others, one of the leading tree ring experts, tree rings from around the world, and could see what the climate was like through time. And he realized 20 years ago, probably now, that 5 times in the past, every damn tree on Earth stopped growing. They stopped the Bristol Cone pines in California. Their rings narrowed almost nothing for years. At the same time, the damn trees in Scandinavia did. All over the world.
How old are these trees again?
It would have been 40. Yeah, there you go. Steve, man. Put Jamie to shame, man. Look at that. Bailey noticed indications of severe environmental downturns around 2354, 1628. See how close that is to 1700? 1159, 208, and AD 540. Every damn train on Earth stopped running. Now, you tell me what causes that.
Interesting.
Yeah, it is nuts.
So these trees just sort of, their growth is stunted for a period of time, and then they start growing again.
And then they bounce back. So presumably there was post-hail of comet fragments, climate change that led to difficult years for trees. But it wouldn't have been like the Yggdrasil. That would have been the big mofo, right? And then these are the little ones that happen on and off,
right?
But then it is suspected by, again, the British neocatastrophists and some free-thinking historians and whatnot, that a lot of cultural changes through time may have been forced by catastrophe. That it's not just one slow, steady progression that results in, the naked ape with the black mirror, but actually we get knocked around. But the reason we are the naked ape with the black mirror is because of the younger dryas event. And that's the importance of it, because that is well established to be the beginning of modern man and civilization. Right? 13,000 years ago, right after the Younger Dryas, well established that that's when you started gathering into villages, domesticating animals, and growing crops. Right after that. And I asked the governor of the earliest agriculture, who spoke at the Cosmic Summer 2023, coming up June 15th through 17th, in just a month, the next edition, but last year, Dr. Andrew Moore, who's in his 70s and has been dug a site, Abu Huraira, in the early 70s, where he discovered the earliest agriculture. And he later was the most recent outgoing president of the American Archaeological Institute. And he's a top archaeologist. He believes there was a catastrophe 13,000 years ago because at his site, we discovered the earliest agriculture. He found evidence for impact with us. And he had been studying that site since 1972. And when he saw the data, he said, these people are on to something. And he has now joined our team, publishes, lead on the paper, and that's the kind of scientist you need. That's exactly the kind of guy. And, it takes some courage, but it doesn't take a lot to come back and say, oh, those things that I thought were campfires, that was actually charcoal from the destruction. Right? So he admits his own previous, what he thinks were flawed interpretations based on new data. He looked at it again and said, holy shit, not only did I find evidence for agriculture, I found evidence for, so I said, Dr. Moore, how soon after the catastrophe did we start growing crops, which would have been the very first agriculture on Earth? Okay, so we got shot, we went from plucking pears to pulling plows, right? Kind of like the Bible says, you went from kind of hanging out in the hunter-gatherer world, right? Where you didn't grow crops, you didn't have sheep and all that. You just kind of lived off the land. And then all of a sudden we kind of, it seems the impact shocked us into a different way of life. And we started growing crops. So I said, Dr. Moore, how soon after the catastrophe did we start growing the crops that I've been raised? He said, oh, immediately, son.
How quick was immediately?
Like, he meant immediately. Like, you can't distinguish any time period between them. And they find their melted glass of bone. You find that elsewhere, too. There was a bad day at Abu Huraira, the first site of agriculture. And it did something to us. So it turned us. And it turned us ultimately into the technological people we are today. And, society, civilized people, for better or worse. This is probably pretty nice before then.
So the Younger Dryas lasted, we think, 1,200 years total, right?
That's right.
Now, during that 1,200 year span, were we constantly getting bombarded by cosmic impacts, or was there only one in the beginning and the end?
We don't know.
Okay.
I suspect, and others suspect, that it was a period of increased activity. And in fact, that we may have had increased activity and impact, say that chunky part of the Taurid meteor stream,
right,
we're still hitting it twice a year. Maybe we had a series of bad interactions over a couple hundred years. Right?
And then
and they could have lasted, maybe they tailed off over 1,000. We don't know. The Younger Dryas was every bit as dramatic as the beginning. In fact, almost more so. That we pop out of a long period of climate wildness. Then we have the Younger Dryas. We have a long period of climate wildness. So I can show you some graphs. And then
all of a sudden, the climate warms up.
And then it warms up overnight. It's like somebody's going to make a movie out of this one day. It's a 3-part story. You've got the people before, then they struggle in the middle, and then the sun rises in the day, and God makes it all right again. Remember, right? And then the strangest thing, and that then climate stabilizes till now. It is unbelievably quiescent in the last 13,000 years relative to the previous 300,000 or 400,000.
Right.
So it's spiky as shit and wild.
Yeah,
Right?
can you show a graph that shows the climate for the last, whatever it is, 100,000 years? Something like that?
Certainly can, sir.
And I'm like, do we know why as soon as the Younger Dryas ended, the temperature shot back up? Because
No.
so during the whole Younger Dryas period, it was cold, right?
That's right. Cold as shit.
We had Tom's 69 Minutes comedy special at the end of last year, which was so bad I didn't even watch it. As for the YMH podcast, though, to make matters even worse, they tried to get their
Younger Dryas, it plunges down.
Okay, here's the big picture.
And at the end, it gets even colder.
Right. And this is going back to, what's it say there, 400,000 years.
Okay.
And it starts as kind of counterintuitive. The old stuff is on the right, and it's getting younger as you get it up.
Okay.
So, actually, should run the slide. It's a little confusing.
Okay, here we go. That's 400,000 years.
Yep. And then it goes up and down and up and down and up and down. And then you have the YD there. Yeah.
What is that YD?
See,
That's Younger Dryas. Okay, got it. Yeah.
Yeah. But here's the thing. You asked a good question last night. I said, well, I think I can answer this tomorrow. You need some visuals. But I think you were heading towards, well, boy, that looks really wild back there. What's different about the Younger Dryas? All right. What distinguishes it from those other wild? First of all, it was a pretty good dip. So it was of its own in comparison to its others that preceded it. But none of those animals went extinct. Those same animals lived through that 400,000 years. And then in that final dip, you lose 200 species, 55 genera of animals.
That red line, that's the beginning of the Younger Dryas or the end of the Younger Dryas?
Damn near both.
Oh, so it's just like the whole period.
Yeah. Let me see.
At the start of these.
Massive explosions, intense firestorms, habitat destruction, toxic chemicals, sun climate change. What about humans? And this is interesting. So I'm a North Carolinian, but I love the southern state, South Carolina, and you can see that is records of Clovis points, these wonderful spear points that came from these people. Okay, so that's every Clovis point that's been recorded in South Carolina. Okay, and then after the Younger Dryas, you never see another Clovis point. You never, so the Clovis people are gone. But you still see spear points, but it changes to what archaeologists would say a different technology.
How is it different?
It's just a different kind of arrowhead that you don't see. They don't make them like this no more. They make them, they call them redstones. But see how few of those there are? So it seems like there was a population collapse. That there are a lot of Clovis points and many fewer redstones. So is that a proxy for population? I don't know. Maybe they didn't need arrowheads as much and wanted to change their technology. I don't know. But it suggests that that humans had a very bad day too.
Right.
And then there are all sorts of other weird stuff, man. I tell you one that a lot of people don't know about. You know, there's so many people becoming educated on this stuff, which is wonderful. I remember when everybody that knew about this could fit in a car. And in fact, sometimes we did. And now, because of Rogan and yourself and all the wonderful communicators, just watched it blossom. You know, where am I heading? Where am I heading? Watching all this over the last 17 years. Oh gosh, I lost my train of thought. But the human population collapse is a very. Here's another one. Points close to redstone. So those are Clovis on the right. So you've got 8-1 Clovis in Virginia to redstone, 5-1. So it just seems like there were many fewer people.
It looks pretty similar though. Yeah. One looks smoother.
Oh, I know. A paper came out. So a lot of people getting educated on this. So I want to throw in some new stuff. One is that a paper came out a couple of years ago. It must have 30, 40 authors on it. It's a genetics paper. And it said that they had determined that 13,000 years ago, the composition of males to females changed. So what's the composition today? It's like 52, 48, I think a few more gals than guys. All right, but you always think it's 50-50. During the Younger Dryas, during that period, it went to, I believe the number is 17 women for every man.
Right.
How the hell did that happen? What kind of weird world? And why did it change things that way? If we're right about our thing, and if we're not right about our thing, what the hell happened? Why would... And
would it be from maybe hunting or
stress,
or fighting?
Yeah, there's some indication that stress and cold may change the composition of boys and girls. But they also says the paper's interesting. What does it do?
Combat.
This is just the genes that there were literally 17 times more men than women, or women than men. So there's just a lot still to be learned. It's still coming out, and those people are not interested in proving the Younger Dryas impact, but it helps provide an explanation for the data that they're getting.
So is the idea that the more women survive than men?
No, that something would have changed the balance of births from women to men. Let's see if I can find that. So this, I don't know why since I've done this, but I think is a proxy for what happened.
Okay.
The transition to
human reproductive bottleneck related to the Younger Dryas cooling event.
That's right.
Okay.
Right, and that's in their paper. So what they're saying is that it started, so you can see there's a little bit. One, so that our very bad day
was right there.
And then it starts going down.
Mm-hmm.
So there are more women than men.
So before the Younger Dryas, this was an ice age?
We were coming out of an ice age. In fact, right before the Younger Dryas, I've heard it said that it was pretty much like it is now. All right, and then we
But way more ice.
But way more ice, exactly. That there was a lot of ice still left over. And believe it or not, it takes a long time for that stuff to melt. Mm-hmm. So it could be just as warm. Well, we've got Greenland today. You've got places that aren't especially cold, but are still got a couple of miles of ice on them, right?
Right.
I mean, they're cold. But yeah, so it was pretty much like today. And then temperatures dropped, 15 to 20 degrees in the northern hemisphere almost overnight. And then that changed the male to female composition, and it plummets not long after. Now, this is not the Comet Research Group's data or interpretation. This is just, me pajama scientists and whatnot. Okay. But a lot of people noticed that. But one of they could have attributed it, or at least included our hypothesis as perhaps a cause, but we're kind of radioactive. The Younger Dryas hypothesis is verboten, in many laboratories because it's so radical, so they don't bring us up. But what do they attribute it to? And this blew my mind. Innovations in transportation technology, e.g. the invention of the wheel, horse, and camel domestication, and open water sailing. Now, those are interesting developments in humans. The thing is, they all happened 6,000-7,000 years after this. So basically, they're supporting. They're saying that 13,000 years ago, or immediately thereafter, that we were open water sailing. Well, hell, that's more radical than saying there was an impact. So I don't know how, particularly given all authors on this thing.
They're saying when I'm sorry, I'm confused. When did they say the open water sailing and the wheel started?
Then.
When?
13,000 years ago, whenever the drop came. They're attributing this, so at least more than
the beginning or the end?
Yeah, this would have kind of right, and that's when it starts. So I don't know how long that is. That's to 10,000 years ago. So then it drops dramatically after that. So what they're saying is that dramatic drop 10,000 years ago.
Okay.
Would have been due to open water sailing, the invention of the wheel. And
I'm sorry. I'm thinking that graph was climate. That graph is population.
Yeah.
Okay.
Or their main point, what the balance of girls.
So go back up. I want to look at that graph.
God, I'm feeling weak on this, and I wish I could read it for 10 minutes.
Scrolling it down. Go back to that colored graph we were just looking at.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Southeast and East Asia is the blue, and this is population. Oh, this is region. Okay.
Yeah.
Now, human reproductive bottleneck related to human drive. So this is just overall.
I guess it's decline in population and also the
Reproduction.
change. Yeah, because you're not going to have as many people if you go through many generations of 17 women to one man.
Mhm.
It's
Right.
interesting that the Africans didn't drop until way after. Everybody else uniformly dropped together.
Yeah, well,
Excellent, Steve. Yeah.
Africa didn't really get hit too bad, right? Because a lot
That's
of the bigger animals survived in Africa.
Exactly. And think of this. What an insult it is to those hunters that there's still elephants around. If the Clovis people could come in and in 250 years take out every mammoth, not to mention an armadillo the size of a golf cart, who the hell eats the last one of
Bears,
those?
saber-toothed tigers.
Exactly, the short-faced cave bear. Who goes in while there is still a squirrel anywhere that you could go and kill and eat? Why would you go eat the last short-faced bear?
Right.
You know, or the last glyptodon. I mean, people don't eat armadillos today. The hungriest man in South America doesn't eat armadillos, right? But we ate every single last one of them. That's absolutely, preposterous.
Right.
So big changes during this period, and you see that throughout science. You can see paper after paper after paper describing incredible things that happened 13,000 years ago. The problem is they just don't have what are to some an incredible answer. There's an equally astonishing answer.
What do I don't remember specific. I remember that there was a part of the debate with Graham and Flint Dibble where they talked about the Younger Dryas. Did Flint argue against? I know he said he wasn't an expert in this.
I think he dodged it.
Did he dodge it?
Yeah, I think he did. And you think I would pay more closer attention to that part of it. But, Luke Caverns, who's speaking at the Cosmic Summit, is doing a rundown, very honest one, but treating both sides, because Flint did a good job.
He did a great job.
He did a great job. And,
yeah, I was very impressed. I was quite literally, I was super impressed. He really did a good job of filling in the blanks for a lot of the things that Graham talks about. And look, Graham's a very charismatic talker. He's very intelligent. He's got that, great British accent, and he has a lot of really interesting theories, and he spent his whole life doing this.
Yeah.
But,
I might want to mention here, Flint Dibble is entitled to a free pass and hotel rooms at the Cosmic Summit. Please join us, Flint.
Oh, that'd be great.
Yeah, that'd be really cool, man.
But, something happens when you feel like you're on the right side of an argument or on the right side of history.
Yeah.
And you feel like you're battling against the darkness, right? Where if you can easily go too far and go full circle and become the very thing that you're fighting against.
Well,
and I think you have to be very careful not to do that and pay attention to the nuance. And that's why I'm so glad that Flint Dibble debate happened, because it opened my eyes to think, look, like he made the point himself. Are there shitty people out there that do shitty things? Yeah, there are.
Yeah.
And do I think that it was right for him to group Graham Hancock in with white supremacists? Hell no. Like that's a really that's a really shitty thing to do. But the guy,
since he's married to a very beautiful black woman.
Yeah. But the guy, you can't paint all conventional archaeologists and academics that way. I hope that's something that people learn from that podcast, because Flint is obviously very intelligent. He's spent his life excavating these places, and if you go on Reddit, you'll see. I think most people believe that Graham got body bagged on that podcast.
That's okay. That's okay. I just hope that more archaeologists handle it.
Yeah.
And try to move to more that posture. Now, it wasn't perfect. I think he probably was playing really, really nice. And I think probably when his echo chamber is in full howl about Graham, Flint might be saying some things. The other team that quite as respectful as he was on, but that's just fun to see. He seemed like a perfectly nice guy. I'd love to have him,
Yeah, and you see that happen too with all areas of expertise, you see there's people who they go the academic route and they're in college their whole lives. They're publishing papers on publishing journals and stuff like that.
Yep.
And then you have people who they just do it as a hobby, and maybe they post stuff online and they become wildly popular. Maybe they publish a book, they become famous, and they get all this attention.
Yep.
And you have the people that have been doing this, drudging through this in academia, not getting any attention for it, that get bitter.
That's right.
That's completely understandable.
It is absolute human nature, and I think there is a phenomenon underway that you're getting to there too, that is a result of the internet. And what it is, look at Egyptologists. I mean, how many in the world could there be? 1,000 tops? 2,000? Okay, and they're going to be some intelligent Egyptologists. And in fact, most of your Egyptologists are probably going to be more scholarly and intelligent than us, right? Because they're PhDs and really neat, obscure, difficult subject. But outside of those 2,000 people, you've got another 8 billion people who do not have the credential, but some percentage of them are going to become very interested in Egypt. And some percentage of them are going to know more than the Egyptologists. It's mathematically inevitable because the pool is so much larger. And 50 years ago, it didn't matter. The people, first of all, couldn't educate themselves outside the institutions like they can now. But now you get curious pajama scientists that go and look at Egypt and study up. I mean, I've been to Egypt 3 times. I've seen a lot of educated tourists, if you will, like me, that knew more than the Egyptologists in certain parts of Egypt, in certain stories, because a lot of them are siloed in their own little part of Egypt, in one site and one thing. And then you find people from around the world that get into it, that take it all in and have a fresh view at it, and I think might have a more intuitive, intelligent, free-thinking approach to that. And I think that's happening in science after scientific discipline after discipline after discipline, where now it's the world crowdsourcing of knowledge, and you're always going to come up with super smart experts that don't have the credentials on the internet versus the 20th century model, which is you don't know anything about stuff until you go spend 8 years getting a PhD and don't say anything until then. So I think that phenomenon is going to continue, and I think that's good. I think it was valuable to have the old model and have super educated experts that we anointed as the knowledgeable, but I think it is wonderful that the world is now coughing up extraordinary people that are autodidactic, that have educated themselves. Randall Carlson being a fantastic example.
Right. Yeah, no, it's definitely a good thing. Yeah. I think it's a good thing that it's drawn more attention to things like Egypt, and I'm sure a vast majority of people that visit Egypt go there because of a YouTube video they saw or documentary they watched. And that's another interesting thing. I would be really curious to hear some of these guys like Flint's explanation for like these vases or those giant stick marks that Ben finds, or those giant scoop marks and those obelisks. I just had the snake rose on here a couple months ago, and they're showing a bunch of the sites around there with those megalithic blocks that are stacked on top of it.
Great example, man. Yeah. Snake brothers are, he must be certain they're not going to build hieroglyphics like some Egyptologists can. Those guys are developers that I think would be roughly called. They're reading all the papers. That's what you do in PhDs. You just read the papers. And they're having to communicate. Now the PhD has to write it all out in a page thesis. But let's talk about it for 100 hours. The guys know what the hell they're talking about. And they've walked the walk. They're going over there regularly. They just spent 6 weeks here. So I think their knowledge is, we gotta do it all. It killed me that Graham didn't bring up the vases
on the podcast.
That is the most productive thing going on in unconventional history. I would love that. That's such a layup now, and I think it's a little bit because Graham's justifiably, he's of a different generation of these studies. He's got his game, and And I don't know why I couldn't incorporate this at the last minute, but because this stuff is all new with the vases. But it's the most productive work being done now to say, hey guys, we need to take another look at our history, because the people before the pharaohs made something so perfect that it would be extraordinarily difficult to make now. In fact, we'd have to make tools that we don't even have now. No one tries to make something like this out of solid granite now because it's just too damn hard. Could we do it? Yeah, but you'd have to stand a team up. You'd have to invent some new tools, new approaches.
Right.
And hell, just to measure their perfection, you have to have tools that we didn't have 20 years ago or 30 years ago. You know, the point cloud scanners that they're determining the perfection from, we didn't have the ability. How do you make something so perfect when you don't have the tool to even determine the perfection? And to think it was made before the pharaohs, and the mainstream will tell you that.
No, this is a 3D print, or a 3D print that was done from a scan from one of the original vases, right?
That's exactly right.
So, right, how do you take one of the hardest stones that exists on Earth and create something that looks like it was built on a pottery wheel with these little handles that are built into it? They're part of it. They're not added on after. So that rules that out.
It's almost like they put them there just to tease you and say, hey, by the way, let's just make sure you know I didn't turn this. This wasn't turned,
right,
at least at that point. Now, what they do, at that part, they wouldn't use their copper chisels. And
Now, these are the only ancient Egyptian artifacts that have been like 3D scanned with laser scanners from, like, I know the aerospace department at Rolls-Royce with Christopher Dunn's son. They were part of a big scanning project with Matt's vases. He donated some of them to those guys so they could actually scan them.
Actually, Adam Young did.
Oh, Adam Young.
There are two patrons.
Okay.
Thankfully. And both of them were well-set individuals.
And they scanned them, and they basically determined that these things are perfectly symmetrical within like 1/1000th of an inch or something.
That's right. That generation of scans was all from Adam, and he's speaking at the Cosmic Summit. And Matt Bell is coming to the Cosmic Summit, who is a tremendous patron of these objects as well now, and collecting them and scanning them himself. And, you know, Bell's got the resources to keep it going. And he's also got the passion,
right?
As does Adam. They're both tremendous, you know, I guess relatively new additions. At least they're new additions to the Cosmic Summit team, if you will.
Do we know if we could actually recreate because I know that a lot of people claim that some of those vases that he bought are fake, right? Do we know if it's possible to recreate something like this out of granite today? This episode,
from what I hear, they say, yeah, probably, but we'd have to stand up a team, think it all through, right? And some very sophisticated fabricators, and come up with some new approaches. You know, we could probably do it, but it's not something that is done now at all, because there's no reason for that perfection. That's another thing. You know, usually perfection, you know, form follows function. Well, if your function requires precision, then you go ahead and come up with the best, you know, the most precise thing to accomplish that.
Right.
But why on earth, 1,000 years, or countless thousands of years before pharaonic Egypt, were essentially, you know, paleo people somehow making this? And it's a really neat thing. Thank goodness that it's already accepted by the mainstream that it is not produced in dynastic Egypt, that it's a people before. And what they do, you know, they find them where they're found in the underneath Saqqara, where obviously, what's his name? That pharaoh had collected them, put them down in the bottom, and somebody went and broke a whole bunch of them, right? And a bunch else went to museums around the world. But where did those come from? We also find them, and they have been found and documented, and this is where they apparently come from and where they were gathered in that instance, in pre-dynastic graves, right? Where people before the pharaohs, and there were people in Egypt long before there was ever a pharaoh and obelisks and pyramids and whatnot, there were people there. So in their graves, they find them buried with both these perfect vases and also the same crude vases that were made during the pharaonic times. Because you can find things that look like this that are made out of alabaster,
Right,
for instance, right? Much softer, easier to do, and they're imitating it.
And they're not perfect.
That's right. And they didn't bother to during the dynastic period to go and do it out of granite. They did it, and you can see that at the Saqqara Museum. But you got these very pretty alabaster bases, and they're quite an accomplishment in themselves. But you find both of them, even in the pre-dynastic areas, which suggests to me that they were faking them too, but burying their people with vases that they got from people before them. So it goes back to, Hancock et al.'s belief that there was what I call a precursor civilization. A people before that had extraordinary technology of some sort. And this is some of their leftovers.
Right.
Yeah.
And if there was some sort of super advanced civilization here before the Younger Dryas, you'd imagine some of them escaped. Some of them got off the planet in their spaceships.
Yeah. Randall thinks that's where the UFOs came from.
They went to the moon.
They went to the moon. He told me that at down when we went to Rogan.
He did?
Oh yeah, we stayed up late in the suite, man, and just had a damn skull session.
What is it? What does he say about it? What does he say specifically?
He said they were breakaway civilization.
And they lived on the moon?
And they went to the moon.
Really? On the dark side?
A very strange thing.
Did you see that recent thing? What was that? There was a recent, something happened. It was like in the Congress or something, or a Senate hearing where there was a guy from the head of NASA was saying that China was about to research the dark side of the moon or something like that. And they asked him, like, if we knew anything. He's like, oh no, we haven't studied any of that stuff. But we're going to let China do it or something. Did you see that?
No, I know that I just saw yesterday they've come out with the best lunar atlas now. Like China's got the best map of the moon. I'm sure that includes that. And they did send a probe to the other side, last year.
Mm-hmm.
So China is looking at the other side. And why is there other side? Danny, one thing that I like to point out about the moon, and I learned this subsequently or heard it again from Randall and other people like Malcolm Dundalk, but I had even kind of discovered it 20, 30 years ago. I saw pointed out that, there depends on how you count them, say 209 moons in the solar system. If you went and looked at all the moons around every planet, because some of them have multiple ones, so there are a bunch of them. None of them, as would be expected mathematically, perfectly occlude the sun. They do not have eclipses.
We know that for a fact.
Yeah, because you know the size of the object. So if you're on Jupiter, right, and you're looking at and you measure Callisto, a moon of Jupiter. Mm-hmm. Saturn. God, I'm gonna make mistakes outside of my. That if that's pretty easy to figure out. That thing is that size. Would it cover the sun perfectly?
Right.
No. Right. And mathematically, just think about it. There's no. What's the likelihood of one object that's in front of you, between you and another object, being perfectly matching it? In other words, and this is what causes it, the moon is 1/400th the diameter of the sun. So you stretch out 400 moons, you got the diameter of the sun. Mm-hmm. But the sun is 400 times further away. Those are exact. Those two numbers needed to meet to make it right in the middle, right?
Talk about hitting the lottery.
Exactly, Danny. Exactly. So the likelihood of any one object doing that, it's much more likely it's going to be a tad bigger, a tad smaller, a shitload bigger, a shitload smaller. But ours, for whatever reason, and it also always faces us, that's not always the case either. I don't think it's the case in any of them. We've got an unusual moon.
Are you saying that all the other moons rotate? Well, ours rotates, but in a way that it always faces us.
Weird
tidally locked.
Tidally locked.
Yeah,
there you go, Steve. Exactly. And I do not believe that is the case in the other ones. But I know that none of them perfectly occlude. So we are the only planet that enjoys an eclipse. Yeah, kind of makes you think somebody put it there.
So I don't want to watch this whole 3-minute video. What is the fuss all about with this?
We are using commercial enterprises to bear the cost of landers of which we put NASA instruments that in effect become scouts for us before we ever send our astronauts to that part of the moon. Now, is that what your question is?
Yeah, we're trying to get at what's the Chinese are doing, you think, on the backside of the moon. Do you have any insights in that?
They are going to have a lander on the far side of the moon, which is the side that's always in dark. We're not going to go there.
No, it's not always in dark, though.
What's the benefit of doing so?
We don't know what's on the backside of the moon, so that would be something that they would discover. But our decision is that it's more profitable for us to go to the south pole of the moon because we think that's where the water is.
So why do you think they made that decision? I'm curious.
I have no idea.
Right. So we know China's doing something, and we're not going to try to beat them to it.
Does that seem to define the term willful ignorance? Where you're like, no, I just don't want to know.
Right.
Yeah.
Have we ever done that in the history of this country?
That's creepy stuff, man. And it got him on his heels here.
Yeah.
He didn't have a ready answer. Mm-hmm. You know, maybe something's over there.
Yeah, man, the moon is a mystery.
It is. It is. And, I mean, I remember seeing as a 6-year-old a moon landing and then growing up thinking, oh, you know, we had space 1999 and we're all going to, just old enough to remember back when we thought that we were going to populate the damn solar system in my lifetime. And shit.
Yeah,
nothing's happened.
Stagnant.
Just nothing's happened, man. And I found that all very odd. Yeah, something doesn't add up.
Yeah, man, it's super weird. Lano seems to know a lot about that. Didn't really want to talk about it too much when he came on here, though.
Yeah, I hope I didn't over-talk, but I do know that he finds the moon significant. And it used to be the Younger Dryas event and UFOs had absolutely nothing to do with each other. And now you hear it. You know, is it a breakaway civilization? Mm-hmm. Is it somebody who got the hell out of there that had a lot of capabilities, but they just didn't have the capability to stave off that day, or they left, it happened, and we are somehow an intended result? I don't know. But we are from it, and now we're looking back, discovering it, and at the same time finding out about the people who may have broken camp and gotten away. I don't know. That's pure speculation.
Yeah. Well, there's also, like, we look for planets that are just like ours, that we would inhabit life, right? But there's way more water worlds out there than there are planets like ours, quote, in the Goldilocks zone or whatever. So that have, like, perfect amount of oxygen or whatever. And, you know, it would be far likely that if there was another species or alien species that was on another planet, it would likely be adapted and live in a water world. And, you know, a lot of these, like, recent UFO sightings have shown these submergible vehicles, or these vehicles that can traverse mediums, and they come out of the ocean and then go back to the ocean and disappear. And if they were hiding here, that would be the best place for them to hide, because that's the one place that's been explored. We've only explored like I think it's like 17% of all the ocean floor.
Well, let's not get into that Devil Hancock thing. They went over that percentage of.
Oh my God, yeah.
And Graham was kind of way off on his. He said 1% has been explored. That's 30,000 acres. No one's excavated 30,000 acres. If you call it explored or studied, he was way off on that. So yeah, we've studied virtually none of the Sahara and virtually none of the oceans. And hell yes, if somebody was hiding out, if they wanted to hide, that would be the place to do it. But I'm also, if not a pajama scientist, already out of my way over my skis. I'm also a radical panspermist. And have you ever come across the term panspermia?
Yeah. It's the idea that rocks or meteorites from somewhere else hit here, and that they contained biological material.
Yeah, and then the radical part is where I am. But I come by it honestly. I'm pretty good friends. Actually, I'm very good friends, and have been for over a decade with the world's most prominent panspermist. And he is coming. You will meet him at the Cosmic Summit, Dr. Chandra Wickramasinghe. All right, and he is I think, the world's greatest living scientist. And one way you can tell that is you don't know his name. But if you go back and look, he published 70 papers in Nature from 1970 to about 82 or so with Sir Fred Hoyle, who was the greatest scientist of the 20th century in Great Britain. And they were at Cambridge, and Chandra was actually so intelligent that the Queen gave him an Empire Scholarship, to come from Sri Lanka as a boy. And he got on a steamship and was delivered to England as one of the most intelligent people in the Empire. They had like a scholarship program, so England ruled the world, and they said, who's the smartest ones out there? We'll let them come to Cambridge or Oxford. So Chandra was able to, as a young boy, and he was kind of delivered into the hands of Sir Fred Hoyle. And they, Fred had defined how the sun works, and then they discovered and published that what was cosmic dust out there, gigantic dust clouds out in interstellar space, that dust was actually organic molecules, right? Which is as they say, and I hate this term, the building blocks of life. That's all that astrobiologists, they're always looking for the building blocks of life. They're never looking for life. They're always building blocks. So, and they defined that and said, holy cow, well, this stuff is not just dust, it's not little pieces of graphite, it's actually, carbon-based molecules, just like life is. And then it stopped there. Their changing of what we understand is out there, but they didn't stop. Fred and Chandra went on and said, we went and took the spectra, and Steve, you might search Mustafa spectra panspermia. Mustafa, that's right. We'll see if we can get it. They went and looked at one and then images. Okay, put in, I hate to do this to you, but put in Hoyle instead of Wickramasinghe.
Instead of what?
Yeah, let me find it. Yeah, Hoyle. I just want what they did.
Hoyle or Hoya?
Hoyle. There it is. Okay, see that little graph on the second row?
Far right?
Far right. Yeah, that's Comet Halley. They also did it to other places. Okay. Is that? I can't quite see. But the other ones, what they did is they tested the spectra from interstellar clouds, and they match E. coli, among other things. Bacteria. Exactly. So you've got the spectra there of bacteria laying upon the spectra. There you go. The prediction for bacteria, and then what they see from these giant clouds. Huh. What are the odds that it matches? So then they said, that's life. And then people all of a sudden, oh, you can have life in space. No. We're not talking about little, there are huge classes, and we discover more and more of microorganisms that have the ability to survive incredible conditions, extremophiles. And first of all, why the hell would evolution endow them with the ability to survive the vacuum of space and radiation, et cetera, and so forth? They go into hibernation. Not only that, so they could be out there in a just add water and warmth environment, and it would come back. But it could take even further. So that's way out there in interstellar space, and maybe you have grains of water out there, which is unbelievable enough and not acceptable. Maintains that it's everywhere in space. Okay, that it is coming in every day, all the time. And here's how. That if you're a speck, and that Comet Halley, for instance, that all comets are seething, viral containers, that they're absolutely full of life. And then as they shed dust particles, which float into the atmosphere all the time, and that's all well accepted, little particles, always dust coming in the comets, that within those dust particles, that's how the life is protected, right? Now, it's not living necessarily at the moment, but the dust particle is, 100,000 times larger, let's say, really on those scales, than a virus. And that viruses are raining down on the earth constantly, and that evolution, Darwinian evolution, is certainly a big factor and the starting point, but that evolution has been guided by transmissions of outside molecular DNA from space, which is coming in all the time. And in fact, most viral outbreaks are the result of the 1918 Spanish influenza. People were infected in Boston on the same day as Bombay. Well, they didn't have jets back then.
Really?
Yeah. You can't shake hands that fast, right? That there are all sorts of things like that, right? And they wrote paper after paper in Nature, and none of them were adequately refuted, but it was never accepted that life is absolutely omnipotent. You can't get away from it. I'll give you a great example. The Russians, I'll give you a good one here so you can get right to it. Cosmic Tusk, ISS, like International Space Station, Plankton. Cosmic Tusk, which is my website. The Russians took, you think they'd have a different kind of specialty tool, but a tampon, and swiped that big tourist window on the space station. They got like a big round one where they can kind of hang out and look down at the Earth and stuff. There you go.
Microbes entombed in cosmic dust collected from outside surface of the space station window.
They swiped it, I think, 10 times in 6 years. You get the exact numbers. Every one of them came back with the scum on the outside of the windshield were diatoms, the little, bacteria, viruses, diatomaceous plankton, tardigrade fungi. This stuff is raining down more or less constantly. I'm not sure why I put tardigrades in there, but that was an incredible paper. The Russians published this paper that said that we went and tested their scum outside the space station that is clearly life and it's not contaminated. They were very careful with it and whatnot, right? And what are their choices then? Either it came up, and all of them are incredible.
Chandra,
yeah,
published 75 papers in Nature.
Yeah,
with Sir Fred Hoyle in the 70s and 80s.
That's right. Saying all this.
Ubiquitous microbes in cosmic dust would ultimately be.
And remember that particle of dust is orders of magnitude larger than the life particle, so it makes a great little spaceship. Think about a spaceship. You're that tiny little virus, and you've got this gigantic dust particle. That's plenty to protect you, right? But then you come into the atmosphere, that stuff flakes off, then it's a free-roaming virus, and it reverse RNAs its way, I guess that's what you call it, into the evolutionary stream. And that's why we get dramatic jumps like the Cambrian explosion, where all of a sudden we went from X number of life forms to 10X number of life forms, right? And things like the octopus came along. And this gets to what you're saying, these water worlds. What Chandra would tell you is that everything we see here had an origin somewhere else, DNA-wise, right? So you see that crazy-looking jellyfish, and you say, how the hell did a baboon and a jellyfish? But then all of us wonder that, and what they do is the same thing with geology. They say, well, just give it a lot of time.
That makes a lot of sense.
Wow. Yeah, just give it 5 billion years, and we trust us. You can get a jellyfish on one side and a baboon on the other. And you can't really refute that. Okay, I guess enough time, anything can happen. Makes a hell of a lot more sense to me that there is a damn jellyfish world out there, and there is a baboon world out there, and there is a spider world out there, and there's some that are spider heavy and have some baboons, and maybe there's some that baboon, and we're a zoo. We're a zoo of life, not necessarily a unique one by any means, but some planets might be tilted more towards one kind of thing. It might be more insectian, another one might be more mammals, and so on and so forth. And that soup is constantly coming in. And here's the greatest thing about that paper. Okay, so then the Russians, and I kept looking, somehow I missed it, but I'm like, God, this is going to make worldwide news. We finally discovered life in space.
Oh, there is.
And because it was reported, plankton found on outside of space station. And then nothing. Crickets, just like always, on the really important stuff. Then I found out subsequently, it took a few years, they published a paper in 2018 where they said, we've only got two choices here, the Russians did. They said either it came from above or it came from below. They did not think it was contaminated at launch, right? That it wouldn't have stayed, that scum wouldn't have, right? And the thing was inside the space station window. It was launched years ago anyway, right? And it's already been running, whatever. So it wasn't on launch. So they said an as yet unidentified mechanism must be whipping, say the diatoms were traced to the Barents Sea. It had the same kind of diatom you find in the Barents Sea up in the northern hemisphere. They said the ocean waves must whip it into the air, and then some kind of, yet to be fully explained, electromagnetic force lifted it 400 kilometers out into space from the Barents Sea, and that's why you find it out there. Or it came from above and life is absolutely fucking everywhere. And they hedged and they kind of went with the other explanation. That there's some mechanism. Well, first of all, if that mechanism is true, it means life's everywhere. It means we're seeding life. It means panspermia is true either way. Either we're sending it out and other people could catch it, or it's coming down and we're getting it. But then it gets even cooler. Then the lead author of paper that hedged, little noticed, but very serious paper. All these people had access to shit from the space station. These are not pajama scientists. They're serious Russian scientists with access to very special materials. They hedged. Then T.B. Kova, one of the lead authors, after the hedged paper, immediately published another paper with Chandra and the panspermist crowd and said, basically, bullshit. I don't believe it. I think it came from above. It's the only reasonable answer. So she switched teams. She went from neutral team to Chandra's team. And Chandra's coming to Greensboro now. And he's, I think, 85 years old. And I felt bad about it. I was like, Chandra, do you really want to make this trip, man? Because we can have you virtual. And he's such a cool dude, man. He's like, I wouldn't miss it for the world. So he's going to give the keynote at the Cosmic Summit, actually.
Yeah, well, I mean, it would make sense that, we're a planet that's packed with life. Why wouldn't we have just tons of microscopic life and bacteria surrounding us, right? Like, coming, not coming from other places, coming from us, like, right? If we're this big ball of life, why wouldn't we have little bits of microscopic organic material just floating around the outer atmosphere where the space station
is? Or at least during, and this is mainstream starting to accept this, at least during impacts, when things are kicked into orbit,
right?
It would shoot stuff out that way.
Yes. I would be curious to see if we've ever, has any research like this been done from any of the rovers or any of the things we sent to Mars?
Oh yeah, we tested for life and we found it in 1977. The Viking lander, Dr. Levin, Gavin, the principal investigator, the head guy for testing life when we landed the Viking landers, published a thing, he's been saying it for 40 years, but he just published in Scientific American about 2 or 3 years ago and said, listen, damn it, I ran the life test and we found life. And there is a certain resistance in the field of astrobiology, in my view, is the most fucked up discipline on Earth. It is the most self-defeating, timid bunch of bullshitters that ever were. They'll never address this stuff. They'll only go so far. They're only looking for building blocks. And then we've never tested it. Again, there has not been a direct life detection instrument aboard any rover since. They can only test for the building blocks because it's ruled out. You know, and here's a good one. Bill Clinton held a press conference in the Rose Garden and said we found life on Mars. Did you know that?
I did not know that.
Google that one, Steve, because that's on YouTube.
What conference?
Oh, just Bill Clinton, Life on Mars.
Bill Clinton, Life on Mars.
Yeah.
What year did you say that?
When
he
was
was
probably
president?
97 or 98.
96. Right here. A group of scientists found a group of scientists found features of likeness of microscopic fossils of bacteria in a meteorite. No, that's not it.
That's it. Is it a meteorite?
Suggesting that these organisms also originated on Mars. The claims immediately made headlines worldwide, culminating in the U.S. President Bill Clinton giving a speech about it.
We discovered life on another planet speech. Hell, the president gave it.
Right.
What, you can go hit videos and it'll come up, and you say Bill Clinton says it's a monumental day. We found life on Mars.
Look at that.
I mean, this is not a conspiracy theory. The damn president said it. It's a travesty. It's a sociological travesty that somehow the bureaucracies cannot get past the supposed pursuit of life and go ahead and say, we found it 100 different ways. There have been all sorts of stuff saying in meteorites that suggest life. But it's the bar, they'll move the goalposts to beyond whatever they did. And they beat the hell out of the scientists who brought it to the president. And they ended up, Richard Hoover and those guys, they told them to shut the fuck up about it. That they were probably wrong. It could be other things. Because you see on those, in that meteorite, you see these little things that look biological. And they come up with any other explanation that would be just as it's like discovering life is so, you know, the old thing that extraordinary claims require extraordinary evidence. That is the most harmful statement in the history of modern science. Carl Sagan to, throw ashes on his damn grave. I mean, he said that, and that has now become the go-to place. No, you don't need extraordinary evidence for extraordinary claim. You need evidence. There's evidence is evidence is evidence. It doesn't need to be any more extraordinary just because of the claim.
Yeah.
Now, you're going to have to run it down. You're going to have to double check. But so now you bring forward any evidence, and they say, well, that's just not extraordinary enough.
Right.
So I don't know. I'm getting into kind of my pet peeves here, and I don't want to get like Graham, get all angry. But yeah, there's something going on out there where we can't break through to the truth that's self-evident before.
So now transition a little bit. So a couple of months ago, we had Randall was in here. We did a couple podcasts with him. One of the podcasts he did, he dedicated specifically to this crazy new energy thunderstorm generator machine that this wild character Malcolm Bendall came up with. And Randall was kind of explaining it. He didn't really fully understand how it works. We couldn't do a great job. Self-admittedly didn't do a great job like explaining mechanistically and scientifically how it worked. But he did a great job of explaining like how it relates to sacred geometry and all this stuff. And he showed us videos of people holding these carbon measuring devices behind the exhaust of an engine it was hooked up to, like a power washer type engine it was hooked up to, and the exhaust contained like it was essentially the same oxygen that we breathe every day in the atmosphere. And this guy, is he going to be at the Cosmic Summit event?
He is. I spoke with him yesterday, unless I debunk the device. And I have two of them now in my own possession in a secret laboratory in Raleigh, North Carolina. And it's a long, crazy story. So I first met the amazing Malcolm Bendall with Randall when we went down for them to record on Joe Rogan. So Brad, one of Randall's guys, called me and said, hey, you want to drive him down there? I said, hell yeah, I'll drive him down there. So we had a big Cadillac and me and Randall got into it and said, let's make it fun, make it a field trip. Let's go see some Indian mounds and shit like that, on the way down and come back.
Yeah.
And so we had this big Cadillac. I got down there, and there was this little bald man. from Tasmania. And I said, is he coming? Is he going on the show with you? He says, yeah, we'll bring him on the show. I said, God, this guy's controversial, but this should be an interesting road trip. So I get in the car and he starts talking, and I actually had 10 years experience, believe it or not, with a cold fusion company that I'm arm's length from, but kind of a front row seat on some serious cold fusion research, mainstream cold fusion, if you will. So I was particularly skeptical that someone had made a device that exploited,
Can you explain cold fusion?
Yeah, well, cold fusion is a catch-all term for the ability to fuse, transmute, and make atomic changes under rather prosaic conditions, normal temperatures, normal that you're changing things and exploiting and potentially deriving energy from atomic mechanisms without the traditional approaches, right? Like nuclear reactors, and you don't have radiation. And that was from 1989, a couple of electrochemists at the University of Utah. I remember it very well. I was just getting out of college. I thought there'd be a wonderful new world in front of us. Came out and said, we got lightning in a bottle. There'll be endless energy for all. It was on the cover of every magazine, front news on every major national newscast. And it's like, holy shit, this is the big breakthrough. Great, I'm just getting out of college and everything will be different. And the president appointed a panel to look into their claims, and 6 weeks later they came back and said, nope, didn't happen. And those two men were hounded out of the United States. They suffered every indignity that a top scientist, which they were, could possibly study because of the inability supposedly to replicate their findings. And that has been well debunked that it wasn't replicated. MIT, in fact, not only replicated it, but then covered up the replication, claimed they didn't do it, and helped fuel the lynch mob that came after Ponce Blackman. So that was the beginning of modern cold fusion. Tesla was onto it too. And Malcolm Bendall will give everyone credit out there to his credit. He said, I'm a rediscoverer. That he can name a dozen people in the 20th century that had the magic. And a lot of them didn't end well, including Tesla. So he gives them credit. He also believes the ancients had it. So he was a rediscoverer. Okay, so I get in the car with him. And I said, well, I can't call bullshit on the guy on a 5-day car trip. I mean, that's just going to get really awkward. So I'm just going to be as open-minded as you can get. And just, tell me more, blah, blah, blah. And he told the craziest series of tales on the way down to Austin over 2 days I had ever heard in my life. I mean, assassinations and revolutions involving the Nicaraguan Revolution and Putin gating his girlfriend, and he hung out with the top scientist in China, the golden brain of China, and he was smuggling Bibles into China. I mean, these crazy tales. And I didn't really explicitly think it, but I figured, well, they're going to go on to Rogan and they'll talk about this technology, and this guy's got apparently this interesting life. And then he went on Rogan, man, and said everything he'd said in the car. And it was so wild in the car that, first of all, me and Brad Young, one of Randall's guys, we went into Bucky's restaurant, and people were looking at you saying, well, are we safe with this guy? This is the craziest I've ever heard in my life. This is for real. Then he goes on Rogan and says absolutely everything he said. Wouldn't get the technology, as Randall will tell you. It was frustrating the hell out of him. That wouldn't stick to the thing. He had to tell Art, because that's Malcolm. If he walked in the door now, never met me in his life, he would launch into these stories. And it's all to protect him from the evil forces that are out to get him. He is trying to reveal all now to the world, is the way the story goes. So he says all on Rogan, and Joe made a call. Joe and Jamie did, totally justifiable call. They said, we got tens of millions of listeners. This guy could go out and do a penny stock. We don't know whether it's true. There's some sketchy articles about the guy from 20 years ago in Australia. Now, those articles don't have any good conclusions. There were never any charges, and to me, they look like setups, frankly. If you were going to do a setup to smear a guy, that's the stuff you would do. When no charges come to you.
What was the premise of the articles that came out against him?
That he lost money in the oil business as an independent.
Can you find this, Steve?
Well, they're harder to find now, which is kind of weird. It used to be the first stuff that popped up, but try it, Steve. Malcolm Bendall and Blonde Babe with Long Legs. Malcolm. good picture of him with this.
And the idea is that these oil companies basically drew up hit pieces on him.
And there's a context of truth to that.
That's what he claims.
Yeah, in 2003, I believe it was, Shell Oil was revealed to have claimed an oil field called Gorgon, north of Australia. And I think for something like 30% of their global reserves. And then it was called bullshit upon, and the board of Shell had to resign. It was a big scandal. They had totally falsified this stuff. Malcolm says that was him that blew the whistle, because he had an oil lease in Tasmania that they were trying to get. He was pissed off at them, knew enough about oil, and said these guys don't have it. So that's how he got back at him for coming after him in Tasmania.
How did he get into the oil business?
I don't know. Tasmania is kind of an odd place because there's not supposed to be any oil in Tasmania, but he is. I know he knows his petroleum geology, man. We went through Houston on the way back and happened to go to this ranch that has a whole bunch of Ice Age fossils on it that have been hidden from the public. Whole nother story. And we go see the hidden fossils and stuff, and a guy was with us who had discovered them, and he was in his day job a petroleum geologist, 30, 40 years, and studied salt beds, which is where you find oil oftentimes, big subterranean deposits of salt. And Malcolm was able to talk with him as a peer about that stuff, and there is a great published paper that Malcolm led on petroleum geology. He knows his petroleum geology. He's clearly in the oil business. So he kind of gets smeared, or maybe it's true, but he
owned a mine, an oil mine?
No. He owned a lease, which means that if you go and drill it and take the oil out, you can sell it and you get paid the government a royalty. But nobody can drill for oil unless the government has leased it to you. Same thing here. You have to, the government has to sanction your ability to do so. Okay, particularly on public land. Okay, so it's 2003. So all these kind of things happen. Okay, but back to Rogan. So they obviously probably during the podcast, Jamie called them up, put them in front of Joe. I do not know the specifics, and for very justifiably, Rogan made the call. We're either going to have to heavily edit this. This is the way Randall told me they put it, or we might not show it. And it ended up being what I call the no-show Joe show, where he didn't show it. And I can't blame Rogan because he didn't have time to dig into Malcolm. The guy's walking off the set. You find sketchy stuff about him, and he could go do a penny stock and take advantage of your millions of listeners, right? And Rogan don't want to be responsible for that. It has commercial implications. If you have Bob Lazar on, he's not going to walk out of the studio and get money out of somebody, even though he says crazy, insane stories. But Malcolm could. It has commercial implications. So they made the decision not to show it. Just fine. But then we drove back, got to know the guy better. And so we go on this 5-day trip. And then I get home, and it's Monday, the day after I got back. And when you go on a man trip with a bunch of guys and you've been together for 4 days, you don't want to hear from those fuckers for weeks. You know what I mean? Maybe send an old picture or something from the trip. The guy calls me up. Malcolm, Joel, it's Malcolm. I'm like, oh, God. And we start talking, damn near every day. And as he's done with a lot of people, which is interesting because he's just trying to get his stuff out there. Long story short, last summer, in August, I get a heads up that he's going to go to Albuquerque and show one of these machines. And I've been trying to get one from him to get tested in Raleigh. And it had been promised and not delivered and promised and not delivered. And that kind of seemed a little sketchy to me. But then he says, I'm going to go publicly demonstrate one in Albuquerque. So I fly out to Albuquerque. Actually didn't tell Malcolm he was coming. I got there right as he turned it on at 9 o'clock on Friday night at this conference called Tesla Tech. It's a bunch of old Tesla guys. So this is in Albuquerque, New Mexico. So these guys are all aerospace people, retired, aerospace propulsion, engineering types, right? Walking around in Hawaii shirts with flip-flops on, but with PhDs, and are into Tesla. So he thought that was a great group. If anybody should see the realization of Tesla's technology first, it should be these types. So he shows it. I see the thing running. They're sticking this probe in it. and there was no pollution from it. So I said, well, that's a hell of a magic trick. That's pretty cool. And I got up the next morning. I said, what the hell did I see last night? I get in the elevator, get down to the lobby, and there's Malcolm. And he says, come, Joel, meet the team, meet the team. And the team are the people who put the device is, like you said, a damn power washer. So it's a basic, generator that you would get from Lowe's or Home Depot. Then there is a series of parts which are connected to it, all of which you can purchase at Lowe's and Home Depot. The material cost of the entire thing is not $1,400, $1,500. There is one piece that is the thunderstorm generator that has to be very specially welded, but it doesn't even have any moving parts. It's just a swirl guide, basically. Okay. So Malcolm brings that part with him, but you got to build the rest. The people who were the team, they had never met him, but they constructed it and put all the parts together and ran around and bought them, so you can build it on site, and it runs. And then we tested. All these people stayed around. 3-4 days after the conference, we kept testing it and testing it and testing it. A fella came down that works at Los Alamos on his own time, brought his own equipment, a PhD physicist, hooked it to the machine, and got no pollution results again. So everybody's like, well, where the hell's the carbon going in this thing? There's no carbon monoxide, very little carbon dioxide, sometimes none, and no free hydrocarbons. And how is it fooling the equipment? What the hell's going on here? And then I actually talked to Malcolm and I said, I've got some people in Raleigh that can test this. May I have the machine? So I canceled my flight home, got a Penske van, threw it in the back of the van, and drove all the way back to Raleigh on I-40 with no stoplights. It stayed like a night in Arkansas. And took this thing back to Raleigh, gave it to some very specially equipped friends, and we tested the hell out of it for 14 days, and everything worked. And we had some very, very smart people.
And what were you using to measure the carbon emissions coming out of it?
We ran 5 different devices by it, including one that we borrowed from the Research Triangle Institute, a think tank. Like, they weren't hacked. Okay. All of them cost $5 grand plus. I've actually learned we got the Wallers, we got the Canes. They're just these things that test emissions.
But you got your own. You didn't just use Malcolm's.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. And in fact, at one time, we had more equipment hooked up to the machine in bulk than the machine itself. I mean, it looked like a patient in ICU. So much shit coming off of it. Long story short, Malcolm then finally get out of town, and they were going to further do some defensive tests of it, where you go and do tests that if people are saying, hey, you're missing this, you're missing that, you can say, nope, we checked on that, checked on this. There's your hand. And the damn thing broke. So they weren't able to finish their test. So Zen zip it on ahead. Then I hear he's going to Zurich, Switzerland. So I said, well, I'll go do another one of those. So we go to Zurich, and that same team came together. None of these people met Malcolm before Albuquerque, so they're not his employees or his bitches or whatever. But they were following him around. Let's see the trick again. And we showed it off to 400 damn German and Swiss engineers at another kind of a European Tesla pad. These are smart people, not to be fooled. And everybody was flabbergasted. Okay? Then we did it again in India. So then by that time, I had spent hours and hours and hours around this machine to wrap it up. Now I finally got 2 of them myself on the basis of demonstrating it again properly. Every time we demonstrated it, it was slashed at, thrown together, wasn't recorded correctly. It just wasn't ideal by far. And I can't get to ideal, but I am holding this conference, the Cosmic Summit. And I said, I will make this a component of the Cosmic Summit as long as I cannot debunk it between when I get the machines. If it is still a mystery to me, I am happy to bring to the public a mystery. Right? But I'm not going to bring something that serious questions about. So I have 2 of these now in Raleigh, and as we speak, they are being tested by another group, and we're going to get to the bottom of this.
So what kind of tests can you do to debunk it other than test the emissions?
I don't want to get into specifics. You need to pay attention to airflow. And are you catching every bit of air that's come out of that thing? I'll leave it at that. But stuck my face. Here, I'll show you some of the recent tests. Here. If you could switch over to me, Steve.
Don't keep secrets.
Okay. That's a buddy, right? They came, I want to find the one where I had 3 friends come and do what I think is the most interesting test that anybody can do. You stick your face in front of the exhaust pipe and take a big puff through your nose, which is a fantastic aromatic hydrocarbon detector, right? You don't smell fumes. You just don't. We've had it running indoors. Bob Gringer over in London, him and Johanna, they had it running indoors for something like 6 hours with carbon monoxide meters on, right? And here, I won't show you these. Well, I'll send you one for later, Steve. So we have a mystery on our hands. It is a magic trick, or it is the truth. And it's a good magic trick because it can be conducted remotely. The tests I am doing now that have been actually the most successful of all, we're able to get the carbon dioxide. The first time we ran it a couple of weeks ago, we were able to get it down to 0.2 of the exhaust. Regular carbon dioxide in a running engine like that is somewhere between like 8 and 10. So that's a couple hundred times less. Okay, right? It's a fraction of it. The carbon monoxide always disappears, and the free hydrocarbons always go down to like 25 parts per million, when they would normally be 25,000. We like stuck the probe in the guy's motorcycle tailpipe. I said, okay, this is working, and this shows what motorcycles generally do. And you take it over and stick it in this thing, and it all disappears. Right? So we're going to get to the bottom of it.
Where do you think the carbon is going?
That is the question, Danny. And that's what everybody asks. They're like, if this is a magic trick, where's he hiding the pee? Where's the hidden rubber ball that's cupped in the hand, And there could be such a thing. And the implications are so large that you really got to be sure. And I got no interest in defrauding, misleading, or anything like that. But I am interested in mysteries. And as long as something's a mystery, we're going to test the hell out of it at the Cosmic Summit.
Not only that, why hasn't some big energy company or some big government organization tried to pay Malcolm or buy this from him?
He says, and this is an interesting thing, that it's kind of like UFOs. That on the other side of the veil, and you're more familiar with this stuff than I am, on the other side of the veil, there are good guys and there are bad guys. And they've been keeping the secrets now for 4 generations. They've been keeping it for 70 years. And it's just getting a little old playing whack-a-mole. And you used to go around pre-internet, and if somebody came onto this stuff that they presumably already had, they suppressed it and suppressed them. The famous story being of the guy who had the water-running car.
What was that story again?
Stanley Meyer. Stanley Meyer claimed to have a car that ran on water. He'd go on Good Morning America. That's incredible. And stuff like that back in the 80s. I remember seeing it. And then in the 90s, there were lawsuits against him and all this stuff. But he was with 2 Belgian businessmen at the Cracker Barrel having a breakfast meeting. And he took a sip of his cranberry juice, leapt from the table, ran for the door, screamed, "I've been poisoned," and fell dead. And the 2 Belgian businessmen were never identified. I mean, wild stuff.
At a Cracker Barrel.
Yeah, at a Cracker Barrel.
This is him right here. Oh, yeah, go to that picture. So he was able to run this car off water.
Basically. And it still seems to work. I mean, it just seems so rinky-dink. But so does some of the stuff we're doing is rinky-dink. I mean, maybe things generally come from the bottom. And I'll give you an example of that. And they stay secret. It's hard to prove things. But a lot of people ask, like Hannah James asked on one of the early calls with the speakers when I was saying, hey, I might bring this thing and y'all got problems with that. She said, can't we just wait till Toyota puts out a report? And you kind of feel that way, but it ain't simple as it turns out. And I've actually seen this. They had a large, on the tip of everyone's tongue, auto manufacturer, I won't say who it is, that was to test it in Italy, in Turin, Italy, with another big industrial group. And they were sending us pictures. This was last spring, after Rogan, but before we tested it in Raleigh. And we were excited. So, well, hell, then you've got a big, most sophisticated engine facility, testing facility in Europe has got it. And we're getting pictures, and there it is set up in the clean room or whatever. And then we hear from him one day, his kind of inner circle, and the people who actually finance it get back and they say, "Oh no, the company's changed the contract at the last minute, and we felt it clearly threatened the intellectual property, like it would be theirs if you tested it there." I said, "That sounds like bullshit. Just, somebody was to con you, they build you all up, and then, just to stall for time like this, and then say, well, sorry, it fell apart, they tried to steal it." And you're like, what? You were talking about this for 3 months. What do you mean they tried to steal it? But I actually saw the contract. And then I read the track changes that you follow where the lawyers are going back and forth.
Right.
And at the end, they tried to steal it. It was like anything tested in the air, didn't say exactly, but anything tested in here, discovered shall be our discovery and blah, 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 or something like that, where you're like, well, I'm going to get it out of there. So they had spent a couple $100,000 apparently teeing up for this thing, and then they dismantled everything, got it out of there.
Wow.
So so it's kind of up to rednecks like me, I guess, although I'm taking it up another level. I'm in touch. I mean, I know how things are to be done right, and it's certainly not with me. But I'm trying to test it myself so I don't trouble a major organization that I do have ready to test it. But I've got some things that I want to do and out there doing it as we speak to make sure I'm not troubling that major organization. But if I can't figure it out in the next week or two, I get it to the major organization. Hopefully you can get the mystery confirmed or debunked prior to the summit. If the mystery is still a mystery, then we're going to run the thing on and off for 3 days, and they are going to lecture the whole time. It's going to be a sidebar of the Cosmic Summit. You've got 27 speakers over 2 days, then you have a classroom day. So we're going to run it, and if people want to just leave the auditorium and go see the machine or go talk to Malcolm or listen to his mini lecture over the weekend, they can. But then we have Bob Gringer, Jordan Collin, and Malcolm speaking just like the other speakers, but we put them in a row. So that's each gets an hour, so that's 3 hours on Saturday. But then on Monday, Malcolm has a classroom. Randall has a classroom. Scott Walter from America on Earth has a classroom. Would be a good guess. And Malcolm has a classroom. So if you're really into one of those guys, you can go hear from them all day on Monday, right? And those are separate tickets. Okay. Yeah, we got a whole bunch of different ticket types. You don't have to commit to 3 days to go to the summit. You can come for Saturday. You can come for Sunday. You can come for just classroom day. You can come with no food, no parties. And we've got the price down to $435 for the whole weekend. Okay. Right? If you use promo code Cosmic50 here for $435, otherwise it's $485. And then the classroom day tickets I think are $250. But it sounds like I'm sitting here, I'm out to make money on all this crazy stuff. I'm certainly not. I just sold my company. I've never been more financially better off. I do not need to work on the Cosmic Summit 10 hours a day like I did. But it has to be, and it has to be a for-profit operation because that keeps accountability. Well, it's I'm accounting for it because I'm at least 6 figures out right now.
Well, it's incredible what you're doing, bringing these people together,
Thank you, buddy.
bringing all these great minds together. It's fascinating, man, and the amount of stuff people can learn from all these geniuses you're flying in from all over the world is astonishing. And
it's a great bunch. And we look forward to having you. Or is it still okay with Mama for you to come?
Yeah, I'm gonna try to make it out for sure, 100%. Yeah, I think me and Steve are gonna try to make it out for a day.
That's terrific, man.
Yeah,
we so much look forward to seeing you. And
I look forward to hearing some of these people talk, man. It's a great thing what you're doing. Where can people go to what's the website to go here and sign up?
Yeah, CosmicSummit.com.
Okay.
And that's just our lead crew, our marquee. And you got Robert Schock in there. We just signed him on about 6 weeks ago. Tremendous guy. But then we got a cast of characters that, believe it or not, are just as interesting as the big guys, but you just hadn't heard of them yet. You can get Praveen Mohan. I talked to Praveen this morning. If you hadn't caught on to that guy, he is fantastic, man. He is, I say, the Randall Carlson of India. And and I was laughing with him this morning. I said, you can live 100 lifetimes, Praveen, and never fully cover your country. It's endless, the mysteries. And Praveen is coming to Greensboro. So we've got the Snakes coming. Dr. Collins, who's the Tal Halamam big guy, a Christian archaeologist. Haley Ramsey, who is a wise woman. The esoteric traditions of the West. Tim Hogan, the #1 Templar Freemason in the world.
Wow.
Yeah, Hogan's a big deal. He's so modest, he ain't complained about not being on the band, but he should be. Randy Daniel, who is a run-of-the-mill not run-of-the-mill, but he's a mainstream archaeologist, seen evidence for the Younger Dryas impact of the Comet Research Group, but not believe in Atlantis. He's going to say so, right? Because you don't all have to agree. Joanne Ballard, she is a mainstream PhD that has found evidence for the Younger Dryas event, but does believe in Atlantis, I believe. Bob Brenner, George Collin, these are fascinating people. What we're trying to do, Danny, and I won't go on too much longer with this commercial stuff, the point of it all to me is that a lot of us, a lot of your audience, people like me, pajama scientists, and just curious unconventional history fans, sit around till our eyes bleed watching YouTube at 11:30 at night after the family's in bed and you're sitting down there freaking out on stuff, interested as hell. It's like we're all listening to music, but it's all downloads. And there's no festival. There's not a place to go see the band. Well, you can listen to music and get about everything out of it, but for some reason we still want to go see the band. So we want to gather together with the other Deadheads or the other Panic crowd.
Yeah, man.
Whomever it is, your people. So we've got a community of people have shared interests, and believe me, they come from every background, socioeconomic, racial, everything. It's an extremely diverse crowd. It's interesting. 8 to 80 blind cripple. We're crazy, is what my mom used to say. But you can sit around and talk about the Black Mat women and stuff. We need a community home. So that's what the Cosmic Summit is, to bring together people like that at least once a year so we can all hang out. So that's the point, man.
It's beautiful, man.
Thank you, bro.
A new dawn of an old age.
Damn right,
I'll
man.
link it below. If you guys want to check it out, go get a ticket.
Thank you, Danny Jones.
Thank you. I really appreciate your time.
Terrific podcast. Love it, man.
Can't wait for the summit.
Hey, we can't wait to have you.
Good night, everybody.
Sounds like you need to get something to life. I don't care. Here's my problem with stoicism and that whole thing. Is buckle up in there, boys. Bert's philosophy's coming. Look, I can be a stoic too. I can read the books and tell you what they say. It's putting it into practice. Well, that's so putting it into practice is something to roll your eyes at. Yeah. Why? I don't know. Whatever. I don't get it.
With the military industrial complex. There's no such thing. No.
All right, don't say anymore. We're gonna record this. I need the live reaction. All right, Steve, let me know when you're rolling.
That's your take on it.
Ryan Macbeth, ladies and gentlemen, big fan of your YouTube channel. I love all the stuff that you're doing with the intel analyzing and the military analyzing, and the way you do it in such a comical way is beautiful, man.
Thank you so much for having me on the show, Danny. I got to tell you, I had a number of people reach out to me. I swear to you, you got some of the best fans in the business.
I try to, and cheers.
To the everlasting glory of the infantry. It took 6 days for God to create the world, and the seventh created American infantry and said, boys, take care of it. Cheers till I get back.
Bottoms up.
Cheers.
Smooth.
The Angels Envy, man.
Wow. That's really good.
If Angels Envy ever wants to sponsor me, I am definitely down for it.
What is it? Because there was two kinds of Angels Envy. There was rye, finished rye, which is this one. And then there was the regular Angels Envy. That was just like malt, like Scotch, or not Scotch, but it was bourbon.
Yeah, it was bourbon. This particular rye is finished in I think it was rum barrels. So it's kind of like this flavored rye, and for some reason I just love rye whiskey. I just think rye whiskey is the most amazing thing, and that Angel's Envy, it is the best. I have some in my office. I actually have some upstairs. I have some downstairs in my studio. I'm never that far from a bottle of Angel's Envy. I love this stuff.
Yeah, it's amazing, man. It tastes really good. It tastes better than that. What's the other stuff I drink that's over there? Basil Hayden.
I like Basil's. Basil's is good too.
Yeah.
Basil's is good too. But I gotta tell you, the Angel's Envy rye, it is the premium rye.
Let me get one of those cigars.
Oh, absolutely. I appreciate
Cristo.
Monte Cristo. Monte Cristo.
Is this your
white.
go-to?
It is one of them.
Thank you.
So CAO Brasilia is one of my favorites. I also like Christoph. There's another brand. It's called Mr. Cigar. It's in Miami. And when I was on the Destiny podcast, I had a couple of hours to kill for the show, and I went to downtown Miami, found some cigar places.
Oh yeah.
And my God, that it's one place called Mr. Cigar, and they sold a special kind of cigar called Lancero. Lanceros are usually like 38 ring gauge, very small, very thin, and very long. And they have a nice cool burn to them. And only the most expert cigar rollers can make these things because they're so small. There's not a lot of room for error in these cigars. And they are so delicious. And so I smoke these cigars from Mr. Cigar. I absolutely love them.
How are you doing?
So there is a button right there. There you go. Hit that button. If that doesn't work, I have a lighter. I have a TSA compliant. There you go. Fire it up.
He's got, I know this is just a podcast show about Ryan Holiday, but he's got like the Daily Dad. And this morning, the one was like, how do you talk about you?
Steve, you might have to crack that door and turn that thing on, bro. I'm about 5 minutes from getting evicted.
They won't evict me. I'm famous.
So how did you go from being in the military to creating all of this entertainment and informational stuff that you're putting on YouTube?
Yeah, that is absolutely insane. I was a software engineer. I was working for Accenture, and one of the things that I did there was I would interview people, interview them for work, right? So I interviewed this guy, and this guy, like, I could tell he knew what he was talking about, but he just had trouble communicating what he was saying. And it was one of those things where, it was a panel interview, and if two guys don't like him and one guy does, guess what? The guy isn't getting hired. And like I couldn't go to bat for him. Couldn't convince these guys, like, hey, we need this guy around. So I started making YouTube to help socially awkward programmers be able to answer interview questions about software programming. I did that for about a year. I think I had about 5,000 subscribers. I was doing okay. And then the war in Ukraine happens. I make 2 videos. I make one video about cybersecurity and why we haven't seen any cyber attacks in Ukraine. I make a second video on why Russians pop off of their holes. And all of a sudden, I go from 50,000 subscribers to over 100,000.
This all happened since the Ukraine war kicked off.
Since Ukraine. Yeah.
Wow, man.
And I think a lot of it is that
that's impressive.
There's nobody that can explain what's going on at the level that a lot of people can understand. My old boss, Major Adam Kraft, I have him on my YouTube channel every once in a while. Major Kraft, he called me Neil deGrasse Tyson for open source intelligence. And whenever there's a rocket launch or a new satellite, they bring out Neil deGrasse Tyson onto the news, right? Neil deGrasse Tyson goes, well, this rocket is able to allow us to see beyond the stars, And now we feel like we know we're talking. Oh, like, yeah, we can go to a party and we can say, yeah, this new satellite, we can see beyond the stars now, right? So I think what's kind of neat about Ryan Macbeth is that when there's a new weapon system being used in Ukraine, or, hey, why is Israel doing this thing? You bring out Ryan Macbeth, and Ryan Macbeth goes, wow, this new weapon is being used because of this, or Israel's doing this because of this. And there's really no one who can explain that at a low level that people can understand.
So when you were in the Army?
Yeah, Army side, yeah.
Army infantry? And where were you and what specifically were you doing?
So I was a heavy weapons infantryman. I served in Germany. I was up at Fort Drum, Fort Bliss. I was in Iraq. I was in Egypt. And mainly did anti-tank heavy weapons, although I was also in the weapons squad leader. So you carry. The one funny thing, when I first joined, it was in the 90s, early 90s. and they had this MOS job, it's called Military Occupation Specialty, MOS. They had this MOS called 11 Hotel, which is anti-tank. And so I really liked the idea of that. When I was a kid, I read this book called Team Yankee by Harold Quayle. And it was about this group of tankers and some infantrymen in Germany during World War III. And the tanks, that was kind of interesting. But I was really into? I really was into the ITVs, the improved tow vehicle. I just loved this idea. There was this, think of a cracker box. And on top of that cracker box, you put a hammerhead turret. And inside that little hammerhead turret that can raise and lower, you have 2 anti-tank missiles. So you can sit behind a hill, raise that hammerhead turret up. There's Ivan, fire at Ivan, lower that hammerhead turret, get the heck out of it. Wow. For some reason, that just spoke to me. I'm like, I want to do that job. I want to do that job. And literally, as soon as I joined, they say, okay, well, you're 11 Bravo straight leg infantry. But he got anti-tank training, so guess he's carrying the anti-tank weapon.
Oh, no.
I mean, it's okay, because that was kind of my jam. So you end up in the weapons squad, or at the time you might have a weapons platoon, and a lot of that changes. The Army is constantly changing. In fact, they're taking away the weapons company. They used to have a weapons company, and then that was taken away, and then it was added again, and now they're going to take that away and turn it into a weapons platoon that is at the headquarters in the battalion. And that way, I guess the thought is that basically anything in a vehicle that moves, let me back up for a second. Infantry battalion, all right? It's probably one of the lowest maneuver units in the Army, the battalions. It's about 500 dudes, men and women. And normally in a battalion, you have 3 line companies, meaning trigger pullers, three companies of infantry, and 1 company of heavy weapons. And then you have another company of support. So that support company, your beans and bullets, cooks, fuel, that kind of stuff, right? So, planning to take that weapons company away and maybe turn into a weapons platoon that is in level. And the rationale is that for the most part, light infantry brigade combat teams just don't have the logistical lift to get fuel and ammunition to those Delta companies, to those heavy weapons companies.
Right.
So it's just better to kind of keep it out of the battalion, and then the battalion can send it to kind of send those soldiers where they're needed. And also, with the advent of loitering munitions, I mean, the days of having a weapons company might be over.
What's loitering ammunition?
A loitering munition. So a loitering munition is a type of rocket or even a propeller-driven drone that you would fire. And that drone might be able to look for targets by itself or with the human in the loop. The human is controlling that drone. So that munition can loiter up in the air for a certain number of hours. It could be up to 10 hours or so.
Really?
Yeah. So
maintain a holding pattern until they target.
Until they find a target. And you can say, okay, here's all these pictures of enemy tanks. Go after this specific type of enemy tank. And that thing might go back and say, hey, I think I found something. You want me to go after it? All right, the human has to say yes or no. The drone goes after the drone goes after the vehicle. So in a world like we're seeing in Ukraine, where you have loitering munitions like the Russian Lancet that can be launched and just kind of stay up there until it can find a target, having Humvees full of heavy weapons just might be a bunch of targets. So it might make more sense to get guys out of these heavily armored Humvees and either on foot or into basically what are ATVs, all-terrain vehicles. The Army's next generation squad weapon, or next generation, what was it called? The squad. Darn it, I can't remember the darn name. It's like a go-kart.
Oh, really?
Yeah, the improved squad vehicle, I believe that's what it's called.
This is the Lancet?
Yeah, that's the Lancet.
Have you been to Ukraine?
I have not.
But that's a wild looking.
It is, and I gotta tell you, when the war first started, Russia didn't know what the heck they were doing. They had no clue. And then it took about a year and a half, but Russia slowly started to figure out what they were doing, and that really. That's a problem, because for the longest time, Ukraine was relying on the fact that Russians were stupid. And now the ones who've survived have learned, and they're changing their tactics.
Why do you think that is in the beginning of the conflict? It seemed like Russia couldn't maintain a foothold, and it seemed like, I know, in fact, Ukraine did have a lot of strategic victories. In fact, I believe in November of 8 months after the war kicked off, right? I think one of the big U.S. generals came out and said, we just had a really big strategic victory over Russia. We had them on their heels, and now would be the best time to pursue peace talks. And I think the White House told him to F off.
I actually don't know anything about that. When it comes to the political side of conflict, talk to Peter Zion. I'm serious. There's a reason why Peter exists, and there's a reason why Ryan McBeth exists. And
so you don't look at more. You don't really pay much attention to the politics of it. You more look at the strategy, military strategy, and weapons.
Mainly the military strategy and weapons. There's plenty of people who are talking politics, and most of them are wrong. But at least I can say, well, this is a Lancet. It can stay up for 10 hours.
Right.
I'm good at that.
Yes.
That's actually, and that's not necessarily an easy thing to get right either. But I have this this capability of holding a lot of random stuff. But that's all I do. I have no life. I have no hobbies. This is literally. I run. I know it doesn't look it, but I do run.
You ride bikes too, don't you?
I do triathlon. I haven't done triathlon in a little while. I keep getting hurt.
Yeah, I heard your story about your arm.
My arm, yeah. My arm was cut off, and
man.
that wasn't. I get that. You were in the army, you were in Iraq when I
lost your arm.
No, I was on a bike ride and I hit a pole. I was going about 18 miles an hour. So, it wasn't totally off. It was still hanging off by noodles. Oh, I'm not a doctor. I can't identify that. Yeah.
Where were you?
By your house? No, I was in Odenton, Maryland. I was far out on this little trail, this back trail, back path, and couldn't get a cell phone signal. And I later found out even if you don't have any bars, you can still call 911. Didn't know that at the time. I know that now.
So
but even when I did call, I crashed.
Severed your arm.
Yeah.
And then how did you not bleed out in 5 minutes?
I have a bike kit, and inside my bike kit, I had a. So I'm sure you heard the story. Never give up till you live.
Oh yeah. That was during your training.
Yeah, my this drill sergeant Ricks, and I swear, this guy, when I became an instructor, I thought, man, I want to get an operation to change my vocal cords so I can talk like this. Okay, pilots, today we're gonna play a little game called Kill the Pilot. So I remember I crashed, and I was thinking, my old drill sergeant said, never give up till you live. And I had a bike jacket, put that around my arm. I had a wrench. I figured I got 15 seconds until I pass out. Got the bike jacket on, kind of made a tourniquet out of the bike wrench and the jacket. They don't tell you how much it hurts.
The tourniquet.
Yeah, that's not something they cover in the training.
It couldn't hurt worse than the arm dangling.
I wasn't really feeling that.
Really?
Yeah.
Shock.
The pain came. Oh, believe me, it came. Yeah. But I'm lying in the road and I'm going, all right, well, I got a choice. I either pick up my arm and start walking. Maybe a cyclist or a runner will come by and find me, or maybe not. Maybe I'll die right here. Well, I did not survive Route Irish to come back and die in a park in Odenton.
So the bone was completely snapped off.
Yeah, it was
gone.
Yeah, sticking out. If you see an X-ray, I look like the Terminator. It's all metal.
Do you have any pictures of it?
I have my phone, but I turn that off for the.
Oh my God!
Turn that off for the interview.
Absolutely. So that's amazing that we're able to. Did they tell you like the percentage you had to keep the arm versus amputate it?
No, they weren't going to amputate it.
They never even thought about that.
No, it was, the doctor told me, but no, the only problem is that like I have most of my functions back, but I can't rotate it all the way.
Yeah.
So I can't hold a rifle anymore like this.
No. I'll
be okay.
Yeah,
like I can get to one of those mag, modified grips or something.
You get one of the hand cannons, you know.
Yeah, I enjoy shooting. I carry a gun, but I have too much stuff going on. I don't have time to like go to the range, geek out over guns.
Yeah.
I have a couple of pistols. I have a .22 rifle. And like that's all. And like maybe once every 6 months, I go to the range. One of my fans tried to get me into 3-gun matches.
What's a 3-gun match?
So a 3-gun is where you shoot your pistol, a rifle, and a shotgun. Like I guess at different stations, like John Wick. John Wick 2, when he's in the underground, transitioning from each.
Do you go through like an obstacle course, like shoot targets?
Yeah. And so you can do. There are these 3-gun matches. And, I thought about it. I'm like, what's crazy is to do what I do, and I'm not even kidding about this. I work between 13 and 16 hours a day.
I saw one of your videos the other day. I think it was the one about Andy's nuclear war book.
Mm-hmm.
You were sitting in the airport making a video. People are walking behind you like, what the f*** is this guy doing?
Yeah,
I'm locked in, man.
I'm always working. And in fact, that's one of the reasons I started doing videos in my bathrobe. Well, there's 2 reasons for that. The first was that at the time I was still working for Accenture, so I kind of got famous for being that guy in his bathrobe. Right? And I'm usually smoking, yeah. And I did that at first because I was working for Accenture, and usually like the only time you get a video out was early in the morning. Because I had to do my video, and I had to work out, and I had to go into work. Mm-hmm. But when the other thing is that if I look like a crazy person, if I'm wearing a bathrobe, my hair's all messed up, I'm smoking. If I look like a crazy person,
like a degenerate,
but I'm giving good information, what can the Russians say about me? Don't listen to him, he's crazy. Yeah. What can they say? Look at this loser who's in the bathrobe drinking whiskey. Yeah, look at him. So, like, there's really nothing they can do. And some of that's a character, right? Some of that's a character that I play. But I would say that character is probably like 80% me. It really is.
It's hilarious, man. I love it. I'm a huge fan. I love when you do the bits where you're talking to yourself and like different characers.
Yeah.
I think it was one you had where you were like working out and you're like, hey brain, I need an idea for a video. And then had yourself in the robe with the cigarette.
Yeah, I started doing that after there was one of my videos where it was just like I was so serious and like I was just so done.
Yeah.
Right.
I hate when people take themselves too seriously, man. It's really refreshing seeing, like, honestly, it really is refreshing seeing the way that you put out your content and the way it's educating and you're having a great fucking time.
Well, you never know what you're gonna get. When you click on Ryan, they could be walking through an airport talking about whatever, or it could be a funny video.
Yes.
Or it could be something that goes, oh wow, next time I'm at a party, I'm gonna bring that up.
Mm-hmm.
Like, hey, do you know that Russian tank turrets pop off their hulls because of the ammunition that's in the center carousel, and that's hit, they all explode directly up. I guess I'm the one-stop shop, right?
So that was the video that originally popped you off with the Russian thing exploded. Can you explain for the people that don't know or maybe haven't seen that yet exactly what that was
about? If anybody's watching, I'm going to use this can of liquid death. Actually, you're sponsored by
White Rabbit, baby.
White Rabbit. So you see this can of White Rabbit. So imagine a can of soda or a can of energy drink. Now, on top of that can of White Rabbit, imagine a turret. All right? Now, that turret is moving around the center ring of that can. Mm-hmm. Now, in a lot of Russian tanks, the ammunition is stored in a carousel around the can lid. So they do that because a lot of Russian tanks have autoloaders. Now,
find some diagrams on the internet of this.
Bit of history about this. The Russians always thought they were going to fight in the nuclear, biological, and chemical environment. So that was
since like the Cold War.
Since the Cold War. Okay. They assumed that they would always be fighting in a nuclear, biological, and chemical environment. So when they decided to build some of these T-62, T-64, T-72, T-80, these tanks were with an autoloader and steam loader. And there's two reasons why. Mm-hmm. The first is that if you leave out here, then you can make the tanks. Okay. You can have a person standing up, loading shells into the gun, right? And the second reason is that if you're fighting in an environment, every time the loader opens that breech door, they're going to get the shine from the radiation coming in. So they're going to get juiced up, or at least their right arm is going to get juiced up.
Right.
So
it's exposed from the tank.
Exposed from opening that tank barrel, and there's radioactivity.
I think it's a good one. Yeah, the T90 autoloader. That's nope, not that one. There was a orange one. Yeah, 4K 3D animation. Nope. The orange. Yeah, there you go.
So this carousel loader, this particular carousel loader is fully automated. The shell gets pushed in, and then the actual the charge gets pushed in after it. So they split it up into two sections. There's the loading tray coming up, and then the next thing you're going to see is the shell is going to get pushed into the breech.
And this is all happening inside the tank.
It's all happening inside the tank. It's fully automated. It's taking a little while.
Yeah.
And so this guy's manually putting a shell in for some reason, but all right, that goes in. And then so this baby, all right, and now they're manually putting the column back in. So this wasn't the best video. It is. Oh yeah. And well, that is the. Dude. So in this case, the autoloader must be broken. But typically, that stuff comes up from the bottom of the tank.
Okay.
And it's in this carousel that surrounds the entire vehicle. And so when that vehicle gets hit, the tank pops off. Now, the top of the turret explodes into the air, usually. Well, sometimes.
And this was happening in Ukraine?
Constantly.
Because the Russians had their tanks built like this.
Yeah, but, look, every tank is a trade-off, right? So the Russians, they use, they use an autoloader. The Americans use a 19-year-old with a strong arm. So what does that mean? Well, it means there's another person that has to crew the tank. It means there's another person you have to feed. Yeah. It means that you can have fewer tanks, right? Like if you think about it, for every 3 tanks, since there's 3 crew in every tank, a driver, a gunner, and a tank commander, there's 3 crew in every Russian tank, and there's 4 crew in every American tank, the Russians can have an extra tank for the same amount of crew that the Americans have. And that has its own power right there, right?
Right.
So, you're dealing with...
And I'm sure them being smaller is better, right? They weigh less. I'm sure they're a little bit harder to hit. Maybe.
If it's a main gun round, it's going to be a little bit... So the actual size of something like the T-72, which is probably Russia's... It's not the most widely produced tank, probably the most used tank in Russia. If you take something like the T-72, it's about 2/3 size of the U.S. Abrams. So that was a lot harder to hit back in the days when it was gun on gun. Well, nowadays we have kamikaze missiles. We have weapons like the Javelin, which take a look at the heat source that you've identified, that locks it into its little computer brain, and then it goes after that tank. It doesn't care how small you are. Okay? So nowadays, that isn't as big of an advantage as it was, and that's a huge issue for Russia.
What other sort of weapon technicality failures has Russia had on this during war? Or what other, what's another pain point for them, I guess?
Logistics was a huge pain point.
Yeah,
logistics. when you first started the conversation, you asked me like, why does Russia do this, or why were they so bad at what they did?
Yeah,
it's because it always worked before.
Yeah,
Russia has always been able to kind of blunder their way into victory, whether they train their troops that well or not, just because they can just keep throwing bodies at it and artillery until the problem solves itself. But like South Ossetia, this is a war with Georgia. I mean, they blundered their way around South Ossetia for quite a few weeks and still managed to win. Chechnya, the Battle of Grozny, that was an absolute catastrophe, but Russia came back and they just leveled every single building as on their way in. So it always seemed to work before. Right? Now, logistics in this particular war have been absolutely horrible. Russia just can't seem to get the supplies they need to the front lines. And another big issue is they don't use truck trailers.
Truck trailers.
Oh, you talk about truck trailers all day.
This episode of the podcast is brought to you by Mudwalk. What kind of truck trailers are we talking about?
So for their military, in truck trailer, like the kind of trailer that might go on, like a flatbed trailer or an additional trailer that can go on a military truck. Okay. So if you look at an American truck like an LMTV, light, medium, tactical vehicle, right? Or family medium tactical vehicles, family medium tactical vehicles. If you put a trailer on a truck, you double the carrying capacity of the truck, and you only suffer an 8 to 10% fuel cost. Right? Well, in Russia, it takes you long to train people how to back up a truck trailer, because backing up a trailer is a skill.
Yes,
that is a skill, and it takes practice.
Yep.
Well, they don't have time
here in Florida with boats.
They don't have, you can imagine, right? So they don't have time to teach people that skill, so they just don't use trailers. So essentially, whenever you see a truck and it's not carrying a trailer, that's half of that truck movement that's just been wasted, right? Mm-hmm. So that's their big problem, is that Russia just doesn't use truck trailers because they don't have any people to operate them.
Right.
So that's the second thing that they're doing wrong. But they're at the point now where they're doing more things right than wrong, and that's a very dangerous situation. Yeah, well, they figured out how to do on-call artillery. That was something they did not have at the beginning of the war, using like their Orlan 10 drones, spotter drones, to call in artillery and loitering munitions. So they'll take like an Orlan 10 and they'll launch that and they'll loiter above the battlefield and they'll go, okay, there's a Ukrainian position there. Send up three loitering munitions, right? So they send up 3 Lancets. Like, all right, yeah, we got one tank there, okay. Send all these 3 toward these targets right here. It's at the point right now in Ukraine where I don't think they can. Russia and Ukraine. Both Russia and Ukraine, they can't put anything greater than a company in one place. And a company is about 110 soldiers or maybe 30 some vehicles. It depends on the organization, but they can't really mass any force. Neither side can mass force because we have such good ISR, intelligence, surveillance, reconnaissance. We have such good ISR that whenever you build up people for an attack, the other side can see it, and they can send loitering munitions or drones to take out those targets, or artillery, or rockets like HIMARS. So I would find it very difficult. I think it'd be very difficult for Russia or Ukraine to break through their trenches unless there's a major game-changing weapon, because they just don't have. You just can't mass any forces because the enemy can see it. And they can send loitering munitions and rockets right toward that area.
And we obviously we're spending billions of dollars sending of weapons we've been sending to Ukraine. But we've been, from what I understand, is we've just been sending sort of like our reserves, right? We haven't been sending them the new stuff. We're sending all the old stuff.
Sort of. I mean, you're close with that. In most cases, yes. Missiles expire. That's something a lot of people don't understand.
Right.
That when we send weapons to Ukraine, we're not sending the new stuff. our stuff expires, and we have to send it back to Raytheon, and they have to open it up in an all-nitrogen. So we have two choices when the fuel is about to expire. We can shoot it, which is great if we have days on the training calendar to do that, or we can send it back to Raytheon. Well, now we have a third option. Third option is send it to Ukraine and let Ukraine shoot it at the Russians. And I'm serious. Everybody wins except the Russians. We get to get rid of these missiles, which are going to cost money to remove or from the inventory, to demil, we call it. We're going to get telemetry data, like data on how these weapon systems perform. So that information comes right back to us. And then American jobs are used to create these new missiles.
Yes, exactly.
So, like, everybody wins. We have
and that which improves our GDP, and everybody wins. The military industrial complex wins.
So, I don't believe in the military industrial complex, but
what do you mean you don't believe in it?
All right. So do you know how much money how much money Lockheed Martin made in 2023?
I have no clue. But if I was to guess,
what is the name of your fact checker?
Steve.
Steve. I don't know if Steve
with a PH.
Steve with a PH. So Steve with a PH could probably look this up real quick. I'm going to do this from memory. So Lockheed Martin made $8.7 billion last year. Am I right?
That's it? I thought it would be more.
Lockheed Martin, it was $8.7 billion for their total profit, their earnings.
Click.
Now,
you can just Google it. You don't have to go to images. I'm sure it's just right on Google. Oh, no, you just had it.
That's okay.
There you go. $67.6 billion in 2023 net sales, compared to 66
net earnings. Net earnings were 6.9 billion. So that's what you got to concentrate on.
Net earnings. What's the difference between earnings and sales?
Well, I mean, the earnings are what you're bringing in after your sales. Right?
So net earnings, I guess that's right. That's profit.
Yeah, that's your profit. Okay. So 6.9 billion in profit. I was wrong. So I think it was 8.7. 6.9 billion. Now, take a wild guess what Apple brought in.
A wild guess what Apple?
97 billion. I want to say it's 97 billion in profit. So 2003 Apple revenue should be around 97 billion.
Simple.
It's okay. So, yeah, Apple
383
all right,
billion. 97 in net
97 billion.
Right.
So now, I want you to imagine that you're a congressman, and there's two guys sitting in your lobby, okay? And one guy is from Apple. They both got briefcases full of money. One guy's from Apple, one guy's from Lockheed Martin. Who are you asking into your office first? Apple. Yeah. Yeah, there's no military industrial complex. I bet if you look up Pfizer, I don't know what the numbers are for Pfizer or for pharmaceutical companies.
Yeah, but what about who's the Mike Turner, I believe, the guy who is the Ohio congressman.
Mm-hmm.
He was the guy. There was all these. I don't know if you heard about the recent UAP hearings that were happening, and they were trying to disclose. There was a bill, and in there was this disclosure bill or whatever, where I think it was Battelle Memorial Institute and Wright-Patterson Air Force Base, and a bunch of the aerospace corporations that were based in Ohio were supposed to divulge all this secret information and divulge all their classified documents. And this guy was the only guy who was stopping that bill from going through, and he was the representative of that district where those companies were based. And obviously there was those companies were lobbying for it. And I mean, you can't deny that there's a ton of influence with these military contractors in the United States.
So one thing that they do bring to the table is they do bring high-tech jobs. I think it's about 2 million Americans work in aerospace, roughly. Roughly about 2 million.
Mm-hmm.
But how many realtors are there? How many nurses are there? How many teachers are there?
Right.
So... look, maybe back in the 50s, so I think Eisenhower gave his military-industrial complex speech, I think it was in 1961, where he gave that speech, where he warned about the military-industrial complex. Now, maybe back then, when you had multiple multiple defense contractors. Now I think you basically have 5.
Okay, well, there's one Apple. Can you look up total revenue for what are the big 5? It's Lockheed, Boeing,
Raytheon,
Northrop Grumman,
McDonnell Douglas.
Was it? Is it like a name? Big 5?
Just
top 5 defense contractors. You could probably say
top 5 defense contractors revenue for 2023. So Lockheed Martin was 63, and now we're looking at. I'm sure this is like gross, right?
Yeah.
Revenue, gross revenue, 63 million. RTX was 39 billion. Northrop Grumman was 32 billion. Show more rows.
And if you look at our budget, so I believe our budget is roughly. Oh God!
Go. You're going too fast. There you go. 30 billion for Boeing. General Dynamics 30 billion. So if you add these up, they're going to be. I mean, we spread them out. We don't just do one contractor.
It depends on what you're buying. Like, find me a radio that isn't from L3 Harris. That's that they manufacture essentially all the radios.
Right. And what about the those new nuclear submarines that they're doing? They're the Columbia class submarines. Yeah, Google that. The new Columbia class nuclear submarines price, and who is producing those? $9 billion per unit. The planned Columbia-class submarine is drawn in 2019 by Naval Sea Systems Command. Cost is $109.8 billion for 12 boats, projected in 2021, and $9.15 billion per unit. And they're building them now.
They're also going to last for about 30 more years.
So they replaced the Ohio-class nuclear submarines.
Yeah.
But that's crazy money. And why do we need more of these nuclear submarines?
I'll tell you why. Because for every nuclear submarine you see, there's 2 you don't see.
Right.
Because for every nuclear submarine that's out at sea, one is going through training and one is going through refit at depot. So you don't need 1 nuclear submarine, you need 3. Right? If there's an accident or something like that, then you need to shuffle things around. So whenever you see thinking 3, so really that's almost any piece of military, or at least any ship. We have I think we have 11 aircraft carriers right now, and 3 are on patrol. There's the Eisenhower and the Gerald R. Ford in the Mediterranean, I believe. There's the Eisenhower in the Red Sea, and the Ronald Reagan is in Japan right now. Yeah, wow, I believe. Yeah, and there's a couple of amphibious landing ships that are also around.
Yeah, it's interesting to me how in the media, if you just pay attention to the headlines, the daily headlines of the people that are the most outspoken against these wars, right? Like the Russia-Ukraine war, or even if it's funding the Israel-Hamas war. They're not talking about like those submarines that we're spending $10 billion a piece on.
Yeah. How many are we buying? I don't know how many Columbia class. I don't know how many of the boomers, the Ohio class boomers we have, but it's probably around 20. Maybe we have 20. So
you think we only have 20?
I think it's around that number, probably 20.
How many Ohio class nuclear subs does the U.S. have?
So
I saw this in Annie's new book, that nuclear war book. She has this incredible map. I think I've sent it to you before, Stephen. We've talked about it on the podcast a few times. It's a map.
18 Ohio class
submarines that contain 14 ballistic missiles.
Yeah, 4 of them were taken out of service to, I think they were replaced with cruise missiles, conventional cruise missiles, as basically arsenal ships. Right, so we can fire conventional cruise missiles at bad guys.
Oh, really? Well, those subs have those MIRV rockets on them, right?
Yeah,
the
10
multiple
warheads.
Vehicles. Yeah. Where so each rocket, I think each missile has 3 warheads on each one. I think it is.
I can't remember whether it's 3 or 10, but that's easy enough. They're called Trident missiles.
Right. That's just like mind-bending technology.
We've had that technology
How
since the
we
60s.
can launch this thing, and then it computer tells each little warhead what target to hit. That's just wild to me.
Yeah, and actually, you know, the funny thing, I don't know if you've ever heard of the U-2 spy plane.
Oh, of course, yeah.
So we actually didn't really realize the Earth was kind of egg-shaped until we sent U-2s up.
Really?
Like, the information was like, wow, that's kind of weird.
The
telemetry for missiles back in the 60s was wrong. Back in the 50s and 60s was wrong. We were going to miss cities by like miles.
Oh, really?
Because we were dealing with a spherical Earth instead of kind of an egg-shaped Earth. So yeah, it was the U-2 that figured out, like, wait a minute, the Earth isn't exactly what we thought it was. Wow. U-2 is a fascinating plane.
The U-2 is a fascinating plane.
And it's still in service. They still got that flying.
What about the SR-71? Is it the Blackbird SR-71?
Yeah.
That's why they created Area 51. Was to develop those planes back in the day. And I think no, that was the U-2. So it was first, I think, the U-2 was why they actually created Area 51 to develop that U-2, and then the SR-71 came after that.
Have you heard of the Glomar Explorer?
Remind me.
Oh, all right. So there was the book. I think it was called the Taking of K-19. Mm-hmm. Now, back in the early 1960s, I believe, this Russian ballistic missile submarine was out in the Pacific, and there was a failure. It was the K-19. You can see it. Glomar Explorer is fine too.
Glomar Explorer.
Yeah. So this is like a spy novel, but it's real. So,
oh yes, I have heard of this. Yeah, we just talked about this on a podcast. Yeah.
This
Russian submarine
went down, and they're like, we think we know where it is. And so the government went to Howard Hughes and said, will you come up with a fake ship that you're going to mine for manganese nodes, which is something crazy that Howard Hughes would do, right?
Right.
And Howard Hughes said, yes, I'll help you out. They built the ship. They got the submarine. They picked it up off the ocean floor. It broke in half. We got a little bit of it, but we got some code books, and we learned some Russian nuclear secrets. And it's probably one of the best kept secrets.
Howard Hughes is somebody I've really been wanting to learn more about, because he's come up on so many podcasts recently, and I've been hearing all about his connection to the CIA and the deep state.
He was I don't know if there's such a thing as a deep state either, but look, I worked for the government. Like, if they knew what they were doing, I would be. I can't even get a timesheet processed correctly. I don't really envision there's people behind the scenes pulling the strings. Why don't you pull the strings on my freaking timesheet while we're at it? You used the wrong charge code. You should have did .003 instead of .002. I got to resubmit this damn timesheet. I don't know. The Howard Hughes is a fascinating guy. I guess if you got Elon Musk on the show, it'd pretty much be the same thing.
I'm pretty sure. Yeah, it would. Yeah.
Howard Hughes is basically Elon Musk, right? Or Elon Musk is Howard Hughes.
Yeah, you're right about that.
The eccentric guys who are good at a great many things, right? Who've excelled in multi-disciplines, right? That's a pretty fascinating thing as well. I mean, Howard Hughes raced planes. He did movies. He owned a defense contractor. And I'm sure there are other things that I'm not even aware of.
I had this guy on the show a few months ago by the name of Danny Sheehan. He's a famous, have you heard of him? Famous lawyer. He was a part of, he litigated the Pentagon Papers case, Iran-Contra, and Watergate. He was part of the Watergate investigation. And he was blowing my mind with some stuff about Howard Hughes, explaining how Howard Hughes was really close with Nixon before Nixon was president. He is the one who basically convinced Nixon to set up the assassination teams to take out Castro. The
communist dictator.
The anti-communist Cubans, exiles, to assassinate Castro. And those guys originally were the same guys they used for the Watergate burglary.
Oh, that's interesting.
And it's somehow Howard Hughes is just tied to all these crazy conspiracies.
Bacardi actually had a hand in that as well. Bacardi Rum Company. The Bacardi Rum Company tried buying, I think it was a B-25 and several bombs from like a Central American country to attack power plants. And,
Really?
Yeah, to attack power. There's a whole book about that, how Bacardi tried to participate in taking back Cuba.
Have you seen that? I don't know if they still have it. They might have decommissioned it, but they created this barge that floated out in the Pacific that had this giant radar ball on it. You know what I'm talking about?
We're intercepting or looking at missiles. Like it's probably one of the largest objects I think we ever created.
Yeah. Radar ball in the barge in the Pacific.
Yeah, Expand radar.
Expand, yeah. Look at this thing, is insane looking. Look at that. It's like a football stadium boat.
It's like something from Contact. Remember that movie?
Yeah, it is like something from Contact, huh?
Yeah, I mean it's definitely an interesting machine and highly necessary for the defense of the country. SBIRS, which is the space-based infrared system, I can't do everything, right?
Right.
So once a missile goes out of boost phase, bad guys are shooting missiles at us. Once that missile goes out of boost phase, it's kind of coasting, right? So we kind of need to know where that is. So
SBIRS is
space infrared. There's constellation.
There's satellites that basically are flying all around the globe, right?
I think there's 4 of them, and they're far out. I want to say 200,000 miles out, something like that, geostationary orbit. So they're looking down.
So 200,000 miles is far.
It's far.
That's far.
That's my. If I remember correctly, I'm doing all this from memory. That's the funny thing. Like I remember when I used to listen to podcasts, I'd go, "Oh, you're wrong about this." And now I'm on podcasts, and I got to pull this fact down to the 2 brain cells. Rub 2 brain cells together.
That's the nature of podcast. Exactly, man. That's just the nature of podcast. You're always gonna. We're just talking, right? We're not. I mean, we're trying our best to fact check stuff with Steve over here, but. So the space station, I believe, is closer than SBIRS.
Oh yeah, the space station is kissing the atmosphere.
Right.
But SBIRS is way up there, and that's how we can identify rockets being launched. So when the Houthis decide to toss rockets, we can see the
ignition.
Fire for things other than like if we're talking about like a Shahed drone, that's a little bit tougher. That's a lawnmower engine. You're not detecting that on SBIRS. That's basically you take a lawnmower engine, you put it on a hobby drone with a 20 kilogram warhead.
Yeah.
Toss that out of the ship. It's a really cheap solution. I think the Shahed costs about $20,000, maybe $200,000 off by zero, but not a lot for the cost it costs.
Did you were in the Army? Did you guys ever have to use SBIRS technology?
No, that's not even. SBIRS is a relatively new constellation.
Okay,
so it wasn't.
That's Lockheed.
As a Lockheed Martin satellite, as Ryan Macbeth infantry grunt, no, you're not getting satellite footage. That's just, it's not like Call of Duty where if I get 5 headshots, I get a satellite. No, it doesn't work that way. I would have just been happy with extra chow. Or like hot chow, maybe, right?
A bologna sandwich.
A shower, right?
Yeah.
No, that's nothing like that. I'm sure Special Forces guys have access to immediate satellite feeds and things like that. And actually,
Mountain Complex.
There are. I mean, there is a tool called BFT, Blue Force Tracker. That was technology that we had during Iraq, and BFT saved a lot of lives and was a really useful piece of technology. It's also called FBCB2, or like Force Battle Brigade and Below, some in 2000. FBCB2. This piece of software was in many vehicles and was essentially a moving map display plus a text messaging display. So you could use that to chat and be like, "Hey, I'm in this area over here." You also had a GPS receiver which set up your location, so everybody knew where you were. You knew where everybody else was, and FBCB2 it saved. It's a little computer terminal and it's in your vehicle and you can type up messages, you can do operations orders on it. There's a newer version of FBCB2 and I can't seem to remember the name of it. But we had that tech 20 years ago and it's really useful because it lets everybody know where you are. Sometimes it doesn't work. Like sometimes you're out on the road and you get a call like, hey, Boardwalk 37, where are you? You haven't left the yard yet. I'm on Michigan. What are you talking about? Yeah, and your software just hadn't updated,
Right.
So sometimes that happens as well. But
what's the wildest, most exotic weapon technology you've ever been aware of?
Oh boy. Oh, wildest, most exotic weapon technology that I have been aware of,
or that you know about.
That's probably the wildest weapon is a Marine's rifle. I'm not. Maybe it's not exotic, but I gotta tell you, the Marines. I've shot in the Marine Corps course of fire before, and Marines are some stone cold killers.
This episode of the podcast is
tuned out to 500 yards. Yeah, in the Army at 500 yards, we're still making coffee. And let us know when they get to 300. All right. Marine Corps course of fire is hard, and you're shooting standing, sitting, kneeling, doggy, missionary. Like, there's all these freaking positions you're shooting.
Yeah.
The Army changed their course of fire, so now you're actually shooting standing and kneeling and prone and so on.
Yeah.
Marine Corps is they have a very difficult rifle qualification.
Right.
But honestly, probably the most exotic weapon I've never personally seen it, but there used to be a weapon called the OICW, Objective Individual Combat Weapon, and it was basically as large as a piece of plywood. But it was a German G36 rifle. It was one barrel. And the other barrel was a 5-shot 20-millimeter grenade launcher. And it had five grenades. Yeah, the XM29 OICW.
Holy shit!
And that thing, it looks heavy, and it was. And it was one of those things that sounded like a good idea at the time.
Gosh, it's ugly.
Yeah, let's.
So what is it? Can you show a video of somebody shooting it?
There's probably videos out there. The whole idea of this weapon was that. Soldiers are wearing modern body armor now, so we need a way to defeat that modern body. And soldiers are hiding in urban areas, or they're behind a wall. So that gun had a setting for it's basically a gun from Starship Troopers, right? For people who are listening and watching,
right?
Looks like the gun from Starship Troopers. And that 20-millimeter grenade launcher, you could laze a window and then set the thing for window mode. And then you could shoot a round through that window and it would explode inside the room. So the round, now the problem is that the rounds cost like $200 a round on a 20 millimeter. Right? That's just not a sustainable thing. And right now, the Army, I did a video about it recently. There's a weapon called the XM7, which is scheduled to replace the M4 for infantry units. The XM7 and the XM250, which is a machine gun version. So that uses a larger round, the 6.8 millimeter round, which is designed to penetrate body armor. So it has an advanced sight on it that can give you distance, kind of tell you where you need to shoot, and then the 6.8 millimeter round does the rest of the work. And it can even supposedly penetrate body armor after going through cinder block. So the people, our adversaries who are going to be fighting in the future, they are going to be wearing body armor.
Is this the XM7?
That is the XM7. Yeah, that's the Sig Spear, actually. Yeah, that says the XM5, but originally it was called the XM5. They had to change the name to XM7 because Colt actually had a copyright on XM5. But, yeah, you can buy that now, the Sig Spear. If you want to spend $3,000, you can. If you want to, I don't know if they have the 2.8 millimeter version out yet, but yeah.
Oh, I love this guy. This guy's channel's insane. He shoots those dummy skeletons that like simulate. Have you ever seen this?
Oh, I haven't.
So this guy tests out all these different guns on this like, I guess it's like a replica of a human body, right? In jelly. It's like he puts the organs and the skeleton inside of this thing.
Oh, his Grand Thumb?
Yeah.
He's
Oh, is he a big guy?
He's very popular. He's he had 3-some million subscribers.
Fast forward, there you go. Yeah, show that.
Yeah,
so he just showed the bullet going through it.
Yeah, it's the gun YouTube thing. That's tough these days.
Oh yeah,
because you never know. I get demonetized just by saying certain keywords.
Oh yeah.
Okay. I was demonetized this morning. I was demonetized doing the video when I was at the airport saying like, hey, I'm coming to Danny Jones podcast. Yeah, I was on. So I made 2 videos. I was on the treadmill this morning. I'm like, crap, I gotta get this video out, right? And so I made a little video. There was a guy, there was an incident in New York City where...
we saw that. The guy lit himself on fire?
That too.
Oh, okay.
That one's new. I wasn't referring to that.
Okay.
But there was the pro-Hamas protester who was who tried to shove and then punch a dude, like an Israeli dude, in New York City. And, there were a number of people who were saying, like, oh, if that guy had a gun, and I'm like, dude, he had a gun, you shouldn't be there. I carry a gun. Carry a gun on a daily basis. When I go to the supermarket, I've had death threats.
Which guy did say had a gun?
The Israeli guy who was assaulted.
Right.
And, it's to me, this is one of those situations where once you start carrying a weapon, now it becomes your obligation not to get into situations where you have to use it.
Yes, exactly.
So, I made a little video about that, and then I segued into talking about coming on your show. So I don't know if saying the word Hamas got me demonetized. I don't know if saying the word concealed carry got me demonetized. I don't know. I'm on some list on YouTube.
Yeah.
I am on some list. And I try my best to conform to YouTube standards. Like, I never once tried to get around it. I'm always like, I'll play by the rules. Just let me know what the rules are. I wish I knew what the rules were.
You're preaching to the choir, man.
I really do.
Yeah, we just got demonetized for the first time in a long time on one of our podcasts just because the guys dropped the F-bomb too many times. He's an Australian guy.
Yeah.
So that's kind of second nature to them. I feel like that's kind of racist to censor an Australian guy for the F word because F word is it's a comma. It's like a vowel, right? Yeah.
I guess so. I mean, I am not the greatest Christian in the world, but I don't swear and I don't talk about sex on my YouTube channel. I'm your standard Christmas and Easter Protestant, but I don't know. I've always. I don't mind. I'm proud of the fact that a dad can sit down with their kid and watch my videos, and not have to worry about what they're going to see. They might see someone getting their head cut off.
Right.
They might see that, but I'm not going to do anything that they won't be able to explain to your kid later.
Right.
And actually, a lot of the super violent stuff, I end up putting on my Substack anyway, because I know that YouTube isn't going to allow it, so I don't even try. Right?
Yeah, man, it's really hard to navigate the internet and the media these days, especially with wars, because there's so much marketing and so much propaganda from every single side involved. So it's the amount of work that goes into actually understanding what's really going on. Not only just paying attention to the nuance, but paying attention to the filters that are coming in from each side. Israel saying this, Hamas is saying this, American leftists are saying this, American conservatives are saying this. It's a lot of work to really know what's going on.
Well, I think even just 20 years ago, we had the internet, but we still watch the nightly news. Right? So essentially, everyone's getting their news from 3 sources, maybe 4. Right? ABC, NBC, CBS, CNN. Fox News is around then too. So one of 5 sources. Pardon me. So I think nowadays that everyone can have their news hyper targeted toward them. There may be things that you actually miss on both sides. And Ground News is one of my sponsors.
Oh, really?
I actually pay for Ground News myself.
Really?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a cool thing they got going over there.
It's useful because there are some subjects that I would never see if it wasn't for Ground News.
So yeah, they do a great job of basically showing you who the sources are of each article and how accurate it could be, and if it's left leaning or if it's right leaning, and gives you a good 30,000-foot view of what's really going on.
Absolutely.
But there's also there's censorship, man. There's big mainstream American publications that are very much propaganda. It's not just international propaganda, right? Like my friend, I don't know if you've ever heard of Jack Murphy. He has a podcast called the Team House Podcast. He was a, I might fuck this up, but Google Jack Murphy. I think he was a ranger, and he was in Syria and I believe Iraq for a long time. And after he left war, he created a podcast. Yeah, there. Well, let's read his bio, see what he really is.
Yeah. He's in the manosphere.
No, yeah, go back to his Wikipedia.
I guess I'm in the uncle-sphere.
Oh, this is not him.
No.
Why does it say podcast?
I don't know.
They had that wrong. Click that journalist on the right. See results about Jack Murphy journalist.
Yeah, okay.
There you go.
There you go.
And go down as far as it says about on the right. Yeah, so he's a 8-year Army Special Operations veteran who served as a sniper and team leader in the 3rd Ranger Battalion. And as a sniper weapons sergeant on a military-free fall team in the 5th Special Forces Group going over New York. Okay. So, yeah,
he was a weapons guy.
Yeah,
weapons sergeant.
Yeah, dude, he's the man. He has a great podcast. You should talk to him on your podcast. That'd be cool. Or either or. You go on his podcast.
I would go on his. I don't, I don't have the podcast in the sense of like interviewing people. I don't think I'd be good at that. I'd want to do all the talking.
That's okay.
I'm really good at
there's a lot of good podcasters
things,
who do a lot of talking.
I don't know. I guess I do that now with my audience, right? Yeah. My audience sends me questions in and asks me questions, and I do these roundup videos. I think I'm up to 22 different roundup. I must get, I'm not even lying, I must get 100 emails a day. And it's just, Ryan, can you tell me why this is happening? Ryan, is this disinformation? Ryan, is this...
Right.
And that's in addition to like I don't say legitimate emails, but emails from like my agent, emails from whatever. Like, hey, we really want to work with you on this thing. But that's why at some point you need an agent, because then you just send that stuff over.
Yeah.
Like, just take care of it. This is why I'm paying 20%. Just take care of it, right?
Yeah. So what I was saying about Jack, he obviously went to the journalism route, and he has his podcast as well as he has a website where he does, investigative pieces where he'll write articles and stories about certain things. And I think it was during the beginning of the Russia-Ukraine conflict, he wrote a story where he spent probably a year working on it with his sources. He had multiple CIA sources.
Yeah.
And the basis of the story was that the CIA was, let me see if I can remember this the right way. The CIA was using a proxy intelligence, a NATO intelligence ally embedded in Russia. And to carry out a sabotage campaign on munitions warehouses and trains, basically, blowing up train tracks, blowing up ammunition depots and lighting them on fire and stuff like that. And because of the international rules of war or whatever it might be, CIA wasn't physically boots on the ground, but they were using a NATO ally to conduct this stuff, right? And he wrote this long story. He had a very big, one of the top 3 publications in the United States that was on board with it. They were going back and forth with the editor from that publication for a long time. And the process is with those publications is right before you publish that thing, this specific news outlet had to get the green light from the deputy director of the CIA. They got on a 3-way call with the deputy director. And they basically said, we need to get your blessing on this. He says, this is all bullshit. None of this is, she's like, this is not true, blah, 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 blah. So Jack said, okay, thank you for that. I'll make sure I include that in the footnotes, or I'll include that in the article that the CIA denies this, right? It's not ridiculous, or it's not, it's totally understandable that the CIA wants to keep covert ops off the front pages, right? So a couple of days go by, calls the editor of the publication, and they said, sorry, we're not going to publish it. We can't just include the deputy director's comments that none of it's true, that they deny all this. We straight up aren't going to publish the story. So he published it on his own website. And that's just an example. That's just one example of what I'm sure is ubiquitous.
Oh, that's the question, right? Like if you burn one of your your sources, or they might be less inclined to help you again, right? I recently, while I was on the ride over here, I got a message from the Army. I'm supposed to go down to Fort Novacell, which used to be Fort Rucker, and I'm going to do a video about how the Army does pilot training for their helicopters. And I got to tell you, as Army Reserve helicopter pilot, it is the best kept secret in the military. Because twin engine is twin engine, right? So you get 750 hours doing pilot training in the Army Reserves, then you go fly for Southwest. Right? You just go right into Southwest. They'll hand you the keys. They'll go right into the Southwest training program. So if you want a job, you look into the Army Reserves, become a reserve helicopter pilot, and now you're flying for Southwestern United a couple of weeks after high school with the Army. Yeah. So the Army is having a heck of a time recruiting pilots right now. At least the Army Reserves is. And that's darn kept secret. So I'm going to go down there. I'm going to shadow a couple of pilots. I'm going to go through some flight training. I'm sure they'll put me in a simulator, Now, when I write this story, am I going to talk about how the Army kills puppies with their helicopters? No. Right? I'm going to talk about, hey, this is an amazing thing. Now, I'm never going to lie in a video, but I'm going to certainly give the positive spin. I want them to invite me back, right? So in a case like your friend, it could just be as simple as the newspaper was like, you know what? We have contacts with the CIA who let us know when there's breaking news, and if we burn these contacts, then they're not going to do that again.
And that's still a big problem, though, because that is what journalism is: exposing power, truth to power, and exposing corruption. And when something as powerful as the CIA is getting in the way of that, that's a huge problem.
Assuming it was true. That's the other thing. Yeah. Like that. So that's the other thing that kind of pops up in the intelligence community. I would say that there is a non-zero chance that CIA, and it's interesting because you say it right sometimes. You never say the CIA. You say CIA.
Right. Or the agency.
So, it's funny. It just popped into my head. There have been plenty of girls I've dated in the Washington, D.C. area. Well, who do you work for? That's the first question you ask when you're dating in D.C.
Oh, really?
You need to know where you are in the hierarchy, right? Because if you work for an NGO, you're down here. You're down the lowest level. If you work for the Coalition for Teaching Africans How to Drink Water, right? That's at the bottom, right? But if you work in the White House, you're at the top. If you're a contractor for an agency like Leidos, you're a little bit down here below. But if you work on the Hill, you're a little bit above. So one of the first questions you're on a date. So who do you work for, right? Because they need to know. All right, if I date this guy, am I going to be higher or lower in the hierarchy? Right? Wow. And so I've met girls. I work for the State Department. As soon as they say that, I'm like, okay, I already know what you're talking about. I'm not going to bring it up again. Yeah. If you say, I work for the State Department, yeah, you're CIA.
Right.
Oh, I'm part of the grain initiative for Vietnam. Okay. I know. I've lived in D.C. long enough to go, okay. I'm not going to ask any more questions about that.
Right.
But yeah, the story could be wrong, and they could have come up with information. And they're like, look, we're not publishing this. Not only are you wrong, you're dead wrong, and everyone you talked to was lying to you. That could in the intelligence community, I was saying there is a non-zero chance, right, of that happening. So, is it possible that they were doing this? It's possible. I could see direct action against Russia, especially in the interest of Ukraine. So the U.S. has a vested interest.
What does that mean, direct action against Russia?
Actually taking kinetic steps, like blowing up. Not necessarily so you wouldn't blow up a rail because they can fix rail like that. Right. But a munitions factory, I could see something like that happening. that doesn't necessarily if the Ukrainians are doing it. I mean, from what I understand, Ukrainians, they sneak into Russia all the time. They launch drones.
Right.
Like crazy. I mean, they have a whole, but it's a little bit, I'll say it's a little bit easier. I mean, you show me a Ukrainian, you show me a Russian, tell me the difference, right? And the one thing, Ukrainians can speak Russian. Russians can't necessarily speak Ukrainian. So it's easier for a Ukrainian to pass themselves off as Russian than for a Russian to pass themselves off as Ukrainian.
And then there was the whole debacle with the Nord Stream pipeline, where everyone denied it, and then we found out that Ukraine did it.
You know, I'm not even sure about that either. There's one of the best books I ever read. It's a book called The Field Guide to Understanding Human Error. And it's by a guy named Sidney Decker. And I would never attribute to malice anything that can be attributed to accident. So you take a look at, I had a whole story on my Substack about the Kharkov Dam and how people said, oh, the Kharkov Dam was blown up. And I showed how the dam was being undermined. So essentially, on this dam that was over the Dnieper River, it was a couple months ago. Yeah, actually, it was last year. Around last year. There was this dam on the Dnieper River, and the dam collapsed. Some people said it was blown up. Some people, I looked at the dam and I bought satellite footage. This was in Ukraine. Okay. It's over the Dnieper River. And the Kharkov Dam. Now, this particular dam had multiple spillways. And the spillway, it's just like a guillotine. You lift that thing up, it allows water to go through. Okay? So it was during the spring, I believe spring of last year. It was this dam. And the water was very high because it was the spring melt. And the far section of the road, this dam spans the Dnieper River. On the other side of the road, there are the Ukrainians. On the south side of the dam, the south side of the Dnieper River, are the Russians. The north side of the Ukrainians. There's one section of the dam that had been blown up. It was like a roadway that had collapsed already. The Russians blew that up so the Ukrainians couldn't move across it. Now, what do you have on the other side of the dam? You have snipers. Ukrainians have snipers. Right? They're watching that dam. So the only sluice gate, the only gate that the Ukrainian or that the Russians who were at the dam were opening was ones on the south side of the dam. Well, when that happens, now you have undermining. Now that water comes through that gate, it hits the bottom of the dam, and it scrapes a little more water out. There's a little more material out. So I believe that dam, and just showing how a roadway collapsed days before the dam collapsed, I believe what was happening was that the water was going through this one sluice gate, since they only had one open, was digging out a hole, digging out a hole, digging out a hole, until the dam gets undermined right there. And the force of the water on the top of the dam and the force of the water digging underneath the dam pushes the dam right out. So,
and everyone thought this was sabotage?
I don't think it was sabotage. I think the Russians just didn't know how to. I don't believe it was sabotage.
Right, but I'm saying people were reporting that it was?
People were reporting that the Russians blew it up. I don't think that was the case.
Right.
And the New York Times said, oh, Sibbers saw it. They actually mentioned it. Sibbers saw it. I'm like, it's one of those things where like, come on, New York Times.
Yeah, but how do you explain that? How do you apply that to the Nord Stream, though? Like, how deep is that thing?
So hear me out on this possibility. Okay. All right. So the two pipelines. Okay. So Russia says, okay, we're not going to play this game anymore, and they turn the gas off on the pipelines. Now the pipelines don't. Now they're not pressurized anymore. So what happens when you have something that's underwater that doesn't pressurize? Well, water is getting in, right? Now you have water leaking into those two pipelines. And now again, I am not a pipeline expert, but I could easily see that there's some chemical in there that when the water reacts with that chemical that was in, it's still a residual chemical inside that pipeline, and now that creates some kind of acid or it creates hydrogen. And now you only need is a spark.
Right.
And then, because those pipelines aren't pressurized anymore, one blows up, the gas that's remaining in the pipeline comes out of that hole. And since the two pipelines are relatively the same thickness, the same thing happens in the other one because it's just a chemical reaction, takes roughly the same amount of time. Now you have two pipelines that are stopped. Now, I don't know if that's the truth.
Right.
But the engineer in me looks at that and goes, well, maybe it was sabotage, or maybe they just shut it down and went, oh crap.
Yeah.
How do we, we turned off the power to oh god, you have on the bridge in Tampa Bay. There are these sentinel, sacrificial anodes. So a sacrificial anode is usually a piece of zinc that they'll attach to a. You looking for sacrificial anode?
Yeah, I need to see this.
Sacrificial anode. You have, yeah. So you have them on the bridge in Tampa Bay. So
the images, so I can see a bigger version of this.
So it's usually zinc. It can be other metals as well, right? Mm-hmm. So these sacrificial
anodes
attached
to the pilings.
They're attached to the pilings so that they rust before the piling rusts, right?
Oh wow!
So that's the whole idea. Is these sacrificial anodes, they give up their electrons, and they rust before the bridge can actually rust. You have one in Tampa Bay on that bridge that goes across the. Tampa Bay.
So what's the goal? What's the purpose of it?
The purpose is to prevent rust by sacrificing the zinc. So the sacrificial anode will give up its electrons so that the thing that is protecting won't rust.
Somehow it stops the piling from rusting. Okay.
So some of those I believe are electrically run. So it could be something as simple as they have sacrificial anodes along that pipeline. They turned off the electricity to them, and rust happens pretty darn fast. I mean, that could be a possibility too.
Yeah.
But I don't necessarily know if the Ukrainians blew it up or we blew it up or the Russians blew it up, but I could easily see it being an accident because someone turned something off.
Yeah, I mean, look, it's certainly a possibility, right? It certainly is. But, the fact that there's just so much, there's some propaganda and misinformation and disinformation. It's just so hard to cut through all that these days. But there's just overwhelming amount of information.
There is. You're absolutely right. And there's even a difference. There's a difference between misinformation and disinformation.
What's the difference?
So with misinformation, you're getting the facts wrong. All right. So initially, I think did I get the number wrong for the amount of money that Lockheed Martin made?
Like $1 billion, maybe.
I was off by $1 billion. So that was misinformation, right? I got the facts wrong, but I didn't mean to. Right? I wasn't like, I'm going to go on Danny. I'm going to go on his show. I'm going to get the facts wrong. No. It was in my head. It was around that number, 6.7 billion, something like that. I think I said 8.7 billion, something like that. So that's information. I gave out the wrong information. Now disinformation is me coming on here saying it wasn't the Russians, it wasn't the Ukrainians that blew up the pipeline. It was the Poles. How do you know that? Well, because if you take the O in Pole, that means petroleum oil lubricants. So they know extensively about how pipelines work. POL, pipeline. Pole, what you see? Yeah. You understand? Yeah, that's disinformation right there. Right. That's me intentionally coming on and lying. Right. I'm actually impressed I thought of that fast.
And then there's just strategic deception as well.
Wow, that's actually pretty scary to be used as a force for evil very easily. My God, I hope I never do that again. Strategic deception? I've actually never heard that term. That's really? Tell me about that.
So a great example of strategic deception I learned about was when there was actually one of Annie Jacobson's book, Area 51, when she was talking about when Area 51 was first created, and they were testing out the first jet-propelled airplanes. And when the CIA pilots were flying these jet airplanes over the desert, they had to be prepared for if they encountered a civilian aircraft and somebody saw these jet airplanes, like what were they going to say? So what they did was they brought gorilla masks in the cockpit with them. So if they got in visual distance of a civilian airplane, they would put on a gorilla mask. So what happens now when that guy goes to the bar and tells his buddies he saw a jet plane? He says, I saw a gorilla flying a jet plane. So it purposely injects fuckery into something that's true, so no one will believe it.
That was actually the case in that book about the Glomar Explorer, the Taking of Canton, where you had they actually would give manganese nodes. Now, the cover story for the Glomar Explorer of the ship that was going to go recover the submarine, but they were going to mine manganese nodes on the floor of the ocean, and it was something crazy that Howard Hughes would do. So one of the things that they did was they gave these manganese nodes to security guards. And the idea was that these security guards are going to go out to the bar and put this manganese node on the bar and say, hey, this is what my company's doing. They're mining these nodes. So now you got KGB guys in Burbank or wherever, wherever the setup of this particular company was. Now they're going to go, I guess they really are mining these manganese nodes. Right? That is a level of strategic disinformation. So I actually haven't heard that term before, but that's understandable.
Yeah, there's a lot of another. There's so many examples of it, but it really mainly I feel like it gets used in like covert ops and with development of black technology and secret technology. Have you heard of Bob Lazar?
He's a UFO guy?
Yeah. The guy, I think it was in 1989, he came out with a story about how he was contracted to go to Area 51 to back engineer spaceships and flying saucers. There was part of the story where, whether you believe the guy or not, he tells this whole story about how he was back engineering these crazy exotic crafts, right? Now, towards the end of his story, he says when they first brought him there, they showed him the spaceships, they showed him these crazy exotic flying saucers, which, look, there's evidence of these things being made, after World War II by certain Nazis, the Horton brothers. They were creating these crazy objects that were unexplainable and that could defy gravity. But when they were bringing him out of Area 51, they brought him, conveniently walked him down a hallway past a little window, where he said we looked through the window and you saw two guys looking over a little alien body. So I think it could have possibly been, I don't know if he's A, he's making up the whole story, or B, it really happened and they purposely brought him by that window to see a little alien in there, so that way when he tries to go public, if he ever tries to go public, this guy's a f***ing whack job.
I did a whole video about that. It was last summer. There was the hearings. A couple of former Air Force guys. I forget the names of these gentlemen.
I did a whole video about Commander Fravor and Ryan Graves.
And because I actually thought about it. I looked at it from an intelligence perspective. What are the odds that we've actually been visited by? And I looked at it from an intelligence perspective, and it wasn't until I thought about oxygen that I actually was kind of shocked. Hear me out. So, doing my research for this, I talked with a lot of scientists doing my research for this one video, and kind of breaking down those hearings, not trying to discredit anyone, but just looking at it from an intelligence perspective. What is the likelihood that we've actually been visited by aliens? And one of the things I thought of was that, aliens would know we exist because of our radio signals, right? Radio has been propagating for 150 years, ever since Marconi sent that first radio message, right? So they could tell where we are by our radio signals. Maybe. There's something called mass spectroscopy, or transit spectroscopy, where when a planet goes in front of a star, the light from that star will illuminate the kind of chemicals that are in the atmosphere, the kind of elements that are in the atmosphere. And from that, you can actually infer the temperature and the quantity of those elements for the kinds of light that are blocked. So, if you want to get technical, one crazy thing about Earth is that we have oxygen. Now, oxygen is the fourth most common element in the universe. However, oxygen is super reactive. If tomorrow, all the plants stopped making oxygen, we would be out of oxygen within 4,000, 5,000 years. It would all just bond to iron and become rust, right? Iron oxide. So if a planet ever transits a star, and aliens have their transit spectroscopy machine pointed at that star, and they go, holy hell, there's oxygen on that star. What the hell is making all this oxygen? They might want to check that out. Now, we've had oxygen on this planet between 2.5, 3.5 billion years, roughly. So the aliens have had, if they've detected us through going, what the heck's making all this oxygen? Because remember, you constantly have to make oxygen because it's super reactive. It's bonding to everything, right? So they've had, so our planet's what, 5-point-something billion years old? So they had a long time to come here.
Yeah.
And I think that one of the conclusions I came to was that there's almost no chance we've actually been visited by aliens because we'd all be dead.
You think we'd all be dead?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Because it's safer to kill us. It's safer to kill us than to let us live.
Maybe they don't need to kill us. Maybe we don't matter. Maybe we're just like ants in a jungle. Maybe they just like do what they need to do, and we don't really get in the way of them.
Maybe. I mean, one of the things I talked about in the video I did was one of the reasons people conquer is for religion, right? And just as I was doing this video, there was this new species of tree frog that was found in the jungles of South America.
Mm-hmm.
You know,
yeah, I've heard of this.
I'm sure that the team didn't try to convert to Catholicism, right? Like the frog wouldn't understand anyway, right? So like there could be aliens that are so advanced that we couldn't even understand their religious philosophies. One of the reasons people, you might say, people they take over planets for resources. Well, any alien species that would come to Earth, they would, if they needed resources, they could find those resources someplace else. They wouldn't just come here. I don't know that's special about Earth. Yeah, a lot of phosphorus, but anyone that has that level of technology can probably figure out how to get phosphorus on there. Right? So yeah, I think there's almost no chance he's been visited. And the analogy I gave was wine. Did you know that there is a fake wine industry?
I've heard of this.
There are pretentious people. And the Koch brothers are part of it. There's this guy named Rudy. And he's from California. And he was like passing himself off as like this wealthy. He was Filipino or from.
Is this that documentary Sour
Grapes?
Yeah.
Yeah,
I saw it a long time ago. I can barely remember it.
And people, so essentially this guy was running around selling fake wine. And he was finally caught when the label of the bottle, like, I have a bottle of Domaine 1945. Well, they didn't make, that particular vineyard didn't make that bottle of wine back then because there had been a war and, the vines were all destroyed. There were no workers.
Right.
So you can have a bottle, so that bottle can't exist. So I remember when I watched those hearings, kind of the conclusion I came to is that, the wine is fake. So yeah, maybe.
Do you think that maybe that this technology that these Navy pilots were seeing was like real like black military technology?
It's a software update. It was just bad software update.
A bad software update? Huh. What do you mean?
So, like, I know you're talking about the Tic Tac video. If you have multiple planes seeing this artifact, it could just be a software thing.
Yeah, because it was right after they upgraded their
I'm a software engineer. I know how.
Well, Ryan said it was right after they upgraded the radar in their jets that they started seeing these things. And they said one of the things they saw was a sphere, or a cube with it inside of the sphere.
Yeah.
And I had a guy on here who pointed out, Steve actually sent you an image of this on Dropbox. There was a patent for something that he described that almost looks identical to what he described. He described that two guys were flying in formation, wing to wing, maybe, I don't know, less than 50 yards apart during some sort of military exercise on the East Coast. And they both saw a sphere inside with a cube inside of it. And then my buddy found this patent, DRFM. Shout out to Jeremy Reese. He found this technology, radar deflector balloons. And that's so that picture on the left is what he saw. He said he saw, and this is a patent my buddy found, which is I think those deflector balloons were created and tested before we did the Bay of Pigs. So basically, like with Cuba's radar, and make it like simulate some sort of an invasion and see what they would do.
Yeah, the Russians have those on barges outside the Kirk Strait Bridge. Those radar reflectors.
Oh, really?
Yeah, because their hope is, well, they can't lose that bridge. They lose that bridge. This is probably going to be the year they lose the bridge.
Where's the bridge go to again?
The Kerch Strait Bridge connects Russia with Crimea.
Ah, okay.
And
Can you pull a map of this?
The bridge was attacked. Bridge was attacked 2 years ago, and I want to say in the summer. When did basketball season start? It must have been in October. Yeah, it seems like everywhere I go, every time I go away for something major happens. And there was this girl I was seeing at the time. She took me to the home opener. Not the home opener. The Wizards were playing the. The Wizards are playing in North Carolina. So they're playing the Charlotte Hornets.
Yep.
And she took me there, got floor seats. Really nice. Like, I am not a wealthy guy, but
this is the bridge.
Yeah, Kerch Strait Bridge. So that was built relatively recently. That's 2009.
You can see it on maps. We can see like Crimea connects to Russia.
So yeah, you can find it on maps. So that bridge, you zoom out, take out that bridge. Yeah, they've talked about building a bridge for a long time. So you take out that bridge, now Crimea has to be replied by ferry or by boat or by air. I believe they have a railway that now goes down the Russian-occupied area. In Zaporizhia and all the way down to Crimea, so it goes through the Donbass, through Zaporizhia.
So they're protecting that bridge.
Oh God, yeah. So Russia moves everything by rail. They move a lot of stuff by rail, as much as they can. And so that little rail bridge, there's 2 rail tracks. It was actually attacked by a truck bomb in October of 2022. And that was when I was at the basketball game. I was like, oh crap, I gotta go do a story about this. Do that. But yeah, if they take out that bridge, it's gonna be a lot harder for Russia to. We still don't know who did it. It was a truck bomb that happened to blow up right before, right as a train was going over it. So the train was damaged, the tracks were damaged, the roadway was damaged. It was a bad day. It was a bad day for Russia. And I actually think that was garden variety terrorism. We don't know who did it. I think some people said that, it was, that was a bad day. Yeah. What's that stuff?
Woo! Smelling salts. Want to try it?
I got this.
It's great. Trust me. You want. Have you seen the guys who get knocked out in ice hockey? Or like the ice hockey
boxing.
Yeah, boxing.
Smelling salts.
Oh my God! Like jolt your nervous system.
Woo!
Maybe it's a Florida thing.
I guess. I mean, I know they have bath salts, smelling salts.
Bath salts, smelling salts, tomato.
This is Florida is an amazing place. I actually come down to Tampa quite frequently to do consulting.
Oh, do you really?
Yeah.
For who?
Oh,
military contractors.
Yeah, just whatever the contract is for. So that's really, really boring stuff, But so I usually get a chance to come down here about once a month at least.
I love Florida, man. There's so much. You got everything here. You got coastline. You got all the best fishing here. You got tons of wildlife. You got the Everglades, the Florida Keys. One-stop shop.
I think the thing I like about it are these things. Like I light up a cigar in Tampa, and nobody ever complains.
Yep.
Like I do it in DC. I'm walking down the street. I get the whole. You just took 10 seconds off my life. I mean, you probably would have wasted them anyway, right? Maybe I did you a favor. It doesn't look like you're all that happy, lady.
How did you like Miami when you were down there?
It wasn't the first time I've been to Miami, but I gotta tell you, the crazy thing about Miami. So I'm almost 50.
The crazy thing is it's so close to the U.S.
so I was there for the Destiny podcast, right? Destiny's a great guy. He's a great guy, and he lives there. I got a chance to see his place. He went to dinner twice. He's a great guy, and his fans are the best too. And They put me up in this hotel, this $900 a night hotel.
Wow.
And it was because it was near the studio, and I just dealed them, whatever.
Mm-hmm.
But so I'm in this hotel, and I've never felt so poor. Like, I am a software engineer. I drive a Tesla. I own a house. I make an okay living. I'm never going to be wealthy, but I do okay. All right, I do okay. Between consulting, between YouTube, I do okay. I'm not super wealthy, right? But like, I'm there, and I went down to breakfast, and there was this guy, and he was surrounded by 6 gorgeous young women, and they're all wearing bikinis with like see-through cover-ups.
No.
And I'm like, look, and the guy must have been like 25, 26, and they're talking about how they're going to go on the boat that day. Oh, we're going on the boat today. Yeah. And I'm thinking, like, how do you go on a boat? Like, how do you go on a boat? Like, I've never been on a boat.
Really?
I've been on, like, a Navy ship. I've been on, like, an LCAC. I've been on a ferry in Staten Island. Like, but I've never been on, like, a pleasure boat.
Next time you come down here, we'll book an extra day and I'll take you fishing.
I've never gone fishing.
Really?
The bait's over here. The beer's right here. Right? Like, you want me to what? You want me to put my hand in that and then touch a fish? You know how I touch a fish? I go to Wegmans and I say, touch that fish and give me that little fillet. That's how I fish. Going fishing is going to Wegmans and asking them to get me a fillet of cod, right? So I've never been fishing, but this guy's talking about the boat. I'm thinking, like, how do you, like a boat can't possibly. I have a friend of mine who lives in Virginia Beach. I go down there once in a while. I might go down there when I come back from here tomorrow. And like, they have boats. I have a paddleboard that I actually keep at this girl's place. And so there's this bay. It's called Linden Bay. I'll go paddleboarding in Linden Bay. And there are these people, they line up these boats in Linden Bay, and they just kind of party all together. And I'm thinking, like, how much does this cost? It's supposed to be a $200,000 boat.
Yeah.
Who has $200,000 to buy a boat? Like, it's just so, like, it's just such a crazy thing to me. But again, like, I look at my life where, like, I literally live paycheck to paycheck. Where I'm waiting for that YouTube paycheck. Like, like, here, sir, may I please have some more? And YouTube gives me that little spoonful of gruel, right? Here's that 10%, of all the ads that we sold. Oh, thank you, sir. May I have some more? More?
Yeah.
It's demonetization.
Yeah.
We're gonna run ads anyway.
Right.
It's like,
it's pretty cool though how fast you grew your channel, man. 2 years and you're almost to 1 million subscribers, and your videos are seen by a lot of people.
Yeah, what I found crazy was that I've done consulting before, and like, there's people in Congress who watch my videos, and I'm like, why are you doing that? I once had someone from the UN reach out to me, and they asked me to identify some weapon systems that were found in Ethiopia. And I identified some Sagar missiles and some Chinese mortars that were found. And then I was like, wait a minute. Don't you have people that do this? Why are you talking to me?
Reaching out to a YouTuber.
Why are you reaching out to a YouTuber? And I guess, like, so some of it isn't that I'm just YouTuber. I do work in the intelligence space. I still do consulting. I still maintain certain access to different kinds of information that I use. My other job, right? And that's great. But I find it funny that, like, people, like, they look me up.
Yeah.
They want information. Like, I guess, like, I think the one thing that I kind of do is that I give it to them in a way that they can understand. And also I'm not political. And if I actually got off the phone with my boss Rich from a company called Biloxi. It's a private intelligence company. So if you want, let's say you're building a mine in Zambia. All right, you're going to build a mine in Zambia. All right, well, is it safe to go there? What's the government like? Is it, whatever, right? So you can hire Rothschild to come in and do the whole assessment of that country. All right, where are you going to be going? What are you going to be doing? Is this safe? Is it not safe? Yes, it's expensive. You know what else is expensive? Getting kidnapped. right?
Right.
Having your business stolen by the government and appropriated as state property. That's pretty expensive too, right? So if you think hiring Velocity is expensive, wait till you get a load of being in a country you can't get out, right? So if AOC wanted an intelligence assessment, they should come to Velocity. I would give it the best darn assessment I can get. If Matt Gaetz asked for an assessment about something, I would give him the best one. So that's one of the reasons I can't ever get political in the content that I produce, because there are real people who make actual decisions based on stuff that I do, and I want them to be able to trust what I give them. You know, and
what do you make of the attack that happened last night, literally, with Israel hitting Iran with those bombs and those nukes? I think it was last night, right?
So
today's February 19th. Yesterday was the 18th.
Yeah, it was last night. So number one, we don't know it was Israel. It was Israel, right? Right. We don't know that, but who else is going to be doing it, right? So that particular place, that was a factor, and I think that. So I always screw up Farsi or Persian names. I'm sorry to all of my Iranian fans. I know I screw it up because I speak Arabic, but I don't speak Persian.
Okay.
So, and sometimes like the Arabic creeps in on that, and they go, no. Sorry, guys. But it was Ishtan. I think that was the name of the town, and there's an air base north. I'm doing this from memory. Northwest of the town, northwest of the town, and it's like Havoc Air Base. It's not Havoc. It's owned by this Iranian company that produces aircraft, and this company has been around since the 1970s, and it stemmed from a company. It stemmed from Textron. Textron built a Bell. Oh God, what's the name of that Bell helicopter? I want to say like the 212 or 280. The Bell. It was the famous Bell helicopter. Yeah, it looks like a Huey, but it's the civilian version of that. There's probably fans who are yelling at me right now, like, no, it's the Bell. I want to say the 212 or 280.
There'll be a comment below.
I'm sure there will be.
Yeah.
But if you look up the Bell 407, it kind of looks like that one there, but it's the older one from the 1970s. It doesn't matter. So Textron actually built a factory, and that factory was taken over by this specific Iranian company, and that's the place that they hit. So that particular company, and again, I can't remember the darn name. If you look up the air base from Ishtan, I might be pronouncing that wrong. Ishtan Air Base. Not Ramstein. Ishtan Air Base, Iran.
Ishtan.
I am probably butchering that pronunciation.
I know I screwed up the spelling.
It's okay. Iran. There you go. Isfahan.
Unbelievable.
So Isfahan Air Base, and if you find a map of that, I'll actually be able to get you to the right.
Maps. Hold on, I got to type it in correctly.
Yeah, you got it. ISFAHAN. Isfahan. Now, if you go to maps, again, I have to do all this. So this is, if you show the satellite view. Okay, now, what we're looking at now, if you zoom out, here's the city. It's in the middle of the desert. Now, if you go up a little bit and a little bit to the left, Isfahan, go up, keep going up. Yeah, you're getting there. So up a little bit. There's to the right. You're almost there. There's an air base a little bit above. Yeah, I think keep going. Zoom out a little bit, but there should be an air base nearby. And that air base is basically it's a factory, kind of like how Burbank used to have a. There used to be Hesse. That was it. Go back down. Hesse. That's the name of the company.
Up more.
I don't see anything.
Keep going up. Keep going up. Right there.
To the right. Hesse.
Oh, Hesse.
Hesse Aircraft Manufacturing, right there. If you go into satellite view, you'll see the airbase. That's what they hit.
Oh, really?
You know what's crazy is I did all that from memory. This is why I don't have a girlfriend. Because this is all I think about. Like, I memorize facts like this, and I don't know everything, but I know if you go to that town Isfahan, and you go a little bit in north and a little bit east of the city. I say west. I should have said east. I know you'll get to the Hesse, and I remember that Hesse. If you look up Hesse Manufacturing, it started out as a Textron company.
Interesting.
Yeah, from Bell, because Boeing Textron. The Iranians were making all sorts of. They were using all sorts of American equipment. They still do. They're one of the last people that fly. They are the last country that flies the F-14 Tomcat.
Really?
Yeah. One of the reasons we got rid of the Tomcat, supposedly, is that number one, we wanted to concentrate on the Super Hornet and the F-35. But number two, like for every Tomcat we produce, well, not produce, but for every Tomcat we make parts for, that's one part that could theoretically go to Iran. And yeah.
So yeah, I think like one of the first reports that came out about this last night was that they sent Israel sent missiles and drones over there, and it hit like a big shot meeting that was going on with like the head of the IRGC was there, the guy who replaced Soleimani, right?
Hesse, or are you talking about the consulate attack?
No, not the consulate attack happened. I think was like on the 3rd or something like that, and then the attack last night when Israel sent the rockets and the drones to Iran.
Yeah.
I heard that there was a report that they targeted some sort of meeting that was going on with like the head of the IRGC.
That's certainly possible. I mean, it's weird like that.
But then like it changed, and then I guess Iran came out and said, it didn't work. Our anti-aircraft defense basically knocked down everything, and they just saved face. They said nothing really happened. We're good here. And now people are speculating that maybe they're trying to save face because they don't want it to escalate anymore. They're trying to find an exit ramp to this.
I'm sure they're so Iran has the leash of Hezbollah, Hamas, and the Houthis in Yemen, right? Like the Houthis are not making missiles; they're sitting around chewing cot all day, right? So. And someone hands them a missile, they're like, "Oh, this is kind of cool. You know what? Let me shoot this in the morning because I want to be high today." Right? So, yeah, I guess the Houthis would be the Florida man of the Middle East.
Really?
You think about it, right?
Wow.
It's too hot to do anything anyway.
Yeah.
So, I think that Iran, their fingerprints were all over the. So I kept. So one of the things that I got, and I did a video on this, was I got what's called an op order, an operations order from that was recovered from a deceased Hamas member that was attacked. That did the October 7th attack, and the op order was there, the operation order, the SOI was there, the signal operating instructions, radio frequencies they were going to use, and mobile phone numbers and all that. And I can't read Arabic as well as I used to. If you don't use it, you lose it. But I had a number of people help me translate it. And some of these guys were actually Palestinian refugees who were living. One of these guys was a Palestinian refugee, and he's living in Syria now. And he was like, "Dude, Iran's fingerprints are all over this."
What do you mean?
Because of their poor Arabic. Like their translation, like the way, the diction that Iranians would use. So, and I kind of trust these guys on that. A number of people said that. I was one officer in the UAE Army. He helped me out with the translation as well. And I got a lot of good information out of that. But like they were planning this for 2 years. People said, like, "Oh, is Russia involved in this?" I don't think Russia had any freaking clue this was going to happen. They were planning this for years. They were planning it for years. And I think that Iran was the enabler, and that you had people like Hamas is looking at Mahmoud Abbas, who is the head of the Palestinian Authority in the West Bank. So I don't say that there's two Palestines. There's one Palestine, but in 2006 there were elections. Hamas won, and then the next week Hamas just murdered everybody in Fatah, which is the other political party, over the course of a week. It's called the Battle of Gaza. So after that, like, you have the West Bank, which is ruled by Fatah, and then you have Gaza, which is ruled by Hamas. Mahmoud Abbas, who runs Fatah or runs the Palestinian Authority in the West Bank, the guy's 88 years old. When you're 88 years old, there's not a lot left on the actuarial tables, right? So he's going to die soon. So I'm sure Hamas is looking at that, and they're going, let's invade Israel. Let's grab a couple of prisoners. We're going to bring them back. And for the next 5 years, Israel's going to try to get these guys back in special operations, doing counterinsurgency. Right? And when Mahmoud Abbas dies, we'll say, we'll give all these prisoners back if you let us have the West Bank. And now they have total control. Like that, I think that was their plan. However, Israel said, coin, you want counterinsurgency? And they gave a Lisco sledgehammer to the face. Lisco means large-scale combat operations. So I think that coin was what we were doing in Iraq. The initial invasion was Lisco, large-scale combat operation. After that, we were doing counterinsurgency in Iraq and Afghanistan. So I think that Hamas is like, oh, we're going to take these prisoners. We're going to fight an insurgency against special forces troops, and they're going to raid this building. We're going to be someplace else. We're going to do this for 5 years, and then we'll give the prisoners back. All right, we'll lose some guys. We'll kill a couple of them.
Yeah.
And Israel just said, oh no, baby, we're going full Lisco. Yeah. And they just rolled in with a freaking steamroller and just started slamming people in the face with sledgehammers. Like it was a sledgehammer to the face. I think that's one of the reasons that Hamas, they had no idea what the hell to do because they'd never been hit like that before. Like they had prepared for one kind of war, and Israel said, "Oh no, we're going to do it our way."
And I find it kind of stunning. I mean, what do you make of the fact of what happened on October 7th? Like, how do you think they were able to plan that attack and execute that attack? I mean, I've never been to Israel, but from everyone that I've talked to that's been there, they said you can't sneeze on that border without an IDF soldier in your face.
Well, they probably did it by keeping everybody segregated. And I think one of the reasons, by segregated, I mean like they had multiple cells, multiple operating cells, like squads, like 9 to 13 dudes. Now, the reason I believe this is that every single dude that was captured by the IDF who was involved in the raid said that they were promised an apartment and $10,000. Now, here's why I think this was compartmentalized. I believe that they had, it was around 2,000, 3,000 troops. All of them thought they were independent cells. Because if they didn't think that, they would have talked to each other and been like, hey, did they promise you an apartment? Oh, yeah, they promised me an apartment. How about you? Yeah, they promised me an apartment. Hold up, they promised all of us an apartment? Where are they going to get all these apartments from? Right? So I think that's an indicator that now Hamas lied, or maybe they actually did think that they were going to be able to give those who survived and brought back a prisoner an apartment. If there was this coin operation that Israel conducted for the next 5 years, that might have happened. But instead, they got a sledgehammer to the face. Right? So all these dudes were motivated. I'm going to go. I'm going to capture prisoners. I'm going to bring them back because then I get an apartment. And they never talked outside their cell because they were told not to. So I think what we had, I believe it was, I want to say it was more than 13. I want to say it was probably around 30 cells that breached the border fence in Israel and started running amok. So 30 cells, 100, 10 guys each. It was,
how many of them were there total?
I want to say it was between 300. So it's a tough one, right? Because one of the things that people did was that some dudes noticed the hole open in the fence and they just ran through and was grabbing like air conditioners, tires. Because these are all things they can't necessarily get, right? Because of the embargo. So you're a Palestinian dude and your wife is like, it's hot. Oh, fence is open.
Yeah.
Honey, I'm going to Sears. Right? I'll be right back. So, what are you going to do, right? So actually, I don't recall the exact number of people. Between 300 and 3,000, right? So it depends on what you count as a guy,
and how does the Mossad? I mean, how does the Mossad miss this? With all the communications that they can intercept and all the intelligence they have, I mean, they're able to. I had John Kiriakou on here a couple of times, and you talked about how they were able to figure out how the Hamas and some of these guys that were inside of Gaza, they were literally communicating to each other on game apps.
Yeah,
like the chat feature on the game apps, which is insane.
Yeah, a little while back, I know there were people online who were saying, Ryan, talk to us about this ban on, the government wanted to be able to look at game app stuff without a warrant. Well, that's why.
Right.
Because it was
and that's how the San Bernardino shooter was communicating as well.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. So I think a lot of it was just face-to-face contact. They're doing this in small cells. And the other thing is that, like, it's just such a Tom Clancy kind of thing to believe. Like, they're not going to do that. Like, that's a Tom Clancy, right? 3,000 people stream over the border, raid, grab people, bring them back. That's like a Clancy novel. And, Israel might have believed that, like, all right, a couple of cells might come across the border. And that might have been why they kept it down to, the individual cells as well. I don't think any of these cells knew what other cells were doing. Now, maybe battalion commanders knew, or company commanders knew. But I think, at the individual squad level, they thought they were the only ones. Right? So they go over it. So if Israel did intercept stuff, they're like, oh, it's just a freaking squad doing their stupid BS stuff. Maybe they'll come over the border. We'll get them when they do. Don't worry about it. Yeah, there's a time I pronounce it wrong again. Like, Israelis go like, you're pronouncing it wrong. Well, I speak Arabic. Sorry, guys. But there's a saying in Israel. Yeah, don't worry about it. It'll be fine. A couple of guys. We'll take care of it. Don't worry. Right. So it could have been that. And now, when you're seeing dudes like with hang gliders. Like this powered, what do they call ultralights? Like, oh wow, they have an ultralight club now. It's a heck of a club for an open air prison to have. How come they have ultralights? That's kind of that probably what in the intelligence community. This is what we call a clue, right? Why is there suddenly an ultralight club popping up in Gaza? Maybe I would have investigated that a little bit, but So one of the ways they hit the border came through tunnels, some came through the fence, some came through ultralights, some came by this ocean.
Right.
They came on boats,
small
boats. So the ultralight thing, that still blows me away.
Yeah, that is pretty insane.
Like
that they were able to do that.
I wouldn't have even thought of that. Like that wouldn't. So it could have just been that Israel missed it because it was just such a crazy thought. Now, the other thing is people have said that like a lot of the women, female conscripts, a lot of them were tasked with monitoring the border. A lot of women, they go into intelligence positions or into administrative positions. So you might be a conscript and you're like, hey sir, you bring this up to your commanding officer. These guys are doing hang gliding. What do you know? Right? You're just here for 2 years and I get another one that looks just like you. Go back to your computer. Don't talk to me about this again. That's my best Israeli accent I could do. And I'm like, dude, but who are you gonna go to next, right?
Yeah.
Like, my boss told me that, and I'll be like, all right, well, you know what? I did my job. It's on him now.
Right.
It's on him. If he wants to ignore this intel, all right, I'm going home at the end of the day.
Right. Yeah, I mean it's just hard to wrap your head around when you're someone like me and you're looking at all this stuff like this and trying to understand how people think in that part of the world. And if you haven't been there, it's really, really hard to understand what it must be like, especially living in that part of the world where like you're surrounded by enemies. You're so vulnerable.
There are Palestinians who have the key that they have. Have you heard of the term the Nakba? Nakba? So during the War of Independence, Israel's independence, many Arabs that were on the land, what we call Palestinians today, you call, I guess Palestinians back then too, right? Arabs that lived on the land. Many of them were kicked off their land. Some by the Jews that were taking areas, and some by other Arabs, the Jordanians, the Egyptians, Syrians. They were told, get off the land, you can come back when we killed all the Jews, right? So these dudes left. And a lot of the ones who ended up in Gaza, they're the ones who never had anything to come back to because they lost their homes during the Nakba. Al-Nakba means catastrophe, the catastrophe. And there are some people who have like that. The key to the house that they owned is like a totem, and it's in like a box, like a picture frame, hanging on their wall. If they still have a wall today, wow, it's hanging on a wall, and that's the key that one day we will return. One day we will push the Jews into the sea and we will return to our home. Like, and this has now been 2 generations since the Nakba, right? Since the catastrophe. So that's kind of the what we're working with here. And when you do talk to Palestinians who went through that, because I think maybe only a third of the people in Gaza were original residents, like they had farms and stuff like that. And initially, she ran Gaza. Yeah, it was after the 6-Day War that he was like, you know what, you can keep that.
Right.
You know, like that's all you do. You deal with that. Life sucks.
Yeah,
it sucks. I mean, you take a look at a place like Gaza. I mean, Gaza doesn't produce anything.
Right.
All it does is consume. I mean, at least the West Bank, there might be some olive oil. There's some factories there. There's some trade, I guess, but for the most part, Gaza is. Jordan Harbinger, when I was on his show, he said he's been there in Gaza. I've been to Israel. I never went to the West Bank or Gaza. I was on a 4-day pass when I was there. So, we went to Jerusalem and I think Tel Aviv. That was, at least at the time, you could still smoke in the mall there. This is great. I don't want to leave. This is fantastic. I think this is in 2008.
Do you think, going back to what happened yesterday with that Israeli strike, do you think they got a green light from the U.S. to do that, or how much influence do you think that the U.S. has in what's going on?
I don't think we have as much as the media or as some Palestinian sophists would like you to believe. Israel's gonna do what they need to do in order to defend themselves. Full stop. Like this is just how they're gonna do things. And they are not going to listen to us. Even if you give good advice, like, hey, maybe you ought to build refugee camps as you invade. That way you can take care of people who you've displaced. There's the way we wage war and there's the way they wage war. Two different ways of doing it.
Yeah, they seem, a little bit unhinged, right?
Yes. Yeah. And there's a part of me that says I understand, and there's another part of me that says if you want to play Army for real, then you have to do it the right way. And part of that right way is having a plan for what you're going to do with displaced civilians, getting them medical care, getting them food, because we should not be airdropping. There was this whole thing, we're going to build a transport dock on the coast of Gaza. There is plenty of capacity at the border crossings to get trucks on. Plenty of capacity. We don't need to build a transport dock. Plenty of capacity. The Israelis just won't let stuff in. And some of that might be they have legitimate reasons for inspecting that cargo. And some of that might be, you know what? Velo bayashali. It is not my problem. Right? Like, these guys, they attacked us, and now you want us to bring in diapers?
Wasn't, and pardon my ignorance on this, my knowledge of this part of the world and the history of it is very spotty. But wasn't